Chapter 421. The Court Debate. Li Mo, how audacious. What a brazen young lad to assert that the people need not bear additional taxes while the national treasury flourishes. Li Mo and his companions were utterly incredulous at Zhu Ping'an's claim. Throughout history, countless formidable figures have refrained from making such proclamations. Yet here was a mere boy, barely in his teens, daring to utter such grandiose statements. Truly a case of a naive youth unafraid of the tiger, speaking without thought. Oh, your Majesty, you mean to say that the people need not be taxed, yet the treasury can still double? The Jiajing Emperor, intrigued by Zhu Ping'an's assertion derived from his investigation into maritime restrictions, listened intently. Indeed, your Majesty, Zhu Ping'an nodded without hesitation. Your words lack coherence and are profoundly misguided. I implore you to expel such a reckless speaker from the palace, as a warning to others. Li Mo could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, bowing to the Jiajing Emperor with a stern expression. What prompts such a statement? The Jiajing Emperor, his demeanor unchanged, inquired calmly. Permit me to argue my case, your Majesty. Li Mo bowed again, and then turned decisively towards Zhu Ping'an, confronting him boldly. Is it true, what you assert, that the treasury can double without additional taxation on the people? Yes, Zhu Ping'an affirmed with a nod. Preposterous. Utterly absurd, Li Mo exclaimed, unable to restrain his ire. Had Zhu Ping'an not swiftly turned his face, Li Mo's spittle would have surely adorned him. The wealth bestowed by heaven and earth is limited. If not in the hands of the people, it lies with the officials. Increased taxation enriches the nation, while reduced taxation leads to scarcity. Your words merely disguise a hidden tax upon the people, which is far more detrimental than treasonous acts. During the Western Han Dynasty, Sang Tuhong once posited that the state could thrive without taxing the populace. What was the outcome? Prohibiting private minting of currency and monopolizing salt and iron. These were merely veiled forms of extracting the people's strength. The waters that bear the boat can also capsize it. When the people's resources are exhausted, chaos ensues and rebellions arise. You, a distinguished scholar, neglect to serve your country and instead act as a traitor to it. What are your true intentions? Li Mo, incensed, lambasted Zhu Ping'an, branding him a traitor to the state, trampling upon his reputation with the weight of countless accusations. Your words regarding the limited resources of wealth are indeed insightful, Zhu Ping'an responded, seemingly unfazed by Li Mo's fiery tirade. His tone calm and measured, a stark contrast to the red-faced, agitated Li Mo. I do not require your flattery, Li Mo retorted, taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's audacity, finding the young man's insolence intolerable. You've stumbled upon the truth, unaware that our esteemed Li Mo despises such sycophantic behavior in the court. Several officials chuckled softly at Li Mo's remarks, exchanging glances at Zhu Ping'an, who had become a caricature of folly. Despite the circumstances, he persisted in his claim that the people need not be taxed while the treasury flourished. Amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd and the disdainful gaze of Li Mo, Zhu Ping'an merely shook his head and smiled gently. He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Mo and stated, Your Excellency, you think too much. I merely remarked that what you said about the wealth of the world, generated by heaven and earth, is indeed limited in number. If it does not reside with the common people, it rests with the state. Your assertion is quite rational. Li Mo's statement implied that the wealth of the realm is finite. If the state possesses riches, it must be at the expense of the populace through increased taxation or covert exploitation. You think too much, he scoffed. If you claim my words are reasonable, then your assertion that the populace has not been burdened while the state's coffers swell is sheer folly. To assert before His Majesty that the treasury grows without taxing the people is tantamount to deceiving the sovereign. Are you aware of your transgression? Li Mo held Zhu Ping'an's response in contempt, seizing upon the flaws in his argument to accuse him of treachery against the crown, pressing the charge with relentless fervor. Most individuals would have crumbled under such pressure, but Zhu Ping'an remained unperturbed. Facing the aggressive Li Mo, he simply shook his head and maintained his composure. What you say is valid, Your Excellency, yet my words also hold merit. As a loyal servant to the Emperor, how could I ever contemplate deceiving him? He replied with calm assurance. Absurd. If my reasoning is sound, then you speak nothing but nonsense. Li Mo retorted, infuriated. Is it either this or that? Why can it not be both? I beg your pardon for my impudence, Zhu Ping'an replied coolly, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency's assertion that the wealth of heaven and earth is finite, residing either with the common folk or the officials, is indeed rational. But it also presents a skewed perspective. You claim my reasoning is flawed? Li Mo scoffed, a mixture of anger and amusement evident on his face. I implore you to temper your wrath and allow me to elucidate. If my reasoning holds, I ask for your forgiveness. If I am mistaken, I shall accept punishment from His Majesty. Zhu Ping'an bowed once more. I shall hear you out, Li Mo replied, still not sparing Zhu Ping'an a glance. Those who possess reason are like water. Thus, I shall use water as an analogy. He continued, if we liken the wealth of the world to a river, the upstream represents the officials while the downstream embodies the populace. The river's flow remains constant. If the upstream increases, the downstream must necessarily diminish. Hence, I maintain that what you say, Your Excellency, is indeed reasonable. Humph, Li Mo grunted, conceding Zhu Ping'an's point with a mere sound. Now, let us consider those without reason. I will use water once more as an analogy. If the river signifies wealth, the upstream symbolizes officials while the downstream signifies the people. The foundation of your assertion, that the wealth is limited to one river, holds true. However, if another river exists nearby and its waters are diverted to our river's upper reaches, then the upstream may increase without necessitating a decrease in the downstream, as the inflow from another river enriches our own. Upon hearing this analogy, several officials could not help but exclaim in realization, having previously confined their understanding to a single river while overlooking the existence of others nearby. Zhu Ping'an's explanation illuminated their minds, providing a profound sense of clarity. You are merely arguing in circles, Li Mo retorted. Li Mo let out a cold snort, forcefully shaking his sleeves. The statement from the officials that a nation can amass wealth without imposing additional taxes on its citizens resonates with the same principle. Why must we fixate solely on our great Ming? Beyond our borders lies an abundance of untold riches. What I propose is not to burden the common people with higher taxes, but rather to attract the wealth of foreign lands into our Ming treasury. In this manner, would we not see our coffers swell without increasing the burdens on our populace? Zhu Ping'an stood there, observing Li Mo and the other ministers engaging in spirited discourse, as if he were enveloped in a certain aura, exuding an air of distinction amidst the crowd. To be continued. Chapter 422. The Island of Gold and Silver. Is there such reasoning? Let us not forget that outside our great Ming lies a realm of barbarism. How could the wealth of distant nations ever find its way into our treasury? Who are you to command such respect? Are there no worthy individuals in those lands that would heed your call? As soon as Zhu Ping'an concluded his remarks, Li Mo erupted in retort. Essentially, Li Mo insinuated that those foreign nations are foolish to part with their riches so freely, and he urged Zhu Ping'an to take a good look at himself before presuming to command others. Surely, we, as a cultured nation, cannot resort to violence against foreign lands. Furthermore, our great Ming is currently besieged by northern raiders and southern pirates, stretched thin on all fronts. How could we possibly afford to ignite the flames of war? An official behind Li Mo stepped forward to rally support for him, joining the chorus of dissent against Zhu Ping'an. How dare he? War is a matter of grave importance for a nation, determining life and death, existence and extinction. It must be approached with caution. Should he recklessly plunge our great Ming into conflict, leading us to a path of no return, I shall personally execute this scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Li Mo's anger was palpable, and he spoke without regard for Zhu Ping'an's feelings. This scoundrel, this wretch. Li Mo's words were rather excessive. He referred to Zhu Ping'an as a petty thief and a beast. Despite the historical designation of Zhu Ping'an as a loyal minister, he found Li Mo's remarks deeply irksome. This individual was stubborn, unable to accept opposing viewpoints. Nevertheless, he was motivated by a sense of duty to his country. And given that Li Mo held the position of Minister of Personnel, Zhu Ping'an chose to endure the affront. Look at our esteemed elder's fiery temper. Why can't he allow the top scholar to finish his discourse? Yin Shifan remarked with a sidelong glance at Li Mo, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Humph. Let us see what flowery words he can conjure. Li Mo vigorously shook his sleeves once more. Before speaking, Zhu Ping'an first bowed in respect to Li Mo and the others. After bowing, he drew 2 books from his sleeves, presenting them to the assembly before offering them to Emperor Jiajing through a young attendant. It was only upon viewing these 2 tomes that Zhu Ping'an's thoughts crystallized. The first volume was titled Records of the Western Barbarians, Part 2, authored by Gong Zhan, a member of Zheng He's entourage during his maritime expeditions. Within this text, Two intriguing accounts are recorded. The first recounts how Gong Zhun and his companions, upon reaching the island of Wa, present-day Japan, received tribute from the local chieftains. While resupplying with fresh water and fruits, one of the crew members tasked with procurement visited a butcher to purchase lamb, totaling 30 taels of silver. The crew initially possessed only 20 taels of silver, the rest being gold. Observing this, the butcher remarked, 30 taels of silver will suffice. If silver is insufficient, 6 taels of gold will do. The crew member cast a sidelong glance and returned to gather the necessary silver to pay for the mutton. Upon sharing this with his companions, they all laughed at the butcher's cunning. After the Jiajing Emperor acquired 2 books, Zhu Ping'an began to speak in a leisurely manner, akin to recounting a tale. The Japanese are treacherous. 30 taels of silver equate to 3 taels of gold. Yet the butcher demands 6 taels of gold. How exceedingly greedy and shameless. An official listening to Zhu Ping'an's narrative shook his head in indignation, condemning the Japanese for their deceitfulness. The Japanese butcher is both greedy and foolish. 1 tael of gold is equal to 2 taels of silver, a fact even a child would know. Clueless and yet attempting to scheme against the citizens of the Ming dynasty. How laughable. Someone chuckled and shook their head, garnering agreement from many. The second intriguing account bore resemblance to the current one, this time involving a Japanese chief sending emissaries to pay tribute to the treasure ship. During the tribute, a minor official from the Japanese delegation took a fancy to a piece of silk, which cost 5 taels of silver. However, this Japanese official paid only 1 tael of gold to acquire the silk and departed hastily. The crew responsible quickly pursued him to reclaim the 5 taels of silver. But alas, the official was too swift to catch. Throughout the voyage, the crew remained deeply troubled by the incident. Zhu Ping'an began to narrate once more. Laughter erupted among the crowd. How is it that the Japanese are all like this? The butcher cannot discern that 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. And yet the Japanese official is equally careless. Truly, they are uncivilized and lacking refinement. Zhu, why do you discuss trivial matters instead of expounding on the method by which the national treasury can flourish without burdening the people? Do you think we are as foolish as those Japanese thieves? An official behind Liu could not contain himself and stood to reproach Zhu Ping'an. Do not be hasty. My lord, what Ping'an speaks of is indeed the method by which the national treasury can thrive without imposing additional taxes on the populace. Zhu Ping'an replied with a faint smile. What? How can this be considered a method for enhancing the treasury? Are we not merely hearing 2 inconsequential stories about a foolish butcher and a careless official? Can one truly profit from such ineptitude? It is absurd. Even if they were completely drained, it would amount to little. The officials voiced their disdain, particularly the one who had previously spoken, and laughter ensued. Zhu, are you jesting? Liu, struggling to contain his anger, nearly shouted. How could Ping'an dare jest in this golden hall? What I am articulating is precisely the method for augmenting the treasury. Perhaps these 2 anecdotes are not sufficiently clear. Let me then recount another book. I have come across a record from the Honglu Temple, chronicling events from 20 years ago regarding the tribute from the eastern Japan. It recounts that after the tribute was presented, the Honglu Temple rewarded the envoy with 100 taels of gold. However, the Japanese envoy, citing the difficulty of distributing the gold among many, requested to exchange it for an equivalent value of 500 taels of silver. Zhu Ping'an shook his head and proceeded to tell another story. What? Still incomprehensible. How does this relate to the method for augmenting the treasury? Many officials still fail to comprehend the significance of what Zhu Ping'an articulated. The 3 records bear little relevance to the doubling of the national treasury. Ziho, are you suggesting that the exchange rate of gold and silver in the land of the Japanese is 1 tael of gold for 5 taels of silver? Yin Shifan was the first to grasp the implication, his face lighting up, his eyes gleaming as if he had glimpsed a pathway to wealth. Indeed, what you say is accurate. After thorough investigation, I can ascertain that the exchange rate between gold and silver in Japan differs greatly from that of our Ming dynasty. In our realm, 10 taels of silver can be exchanged for a single tael of gold, whereas in Japan, 10 taels of silver can procure 2 taels of gold, an entire doubling. Zhu Ping'an nodded affirmatively and revealed this conclusion with conviction. His intention in stating this was to implant the seeds of financial warfare into the hearts of the assembly, guiding their focus towards foreign interests, and subtly encouraging the people of the Ming to awaken to the world beyond their borders. What? The exchange rate of gold and silver in Japan is an astonishing 15? The officials in the hall were taken aback, Such information was indeed a revelation to them. The disparity in the exchange rates was staggering, and a mere transaction could yield double the gold. Without Zhu Ping'an elaborating further, the assembly could instinctively sense the vast commercial opportunities, reminiscent of the modern-day Chinese matriarchs who have carved a formidable reputation on Wall Street. How much gold does Japan possess? An official inquired. During the Mongol Yuan period, a figure named Marco Polo arrived by sea to the Central Plains, referring to Japan as Zipangu in his travelogue, translated as the land of gold. He documented that every individual in Japan possessed countless gold pieces, that the roofs of palaces were covered in pure gold, and that the floors were laid with gold of considerable thickness. It was noted that many rooms contained substantial pure gold tables, with windows adorned in gold. He also described a temple in Japan housing a Tinjong tall Buddha entirely cast from gold, referring to Japan as the Silver Islands, claiming that the country was replete with silver mines, with silver sand easily accessible from the exposed mountains. Zhu Ping'an exaggeratedly recounted the contents of a travelogue based on Marco Polo's narratives. However, this was not the later renowned account, but rather another oral account from the Yuan dynasty, which he unearthed while organizing books in the library 2 days prior. As for its authenticity, who cares? Historical records do indeed affirm that Japan was abundant in gold and silver during this period, with the current Warring States era being sustained by its mineral wealth. To be continued. Chapter 423. Cashing in Gold and Silver Island? Who would have thought that the supposedly wild and uncivilized land of Japan would bear such a title, suggesting an abundance of gold and silver? Moreover, Zhu Ping'an mentioned a Buddha statue of over 10 zhang crafted from gold. Our Ming Dynasty's statues are merely gilded, which we find remarkable. Yet Japan has constructed Buddha statues entirely from pure gold. Zhu Ping'an's assertions sparked the curiosity of the officials within the Grand Hall regarding the land of Japan. Such utter nonsense. If the land of the Japanese were indeed abundant in gold and silver, why then do they appear in tattered garments, starving, and resorting to piracy along our coastal shores? Liemo harbored skepticism towards Zhu Ping'an's assertions. The matter is quite simple. The islands of Japan are rich in mineral resources, yet they suffer from a scarcity of natural resources. Comprised of several large islands, arable land is limited, and natural disasters are frequent, leading to a dire shortage of food. As the saying goes, people prioritize sustenance above all. No matter how plentiful gold and silver may be, without food, they are rendered useless. Zhu Ping'an gently elucidated. His explanation bore considerable weight. For instance, in the event of a flood where only 2 individuals survive atop a tree, one a landlord clutching 10 taels of gold, and the other a beggar with 10 buns, it is the beggar who would likely endure, for without sustenance, even the greatest wealth is futile. Ziho inquired regarding the exchange of gold and silver in the realm of the Japanese. An official pondered aloud. The disparity in the valuation of gold and silver between Japan and our Ming dynasty is profound. The price of gold in Japan is significantly lower than in our empire. If one were to extract gold from Japan, would that not yield exorbitant profits? Zhu Ping'an smiled slightly and replied softly. Historically, prior to the Meiji Restoration in Japan, Western nations capitalized on the significantly lower gold prices in Japan, purchasing it in vast quantities and reaping tremendous profits, returning home laden with wealth. If Europe could do this, why should our Ming dynasty refrain? Why should we leave such an opportunity to the European powers of centuries hence? This, perhaps, exemplifies the most rudimentary form of financial warfare. Preposterous. Our illustrious Ming dynasty, a beacon of righteousness and virtue, could not possibly resort to such means to acquire ill-gotten gains. As descendants of Confucius, we must not engage in such conduct. Following Zhu Ping'an's proposition regarding the liquidation of gold, an elderly minister with graying hair rose to reproach him. Oh, this venerable official truly stands as a paragon of morality. With Japanese marauders wreaking havoc at our doorstep, I merely suggested liquidating gold from Japan. And yet that is deemed unacceptable. The ethos of our noble nation, our legacy of righteousness, all invoked in response. One might jest that this venerable elder should venture to the coast and impart a lesson in ethics to the Japanese marauders. Perhaps they would be so moved as to repent and apologize profusely. What you propose may indeed serve as a method for replenishing the national treasury. Yet I wonder if you are aware of the scarcity of silver within our Ming dynasty. Our vast realm spans thousands of miles, yet silver is not abundantly produced. At present, Sustaining the operations of our dynasty is already a formidable challenge. How could we exchange our precious silver for gold? The livelihoods of our people heavily rely on silver. Converting silver to gold over an extended period would yield catastrophic consequences. After weighing the pros and cons, an official from the Ministry of Revenue raised a new concern. In the dynasties preceding the Ming, the currency primarily circulating in the market consisted of copper coins. While silver and gold served merely as auxiliary currencies, it was only during the Ming dynasty that a silver standard was established. Should silver become insufficient, the economic structure of our Ming dynasty would inevitably collapse. Although the official may lack a comprehensive understanding of the silver standard and financial principles, he possesses a general awareness of the matter. What the esteemed official states holds considerable truth. However, the liquidation of gold is not solely dependent on silver exchange. There exist alternative methods. The Ming dynasty is renowned for its abundant production of ceramics, tea, and textiles, many of which are scarce in the distant land of Japan. These commodities are sold to the Japanese, with the stipulation of payment in gold, thereby achieving a dual benefit. Zhu Ping'an nodded thoughtfully before continuing his discourse. From the outset, Zhu Ping'an had no intention of exchanging silver for gold. His primary aim was to broaden the horizons of the ambitious individuals within the Ming dynasty, urging them to look beyond their immediate surroundings. There exists a vast expanse beyond the confines of the Ming, and at this juncture, Europe is already on a trajectory to surpass China. If the Ming dynasty were to awaken to the world now, numerous opportunities await, for it is not inferior to the West at this moment. However, should history proceed along its current path, the maritime prohibitions and isolationist policies will inevitably lead to the Western ships and cannons breaching our gates, merely a matter of time. The humiliation of modern China is a fate Zhu Ping'an fervently wishes to avert, which is why he seeks to extend the gaze of his compatriots, encouraging them to regard the world with renewed interest. You have circled around extensively, yet your core message remains the relaxation of maritime restrictions, scoffed Li Mo, casting a derisive glance at Zhu Ping'an. It was evident that Li Mo had once again categorized Zhu Ping'an within the sphere of Yensong's faction. This perspective is easily comprehensible, as many within Yensong's circle, particularly Yan Shifan, ardently advocate for the easing of maritime prohibitions. In Li Mo's view, Zhu Ping'an's elaborate rhetoric about increasing national coffers without burdening the people is mere drivel, a distraction aimed solely at one objective: the relaxation of maritime restrictions. Zhu Ping'an, this little rogue, is indeed fervently rallying support for Yan Shifan and his ilk, particularly since Yensong has spoken favorably of Zhu Ping'an, aiding in his rise to prominence. Li Mo redirected the discourse back to the contentious issue of whether the maritime restrictions should be relaxed or maintained, as the two factions engaged in yet another debate within the court. Following Zhu Ping'an's earlier remarks, the proponents of relaxation grew increasingly emboldened, while the advocates for strict enforcement were equally defiant. However, this time, Emperor Jiajing curtailed their opportunities for further debate. Having listened for a brief moment before summoning Huang Jin to call upon several names, retaining only Yensong, Li Mo, Su Jie, and 3 others, while the remaining participants were escorted out of the Western Garden by a young attendant, Zhu Ping'an too was ushered out alongside the others. Although his performance before the emperor had been commendable, he had yet to earn the right to remain. Upon reaching the Hanlin Academy, Zhu Ping'an discovered that the members were already aware of his promotion. Aside from Zhang Siwei, who extended heartfelt congratulations, the others regarded him with expressions of envy and resentment, particularly Yuan Wei, whose face appeared almost as if it might fall to the ground, harboring even greater animosity towards Zhu Ping'an. Congratulations, Master Zhu. Zhang Jujing initially regarded Zhu Ping'an with a somewhat peculiar glance, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a broad smile as he approached to offer his felicitations for Zhu Ping'an's advancement. To be continued. Chapter 424. Zhang Jujing's ambitions. Zhu Ping'an graciously returned the salutes of those around him. Under the playful insistence of several Hanlin scholars, he reluctantly agreed to host them for dinner at the same place as before. The young scholar, having recently ascended to a higher rank shortly after joining the Hanlin Academy, had unwittingly become a rising star among his peers. A few Hanlin scholars, laughing and chatting, accompanied Zhu Ping'an to the library, claiming they wished to assist him in organizing his collection of books. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an had already attained the position of a 6th-rank official. with only 5 individuals holding higher ranks within the Hanlin Academy, including the somewhat reclusive director Liemo. Thus, certain ambitious members of the academy viewed Zhu Ping'an as a promising political investment. Observing Zhu Ping'an at the center of attention, Zhang Jiajing's heart was as calm as still water. He stood with a subtle smile. It must be noted that upon hearing the news of Zhu Ping'an's promotion, a ripple of emotion had stirred within Zhang Jiajing. He recalled his own entry into the Hanlin Academy as a scholar, a position that held no official title. After 3 years of unwavering dedication, he had finally been appointed as a 7th-rank editor. Now, witnessing Zhu Ping'an's rapid ascent from a 6th-rank editor to a 6th-rank reader in just 3 days, Zhang Jiajing couldn't help but reflect on the disparity. After toiling for 3 years for his first formal title, Zhu Ping'an had achieved the same in a mere 3 days. Yet, Zhang Jiajing was who he was. His momentary feelings quickly subsided into tranquility. He regarded Zhu Ping'an, the focal point of attention, with a composed demeanor and a faint smile. Yuan Wei too had experienced swift promotions, his eloquent pen crafting exquisite poetry. What difference did it make to have another poet among them? As he observed the jovial gathering around Zhu Ping'an, Zhang Jiajing allowed a smile to surface. The political realm thrived on flattery, oblivious to the plight of the common people. Many excelled in the art of praising the government, skillfully masking the crumbling foundations beneath, while the documents presented to the emperor extolled diligence and benevolence. Few were aware that the local situation was precarious. How many understood that officials were engaged in a relentless struggle for wealth, while public discontent simmered dangerously close to boiling over. If this continued, the great Xia might very well face ruin. However, Zhang Jiajing was different. He could articulate poetry and prose, but he deemed it beneath him. After over a decade of studying the classics and analyzing thousands of volumes of governance strategies, he had not come to serve merely as a polished pen for the court. He had a clear understanding of the current political landscape. Is governance not founded upon the recognition of talent? Should a nation thrive on the appointment of the capable? Yet, if merit were truly the criterion, how could Yin Shifan, an individual with no formal examination success, rise to the position of Deputy Minister of Works? And the head of the Imperial Academy was an even greater farce. His elevation a matter of monetary influence, well known to all. Such a political environment was hardly conducive for one to make a stand. The Jiajing Emperor was preoccupied with alchemy, while Yin Song was timid and cautious, seeking only to avoid mistakes. After Yin Song assumed control of the cabinet, the court was no longer what it once was. Countless capable individuals found themselves unable to showcase their talents, while many unscrupulous ministers reveled in their triumphs. As long as Yin Song remains in power, ascending 1, 2, or even 3 ranks means little. Concealing one's brilliance and biding one's time is the most prudent course of action. Today, one must remain low-key, and in due time, the desired ambitions shall unfold. Zhang Jiajing turned his gaze towards the setting sun, gradually descending in the west, knowing it would eventually be replaced by the dawn of a new day. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the diligent Hanlin scholars concluded their day's work. Since Zhu Ping'an had promised to treat them after his recent promotion, the scholars eagerly dragged him to the same establishment where they had dined previously, intent on treating him to a lavish meal. Zhang Jiajing and Gao Gong, occupied with matters at the Prince of Yu's residence, did not join them. Just as Zhu Ping'an and his companions settled at the table, an unexpected guest arrived uninvited. However, none of the Hanlin scholars expressed discontent. On the contrary, a few, such as Yuan Wei, greeted him with exuberant warmth, as if they were welcoming an old friend. "Haha, congratulations, Zihu. I have come to add to your joy," Yin Shifan said with a hearty laugh. Approaching the table and playfully nudging aside a Hanlin scholar seated next to Zhu Ping'an to take his place. Yuan Wei and others busied themselves with serving tea and refilling cups, enthusiastically calling for the proprietress to bring more dishes. "Oh no, you flatter me, Sir Yin. Your presence is an honor, and I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly." Zhu Ping'an stood up and clasped his hands in apology. "Call me Sir Yin. Why so formal?" Yin Shifan replied, accepting a cup of tea from Yuan Wei and taking a sip, chuckling. Yin Shifan's notorious arrogance was not a recent development, and Zhu Ping'an was keen to avoid provoking him over such trivialities. "Then let us refer to you as Dong Lu Gong," Zhu Ping'an insisted. "Very well. If that pleases you," Yin Shifan chuckled in response. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an caught sight of Liemo and his companions passing by the entrance. Initially intending to sit in the adjacent private room, upon noticing the jovial exchange between Yin Shifan and Zhu Ping'an, Li Mo scowled, muttering a curse under his breath before leading his group away. It was evident to Yin Shifan, despite not turning to look, for his smile seemed to widen upon hearing their departing footsteps. Ah, it seems Li Mo has now firmly aligned himself with the faction of Yin, Zhu Ping'an mused, observing Yin Shifan's delight, which suggested that if it were not intentional, it was indeed peculiar. The proprietress of the establishment, swaying gracefully, entered the private room and directed several maidens to arrange an array of dishes upon the table, smiling as she inquired, "Might the esteemed gentleman be interested in sampling our newly arrived lamb? Please bring forth more of your exquisite lamb dishes." Zhu Ping'an promptly responded, feeling generous since he was treating. "Is your lamb gamey?" Yin Shifan asked, his eyes lighting up as he approached the charming proprietress with a grin. "The gentleman desires the gamey flavor, and I shall serve it. If he prefers not to have it, then I shall refrain from preparing it." The proprietress's voice exuded a certain allure. "Hee, of course, the gamey flavor is essential, and it must be crafted by your own hands, dear proprietress," said Yin Shifan with a smile, as he playfully patted her behind, closing his solitary eye in satisfaction. The proprietress, feigning annoyance, playfully turned and fled, twisting her willow-like waist. "And with such behavior, I shall undoubtedly add more salt. A woman's allure enhances her beauty, and the gaminess of lamb adds to its fragrance." Yin Shifan chuckled as he watched the proprietress's retreating figure, then lifted the hand that had just delivered the playful slap to savor the lingering aroma, relishing it for a while. "I tell you, Zihu, today's lamb must be savored. It possesses both the characteristic gamey scent of lamb and a hint of the proprietress's charm, making it truly a delicacy." After taking his seat, Yin Shifan rested a hand on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, unabashedly recommending the dish without regard for his image. To be continued. Chapter 425. The gifted Yin Shifan at the banquet. Yin Shifan had evidently become the centerpiece, while Zhu Ping'an had been relegated to the role of a supporting character. Several members of the Hanlin Academy frequently raised their glasses in tribute to Yin Shifan, who graciously accepted every toast, and the atmosphere at the table gradually became more convivial. "I tell you, Zhu, His Majesty has granted permission for the memorial submitted by the Zhejiang censor, Lord Dong, to relax the maritime ban. The restrictions have been eased, and the Maritime Trade Office is preparing for it, allowing official vessels to navigate along the coast." While slightly inebriated, Yin Shifan shared this news with Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an was somewhat taken aback, although he recalled that during the Jiajing era the maritime ban had been inconsistent. He had not heard of any relaxation to the extent of permitting voyages. However, considering it was for official ships, it was somewhat understandable. Judging by Yin Shifan's triumphant demeanor, it seemed likely that he would turn this into an opportunity for official smuggling. Nonetheless, Yin Shifan would surely be disillusioned soon enough. The Jiajing Emperor's policies on maritime trade were notoriously fickle, especially with the rampant piracy along the southeastern coast. It was evident that this temporary relaxation of the maritime ban would not endure for long. Until the pirates are eradicated, the ban cannot truly be lifted. However, Zhu Ping'an kept these thoughts to himself, refraining from dampening Yin Shifan's enthusiasm for profit. After all, regardless of Yin Shifan's motivations, it is always commendable for someone to cast their gaze upon overseas ventures. The lamb prepared by the proprietress was indeed delectable, particularly the dish that combined fish and lamb, which was exceptional, albeit rather expensive. During a brief interlude while settling the bill, Zhu Ping'an found that he had nearly exhausted his funds, leaving him with scarcely 10 coins after the transaction. After settling the account, he informed the innkeeper to temporarily credit any additional orders for wine and dishes, promising to return the next day to settle the debt. It is no wonder that many officials in the Ming dynasty resorted to corruption. The meager salaries they received were hardly sufficient for social engagements, let alone to support an entire household. It was high time to contemplate ways to earn a living. If this continued, he would soon be left to starve. Zhu Ping'an, patting his empty purse, returned to the table with a rueful smile. Truly, to be an official, one must first learn to earn. Upon returning to the dining table, Zhu Ping'an found that the esteemed young master, Yin, was already quite inebriated, boasting with slurred speech about the remarkable exploits of the courtesans in the Yanyiliu lane. His audacity was at its zenith, exhibiting an arrogance that showed no regard for the ears that might overhear him. One might ponder that, had Yin Shifan lived in contemporary times. Reminiscent of the infamous incident involving Old Bai, he would likely not dare to be so brazen. Outside, the night was thick with darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yet, the intoxicated young master Yin was reveling in his merriment, and no one dared express the desire to depart. As the revelry intensified, a young servant hurriedly entered, visibly anxious as he sought Yin Shifan, appearing as if he were ablaze with urgency. "What troubles you so?" Yin Shifan inquired, belching slightly and slurring his words. Young master, a note has arrived from the prince, urging you to respond promptly," the servant replied, handing over the small piece of paper. Observing the servant's anxious demeanor and the mention of a note from the palace, Zhu Ping'an was reminded of an amusing historical anecdote. It was said that once, when Yin Song and his fellow ministers were on duty at the Western Garden, they received a note from the Jiajing Emperor, requesting their attention on a pressing political matter. After a brief discussion, the ministers drafted individual responses, yet after several revisions, they felt their opinions were inadequate and hesitated to present them to the emperor. The emperor, having dispatched eunuchs to hasten their reply multiple times, grew increasingly impatient. Reluctantly, the ministers modified their suggestions yet again, only to find their submissions returned, heavily redacted, revealing the emperor's dissatisfaction. The ministers, now fearful, deliberated once more but found themselves at an impasse, lacking direction. "Gentlemen, please expedite your decisions. The emperor awaits and is visibly displeased," the eunuch urged with growing anxiety. Despite the repeated summons, the ministers, haunted by the previous rebuke from the emperor, remained paralyzed, unable to grasp his intentions. Just then, Yin Shifan arrived at the Western Garden to deliver medicine to his ailing father, a privilege granted by the emperor, who had permitted him to tend to Yin Song during his illness. Noticing his father and the ministers in a state of disarray, Yin Shifan, intrigued, inquired about the matter at hand. This is a simple task," he remarked. Upon reviewing the note from the Jiajing Emperor and the minister's revised submissions, he chuckled softly and, with a swift motion, began to compose a new response. With fluidity and grace, Yin Shifan completed the document in no time, casting down his pen upon the table. In the East Building, Yin Song expressed his discontent as he observed Yin Shifan's reckless behavior. The other ministers shared his displeasure, questioning the audacity of a mere child. After voicing his grievances, Yin Song took hold of the draft written by Yin Shifan. Upon reviewing it, he was taken aback. The perspective offered by Yin Shifan was one they had not anticipated, showcasing a degree of originality. After perusing the draft, Yin Song passed it to the other ministers for their consideration. The emperor, displeased with the delay, displayed his anger and demanded an immediate report from the ministers. At that moment, a young eunuch arrived, bearing the emperor's urgent summons. The implication of immediate report was clear. They were to deliver their response without a moment's hesitation. Given the time constraints, they reluctantly decided to submit Yin Shifan's draft to fulfill their obligation. However, after its submission, Yin Song and his colleagues were filled with regret, feeling that they had acted too hastily in presenting Yin Shifan's suggestions. To their surprise, a swift reply from Emperor Jiajing arrived shortly thereafter. "I am greatly reassured. It is approved." Following this incident, Yin Song and the others developed a deep respect for Yin Shifan. Whenever the emperor faced a complex issue or a challenging document that the ministers could not resolve, they would send a note out of the palace, requesting Yin Shifan's input. Time and again, he managed to provide satisfactory solutions, earning the emperor's accolades with each response. Thus, a routine was established. Whenever the emperor posed a difficult question, Yin Song would console his fellow ministers and then jot down the inquiries on a piece of paper, which would be discreetly passed through the crack of the West Garden Palace gate and swiftly delivered to Yin Shifan for an immediate response. This practice led to Yin Song being referred to as the Grand Chancellor and Yin Shifan as the Young Chancellor within the court and beyond. It is likely that the young servant who sought Yin Shifan this time was on a similar errand. To be continued. Chapter 426. The Teeth of Class and Virtue. Master. The young servant, having received the note from Yin Song through the crack of the West Garden Gate, hastily rode to the Yin residence. Upon arrival, he learned that Yin Shifan had not yet returned. Consequently, he proceeded to the Ministry of Works, where he discovered that Yin Shifan was present. He then spurred his horse to reach that location with all due haste. However, upon finding Yin Shifan intoxicated, slurring his words and barely coherent, the servant grew anxious. Yin Song, advanced in years, occasionally struggled to manage affairs with the vigor required, relying heavily on Yin Shifan's assistance to maintain his position as the first minister of the cabinet. Each time Yin Song attended to his duties in the cabinet, he would assign several attendants at the West Garden Gate to ensure that any notes he sent out were swiftly delivered to Yin Shifan for resolution. This young servant was among those assigned, and today the responsibility fell to him. Observing his master inebriated and unable to grasp the note placed right before him, the servant became increasingly worried. How could someone in such a state assist the chancellor in addressing urgent matters? You're swaying about. How can I pass the note when you're in this condition? He lamented, watching as Yin Shifan fumbled to retrieve the note. By all accounts, I am holding the note still. It is you who has succumbed to intoxication. However, in the face of Yin Shifan's fearsome reputation, the young servant clearly dared not speak his mind. Indeed, it is my fault. This is a note from the prince, he said, slapping himself across the face in apology, before hastily placing the note into Yin Shifan's hand. Yin Shifan grasped the note, attempting to unfold it, but his inebriation hindered him from completing the task. Sir, the master is in a hurry, the servant added promptly. Why did you not say so earlier? Upon hearing this, Yin Shifan's intoxication receded slightly, and he retaliated with a swift smack to the servant's head. Yes, it is all my fault. The servant, despite the blow, wore a smile as if he had just won the lottery. Enough. Quickly fetch me a basin of hot water and a towel. Move swiftly, or you shall regret it, Yin Shifan urged, shaking his head. The servant responded promptly and hurried outside, soon returning with a steaming basin of water, followed closely by the innkeeper's wife, who approached with a graceful sway of her hips, her garments delicately draped yet revealing. The budding semblance of a transactional relationship was evident. It seemed that before long, Yin Shifan would become entwined with the innkeeper's wife. Zhu Ping'an merely glanced and reached a conclusion. The innkeeper's wife, recognizing the significance of the moment, handed the towel to Yin Shifan, casting him a flirtatious glance before departing, eliciting Yin Shifan to steal several lingering looks at her alluring silhouette. The gathered scholars were puzzled by Yin Shifan's intentions with the basin of hot water, their curiosity piqued. Once he redirected his gaze from the innkeeper's wife, Yin Shifan submerged the towel in the steaming water. After extracting it, he wrung out the excess water and wrapped the hot towel around his head, circling it thrice. An aroma of alcohol began to dissipate from Yin Shifan, and the flush of intoxication on his face gradually diminished. Is he actually sobering up? Zhu Ping'an, seated beside him, could distinctly sense the reduction of Yin Shifan's drunkenness. After approximately 10 seconds, as the towel's heat waned, Yin Shifan removed it from his head, submerged it once more in the hot water, and repeated the process. After about 3 cycles, he had fully regained his composure, showing no trace of inebriation. Excellent work, Lu San. Return to the accounts office for your reward, Yin Shifan acknowledged, nodding towards the servant who had delivered the note. Thank you, my lord. The servant beamed with delight. Yin Shifan then took the note from the table, slowly unfurling it to reveal 4 characters, Jiajing. Upon reading this, he silently mouthed the words. Although he did not vocalize, Zhu Ping'an, observing the movement of Yin Shifan's lips, deciphered his silent utterance and instantly understood the message inscribed on the note. Jiajing? These 4 characters undoubtedly represented the covert message from Emperor Jiajing, suggesting an inquiry into whether Su Jie's age and virtue were fitting. If interpreted literally, it is as if the Jiajing Emperor inquired of Yin Song about his opinion on the character of Su Jie. Is that correct? Zhu Ping'an recalled having seen a similar instance in the affairs of the Ming dynasty, where Su Jie received a note from the Jiajing Emperor bearing 4 similar characters, Qingqiuda. Upon seeing these words, Su Jie was utterly astonished, breaking into a cold sweat, and his first thought was a grave concern. Does this imply the emperor's dissatisfaction with me, possibly leading to my dismissal? Consequently, he spent an entire sleepless night in trepidation. It was not until he encountered Ouyangda on his way to the government office the following day that he burst into laughter, finally grasping the emperor's intent. My dear minister, who is older, you or Ouyangda? The Jiajing Emperor's cryptic language is not easily deciphered by all. No wonder Yin Song passed the note to Yin Shifan. It is likely that Yin Song himself was somewhat perplexed by the emperor's meaning upon receiving the note. Recently, Yin Song had been rather pleased with Su Jie, who had shown a degree of deference and frequently visited him. aligning himself with Yin Song on various matters within the court, often seeking his counsel on uncertain issues. Thus, when receiving this note from the emperor, Yin Song, uncertain of its implications, hastily forwarded it to Yin Shifan for clarification. Upon reading the note, Yin Shifan paused for a few seconds before laughing heartily. Ouyangda is indeed older than Sujia. After his laughter, Yin Shifan retrieved a brush and inscribed 8 characters on the back of the note, entrusting it to a servant for prompt delivery to the Western Garden. Yin Shifan's writing did not shy away from Zhu Ping'an and others. Upon seeing the 8 characters he penned, Zhu Ping'an could not help but feel a surge of respect for Yin Shifan, who had astutely grasped the emperor's intent in such a brief span of time. While Zhu Ping'an's understanding of the emperor's cryptic language was attributed to the affairs of the Ming dynasty, Yin Shifan's ability to discern the emperor's true meaning so swiftly was indeed impressive. It is noteworthy that he had just been inebriated, yet after sobering up with hot water, he immediately deciphered the emperor's cryptic language. One must not underestimate the ancients. Zhu Ping'an silently raised his guard against this exceedingly dangerous individual, Yin Shifan. To be continued. Chapter 427. The White Lotus emerging from the mud after the banquet. Yin Shifan escorted the proprietress back to the Yin residence, undoubtedly preparing for another round of romantic escapades. It is said that Yin Shifan is akin to a modern-day playboy. However, due to certain limitations, he devised a method to keep track of his numerous conquests. He commissioned the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau to craft a batch of 2-foot-long white cloths, which he would lay upon his bed during his liaisons. After each encounter, he would leave a piece of cloth and discard it beneath the bed. Furthermore, he had a concubine specifically tasked with counting the cloths beneath the bed, and it is rumored that by the end of the year, the accumulated cloths could total over 900, suggesting that Yin Shifan averaged 3 women a day. However, according to Zhang Siwei, who heard it from others, it seems that Yin Shifan's instruments of seduction were rather diminutive. Ahem, it seems I cannot help but recall the adage, with persistent effort, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. How crude. I never expected such a sight of Li Bai. Zhu Ping'an, somewhat intoxicated, bid farewell to the crowd, and, armed with the passage granted by Yin Shifan, made his way to the residence of the Marquis of Linhuai. Being affiliated with the court certainly has its privileges. With Yin Shifan's handwritten note, his journey was uninterrupted, and none dared to obstruct him. As night cloaked the world, upon returning to the Marquis's abode, he found all the inhabitants fast asleep. Yet, despite the stillness, congratulatory gifts celebrating Zhu Ping'an's promotion were delivered to his guest room by a servant. Upon entering his chamber, Zhu Ping'an beheld an array of gifts sent from various quarters of the estate, which he neatly arranged in a corner, intending to leave them behind when he departed. As his relationship with Li Shu was fundamentally insincere, there was no reason to accept tributes from the Li family. After a brief wash, he lay down to rest, the gentle intoxication lulling him into a tranquil slumber. On the following morning, Zhu Ping'an rose unusually early, while countless stars still adorned the dark sky. He had completed his morning rituals and donned his attire before long. Congratulations, dear son-in-law, on your promotion. The young lady has specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare extra dishes for you, chirped the little maid Baozi, who had arrived particularly early, nearly an hour ahead of her usual time, as she pushed open Zhu Ping'an's door, her cherubic face beaming with delight. Please convey my thanks to your young lady. Zhu Ping'an responded with a smile. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? No one specifically instructed the kitchen. They merely wished to avoid wasting the food, interjected Li Shu, her voice ringing out just as Zhu Ping'an finished speaking. Upon entering the room, she shot a fierce glare at the little maid, who nearly transformed into a quail under the intensity of her gaze. Draped in an elegantly designed hanfu that resembled a swan, Li Shu was undeniably captivating, the attire accentuating the delicate contours of her figure, and when paired with her exquisite face and fair complexion, she appeared utterly enchanting. Zhu Ping'an could not help but steal a few more glances. Noticing his gaze, a fleeting spark of joy flickered in Li Shu's ink-black eyes, though she feigned annoyance, playfully jabbing him with her gaze. Zhu Ping'an, it seems your newfound rank has emboldened you. Dare to look again, and I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets, she teased, revealing her small tiger-like teeth. Indeed, regardless of one's beauty, when petulance arises, all charm seems to evaporate. Zhu Ping'an shook his head, only to suddenly notice what appeared to be a speck of black on the tip of Li Shu's nose. Upon closer inspection, it appeared not to be a mole, but rather something reminiscent of soot from the bottom of a cooking pot. Having often assisted his mother, Chen Shi, with the fire, he was all too familiar with the appearance of pot soot. It struck him as peculiar that such a distinguished young lady would have soot on her nose. If it were common for the maid to have soot from the bottom of a pot on her nose, it could be excused, considering she is a close attendant who occasionally aids in the kitchen. However, how could there be soot on Li Shu's nose? Ah, why are you still staring? Have you read the sage's texts into a dog's belly? Zhu Ping'an could not help but gaze intently at Li Shu, who was fully aware of his scrutiny. Internally, she felt a flicker of delight, yet her exterior displayed a sulky pout, playfully chiding him. Do you think yourself quite beautiful? Zhu Ping'an inquired, chuckling softly as he observed the dark specks swaying with her nose's movements. What do you think? Li Shu retorted with a playful pout, casting a haughty glance towards the heavens. I perceive you as a pure white lotus emerging from the murky depths, Zhu Ping'an responded with a gentle laugh. A pure white lotus emerging from the mire. Upon hearing this, a smile danced at the corners of Li Shu's mouth, as she recalled the words from Zhou Dunyi's love for the lotus, which spoke of the lotus remaining unstained by the mud and not being seductive while washed in clear waters. This fool is implying that I am pure and beautiful, untouched by the muck. Furthermore, the phrase I alone cherish the lotus suggests that I have a fondness for the lotus, and if this fool likens me to a white lotus, could it not imply that he is professing his affection for me? Stop overthinking, Li Shu. How could this fool contemplate such matters? Surely, I am merely imagining things. He merely spoke of my purity and beauty without deeper intent. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flooded Li Shu's mind. You humph. Do not think that sweet words will earn you my forgiveness. Her cheeks tinged pink. She scolded him. You are overthinking it. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, shaking his head. I was merely suggesting you are vain. You foolish man, go to hell for calling me vain. At this, Li Shu felt an overwhelming urge to bite Zhu Ping'an into pieces. This villain continues to tease me, comparing me to a pure white lotus, which embodies the stench of muck while also representing beauty. Thus, the combination of the two connotes vanity. What a scoundrel, this scoundrel. Once again, he toys with me, Zhu Ping'an observed as Li Shu seemed on the verge of an explosion. You have dirt on your nose, he remarked lightly as Li Shu's temper began to boil over. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing her fury. Dirt? Li Shu paused, then hastily made her way to the bronze mirror in Zhu Ping'an's room for a closer inspection. It's not dirt, she insisted, wiping her nose with her hand, her face aflame. That was ink from my eyebrow pencil that accidentally landed on my nose this morning. Ah, I see. I wondered how soot could end up on your nose. It turns out it was just makeup mishap. Zhu Ping'an nodded, acknowledging her explanation. To be continued. Chapter 428. The Way Home. Hey, Zhu Ping'an, you haven't forgotten about our discussion regarding returning home, have you? Li Shu casually settled herself at Zhu Ping'an's desk, perusing the manuscripts he had written while nonchalantly inquiring. I remember. In 2 days, our newly appointed Hanlin will be on break. Just let me know when we leave, as I have already packed my belongings. Zhu Ping'an chewed on his breakfast while glancing at Li Shu across the table, nodding with a slight slur in his speech. Under the dim flicker of candlelight, Li Shu's delicate features exuded an added allure. Her rosy lips, fair and flawless skin, combined with her innate grace befitting a noble woman, resembled a pearl radiating brilliance, akin to a gem glowing softly. As the ancients proclaimed, from the heights, one gazes upon mountains. From the city walls, one beholds the snow. By the lamp, one admires flowers. Beneath the moon, one marvels at beauty. Indeed, I am not deceived. Li Shu, in the candlelight, was breathtakingly stunning. In contemporary terms, she epitomized a glamorous woman whom one could only admire from afar, a reality that seemed utterly unattainable. Her figure, visage, and poise matched precisely with the ideals of a goddess that once graced my dreams. It is human nature to appreciate beauty. To claim indifference towards Li Shu would be a falsehood. Yet, considering her capriciousness and obstinacy, I could only maintain a respectful distance. This cup may be to my liking, yet the tea within is not my preferred brew. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Li Shu interjected, shielding her chest with the book in her hand, revealing a hint of her small canines as she glared playfully. Indeed, this headstrong girl was far from endearing. Were not the ladies of ancient times supposed to embody grace and elegance? Why then did she resemble a modern-day tempestuous girlfriend? If one were to assess character, I felt like an indigenous inhabitant while she seemed as if she had stepped through time. However, I knew well that Li Shu was a genuine maiden of the Ming dynasty, her temperament having been cultivated by the indulgence of her wealthy uncle and several brothers. Zhu Ping'an pouted slightly, chewing his food without acknowledging the sharp-toothed Li Shu, leaving her feeling as though her glare had landed upon a cushion. She could only shoot him an annoyed look. As Zhu Ping'an lowered his head to continue with his breakfast, he heard Li Shu speak again. Hey, the route home has slightly changed. Li Shu set down her book and looked at Zhu Ping'an. Changed to land travel? The route has altered? Zhu Ping'an replied, somewhat surprised. Had the water route been substituted for a land one? If so, they would need to ride horses or travel by carriage, which would entail a bumpy journey lasting at least 10 days, far more arduous than taking the waterways through the Grand Canal. No. It is because my uncle was appointed yesterday as the commander of the left army in the general's office of the imperial capital, Li Shu elaborated, prompting Zhu Ping'an, who was in the midst of eating, to suddenly sputter his food, struggling to suppress his laughter. The sight of Zhu Ping'an's struggle to contain himself was quite comical. Upon hearing of Li Shu's uncle, Li Tingzhu, being appointed as the commander, Zhu Ping'an was caught off guard, unable to hold back as he inadvertently sprayed his food, fortunately redirecting it to the empty space before him. The title of commander was indeed a magnificent one. It reminded Zhu Ping'an of the humorous banter among friends in modern dormitories, where they would jokingly bestow risque names upon one another, names that were far less innocent than the reality of Li Shu's uncle's official title. Yet, when confronted with the grandeur of Li Shu's uncle's position, Zhu Ping'an felt that perhaps they had all been too naive in their youthful imaginings. The admiral of the Chao River, a figure so formidable that even the river itself is not spared from his authority, exudes an undeniable aura of dominance. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an is aware of the official designation of the Admiral of the Chao River, which is merely a variant of the title of Admiral. However, his immediate reaction is to let his thoughts wander into less savory territories. What are you doing, Zhu Ping'an? Li Shu, noticing his demeanor, shot him a sharp glare. No, I merely choked. Please continue, Zhu Ping'an replied, shaking his head, his lips still twitching. Li Shu's uncle has been appointed as the Admiral of the Chao River, concurrently overseeing the left navy of the Grand Duke's office in Yingtian. This development was anticipated by Zhu Ping'an, as he recalled that Li Tingzhu would primarily serve in Nanjing in the future. The left military governor's office is one of the 5 military governor's offices of the Ming dynasty, which include the front, rear, left, right, and central military governor's offices. These 5 offices are akin to modern military divisions, with the left military governor's office responsible for the region of southern Jili. During the Jiajing era, the title of admiral was not a specific office. It often fell to noble ministers and eunuchs. Given that Li Shu's uncle hails from a distinguished lineage, his appointment as Admiral of the Chao River is entirely reasonable. However, Zhu Ping'an remains somewhat puzzled about how his uncle's new position relates to the change in route. My uncle's appointment as Admiral of the Chao River and Commander of the Left Navy comes as His Majesty has temporarily relaxed the maritime ban, issuing a decree that permits official vessels to navigate along the coast. As such, my uncle plans to sail south along the coastline to familiarize himself with the coastal waters, facilitating naval drills upon his arrival. Therefore, we shall now take the maritime route, aboard a grand vessel, Li Shu explained with a huff. Oh, I did not expect that the maritime ban would yield results so swiftly, just as Yin Shifan mentioned last night. The ban has indeed been temporarily lifted. It is quite surprising that Li Shu's uncle has been appointed as Admiral of the Chao River at this juncture. It seems he has aligned himself with the Yin family. Zhu Ping'an mused. The concept of large maritime vessels remains unfamiliar to many in the Ming dynasty, yet, to Zhu Ping'an, it is a sight he has long since become accustomed to. In modern society, aircraft carriers have emerged, making small boats of the Ming dynasty seem trivial by comparison. The maritime ban will likely fluctuate again in the near future, and seizing this moment of reprieve to experience the pristine, untouched seas of the Ming is an opportunity not to be missed. The oceans of modernity are marred by pollution and waste. The original, unspoiled seas of the Ming must be breathtakingly beautiful. Very well, Zhu Ping'an nodded with enthusiasm. Observing his agreeable response, Li Shu, though slightly taken aback, felt a surge of joy. The journey home would certainly be much more entertaining with Zhu Ping'an, the peculiar toad, accompanying her. Imagining the azure skies, the white clouds, and the cerulean sea, along with her whimsical companion, Li Shu found herself eager to embark on this adventure. After discussing the journey home, Li Shu settled into silence, quietly perusing Zhu Ping'an's manuscript at the desk. The room was filled only with the sounds of Zhu Ping'an's hearty chewing, and each time Li Shu heard that noise, a smile crept upon her lips. This morning's breakfast was quite sumptuous, imbued with the familiar flavors of the renowned Li family chef. Zhu Ping'an enjoyed his meal heartily, bidding farewell to Li Shu and the little maid serving buns before heading to the stables to retrieve his striking black horse. He made his way to the Hanlon Academy. Upon his arrival, he found only 2 officials present, both of whom had been on duty the previous night. Their familiarity with Zhu Ping'an's early visits had rendered them unperturbed by his timely arrival, as he had been consistently coming at such an hour. What was he doing here so early, if not to peruse books and sip tea? They shook their heads as they observed his swift stride toward the library. To be continued. Chapter 429. Li Mo's inspection. As dawn broke, illuminating the world, Zhu Ping'an entered the library just as the sky began to brighten. Soft morning light filtered through the doors and windows, casting gentle rays within. Delicate moisture clung to the tender leaves outside, resembling a layer of sparkling diamonds. Upon entering the library, Zhu Ping'an first filled a pot with water from the outdoor tank and set it upon the coal stove to boil. While waiting for the water to heat, he tidied the room, arranging his writing materials and office supplies with care. Once the water reached a boil, he poured himself a cup of hot tea and ascended to the 3rd floor, which was a bit brighter. There, he intended to read from the Yongle de Dian, particularly focusing on maritime volumes, as he planned to travel by sea home in a few days. Upon opening the volume, Zhu Ping'an was taken aback to discover that the Shanhai Jing and the Huangdong Jing were included among the maritime texts. The Shanhai Jing consists of over 20,000 words, and given Zhu Ping'an's speed in reading, he finished it in about 20 minutes. Although the content may seem fantastical, it contained the ancient ancestors' imaginative notions about the ocean, marking it as a foundational piece of maritime culture. However, its practicality was questionable in reality. After completing the Shanhai Jing, Zhu Ping'an bypassed the more mythical texts, seeking instead the factual maritime literature, particularly works on marine biology, hydrology, and islands. With a focus on navigational accounts to gain insight into ancient seafaring, such as ship speeds and wind directions. Being prepared is wise, and knowledge is never burdensome. At the very least, should a certain cunning young lady have inquiries, he could exchange his insights for delightful delicacies. Surely, the pampered Miss Li Shu would bring along the Li family's chef on the voyage. While Zhu Ping'an was engrossed in the Yongle de Dian, the head of the Hanlon Academy, Lord Li Mo made an unprecedented appearance at the academy. Arriving early, when most staff had yet to commence their duties, Li Mo came to oversee the academy. Although his primary focus lay with the Ministry of Personnel, he bore responsibility for the Hanlon Academy as well. Li Mo was a diligent official, despite his somewhat stubborn nature. He was exceptionally dedicated to his work. He consistently arrived half an hour early, whether at the Ministry of Justice, the Hanlon Academy, or any other office. And today was no exception. Today, Li Mo found himself in a melancholic mood. Just yesterday, he had been deceived by the treacherous duo of Yen Song and his son, who, disregarding the looming threat of pirates, issued an imperial decree to temporarily ease the maritime ban. Such actions could undoubtedly plunge our great Ming dynasty into peril. The sycophants of Yen Song, driven by selfish motives, have shown utter disregard for the welfare of the country, inciting both anger and disdain. Moreover, within the Hanlon Academy, a certain Zhu Ping'an has emerged as a toxic presence, brazenly aligning himself with the Yen faction and employing absurd schemes to deceive His Majesty regarding the treasury's augmentation. The issuance of the decree to relax the maritime ban is, to some extent, attributable to this poisonous weed. Last night, this scoundrel was seen jovially conversing with Yen Shifan. The Hanlon Academy, as the repository of state wisdom, cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. In a state of worry, Li Mo spent the night in sleepless contemplation and arrived early at the Hanlon Academy. Upon entering, he conducted a thorough inspection and discovered that the majority of officials had yet to arrive. After a brief moment of waiting, some began to trickle in, yet Zhu Ping'an, that little sycophant, was conspicuously absent. He also visited the library, finding it deserted on the 1st floor. His expression darkened. Today's youth truly believe that merely clinging to the coattails of others guarantees a boundless future, and that such connections afford them immunity from the rules. He recalled having specifically admonished Zhu previously, yet in just a few days, the lesson seemed forgotten. Not only was he tardy, but he seemed to have made a habit of it. It stands to reason that this little sycophant has likely been neglectful for some time. Such laziness cannot be tolerated, and strict measures must be enforced. Since the time of the founding emperor, rules have been established. An unexcused tardiness incurs 20 lashes. And accumulating 3 days of lateness results in a harsher penalty, while 20 days warrants 100 strokes of the court's cane. Today, Zhu Ping'an shall serve as a prime example for rectifying the discipline of the Hanlin Academy. After returning from the library, with a grim expression, Li Mo proceeded to the hall to inspect the attendance register, eager to ascertain the exact time of Zhu Ping'an's arrival. He would ensure that the regulations were upheld and that appropriate punishment was meted out for repeated tardiness. Your humble servant greets you, my lord. The likes of Li Chunfang and Yuan Wei rose to welcome Li Mo as he entered with a scowl. No need for formalities. Where is the attendance register? Bring it to me. Li Mo gestured dismissively and inquired of Li Chunfang and Yuan Wei. Here, my lord. Li Chunfang dutifully presented the register with both hands and then graciously poured a cup of hot tea, setting it down on the table beside Li Mo. Li Mo nodded in acknowledgement and began to peruse the attendance register. He flipped through the pages from the back, first checking today's attendance. On the last page, he found no sign of Zhu Ping'an, and upon turning to the preceding page, the absence of Zhu's name only deepened the frown upon his brow. Yuan Wei, standing nearby, felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of how the director would respond to the examination of the attendance record, especially given that too much wine had been consumed with Yin Shifan the previous night, leading to today's tardiness. However, he felt relieved when Li Mo, upon reaching the last page of today's attendance, remained silent and continued to turn the pages. As Li Mo turned to the front page of today's document, he was struck by a line of elegant calligraphy penned by Zhu Ping'an, radiating an aura of righteousness that caught him off guard, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. According to the conversion from Ming Dynasty time to modern time, the hour of the rabbit, which is approximately 5:15 in the morning, was noted. The workday in the Ming Dynasty commenced at 6 o'clock, prompting some surprise among officials such as Li Chunfang. Is it possible that the attendance register was falsified or signed by proxy? Li Mo shook his head, then lifted his gaze to Li Chunfang, inquiring further. This is indeed Li Chunfang's handwriting, he noted. Rest assured, my lord, that is absolutely not the case, Li Chunfang replied confidently. The attendance register is of utmost importance. The duty officers have always set an example and enforced strict supervision. Moreover, the imperial guards are ever watchful, and none among the Hanlin scholars would dare to act recklessly, adhering strictly to the calibrated markings of the hourglass for attendance. Li Chunfang gestured respectfully toward the hourglass positioned nearby. Indeed, Li Mo nodded, aware that during the Ming Dynasty, the secret police acted as the emperor's eyes and ears throughout the realm. Any transgressions regarding attendance would swiftly reach the emperor's ears, and the punishment for deceit was severe. Who could dare to forge records? Continuing to turn the pages, Li Mo discovered that Zhu Ping'an had consistently been among the earliest to sign in at the Hanlin Academy over the past several days. Li Mo recognized Zhu Ping'an's handwriting, confirming that the attendance was genuine. However, he pondered, why had he not seen Zhu Ping'an in the library at such an early hour? Could it be that this young man maintained a facade of diligence while secretly napping after signing in? Li Mo rose to investigate further within the Hanlin Academy, checking the duty room but finding no trace of Zhu Ping'an. He then made his way back to the library, where the first floor was devoid of Zhu Ping'an, occupied only by a cleaning servant, whose name Li Mo did not know. Hey, come here. I have a question for you. Have you seen Zhu Ping'an working here? Li Mo called to the cleaning servant, boldly. My lord, Zhu is on the 3rd floor reading. Please wait a moment. I will fetch him, Li replied, bending slightly as he approached. No need. I shall go see for myself. You may return to your duties. Li Mo waved him off, proceeding quietly upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found Zhu Ping'an engrossed in reading the Yongle Encyclopedia, completely oblivious to Li Mo's presence as he basked in the morning light. After observing for a moment, Li Mo descended the stairs with a complex expression. To be continued. Chapter 430. Despite his youth, he exhibits the aura of a hero. Zhu Ping'an remained unaware of Li Mo's inspection. After basking in the sunlight, he returned the Yongle Encyclopedia to its place, then descended the stairs with a cup of tea. Encountering old Li, the cleaner, Zhu Ping'an learned that Li Mo had come to inspect and had even looked upstairs for him. Those who stand upright have no fear of shadows, Zhu Ping'an mused, resolute in his belief that Li Mo's inspection was merely a formality. After descending the stairs, Zhu Ping'an poured a cup of hot tea and placed it on the table, then began to organize the tomes on the first floor. While reading, he would occasionally peruse any text that piqued his interest. Otherwise, he would neatly arrange them according to the principles of the Hanwu Zhengyun. Once Zhu Ping'an had organized the bookshelf, Zhang Siwei entered with a box of superior Maojian tea and a small cloth bag of cured lamb jerky. Although the tea provided by the Hanlin Academy was commendable, it was, after all, aged tea. This was the fresh harvest of the year. Not to mention that we hadn't thought of you, my friends. Oh, by the way, this jerky was sent by Wen Sheng through someone, said to be from the sheep of the Dazi region. We each get a bag, and I tasted it. It is indeed delightful, particularly with hot tea, a true delicacy of the human realm. Upon entering, Zhang Siwei glanced at the tea in Zhu Ping'an's cup, shook his head, and then waved the superior Mao Jian and the jerky before placing them on the inner side of Zhu Ping'an's table. Then I shall not be polite, haha. I have nothing to offer you today, but when I return from the river back home, I shall bring some local specialties for you, Zhu Ping'an remarked with a smile. Haha, you are quite perceptive, Ziho. I was just pondering how to remind you, Zhang Siwei replied with a mischievous grin. After sharing a laugh, Zhang Siwei rolled up his sleeves to assist Zhu Ping'an in organizing the bookshelf. First, take a look at the 2 pages on my table, then you may assist me. Zhu Ping'an indicated the papers he had written regarding the arrangement and management methods of the Hanlin Academy's library. He wanted Zhang Siwei to review them before they worked together on the organization. Oh, Zhang Siwei, intrigued, approached Zhu Ping'an's desk and picked up the several pages that had been weighed down by a paperweight. Initially, he paid little heed, but after a moment of reading, he was profoundly impressed by Zhu Ping'an's method for arranging the tomes and managing the library. Being astute, he quickly recognized the brilliance of this system. Zhu Ping'an had adeptly integrated modern library management techniques and organizational methods, which were centuries ahead of the Ming dynasty. If one were to compare the traditional methods of the Ming to an outdated mobile phone, then Zhu Ping'an's management and sorting system would be akin to an iPhone 6s Plus, an upgrade not merely in 1 or 2 versions, but a revolutionary transformation. This epoch-making method of organizing tomes and managing the library was as imaginative as it was practical, captivating not only Zhang Siwei, but leaving him utterly awestruck. As if he had been electrified, each cell and pore of his being resonating with admiration. Ziho, what a remarkable talent! Zhang Siwei exclaimed. Having finished reading the thin stack of papers, taking a deep breath in awe, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Huh! Zhu Ping'an, engrossed in his reading, was momentarily taken aback, unable to keep up with Zhang Siwei's enthusiasm. If the library were to be governed according to Ziho's principles, it would be no exaggeration to say that it could be managed with effortless grace henceforth. Zhang Siwei's gaze was piercing as he expressed heartfelt admiration, proclaiming that the arrangement of the text was clear at a glance, akin to retrieving a horse by following a map. The management was lucid and orderly, unperturbed even amidst multitudes. This set of rules was universally applicable. Zhang Siwei held in high regard the thin pages penned by Zhu Ping'an. Had they been written by an ordinary individual, they would have left Zhang Siwei blushing. However, Zhu Ping'an was evidently not an ordinary person. What a delight! Your flattery is utterly refreshing, Zhu Ping'an remarked with a nonchalant stretch and a playful smirk. Are you questioning my discernment? Zhang Siwei countered with a shake of his head. I am clearly lauding your talent for flattery, Zhu Ping'an chuckled. That said, I might take my leave. Zhang Siwei raised an eyebrow, confidently gazing at Zhu Ping'an. All right, I concede. I was mistaken, Zhu Ping'an admitted without hesitation. Mistaken? Zhang Siwei raised an eyebrow again, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I jest. It was indeed my error, Zhu Ping'an replied without a hint of hesitation, his demeanor calm and even sporting a smile. I am merely uttering soft words now. However, someone will soon be working tirelessly at my behest. Zhu Ping'an beamed at Zhang Siwei. Very well, you have triumphed. Zhang Siwei shook his head, rolled up his sleeves, and playfully scolded Zhu Ping'an. Though youthful, you exhibit the demeanor of a formidable leader. What formidable leader? Zhu Ping'an pouted. Better to achieve success than to retain one's pride. Zhang Siwei laughed heartily. You misunderstand. This is not about pride, but rather about a cunning disposition, Zhu Ping'an remarked placidly while organizing the texts. Cunning? What does that entail? Zhang Siwei had never encountered this term before. Although uncertain of its meaning, he sensed a profound intrigue in its combination. First, organize a bookshelf. Zhu Ping'an lazily gestured to an unarranged shelf beside him, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. You certainly are relentless. Zhang Siwei gritted his teeth, and, eager to hear the explanation of cunning, promptly commenced organizing the bookshelf according to Zhu Ping'an's method. As a gentleman and used to labor, Zhang Siwei, driven by his desire for knowledge, quickly set to work. After finishing one shelf, he leaned against it, breathless. May I speak now? Zhang Siwei gasped. Since I began my literary journey, I have been intrigued by the ancients who achieved great renown and pondered the reasons behind their success. Seeking answers in the classics and histories proved futile. Consulting the myriad schools of thought led to the same confusion. It seemed that the ancients must have possessed unshared secrets. Perhaps due to my own lack of comprehension, I searched tirelessly, neglecting sleep and sustenance, for years. It was only upon reading the records of the three kingdoms that I suddenly grasped. Those who accomplished great deeds in antiquity were merely guided by cunning. Zhu Ping'an recited the preface of the cunning art by the esteemed Mr. Li Zhongwu from the Republican era. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an highlighted the most pivotal point from Mr. Li's preface. Those who achieved great things in ancient times were, at their core, merely cunning and shrewd. This excerpt from the Principles of the Thick and Black philosophy deliberately conceals the core message by omitting the terms thick and black, inciting Zhang Siwei to reorganize several bookshelves before revealing the essence of the concept. Those who achieve great things in ancient times are invariably adept in the art of thickness and darkness. Zhu Ping'an expounds eloquently, recounting his extensive research through the 6 classics and various philosophical schools over many arduous years, yet failing to uncover the secrets of ancient success. It was only while perusing the records of the three kingdoms that he experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that the key to ancient success lay in thickness and darkness. However, this remains ambiguous. What does thickness and darkness truly entail? Zhang Siwei shot Zhu Ping'an a stern glance, then rolled up his sleeves once more, immersing himself in the endeavor of organizing the texts. After a while, having completed his task and catching his breath, he turned to Zhu Ping'an and inquired, "Can we discuss it now?" In the records of the three kingdoms, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Cao Cao divided the realm. What does this signify? Liu Bei is thick, Cao Cao is dark, and Sun Quan possesses both thickness and darkness. After placing the texts in order on the shelves, Zhu Ping'an poured Zhang Siwei a cup of tea and remarked meaningfully, "To be continued." Chapter 431. This person should not be underestimated. Liu Bei is thick, Cao Cao is dark, and Sun Quan embodies both qualities. This was Zhang Siwei's first encounter with such an interpretation of the three kingdoms, a novel notion imbued with a profound inevitability. Upon reflection, he seemed to grasp something elusive yet significant. Thus, he once again rolled up his sleeves, eager to organize the bookshelves, embodying the spirit of exchanging labor for knowledge, but was halted by Zhu Ping'an. "No need to rush. Take a moment to rest." Zhu Ping'an chuckled, shaking his head at the earnestness of this naive youth. "What does thickness signify, and how should we interpret darkness?" Zhang Siwei eagerly inquired after being pulled down. "Remember, I am only one bookshelf short." Zhu Ping'an raised a finger. "Very well." Zhang Siwei rolled his eyes, nodding vigorously. He had initially thought Zhu Ping'an was being kind-hearted, only to realize he was keeping a tally. He felt his emotions had been wasted. Zhu Ping'an chuckled nonchalantly before continuing. "Thickness refers to a thick skin, essentially a lack of shame. Consider Liu Bei in the three kingdoms. His audacity was unparalleled, securing 1/3 of the realm through sheer boldness." Liu Bei's audacity. Zhang Siwei felt a flicker of disagreement, having initially assumed thick referred to benevolence. Indeed, within the three kingdoms, a notorious insult arose, the servant of three surnames, referring to Liu Bu's numerous allegiances to powerful figures like Ding Yuan and Dong Zhuo, only to later betray them. Yet, what of Liu Bei? His alliances surpassed 3. He aligned himself with Cao Cao, Liu Bu, Yuan Shao, Liu Biao, and Sun Quan, but his betrayals were increasingly ruthless. From Cao Cao, he manipulated the imperial edict to consume Chao's forces and turn against him. From Liu Bu, he suggested the assassination of Liu Bu. From Yuan Shao, he seized Riyong. From Liu Biao, he awaited his demise to swallow Jingzhou. From Sun Quan, he deceitfully obtained Jingzhou. Additionally, apocryphal accounts portray Liu Bei as having an audaciously thick skin, often resorting to tears to win over the realm. He wept profusely during the edict incident, wept when appealing to Zhuge Liang, and wept when duping Sun Quan for Jingzhou. Of course, this notion is absurd. One cannot conquer the world merely through tears. Yet, it indirectly highlights Liu Bei's audacity, as it is said that a man should not shed tears lightly, yet Liu Bei defies this convention. Zhu Ping'an sat on the side sipping tea, while he and Zhang Siwei engaged in idle chatter. This was Zhang Siwei's first encounter with such assertions. In this era, Liu Bei was sculpted into a paragon of righteousness, making Zhu Ping'an's remarks on Liu Bei's audacity nearly groundbreaking. The term black-hearted refers to one with a malevolent disposition. In the realm of the three kingdoms, if Cao Cao is deemed second in duplicity, none dare claim the title of first. Cao Cao was never gentle in his dealings, seizing the emperor, executing the empress, and eliminating those loyal to the Han dynasty, showing no mercy even to his own. In moments of peril, upon hearing the sharpening of blades, he annihilated Liu Bai's entire family. During battles, when food was scarce, he threatened the loyal provisions officer with execution, and while resting, fearing assassination, he feigned sleep to slay a guard who merely covered him with a blanket. Following this, he executed figures like Kong Rong and Yang Xiu, asserting, "I may betray others, but none shall betray me," exemplifying the depths of his malevolence. After discussing Cao Mingde, Zhu Ping'an poured himself a cup of tea, blew on it, and took a sip. Zhang Siwei nodded in agreement. The consensus on Cao Cao's malevolence is a historical truth, and Zhang Siwei wholeheartedly concurred. He had recently read the widely circulated romance of the Three Kingdoms, acknowledging that while some accounts diverged from historical records, the portrayal of Cao Cao's dark heart resonated with him. Sun Quan, though not as audacious as Liu Bei, nor as malevolent as Cao Cao, possessed a unique blend of both qualities, making him a formidable figure in the Three Kingdoms. The alliance between Sun and Liu, akin to the Qin and Jin, saw Sun Quan crossing the river in white to seize Jingzhou, and subsequently slaying Guan Yu. His heart was indeed as dark as Cao Cao's, albeit not entirely so. He then sought peace with Liu Bei. Sun Quan showed no mercy to the widow and orphan left by his brother Sun Su. Yet he stood shoulder to shoulder with Cao Cao, professing fealty, demonstrating a thick skin rivaling Liu Bei's, but still falling short. He subsequently severed ties with the Wei state. Thus, it can be said that Sun Quan is neither as dark as Cao Cao nor as audacious as Liu Bei. Yet he embodies a combination of both, making him a hero of his time. In truth, this principle extends beyond the Three Kingdoms, applicable universally. For instance, during the early Han dynasty, Xiongnu, renowned for his strength and valiance, rose to fame at the Battle of Julu. With a multitude of generals and strategists at his command, had Xiongnu heeded Fanzang's counsel to eliminate Liu Bang at the Hongmen banquet, seizing the world would have been a mere trifle. Yet, what transpired? Xiongnu, lacking both audacity and malevolence, allowed Liu Bang to escape and ultimately met his demise at the banks of the Wu River, losing his head and life. In contrast, Liu Bang possessed both audacity and a dark heart. In moments of desperation, one may witness a parent, in a fit of exasperation over their child's weight, unceremoniously thrusting the young one from a horse-drawn carriage multiple times. Such was the tumultuous backdrop of the rivalry between Xiongnu and Liu Bang, where the former sought to intimidate the latter by threatening to cook Liu Bang's father. Liu Bang, with audacious bravado, retorted that if his father were to be prepared, it should be done with ample spices, and upon completion, he demanded a bowl of broth to savor. After offering his insights on Sun Quan, Zhu Ping'an proceeded to evaluate the two emblematic figures of the Chu-Han contention, Xiongnu and Liu Bang, concluding with a reflection on the principles of thick black philosophy. Its methodology is remarkably straightforward, yet its efficacy is profound. Minor applications yield minor effects, while grand uses engender significant outcomes. Xiongnu, devoid of such wisdom, faced demise and ruin, while Liu Bei and Cao Cao, possessing a fraction of this knowledge, carved out dominions. Liu Bang, utilizing it to its fullest, claimed the entire realm. Zhang Siwei, deeply contemplative after this discourse, was about to speak when a voice of derision interrupted. "Absurd. Your assertions are exceedingly one-sided and fundamentally flawed. Such notions lead to malevolence. Are you suggesting that all of humanity would transform into thick-skinned, ruthless villains?" This voice belonged to Yuan Wei, who, along with Zhang Jiajing, had appeared at the entrance of the library. Zhang Jiajing, whose piercing gaze scrutinized Zhu Ping'an, could not be underestimated. having listened intently to Zhu Ping'an's remarks. He regarded him with newfound respect, committing Zhu's name to memory. It seemed that apart from Gao Gong, Zhu Ping'an was also a figure of considerable significance. Zhang Siwei, too, was not to be overlooked. The thick black philosophy does not adhere to the dichotomy of good and evil. It is akin to a sharp blade. When wielded against thieves, it serves as an instrument of righteousness. When used to slay innocents, it becomes an agent of malevolence. The essence of morality bears no relation to the blade itself. Similarly, the application of thick black can be virtuous or vicious, depending solely on the intent behind its use. Upon hearing Yuan Wei's pointed criticisms, Zhu Ping'an could not suppress a smile. "You are grasping at straws," Yuan Wei retorted, shaking his head, his face flushed as he sighed heavily. "Enough of this, Lord Yuan. Let us momentarily cease our debate, for matters of urgency await our attention." Lord Li has just rushed in from the Western Garden, insisting that all members of the Hanlin Academy convene in the main hall. At this juncture, Zhang Jiajing stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting to both Zhu Ping'an and Zhang Siwei, elucidating the purpose of his and Yuan Wei's visit. To be continued. Chapter 432, Calling Names Ah? With hurried steps, Li Mo returned from the Western Garden, bearing news of urgency, necessitating the gathering of all members of the Hanlin Academy. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Ping'an accompanied Yuan Wei and Zhang Jiajing toward the hall. Along the way, Zhang Siwei, still reflecting on Zhu Ping'an's previous discourse on the thick black philosophy, gently nudged Zhu's arm and whispered, "If time permits, I implore you to compile your thoughts on thick black into a volume. I shall treat you to a feast." "Certainly. What could be simpler?" Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. Yuan Wei, who was walking ahead, let out a cold snort upon hearing the words, harboring deep-seated prejudices against Zhu Ping'an's notions of the thick black theory. To him, this theory represented nothing more than a doctrine that encouraged malevolence. Furthermore, his disdain for Zhu Ping'an made him dismissive of the latter's statements, which he perceived as nearly subverting tradition. Upon reaching the hall, he discovered that most of the members of the Hanlin Academy had already assembled, all of whom held esteemed ranks. "Well, it seems everyone is nearly gathered. I shall not prolong my words. The arrival of spring brought forth a rejuvenation of all living things, and today the emperor was moved by the sight of nature, issuing a decree to resume the ritual fasts and ceremonies, instructing the Hanlin Academy to collaborate with Master Tao in composing verses and crafting couplets." Once Zhu Ping'an and the others had arrived, Li Mo nodded and articulated the reason for gathering them. Ritual fasts and verses? Upon hearing that the Jiajing Emperor intended to resume the ritual fasts, Yuan Wei was elated. Such occasions were always his time to shine. Notably, during a previous ceremony, he had penned the auspicious lines "The Black Tortoise of the Luo River first presents auspiciousness," which resonated deeply with the emperor, earning him much acclaim. To have my talents recognized, what a splendid opportunity. Now, with news of the emperor's upcoming ritual fast, Yuan Wei was eager to prove himself, his hands itching with anticipation. He was determined to demonstrate that his verses were far superior to any nonsensical, hastily assembled poetry. If Yuan Wei were born in modern times, he would have surely torn off his clothing to reveal a red triangle worn in reverse. Zhu Ping'an, upon hearing Li Mo's announcement, found himself somewhat speechless. Initially expecting a matter of great urgency, instead, it was merely the emperor's desire to resume the ritual fasts, requesting the Hanlin Academy's assistance in writing and decorating the venue. Such was the distinct character of Jiajing. Zhang Siwei was mildly surprised, while the others remained unfazed, many, like Yuan Wei, eager to take part. Writing verses and crafting couplets for the Jiajing Emperor was indeed a splendid opportunity for exposure. Thus, many members of the Hanlin Academy were eager to participate. In truth, such tasks could be entrusted to certain skilled young eunuchs. However, the Jiajing Emperor held a profound disdain for them, viewing them as unclean and unworthy, believing they were fit only for menial tasks such as cleaning toilets. Consequently, when it came to ritual fasts and verses, the emperor would not allow them to interfere. This was an endeavor of celestial significance and could not be jeopardized by those deemed vile. Therefore, during each ritual fast, the emperor would assign the eunuchs trivial tasks while reserving the more significant duties, such as composing verses and couplets, for the Hanlin Academy or other esteemed officials. Li Mo harbored a personal aversion to the ritual fasts, yet, recognizing the emperor's preferences, he had no choice but to delegate the responsibilities. Although the emperor's requests for verses and couplets required manpower, not everyone was deemed suitable for the task, necessitating Li Mo's careful selection. The art of writing beautifully and the craft of composing exquisite verses are both essential. After Li Mo's reinstatement, his tenure at the Hanlin Academy was brief. And as the Minister of Personnel, his focus was primarily on matters concerning his department, leaving little attention for the academy. He was not particularly aware of whose calligraphy excelled above the rest. Let each of you inscribe your names upon this paper, Li Mo instructed. After some contemplation, he requested the scholars of the Hanlin Academy to write their names, intending to discern who possessed the most suitable handwriting for composing verses in the Western Garden. The scholars understood Li Mo's intentions, and as they penned their names, each one exerted their utmost effort to showcase their finest skills. Once they finished, Li Chunfang gathered the submissions and presented them to Li Mo. Upon receiving the names, Li Mo meticulously reviewed each one and, after a moment of reflection, began to designate those who would be sent to the Western Garden. Yuan Wei, he called out first, eliciting a swell of pride from Yuan Wei, who cast a triumphant glance at Zhu Ping'an, reminiscent of a child who had just received a red flower for commendable behavior. Li Chunfang, he continued, acknowledging the second name. Although Li Mo harbored a distaste for composing verses, the flourishing poetry of the current era still echoed in his ears, particularly the works of Yuan Wei and Li Chunfang, both of whom were frequently lauded for their exceptional talents. After announcing Yuan Wei and Li Chunfang, Li Mo paused momentarily, as he was not well acquainted with the other scholars. However, after a brief interlude, he resumed calling names, this time based on their handwriting. Those who had attained a place in the Hanlin Academy possessed commendable writing skills. Thus Li Mo sought to identify those whose penmanship stood out in the signatures submitted. Lu Jiming, he proclaimed. And the scholar whose name was called could hardly contain his elation. Lu Du, Zhang Jujing, and Zhang Siwei followed in quick succession. After calling Zhang Siwei's name, Li Mo gathered the submitted signatures and set them aside. It appeared that the selected individuals for the Western Garden had been determined. Yuan Wei could not help but cast a smug glance at Zhu Ping'an, his expression imbued with a sense of superiority, akin to a proud peacock encountering a molting hen. Look, you are not up to par. Just as Yuan Wei reveled in his triumph, he was taken aback when Li Mo uttered another name, causing his complexion to drain of color. And Zhu Ping'an, Li Mo added, closing the list of signatures. After a brief pause, he regarded Zhu Ping'an with a complex expression before acknowledging him. Although Li Mo was initially reluctant to call Zhu Ping'an's name, the latter's commendable calligraphy and notable performance during the imperial examinations had not gone unnoticed. Moreover, the sight of Zhu Ping'an diligently studying earlier that morning had left a subtle impression on Li Mo, leading him to regard the young scholar with a degree of respect, despite his affiliation with the strict faction. Ultimately, Li Mo, taking an objective and responsible stance, set aside his personal biases and, upon reflection, decided to include Zhu Ping'an's name among those chosen. To be continued. Chapter 433. Heartfelt pain. Everything was splendid, with the sole blemish being the presence of an individual named Zhu Ping'an amidst the crowd. As Yuan Wei made his way to the West Garden, the mere thought of Zhu Ping'an accompanying him felt akin to inadvertently swallowing a fly while indulging in a feast of delicacies. Nevertheless, it was time to showcase his prowess, to ensure Zhu understood his rightful place, and to disabuse him of any notions of superiority stemming from a few hastily cobbled verses on the culinary arts. Yuan Wei resolved that this time, the sacrificial rites would be graced with a stirring poem that would captivate all present. In contrast, Zhu Ping'an harbored no such burdens. His mind was filled solely with curiosity about the nature and scale of the sacrificial rites under the reign of Emperor Jiajing. As he walked towards the West Garden, he exchanged thoughts with Zhang Siwei, and before they knew it, they had arrived. At that moment, the West Garden was enveloped in a mist, the air thick with the scent of incense. As countless incense sticks were burned, one could only estimate their number in cartloads. Fortunately, the air quality of the Ming dynasty was commendable. Otherwise, such incense burning would surely elevate the PM to 5 levels. The various guards stationed at the West Garden were adorned with yellow silk bands tied around their weapons, a symbolic gesture to signify their vow of nonviolence and goodwill towards the heavens. The interior of the West Garden was arranged much like a temple, complete with deities, incense burners, and various talismans. To the uninitiated, it would be easy to mistake it for a Taoist shrine. After Li Mo escorted Zhu Ping'an and his companions to the West Garden, he left them in the care of a middle-aged Taoist priest and proceeded to his duty at the cabinet. Li Mo held a deep disdain for the sacrificial rites, believing them to be a frivolous distraction. In an era dominated by the Yin faction, with laws lax and the emperor engrossed in alchemical pursuits for over a decade, how could such matters of state be resolved through the pursuit of immortality? If attaining enlightenment were truly feasible, how could the previous celestial master, Xiao Yuanzhi, whom the emperor revered as a mentor, have met his demise? If even he could not escape mortality, what merit was there in the emperor's endeavors? Li Mo sighed several times in exasperation, shaking his head as he returned to his duties, closing the window to keep the distractions of the sacrificial rites at bay. Esteemed officials, please hold for a moment. My master is currently in discussion with the emperor regarding the sacrificial rites, the middle-aged Taoist priest announced, gesturing for Zhu Ping'an and the others to wait. Zhu Ping'an noted the luxurious gold thread designs adorning the Taoist robe of the middle-aged priest. Each intricate pattern a testament to opulence. Such a robe must have required several taels of gold to craft. As the priest spoke, within the Sanqing Hall, Emperor Jiajing and Tao Zhongwen had finalized the details of the sacrificial rites. Tao Zhongwen had already risen from the 8 trigrams mat to pay his respects to the emperor. Many thanks for your efforts, Master Tao, the emperor expressed with deep respect. The emperor rose from the mat as well, honoring Tao Zhongwen with a level of reverence that would surely incite envy in Yin Song, for the emperor addressed Tao with the term master, a title he reserved for few, whereas with Yin Song, he merely used his courtesy name. Moreover, should Yin Song wish to meet the Jiajing Emperor, he must first seek permission through formal channels. In contrast, Tao Zhongwen can approach the emperor directly, bypassing any formalities, and each time he enters, the emperor graciously offers him a seat. Such a level of courtesy is almost unparalleled in this dynasty. While waiting outside, Zhu Ping'an took note of the arrangement of the altar, or more precisely, the Taoist venue. Surrounding the altar were numerous Taoists clad in robes adorned with golden threads, wielding an array of ritual implements, including apricot yellow banners, sacrificial tablets, scepters, jade books, jade seals, precious swords, command flags, arrows, and tokens, all gleaming with gold. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Ping'an could hardly suppress the urge to strike them down. The sheer amount of gold involved in this ritual was staggering. How much wealth was being squandered on this ceremony, while the labor of the common people of the Ming dynasty was being poured into it? How much better would it be spent on the populace? Furthermore, the venue was exceedingly spacious, featuring a total of 9 altars, one of which was the main altar, while the other 8 were slightly smaller. These altars were elevated platforms constructed of earth and wood, serving as conduits to the heavens. The main altar stood approximately 7 to 8 meters high, adorned with incense burners, candlesticks, vases, incense tablets, and a plethora of other offerings, including banners, talismans, tablets, ritual water, and hand warmers, nearly 100 items scattered about. In addition to the altars, there were a staggering 81 incense burners, each towering to half a person's height, with incense sticks over a meter long, thick as a baby's arm, sending spirals of smoke into the air, infused with the fragrances of various medicinal herbs and spices, indicating that the cost of this incense was surely exorbitant. What a waste! Would it not be better to utilize the funds allocated for this extravagant ritual to do something meaningful for the common people? Such wealth is being burned away. The more opulent the ritual became, the more pain Zhu Ping'an felt. While he lamented this extravagance, he suddenly heard the voice of Wuliang Tianzuan echoing, and in the distance, he saw an elderly Taoist priest with flowing white hair and a youthful countenance, clad in an apricot yellow robe, approaching gracefully. All the Taoists in the venue bowed deeply to the old priest, while several senior Taoists advanced to await his commands. Despite the distance, Zhu Ping'an discerned the old priest's appearance, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of the ancient sages often depicted in literature, white beard flowing, full of vitality. The demeanor of this divine figure was comparable to that of the old sage he had encountered by the Qinhuai River, who had gifted him 2 books. However, it was clear that this Master Tao was not the same Taoist he had met before. This Master Tao appeared slightly older, with a more commanding presence. Oh, why not simply cultivate your Tao in the serene mountains and recite your scriptures? The Ming dynasty cannot endure such turmoil. It must be noted that in a century hence, the great edifice of the Ming will topple, and to some extent, these Taoists in the palace have contributed to that downfall. Zhu Ping'an gazed at Master Tao from a distance, secretly curling his lips in disdain. After giving his instructions, Master Tao gracefully departed to another palace. Likely to prepare for the ritual, several Taoists, who had attentively listened to Master Tao Tian's instructions, returned to lead Zhu Ping'an and others onto the altar. Each Taoist was paired with a scholar, and together they were responsible for one altar, where they meticulously crafted incantations, plaques, couplets, and the like. Yuan Wei, a frequent visitor to the ritual, was recognized by these Taoists, and one who appeared to be the eldest disciple guided him to the grandest altar. Upon ascending the highest and largest altar, Yuan Wei cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an, who was occupying a smaller altar not far away, and with a satisfied lift of his brow, displayed a look of pride. To be continued. Chapter 434. When it's time to act, Zhu Ping'an ascended the altar alongside a middle-aged Taoist, observing the myriad of ritual implements and offerings, inhaling the rich scent of incense, and could not help but shake his head lightly. Each item upon this ritual altar was sufficient for a modest household's use. From his lofty perch, Yuan Wei caught sight of Zhu Ping'an's disapproving gesture and smirked, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Ah, young one, have you exhausted your tricks?" Thus, enveloped in the fragrant haze of incense, Yuan Wei began to compose his eloquent verses. Shortly after ascending the altar, Zhu Ping'an noticed the Taoists below, wielding their ritual implements, engaging in a peculiar dance while loudly chanting some scriptures, occasionally gesturing with their implements in welcoming and driving away motions. Jumping the great god, Zhu Ping'an scoffed inwardly, summing up the peculiar behavior of the Taoists below. Once the dance concluded, several Taoists approached, carrying brushes, peachwood talismans, and other items, presenting them to the various altars for Zhu Ping'an and the others to inscribe their verses and couplets. Brushes, peachwood talismans, blue vine paper, and weights were plentiful. However, ink was notably absent. "Dare I ask, where is the ink, esteemed Taoist?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, stopping one of the Taoists who had ascended the altar. The middle-aged Taoist chuckled and pointed to a jar of viscous gold powder, saying, "Esteemed one, this is the ink." "This is ink." Zhu Ping'an's lips twitched slightly. "Indeed, this is powdered gold, ground and mixed with the elixir prepared by our revered master. Both the verses and couplets for the ritual are inscribed using this ink," the middle-aged Taoist affirmed, nodding with a hint of pride, seemingly pleased with Zhu Ping'an's reaction. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an's lips twitched even more violently, as if possessed. "Is everything well, esteemed one?" the middle-aged Taoist inquired, unperturbed. "All is well," Zhu Ping'an replied. His voice almost gritted through clenched teeth as he gazed upon the jar of gold powder, weighing several pounds. What a tremendous waste, he thought. This was no mere ritual. It was a veritable burn of money. The ink was concocted from gold pulverized into powder. The elixir, as the Taoist described it, was likely just plain water or some sort of clear oil. This extravagant ink was an outrageous display of opulence. Just for this ritual alone, they must have used over 100 pounds of gold powder. There were countless aspects of this ritual that left Zhu Ping'an aghast. It seemed that after this ritual, the Taoists would brazenly claim the gold powder for themselves. One could tell just by the golden threads in their Taoist robes. The middle-aged Taoist, having finished delivering the calligraphy of the green verses and couplets, descended from the altar, presumably to attend to other matters. Only Zhu Ping'an and another middle-aged Taoist, who was arranging ritual implements on the altar, remained. The departing Taoist had previously mentioned that Zhu Ping'an was to compose 5 couplets and a green verse for the altar's adornment. Observing that the other scholars had already begun their work, Zhu Ping'an gathered his thoughts, ready to put pen to paper. For him, this task posed no challenge. After all, composing couplets and green verses was merely a variation of the same art form. The previous Taoist had provided 8 brushes, likely in homage to the auspicious number 8. Or perhaps due to the fact that the gold powder consumed brushes rather quickly. Gazing at the brushes laid out on the table, Zhu Ping'an fell into contemplation. He prepared the table, selected a brush, and dipped it vigorously into the gold powder before placing it onto the green vine paper, crafting the character Emperor. This single character confirmed Zhu Ping'an's earlier suspicion. The brush moved with a noticeable lack of fluidity compared to ordinary ink, exhibiting a texture akin to fine grains of sand. The brush also showed slight splitting, which likely accounted for the Taoist's provision of several brushes due to the demanding nature of the gold powder. With his conjecture validated, Zhu Ping'an smiled faintly and once more immersed the brush deeply in the gold powder before lifting it out and, with a gentle flick of his wrist, returned it to the green vine paper. As soon as the brush touched the surface, it revealed significant splitting, prompting Zhu Ping'an to lift it away. Could the Taoist procure a few more brushes? The pressure exerted upon them is quite taxing, he remarked, shaking the obviously split brush in his hand toward the Taoist who was arranging the implements nearby. Please hold on, esteemed sir. The middle-aged Taoist replied with a nod before turning to leave the altar. As the Taoist descended, Zhu Ping'an discreetly tucked the heavily dipped brush into the sleeve pocket of his robe. When the opportunity arises, one must seize it. Rather than allow these Taoists to squander the ink, it is better to temporarily safeguard some for those in greater need. Besides, this could be seen as an unwritten convention. In ancient times, there existed a practice of compensating for ink and brush wear. I recall a previous conversation during a meal when one scholar mentioned that while writing in the Western Garden, one could take brushes home as a form of royal reward. Yet, at that time, the scholar had expressed disdain, questioning the need for so many brushes. However, how curious it is. I find myself rather fond of these brushes. What can be done? I can only express my gratitude for the benevolence bestowed upon me. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an selected another brush, swiftly dipped it in the gold powder, and completed the first couplet. The emperor's canopy bestows favor, extinguishing 9 calamities to mitigate 3 disasters. The purple extremity descends, gathering 1,000 auspicious signs to bestow 100 blessings. Upon finishing the first couplet, he dipped the second brush into the gold powder and tucked it away in his sleeve. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an appreciated the practicality of the ancient sleeve pockets. They were ample and useful, accommodating as many brushes as one might need. Just after he completed the first couplet, the Taoist who had previously descended returned to the altar, this time bearing a total of 10 brushes. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist, Zhu Ping'an expressed with a respectful clasp of his hands. After completing the couplets, Zhu Ping'an meticulously dipped his brush in rich gold powder before inscribing each character. After writing a few characters, he would again saturate the brush in an even thicker gold powder. However, as soon as he began to write again, he would gently shake his head, realizing that the brush had frayed and was no longer usable. Quietly, he would tuck it into his sleeve and replace it with another brush. To accommodate the frequent changes of brushes, the 4 couplets he composed were quite lengthy. For instance, the 4th couplet was a creative adaptation of one penned by Yuan Wei a few years prior, gathering the spiritual reeds to form words. Heaven's number is 5. Earth's number is 5. 5 times 5 equals 25. Numbers arise from the Tao. The Tao aligns with the primordial celestial venerable. Venerable is without duality. Cutting the bamboo tubes to harmonize the laws. The yang sound is 6. The yin sound is 6. 6 times 6 equals 36 sounds. Sounds resonate in the heavens. Heaven begets Emperor Jiajing. The emperor's reign lasts for 10,000 years. This adaptation bears significant differences from Yuan Wei's original couplet, though one could argue the extent of the distinction. Nevertheless, it is of no concern, as there is no strict requirement for originality in couplet writing. Each year, countless households display couplets that are nearly identical. Furthermore, this particular couplet diverges considerably from Yuan Wei's original work. To preempt any criticism, Zhu Ping'an ensured that his other couplets were entirely original. For example, the 5th couplet was a newly crafted lengthy composition. The dragon has soared for 45 years, celebrating a time when the 5 numbers align with heaven, 5 numbers align with earth, 5 matters are cultivated, 5 blessings are prepared, 5 generations under one roof. 5 colors splendidly adorn the attire. The crane calculates 3 cycles meeting on the 8th day, wishing for longevity, 8,000 springs, 8,000 autumns, 8 origins advance, 8 auspicious ascents, 8 tones resonate in harmony, 8 winds, ethereal, play upon the vermilion terrace. The phrase "the dragon has soared for 45 years" corresponds to Emperor Jiajing's current age, while the crane calculates 3 cycles meeting on the 8th day refers to today, the 8th day of this month's 3rd cycle. The remarks following the couplets were mere flattery directed towards Emperor Jiajing. By the time Zhu Ping'an finished penning the 5 couplets, he had already tucked 10 brushes into his sleeve. He had no intention of keeping these brushes for himself. Instead, he awaited the opportunity to gift them to those more in need, believing that any use for them would surpass their value today. To be continued. Chapter 435. Are you really asking? After completing the couplets for the vegetarian priest, Zhu Ping'an reviewed the 5 couplets once more, carefully confirming that the format and characters were flawless before taking a brief respite. This meticulous examination was primarily to prevent any typographical errors within the couplets. This was not a mere flight of fancy, as a similar incident had transpired years ago. A Hanlin scholar was tasked with transcribing Qing verses for Emperor Jiajing, and after the vegetarian rites, the emperor inquired of the celestial master responsible for the rites whether the Qing verses had reached the heavenly court. The celestial master shook his head and sighed heavily, revealing that the verses had not ascended to the heavens due to a typographical error. The spirit official at the southern heaven gate had intercepted the message upon discovering the mistake, leading to its confiscation and subsequent failure to reach the celestial realm. Consequently, Emperor Jiajing conducted a thorough investigation into the Qing verses from that rite, ultimately uncovering the error. Enraged, he punished the responsible Hanlin scholar with 30 strokes of the cane, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. Zhu Ping'an's diligence in checking was precisely to avert such calamities. After a brief respite, Zhu Ping'an unfurled a somewhat larger piece of Qing tongue paper, intended for composing Qing poetry. Having studied the Jiajing Emperor, a work gifted by an enigmatic elder who seemed to have connections with the Blue Path, Zhu Ping'an's proficiency in Qing poetry soared. He had come to understand the preferences of Emperor Jiajing, who favored 3 primary aspects in Qing poetry. First, the elegance of the prose, which is fundamental. Second, the flattering expressions extolling the virtues of immortality, as those in power invariably delight in compliments. And third, the most crucial element, aligning with the emperor's heart, which essentially means grasping the innermost thoughts of Emperor Jiajing. This last requirement is deceptively simple, yet profoundly challenging. Within the entire Ming dynasty, only a handful of individuals could achieve this level of understanding, fewer than 10, including the esteemed Yin Song, Su Jie, and Yin Shifan, while others like Yuan Wei, Li Chunfang, Yin Na, and Guo Pe, though slightly less adept, still ranked as excellent. Beyond these individuals, the rest could not meet such expectations. However, Zhu Ping'an was confident that he could count himself among this select group. Armed with insights from the Jiajing and bolstered by historical experience, Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of self-assuredness. The rise of Qing poetry coincided with the aftermath of the grand ritual controversy during Emperor Jiajing's reign. This controversy began with disputes over examinations, the emperor, and the throne, eventually extending to debates about ancestral temples and ceremonial music. The crux of the grand ritual was to establish the honorific title for Emperor Sejong's father, Zhu Yujian, ultimately aimed at solidifying and reinforcing the emperor's rule. Thus, the emperor's desires boiled down to 2 points: the consolidation of his power and the veneration of Taoist practices. Having clarified his understanding, Zhu Ping'an laid the Qing tongue paper flat and dipped a brush into gold powder, carefully inscribing the meticulously crafted verses. We humbly present our offerings at the distinguished court, as the auspicious festival descends, and we have long prepared the sacred altar. Upon completing this Qing poetry, Zhu Ping'an discreetly tucked away 2 additional brushes in his sleeves, bringing the total to 12 dispersed across both sleeves, which were suitably concealed by the flowing attire of the Ming dynasty. Once 5 couplets and a piece of Qing poetry were completed, a middle-aged Taoist, holding a ritual implement, performed a peculiar dance of offerings at the altar, reciting incantations with reverent devotion to the heavenly sovereign who was attending the sacred assembly that day. The altar shimmered with golden light, and luminous orbs hung in the air. These orbs floated towards the azure heavens, heralding the primordial beginnings, as the primordial being imparted wisdom to the myriad immortals. The celestial beings rejoiced in their reverence for the Supreme, who is the unparalleled heavenly entity. Following this, the middle-aged Taoist knelt in homage to the heavens and proceeded to affix the couplets and Qing poetry onto the altar. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed sir. Please, take a moment to rest from your duties at the altar, he politely invited Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, gathering his sleeves as he descended from the altar, mindful of the brushes concealed within. After all, the gold powder on the brushes could amount to several taels if melted down at a goldsmith's. Once Zhu Ping'an stepped down from the altar, he noticed that most others had also departed. A brief exchange of glances occurred between him and Zhang Siwei. The atmosphere of the ritual was notably intense, and in the distance, he observed Emperor Jiajing engaged in a hand-washing ceremony with Taoist Master Tao. With the leadership present, An air of quietude enveloped the assembly. Zhu Ping'an gazed quietly at the distant Emperor Jiajing, harboring a somewhat mischievous thought about whether the emperor might perform a shamanic dance during the ritual, a sight he found utterly fascinating. However, to Zhu Ping'an's disappointment, once the scholars from the Hanlin Academy descended from the altar, they were promptly escorted out of the Western Garden, thus extinguishing his desire to witness the emperor's performance. Upon exiting the palace gates of the Western Garden, the members of the Hanlin Academy returned directly to their respective duties. Zhang Siwei, still preoccupied with Zhu Ping'an's insights into the art of manipulation, accompanied him back to the library, as he had nothing pressing to attend to at the moment. Clearing his throat, he casually picked up a brush. Having confirmed it was indeed made of real gold, which he had foolishly bestowed upon those charlatans, he mused that it would be far more advantageous to keep it for himself, as this single brush could be exchanged for a handsome sum. Inspired by the lessons from Zihu's teachings, Zhang Siwei entered the library, ensuring no one was around, and draped an arm around Zhu Ping'an's shoulders. He produced a brush from his sleeve, brandishing it before Zhu Ping'an with a gleeful wink. After boasting, he noticed Zhu Ping'an regarding him with an odd expression, which Zhang Siwei interpreted as envy. "Hey, there's no need to be so envious of me. It was merely a stroke of genius at the altar," he said, patting Zhu Ping'an's shoulder with self-satisfaction, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. "No need to envy. Next time, you too shall have your moment." However, he soon realized that Zhu Ping'an's gaze had become even more peculiar. "What is with that look?" He coughed, conceding, all right, I'll treat you to lunch." Yet, as he spoke, he noticed Zhu Ping'an's expression had reached an extraordinary level of strangeness. "Hey, don't be dissatisfied," Zhang Siwei exclaimed, but before he could finish, his voice abruptly faltered, akin to a rooster having its voice seized, as he beheld Zhu Ping'an effortlessly produce a brush from his sleeve, one lavishly adorned with gold powder, far exceeding his own in quantity, at least by 1.5 times. Zhang Siwei swallowed hard, managing to utter just 2 words before being rendered speechless once more. As Zhu Ping'an placed the first brush on the table only to extract another golden brush from his sleeve, its weight substantial. Zhang Siwei barely managed to utter a single syllable before being silenced again, for Zhu Ping'an placed the second golden brush down and proceeded to reveal a third, followed by a fourth, fifth, and sixth. Then, switching sleeves, he continued the display. Zhang Siwei stood agape as Zhu Ping'an produced a total of 12 golden brushes, utterly at a loss for words. It was then that he comprehended the meaning behind Zhu Ping'an's earlier expression, a display of abundance, a spectacle beyond imagination. Chapter 436. The Archive of Eloquence. A single lunch, coupled with a lesson in the art of manipulation, finally satisfied Zhang Siwei enough to close his mouth. Certainly, during lunch, Wang Shizhen was also invited. At the dining table, upon hearing about Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen's acquisition of a golden pen during the ritual, he silently pointed at Zhu Ping'an and Zhang Siwei, chuckling while shaking his head, offering a single word of critique: vulgar. However, upon learning about the extravagant expenses of the ritual, he reprimanded the two for their insufficient acquisition of golden pens. "Alas, I too have heard whispers of this ritual from the Dali Temple. It is said that Yin Song advised the emperor to hold this ceremony." Wang Shizhen sighed and shared the hearsay he had encountered at the Dali Temple with Zhu Ping'an and Zhang Siwei, his words laced with discontent toward Yin Song. After sharing, Wang Shizhen, fueled by fervor, dipped his fingers into the soup and inscribed a poem titled Qin Jia Xing upon the table. From afar flies the multicolored bird, claiming itself a phoenix. Centuries pass without a glimpse. Those who behold it shall see their nation flourish. Feasted with bells and drums beneath the bright hall. The hall adorned with phoenix trees and bamboo, yet it remains silent for 3 days. What could this mean? In the morning, the phoenix is unseen. It pecks at decaying mice in the shadow of the eastern gate, chirping in vain. In the evening, the phoenix is absent. It flatters the azure eagle in the shadow of the western gate, hoping for a share of flesh and blood. The phoenix tree suffers bitter cold, while bamboo bears the pangs of hunger. All birds glance at each other in alarm, unaware that the phoenix is but a Qin Jia. Wang Shizhen's poem was a veiled critique of Yin Song, and Zhu Ping'an recognized it immediately. Qin Jia is a deity mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Having just read the text that morning, Zhu Ping'an was well aware of Qin Jia's tale, who, after offending the heavenly emperor, was slain and transformed into a great eagle, resembling a falcon yet possessing a red beak and tiger claws, subsisting on decaying creatures. It symbolizes calamity, heralding war and plague. Wang Shizhen, through the metaphor of Qinjia, subtly mocked Yin Song, questioning how one who feasts on carrion could dare to pose as a phoenix, when true phoenix is only a light upon phoenix trees and bamboo. Meanwhile, he, insatiable, devours decayed mice and flatters the azure eagle, all while shamelessly sitting in a position of prominence. Ah, Wensheng, you must read this exquisite piece, Zhang Siwei remarked with a smile, producing an article on thick black theory that Zhu Ping'an had been coerced into writing. Wang Shizhen, whose brilliance and enmity toward evil were evident, found this both commendable and concerning. In the current climate dominated by Yin Song, it was prudent to conceal his sharpness until he possessed sufficient strength. Thus, Zhang Siwei presented the work to Wang Shizhen, hoping it would inspire him. Initially dismissive, Wang Shizhen grew increasingly engrossed, sitting upright and savoring each word. While he did not fully concur with the views expressed, he was astonished and inquired about the author. Far away yet so near, Zhang Siwei chuckled, gesturing toward the happily indulging Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, I believe it is Ziyu. Only someone with an outwardly simple demeanor yet profound wisdom could craft such an insightful piece. Wang Shizhen had suspected Zhu Ping'an was the author from the start. Recognizing his handwriting, and considering that such a remarkable work, if it had existed prior, would have circulated widely. Thus, it was evident that it had been penned recently, leading him to easily associate it with Zhu Ping'an. It is merely a game, devoid of any profound insights into the human heart. Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly and shook his head, then gestured towards the poetry left by Wang Shizhen on the table, remarking that when Sheng's piece, Qini Xing, was far superior to his trivial game, yet he cautioned when Sheng against being overly ostentatious. We both comprehend the underlying principles, but now is not the moment for us to voice our opinions. As the saying goes, a gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the opportune moment to act. The words of Zihu resonate with my own sentiments. While our presence may seem inconsequential, it is prudent for Wensheng to exercise greater caution in the company of others. At this juncture, the power of the Yin faction is formidable, and it would be unwise to confront them directly, as one might provoke a tiger and become its prey. We must bide our time until conditions are ripe to proceed judiciously. After Zhu Ping'an concluded his remarks, Zhang Siwei added a few more words. Wang Shizhen sighed and nodded, assuring them, "Rest assured, I am merely expressing these thoughts in your presence." Following their midday meal, Zhu Ping'an and Zhang Siwei escorted Wang Shizhen to the Dali Temple before returning to the Hanlin Academy. Upon their arrival, Zhang Siwei returned to his office to attend to matters, while Zhu Ping'an went to the library to continue organizing the bookshelves. Around 3 in the afternoon, a few young attendants from the palace arrived at the Hanlin Academy bearing imperial gifts. Rather than gold, silver, or precious jewels, they presented 7 hats. These hats were awarded to the 7 Hanlin scholars who had penned couplets and verses in the Western Garden that morning, including Zhu Ping'an. Upon receiving the hats, Zhu Ping'an felt that the Emperor Jiajing's reward was rather perfunctory, as the hats resembled those worn by certain Taoist priests during today's ceremonial observance. The hats were akin to crowns. It remained uncertain whether they were of the same style as the fragrant wood crowns bestowed upon ministers such as Yin Song and Xia Yin, as recorded in historical texts. The hats were black, a color associated with water in the 5 elements, perhaps a reflection of the Taoist reverence for water, which symbolizes benevolence and non-contention. After delivering the rewards, the young attendants also brought several exquisitely mounted sheets of paper inscribed with selected couplets and verses from the day's ceremony, all stamped with the Emperor Jiajing's private seal, signifying their official recognition. The attendants requested that the esteemed official archive them following customary practice. Li Chunfang nodded and respectfully received the elegantly prepared documents, fully aware that archiving the selected couplets and verses from the ceremony was standard procedure. Once Li Chunfang accepted the papers, the young attendants bowed and departed for the Western Garden. Once the attendants left, the scholars in the hall urged Li Chunfang to unveil the papers and reveal the couplets and verses that had caught the Emperor Jiajing's discerning eye. Naturally, Li Chunfang complied with their wishes, gracefully spreading the meticulously mounted sheets across the table for all to see. The archive included a total of 10 couplets and 2 verses, with the authors duly recorded, making it clear for all to peruse. The opening featured 2 verses, the first penned by Yuan Wei, who beamed with pride. his satisfaction evident on his face. Amidst the flattery from the others, Yuan Wei cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Ping'an at a 45-degree angle, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, "Behold, this is Yuan Wei. You, Zhu Ping'an, are not in my league." However, as Li Chunfang unfolded the second piece, Yuan Wei's gaze took on an unusual intensity. The second piece of verse was penned by Zhu Ping'an. "It's nothing, it's nothing." He reassured himself momentarily. "I am the author of the first piece. The emperor's admiration lies with my work, which far surpasses Zhu Ping'an's second piece." With this thought, his spirits were somewhat lifted again. Yet, as Li Chunfang revealed the third sheet, Yuan Wei could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes nearly bulged, and he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. To his astonishment, Zhu Ping'an had claimed 3 of the 10 couplets, and notably, they were the first 3. He had only managed to secure 1 couplet, and it was placed at the end. Had it been merely this, Yuan Wei might have been able to endure it. Yet, the first couplet was a significant reworking of Zhu Ping'an's own piece, The Black Tortoise of Luo Shui Presents Auspiciousness, which referenced the numbers 9, 9, and 81, numbers that resonate with the Tao, aligning with the supreme venerable of the primordial beginning. It invoked genuine sentiment. The Dan Phoenix of Qishan presents twin auspiciousness, with the male and female voices echoing 6 times each, summoning the attention of the heavens, thus giving birth to the esteemed Emperor Jiajing, whose reign is boundless. However, Zhu Ping'an had made considerable modifications, and quite successfully. The grass of divination is used to create prose, with the numbers 5, 5, and 25, numbers that emerge from the Tao, aligning with the supreme venerable of the primordial beginning, who has no equal. The bamboo tube is cut to harmonize the rhythm, with the male and female voices echoing 6 times each, summoning the heavens, resulting in the birth of Emperor Jiajing, whose lineage shall endure for millennia. Had it merely been this couplet, Yuan Wei might have sneered at Zhu Ping'an for recycling his own work. However, the subsequent 2 couplets were original creations of Zhu Ping'an, with the second couplet, "The dragon soars for 45 years, being entirely comparable to his own." This left Yuan Wei utterly speechless, unable to muster even a mocking retort. It was impossible not to perceive Zhu Ping'an's actions as deliberate mockery, a provocation aimed squarely at him. In the past, each time the sacrificial rites were held, it was Yuan Wei who basked in the spotlight. Yet today he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. To be continued. Chapter 437. It is wonderful to be plump as the sun rose in the east and the evening glow hung in the west. The cycle of rising and setting repeated itself once more. Zhu Ping'an's tenure at the Hanlin Academy reached a temporary conclusion, granting him a rare respite of over a month. This was a privilege afforded to new officials of the Ming dynasty, a long leave of absence reserved for recently appointed scholars, as other officials could only enjoy such familial visits once every 3 years. The standard leave lasted a month, but travel time was calculated separately, resulting in a total of 50 days for Zhu Ping'an's long holiday. In addition to the leave, Zhu Ping'an was awarded a familial visit allowance of 5 taels of silver, though only 3 taels were in cash, while the remaining 2 taels were in banknotes. Holding the banknotes in his hand, Zhu Ping'an felt utterly bemused. Emperor Jiajing was remarkably stingy. These 2 strings of banknotes could only be exchanged for a mere 10 won, and even that was difficult to convert. This currency had ceased to be issued during the Jingde era, yet Emperor Jiajing still employed it. What a miserly ruler indeed. The salaries during the Ming dynasty were notoriously meager, and, akin to contemporary practices, a portion of the remuneration was often exchanged by the emperor for various items, such as surplus cotton fabric, silk, or other trifles from the imperial treasury. Essentially, whatever was in abundance within the treasury or the Ministry of Internal Affairs was dispensed, even to the extent of issuing banknotes. The predicament was that these items held little value, a clear testament to the emperor's unreasonable demands. As the holiday draws to a close and I return from the river, I must contemplate ways to earn additional income, for these salaries are rather insufficient. Upon my return to the capital, I would feel remiss to continue residing at the Duke of Linhui's estate. Thus, I would need to seek a rental abode. In the heart of the imperial city, the rent is far from affordable. One cannot simply squander their resources. Nevertheless, regardless of these concerns, the holiday has arrived, granting me a much-deserved respite. On this holiday, I worked merely half a day, and by noon, I was free. After sharing a meal with Zhu Ping'an, Zhang Siwei, and Wang Shizhen, we bid each other farewell. Zhang Siwei would return to his hometown in Shaanxi. Wang Shizhen was bound for Shandong to reunite with his family, while I intended to journey south to my home in Xia village. Each of us was headed in a different direction. Yet with a reunion on the horizon in just over a month, there was no sorrow in our parting. We exchanged laughter and promised to bring local specialties to share upon our next meeting. As the sun shone warmly past noon, I made my way back to the Duke of Linhuai's estate. At this juncture, the estate was experiencing a bittersweet existence. The anguish stemmed from yet another failed investment by the Lin Huai family, this one more severe than the last, resulting in a loss of over half of their assets. Had it not been for the recent promotion of the Duke to the governor of the left army in Angtian, the estate would have been engulfed in despair. At least now, the news of his promotion managed to dissipate some of the dark clouds surrounding the failed investments. Nevertheless, the elderly matriarch and the others still gritted their teeth in distress whenever they contemplated this matter. The mischievous children were also enduring their own trials. They had assumed that with their brother-in-law's elevation to an official position, they would be free to frolic with their playmate, yet unexpectedly, their father had engaged a stern tutor. The only ones in fine spirits were likely Li Shu and her maid. The little maid presented a stack of silver notes and property deeds to her mistress, her cherubic face beaming with delight, her eyes narrowed in joy. "Look at you, so full of yourself," Li Shu teased, playfully pinching the maid's round cheeks. "Miss, you are truly remarkable," the maid expressed her genuine admiration. "It is not my prowess. Rather, it is their insatiable greed that blinds them. A mere bone tossed to them can strip away their very skin," Li Shu remarked, accepting the silver notes and deeds without a second glance. Placing them into an open jewelry box, with a knowing pout, she added a note of sarcasm. Had the matriarch or the mistress been present, they would have easily recognized the deeds and contracts nestled within the jewelry box. Upon my return to the Duke of Linhuai's estate, I was met with the raucous cries of children akin to the bleating of pigs. No sooner had I crossed the threshold than I was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. In the midst of a chaotic scene, Lord Linhuai, with his ample figure, relentlessly pursued the mischievous child, who fled in terror, emitting cries akin to a pig being slaughtered, calling for his mother and grandmother for help. The lady of the house, observing this spectacle, urgently implored Lord Linhuai to cease his chase, while the elderly matriarch, supported by her maidservants, anxiously watched the retreating child, frequently cautioning him to be careful and to slow down. The young ladies of the Linhuai residence, surrounded by their attendants, gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Li Shu, encircled by the little maid Baozi and others, covered her mouth with her hand, stifling a giggle at the sight. "Oh, the son-in-law has returned," exclaimed Baozi, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she waved gently to Zhu Ping'an. Upon noticing her, Zhu Ping'an approached, and with Baozi's spirited presence, he quickly grasped the situation's context. It turned out that the mischievous child had been cooped up studying for days and, taking advantage of his father's absence to meet friends, had defiantly ignored the teacher's admonitions and ventured out to play. The little rascal, along with some other privileged children from nearby noble families, had been engaged in a boisterous game of horseplay, riding on tree branches and play fighting. However, engrossed in their frolic, they failed to notice Lord Linhuai returning from his meeting, and the child found himself cornered. Aware of the strict rules within the household, he understood the gravity of his actions, especially upon being caught by Lord Linhuai. His face paled at the realization. Yet, in a moment of sheer cleverness, the child, frightened yet resourceful, devised an ingenious escape plan as Lord Linhuai seized him. In that fleeting instant of inspiration, he felt an overwhelming pride in his own wit, thinking to himself, "I am truly ingenious." In the world of adventure, it is paramount to possess both skill and audacity, a lesson the child embodied at that moment. "Hey, uncle, you must have mistaken me for someone else," he retorted with a cheeky grin, displaying an impressive composure and confidence, articulating his defense with poise and rationale. However, the outcome was not as he anticipated. Lord Linhuai, incensed, seemed poised to take decisive action, prompting the child to flee in panic, ultimately leading to a chase into the depths of the estate. As Baozi recounted the events, Lord Linhuai had already delivered a thorough reprimand to the mischievous child. Zhu Ping'an, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but reflect on the advantages of being stout. Truly, it is quite advantageous in withstanding a beating. To be continued. Chapter 438. The Grudge-Holding Child. While Zhu Ping'an mused over the child's resilience to punishment, He also contemplated the child's provocative nature. "Uncle, you must have mistaken me for someone else." The impact of this statement on Lord Linhuai was substantial. On one hand, the child, unrepentant, attempted to evade responsibility through a nearly foolish tactic, inciting Lord Linhuai's ire. On the other hand, to be addressed as uncle by the child felt akin to a slap in the face to Lord Linhuai. After all, he was indeed the boy's father. "You refer to me as uncle. Then who is your father? Is it the neighbor, old Wang? How dare you, child, to bestow upon me such a crown when your mother has not adorned me with the green hat? This rebellious offspring. Such actions equate to betraying one's master and annihilating one's ancestry, a most egregious offense. No amount of persuasion would suffice. Not even from the esteemed matron or the venerable old lady. The resolute Marquis of Linhuai remained unwavering, firmly pinning the unruly child to his lap and delivering a series of resounding slaps. However, the Marquis, burdened by his considerable girth, found himself fatigued after pursuing the misbehaving child over such a distance. After a few strikes, he began to perspire profusely, necessitating a brief respite. As he caught his breath while holding the child down, the little rascal urged impatiently, "Father, do hasten with the punishment. I must eat afterward. Grandmother promised to prepare roast duck for me. It will be unappetizing if it cools down." In that moment, the once tumultuous scene fell abruptly into silence, so profound that even a pin could be heard if it were to drop. This tranquil atmosphere was shattered a second later by the Marquis's furious roar. "I demand that you hurry up. I care not for your concerns about it going cold. Eat, eat, eat." At that moment, the Marquis seemed revitalized, swinging his large hand like a bear's paw towards the child's rear, embodying the spirit of a house-cleaning mission. The first slap elicited a loud wail, sending tears and snot flying. "Oh, my unfortunate grandson, your grandmother is powerless to protect you. If the eldest must be punished, let it be me. This is my failure in upbringing. If you must strike me down, so be it. I shall descend to the underworld to apologize to your father." Witnessing this, the old lady's heart ached, and tears streamed down her face as she disregarded the handmaid's assistance, throwing herself protectively over the child to shield him from further blows, even spitting at the Marquis in protest. "Mother, what drives you to this? I discipline this unworthy child for the glory of our family. How can I bear such a reproach?" The Marquis sighed, his hand faltering in its descent. "You cannot bear it." The old lady spat again. "Yet my little Rouet can endure it. Your hand, as broad as a shoe sole, would surely crush his petite frame." "Mother, you," the Marquis, seeing the old lady's stance, surrendered his intent to further chastise the child, letting out a long sigh as he relinquished the unruly boy to her care. Nonetheless, while the punishment was averted, a lesson was still imperative, and the Marquis remained steadfast on that point, insisting that the child must remember this lesson well. Thus, the roast duck that the child so eagerly anticipated was denied him, and even the midday meal was strictly prohibited. "Reflect upon your actions," commanded the Marquis, striding purposefully toward the family dining hall, where he ordered the midday meal to be prepared, gathering the entire family for lunch, yet forbidding the child from approaching the hall. He strictly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare no food for the child whatsoever. The intention was to prevent the mischievous child from having lunch, and consequently, the kitchen staff were also deprived of their meals. After much effort, they managed to spare the child from a beating. The matriarch and her sister-in-law were unwilling to lose face for the Duke of Linhuai over a mere meal. However, they had no intention of leaving the child hungry. The Duke merely forbade the child from dining in the main hall and instructed the kitchen not to prepare meals for him. Yet, the child could certainly find sustenance elsewhere. The matriarch and her sister-in-law simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Shu. "Grandmother, aunt, why not allow Rouet to have lunch at Ping'an's place?" Such was Li Shu's intelligence that as soon as their eyes fell upon her, she preemptively spoke before they could utter a word. "Goodness, I must take this upon myself." With a gentle smile directed at the matriarch, she moved the hearts of both women profoundly. Nodding in appreciation, they comforted the child for a brief moment before entrusting him to Li Shu. "No, I refuse to eat at the rustic brother-in-law's place." After the matriarch and her sister-in-law departed, the child, puffing up his chubby cheeks, expressed strong resistance to dining at Zhu Ping'an's, still nursing grievances from past slights, like being excluded from outings or not being lifted down from the carriage while his sister was. He harbored a multitude of grudges. "Oh, what a pity. Although there will be roast duck for lunch at Zhu Ping'an's, along with sautéed prawns, braised rabbit, and candied fruits. Oh, and I believe there are even skewers of candied hawthorn. Yet, Ruigu was right. Glancing at him, indeed, he appeared quite rustic, hence, they would refrain from visiting. Li Shu blinked her large, watery eyes, nodding seriously before the child, earnestly analyzing the situation, and then smilingly endorsed the child's viewpoint. What? Sautéed prawns, braised rabbit, and even candied hawthorn? The child's eyes widened, seemingly oblivious to the pain of his recently spanked bottom. No, I want to allow you to call my brother-in-law rustic. At that moment, the child erupted, standing up with a shout, his attitude doing a complete reversal. Upon hearing this, Li Shu covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, having milk means having a mother. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle at the child's reaction, noting that the little fellow had quite the thick skin, almost rivaling his own. Sometimes, one must on a thicker skin. Those with resilience are often closer to success than those who are easily disheartened. Is it not said that those with thick skin will feast abundantly? In this regard, Zhu Ping'an held high hopes for the child, who seemed blissfully unaware of modesty. The essence of cunning lies in being both thick-skinned and dark-hearted. At least in the former aspect, the child had already surpassed many. Li Shu led the child and the little maid, Baozi, to Zhu Ping'an's guest room and sent a maid to fetch lunch. Soon, the meal was laid out, roast duck, sautéed prawns, and more, all present and accounted for. Zhu Ping'an had already partaken of lunch, yet at this moment, he could merely sample the remnants. Perhaps it was due to his own prior meal or some other reason. But he sensed a slight decline in the culinary prowess of the Li family's chef. Today's lunch seemed less delectable than those of yore. However, the young rascal, experiencing such exquisite flavors for the first time, devoured his meal voraciously, disregarding even the sting of his punishment. In the interim, the matriarch had dispatched a young maid to check on the dining scene. Upon witnessing the lavish spread and the child's enthusiastic consumption, she returned quite satisfied to report. Chapter 439. The heart of a young girl. The young rascal, belching contentedly and caressing his distended belly, gazed longingly at the remaining roasted duck and prawns on the table, yet his stomach could accommodate no more. Reluctantly, he began to savor the sugar-coated hawthorn skewers in his hands. In his eyes, today was a fortuitous twist of fate, having received a sound spanking from his father. He nevertheless relished a delightful meal. He felt fortunate. If every meal could be thus sumptuous, enduring a few more spankings would be entirely worthwhile. As he appeared thoroughly satiated, Zhu Ping'an found himself unable to eat further. Li Shu nodded towards the maids and the elder matron attending them, typically with other maids present. The Baozi maid, Li Shu's personal attendant of the highest rank, would not need to engage in such labor. She only undertook these tasks in the absence of the other maids. Yes, miss, replied a young maid promptly, as she and the elder matron began to clear the table with deftness and efficiency, honed by their training. Wait a moment. The young rascal, noticing the clearing, grew anxious and pressed his chubby fingers down on the plate of sugar-coated hawthorns. Ah, you wish to eat more? The Baozi maid exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. This little glutton had already consumed so much. Was he not being excessively greedy? If he continued, he would surely burst. Leave that sugar, hawthorn. I wish to save some for my sister. The young rascal clung to the plate with determination. His words took Zhu Ping'an by surprise. He had not anticipated the child would think of the little girl. Despite the myriad faults of this young rascal, his inherent goodness shone through. Moreover, he exhibited a sense of responsibility. At least from this perspective, there remained potential for his reform. However, observing the extent of indulgence from the matriarch and the first lady towards him, the likelihood of the child becoming a useless dandy without supervision loomed large. Yet, having served as a mentor to this young rascal for several days, Zhu Ping'an could not bear to watch him stray from the right path. Perhaps it was best to consider this matter at a later time. After finishing his meal, the young rascal clutched another sugar hawthorn and set off to seek out his sister, eager to curry favor. Li Shu dispatched an elder matron to accompany him, for the matriarch and others had entrusted the child to her care and could not allow him to come to any harm. Once the young rascal had departed, Li Shu showed no inclination to leave, settling herself at Zhu Ping'an's writing desk to peruse the notes he had left behind, perhaps in search of some new amusement he had penned. Bathed in sunlight, the young maiden sat quietly at her writing desk, her delicate hands and fair skin akin to exquisite jade, gracefully cradling a tome while her gaze, as deep as a tranquil pool, rested upon its pages. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her ink-black hair, which shimmered subtly, while the corners of her lips were adorned with a rosy hue. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an, inadvertently turning his head, was nearly blinded by the sight, momentarily entranced by the breathtaking beauty of this cunning girl. However, recalling Li Shu's nature, he swiftly averted his gaze. In the instant Zhu Ping'an looked away, the girl absorbed in her reading felt a twinge of disappointment. Why would this foolish boy not spare her a few more glances? Today, she had adorned herself with new makeup, her brows meticulously shaped with dark ink and her lips tinted with a luscious hue. Did he not notice how high she had raised her delicate hand? She had dyed her nails with bright pink impatience. Surely, they were eye-catching. Did he not think the bracelet on her wrist complemented her complexion? And what of the earrings? Were they not utterly charming? Last time, he had admired the swan gown she wore, prompting her to have it remade. Did he not see the differences? She had added satin ribbons, and the embroidery had been refreshed with new colors. The hairpin was the very peach wood one he had gifted her. Did he truly not notice? They say a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, yet it is his heart that resembles the depths of the sea. Oh, wretched toad! What must I do to entice you to glance my way? While holding the tome, Li Shu's eyes remained fixed on the text, though her thoughts drifted elsewhere. A hint of longing gracing her delicate features. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Just then, the voice of the corpulent Zhou erupted from outside, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Loud and unmistakable. Soon, he appeared at the door, panting heavily. Ah, fifth sister, you are here too. Ahem, I'll just say what I need and take my leave. I wouldn't want to intrude. Zhou entered the room, catching sight of Zhu Ping'an just as he began to speak. His gaze fell upon Li Shu at the desk, and his face displayed a mixture of surprise and comprehension, his small eyes squinting knowingly. What nonsense are you spouting? I just brought Rue Gu here for a meal. Didn't you see I had my maid and nurse with me? Do not tarnish my reputation. Li Shu shot Zhou a fierce glare, akin to a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, her temper flaring. If you continue to babble, I shall inform uncle. All right. It was my mistake. I was merely jesting, Zhou said, rubbing his nose, conceding to Li Shu with an apologetic demeanor. Li Shu had brought 4 maidservants and 2 nurses precisely to avoid any misunderstandings. It was not as if they were alone. I shall spare you this time. But if it happens again, I will certainly inform uncle, Li Shu declared with a huff. Yes, Zhou nodded repeatedly, having learned from his recent experiences the formidable nature of Li Shu. What brings you here, brotherly? Zhu Ping'an interjected, timely diverting Zhou's attention. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten my purpose, Zhou replied, recalling his intent now that Zhu Ping'an had prompted him. Ah, fifth sister is here too. Now there is no need for second sister to discuss it with her. In the esteemed residence of the Wei family today, arrangements have been made with several other noble households, including the founding dukes, for a spring outing tomorrow. The gentlemen shall engage in horseback riding and hunting, while the ladies will leisurely stroll amidst the blossoms and greenery, creating a lively atmosphere. My father has consented to this plan, as you will not embark on your journey south for another 2 days. It presents a splendid opportunity for merriment and introductions among friends and family, including your brother-in-law. Moreover, aside from our noble families, there will be other sons of officials, thus expanding your circle of acquaintances will undoubtedly benefit your standing in the court. My second sister and the others shall also attend, and it would be a pity for the fifth sister to miss such a rare occasion for the ladies to enjoy themselves. Zhou, with his characteristic exuberance, eagerly divulged all the details, his face brimming with anticipation for the morrow's festivities. Such gatherings serve as a means for noble families to strengthen their bonds, and perhaps the recent outing of the Marquis of Linhuai is somehow connected to this event, Zhu Ping'an mused. Well, it's certainly preferable to the monotony of home. Li Shu nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhu Ping'an was slightly taken aback, but understood. In ancient times, young women were often confined to their homes, so a legitimate opportunity to venture out and enjoy oneself was indeed worthy of joy. It seems I shall be imposing on brotherly, Zhu Ping'an agreed. To be continued. Chapter 440. The flight of fancy of a mischievous child. Zhu Ping'an did not place much significance on the spring outing plan for tomorrow, as he was well accustomed to similar excursions in modern times. After Zhou and Li Shu departed, he settled at his writing desk, preparing ink and paper to practice his calligraphy. For Zhu Ping'an, practicing calligraphy transcended mere technical improvement. It was a means of personal cultivation and tranquility. In the act of writing, he often found himself lost in thought, his mind as serene as still water, attuned to the rhythmic flow of his blood and the beating of his heart. This, too, was a form of self-cultivation. Upon reflection, Zhu Ping'an's innate composure and calmness, cultivated over 2 lifetimes and through years of practicing brushwork, played a significant role in shaping his character. Calligraphy, demanding patience and dedication, provided him with unexpected benefits in his journey of self-improvement. As evening approached, Li Shu returned to Zhu Ping'an's guest room, accompanied by her maid, Baozi. In addition to bringing him dinner, she also presented him with an outfit suitable for the spring outing. It was a splendid royal blue riding attire, designed for horseback riding and hunting. "I have my own clothes," Zhu Ping'an remarked, a slight grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat pampered. In response to his comment, Li Shu rolled her eyes and playfully chided, "Tomorrow's activities involve riding and hunting. Your existing garments are quite inappropriate. With so many noble families present, it would be a source of mockery. After all, you are still my fiancé, and if you appear in ill-fitting attire, it will reflect poorly on us." "Ah, so after all this, you are concerned about what others think of you," Zhu Ping'an teased. "Do try it on, dear sir." "The outfit was specially crafted by the seamstress this afternoon," Baozi chimed in, eagerly presenting the attire. Regarding the term young master uttered by the bun maid, Li Shu chose not to intervene, as if she had not heard it at all. Observing the bun maid's eager demeanor, Zhu Ping'an could not bring himself to refuse. He nodded in acquiescence, taking the clothes into his hands and signaling his intention to change. The bun maid let out a few giggles and scampered over to whisper to Li Shu. Through lip reading, Zhu Ping'an discerned the bun maid's secretive words to Li Shu, which made the young master blush. "Come now, did your eyes truly witness my face reddening?" Zhu Ping'an thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Li Shu's seamstress had crafted numerous garments for Zhu Ping'an, becoming intimately familiar with his physique. Thus the deep blue arrow-sleeved warrior attire fit him impeccably. The fabric was of exquisite quality, adorned with black swirling cloud patterns at the cuffs and collar, while a meticulously coordinated belt and jade pendant added an air of nobility to the ensemble. Indeed, one is judged by their attire. This splendid deep blue warrior outfit transformed Zhu Ping'an, an otherwise ordinary and somewhat naive-looking youth, into a figure of heightened charm and vigor. Moreover, the scholarly aura that enveloped Zhu Ping'an lent an additional layer of elegance to the martial attire, setting it apart. As Li Shu beheld Zhu Ping'an in his new outfit, she nodded, her sparkling eyes betraying a hint of amusement, seemingly pleased. "Is this girl smiling at me?" Zhu Ping'an pondered, taken aback, for he had rarely witnessed this proud girl smile at him. "The seamstress has done splendidly. Remember to reward her as per our usual custom." Li Shu instructed the bun maid with a smile, leaving Zhu Ping'an momentarily astonished. "Ah, so she is satisfied with the clothes. I have overthought this," he mused, curling his lip in amusement. After confirming that the outfit suited Zhu Ping'an well, Li Shu led the bun maid away, who had already set the dinner on the table while Zhu Ping'an was changing. "Sister Nyoer, let me tell you, the food here is 100 times better than that at home," the mischievous boy exclaimed as he entered with the little girl, both prepared with small wooden bowls and their own chopsticks. "Hello, young master," the little girl greeted sweetly upon entering. The mischievous boy followed suit, his tone devoid of previous reluctance, sounding quite enthusiastic this time. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, inviting the duo to join him for dinner, assured that there was more than enough food to share. The two were utterly endearing, having come prepared with their own tableware and such sweet words. "You two are impressive, bringing your own bowls and chopsticks. You can really eat," the mischievous boy declared as he plopped down, lavishing attention on the little girl. In response, she rolled her eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "Brother Rui, you're such a fool. Didn't I tell you not to say that? Just eat." Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly as he affectionately patted the little girl's head. The two little rascals were relishing their meal, particularly the chubby boy, whose voracious appetite was nothing to scoff at. He wielded his chopsticks with fervor, devouring what was in his bowl while eyeing the dishes on the table. His cherubic face was perpetually in a state of chewing, reminiscent of a plump little piglet. In contrast, the little girl was far more demure in her dining habits. Although her chopsticks also flew about, she maintained an air of gracefulness. Amidst their meal, Zhu Ping'an pointed to a meat pie on the plate and posed a question to the boy and the little girl. If 5 children were to share this pie, yet only 3 cuts could be made, how could they divide it equally? This was a common riddle presented to modern elementary students to stimulate creative thinking. and Zhu Ping'an's intention was to encourage their imaginative faculties. "That's easy," the boy exclaimed, setting down his chopsticks with confidence. "Oh, do enlighten me," Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile. "First, I'll cut one child out, and then with 2 cuts. I'll divide the pie into 4 pieces for the remaining 4 children," the boy explained, gesturing animatedly with his chopsticks. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily speechless, but the little girl, who had been sipping her soup, erupted in laughter at the boy's absurdity. She glanced at Zhu Ping'an, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and then shot a disapproving glare at the boy, thinking, "You foolish ragu, you've made me look bad in front of my brother-in-law." Zhu Ping'an was also amused by the boy's wildly imaginative solution. He could only imagine the ire of Lord Linhuai if he were to hear such a scenario. With a bemused smile, Zhu Ping'an picked up his chopsticks and began to demonstrate the correct method of division on the meat pie. The little girl grasped it after a single explanation, while the boy took 3 rounds before he finally understood. The disparity in their intellect was evident. The Oldley family certainly favored their daughters over their sons. To be continued. Chapter 441. My horse life has reached its pinnacle in the crisp morning. The sky gradually shed the darkness of night as the dawn broke upon the eastern horizon, while the servants of the Marquis's residence were busy tidying the courtyard. Zhu Ping'an had already completed his morning rituals and donned his riding attire. The maid Baozi arrived punctually with a breakfast box, laying out a sumptuous meal on the dining table. Today, they were to embark on a spring outing, with Li Shu accompanying the young ladies, while Zhu Ping'an would join the boys, including the rotund Zhou, as was customary in their feudal society regarding gender roles. As departure drew near, Zhou, clad in his riding gear, approached Zhu Ping'an and insisted they head to the Marquis's stables together to ride. However, the sight of Zhou in his riding outfit was quite comical, akin to a potato ensconced in tight leather pants, an aesthetic that was rather bewildering. Upon arriving at the stables, Zhu Ping'an was taken aback to find a rather ostentatious black horse, perched atop a sleek red mare, performing some rather simplistic, repetitive motions. It was only when he saw Zhu Ping'an that the creature begrudgingly dismounted, attempting to shield the red mare with its diminutive stature, as if to prevent an embarrassing reveal of its companion. "Ahem, brother-in-law, your horse, well, seems to know how to enjoy life," Zhou remarked, still in shock. "What a ridiculous creature." Zhu Ping'an gazed at the shamate black horse, feeling an overwhelming urge to castrate it. This nag was utterly useless, excelling only in the art of seduction. It seemed that this creature had even managed to entice a mare at the Hamlin Academy. After hearing Fat Zhou's words, Zhu Ping'an forced a smile, though his expression quickly darkened as he attempted to lead the shamate black horse. Today's horseback hunting excursion required a steed, and despite its numerous flaws, this horse was still a mount. However, to Zhu Ping'an's astonishment, the shamate black horse decided to stage a rebellion, refusing to budge no matter how hard he pulled. The more he tugged, the more obstinate the horse became, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a display of defiance. As if to say, "I shall not move, no matter the cost." It was a perfect example of a rogue, resolutely refusing to rise. Frustrated, Zhu Ping'an noted the horse's long neck, yet found it immovable, a true embodiment of betrayal for the sake of fleeting desires. This only solidified his inclination to castrate the beast. "Ahem, never mind, my dear brother-in-law. I reckon your horse isn't all that impressive. It likely won't even outrun the others. I never intended to lead this nag anyway. Come, I have a fine steed in my stable, brought from the northwest, which stands a head taller than this one." Fat Zhou completely disregarded the shamate black horse, leading Zhu Ping'an to another stable to select a horse. There was no other option at this point, and Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. The shamate black horse, witnessing Zhu Ping'an's abandonment, raised its head in triumph, clearly reveling in its perceived superiority. "Ah, poor humans. I have reached the pinnacle of equine existence. I have my own carriage, myself, and a lavish stable. Not to mention the recent attention from a beautiful mare. By the way, could you swap that red horse's trough for me?" Zhu Ping'an instructed the stable boy with gritted teeth as he departed, thinking, "Let us see how you enjoy your so-called peak in equine life." When Zhu Ping'an beheld the horse that Fat Zhou had mentioned, his disdain for the shamate black horse deepened. "Look at that," he exclaimed. "Now that is a horse. Behold its impressive stature, the flowing mane, and the perfectly proportioned physique, each muscle brimming with strength and vitality. This is the epitome of a noble steed." Leading the magnificent horse out, Zhu Ping'an joined Fat Zhou and the other young scions from nearby noble families, setting off towards the outskirts for their spring outing. Many of these heirs were familiar to Zhu Ping'an, having encountered them at the city gate upon his arrival in the capital, adorned in their luxurious hats and fur coats. During the recent imperial examination results announcement, several had mocked both Fat Zhou and Zhu Ping'an, but upon learning of Zhu Ping'an's success in the exams, their attitudes had shifted significantly. Su Laosan, his neighbor, was also present, accompanied by a more haughty figure, presumably Su Lair, who was 3 or 4 years his senior. Numerous aristocratic youths, whom Zhu Ping'an was seeing for the first time, were among the group. Fat Zhou introduced Zhu Ping'an to the familiar noble science, and together they set off on horseback towards their destination for the spring excursion. The young scions galloped as carefree as when they first set eyes on the scene, laughing and racing against one another, oblivious to the throngs of people on the streets. Clad in fine garments and riding spirited steeds, they sped away with abandon. Some even deliberately directed their horses towards the crowded areas, relishing the cacophony of startled cries and the frantic attempts of passers-by to evade them, laughing heartily as they rode off. The corpulent Zhou, despite his size, found himself outpaced by his more agile peers and lagged behind. Zhu Ping'an, too, was not swift in his riding, concerned that excessive speed might endanger those in the street, thus trailing behind as well. Brother-in-law, you're quite something. Zhou thought Zhu Ping'an was intentionally allowing him to stay ahead, giving him a thumbs up. Typically, when riding with this elite group, Zhou would always find himself at the rear. This time, he was not the last. Zhu Ping'an merely shook his head and smiled, offering no explanation. Ahead, the young scions reveled in their boisterous antics, while the crowd on either side recoiled as if from a plague, daring not to voice their indignation. Much to the delight of the young men. Ha ha, Brother Liu, this feels akin to charging into battle, as if we traverse a realm unchallenged. They fancifully compared their reckless galloping through the crowd to that of generals leading charges, likening the terrified onlookers to vanquished foes, reveling in their sense of power. What a spectacle it was, akin to charging forth against the enemy on a battlefield or confronting marauders along the southeastern coast. How absurd to flaunt their prowess against defenseless civilians in their own territory. Truly, they were a cadre of parasites destined to be discarded by society. Zhu Ping'an gazed at the laughing, galloping scions ahead, shaking his head in disappointment. These individuals would eventually be placed within the military or various governmental positions by their families. A troubling prospect indeed. In front of them, a woman, burdened with a basket and holding the hand of a child, was accompanied by a girl of about 8 or 9 years on one side and a boy of 3 or 4 on the other. She likely hailed from outside the capital, coming to sell her homegrown fruits and vegetables, unaware of the approaching scions due to the crowd. She hurriedly sought to shield her children as the young men thundered past. Though the first few scions managed to steer clear, several others, unable to evade in time, collided with the woman's basket, sending her crashing to the street's edge. Fortunately, there were no hard objects nearby. She merely suffered a scalp laceration, which, while distressing, was not severe. Get lost and find yourself a crooked tree to crash into. You scared my horse. Can you afford to compensate for this? The scion who had struck the woman glanced back, noting her minor injury, muttering a few curses before riding away, not sparing her another glance. To be continued. Chapter 442. Encountering a benefactor, the broken basket lay scattered with fruits and vegetables, and the bloodstain on the woman's forehead went unnoticed by the galloping scions. As if this scene had become invisible to them, they continued to ride past, laughter echoing, fully immersed in their joyous springtime revelry. "Mother, mother!" cried the little girl, clutching her brother, as she helped the woman to her feet, her eyes narrowing in anger at the departing culprits. She bit her lip in indignation, muttering, "Not a single one of those heartless bastards is worth anything. Child, quickly hush. Do not let them hear us. We cannot afford to provoke them." The woman, her forehead bleeding, hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth, her face etched with worry. To her, it was already a stroke of luck that the privileged youths had not pursued them for blocking the way. The surrounding crowd, too, changed color, filled with concern, urging the young girl to cease her outbursts. Should they anger these signs of power, it would be the common folk who would suffer. It was a blessing that they had not yet demanded accountability for the obstruction. Though the girl closed her lips, she stubbornly fixed her gaze, filled with disdain, upon the noble riders. The woman tugged at her, urging her not to glare at the elite, fearing the wrath it might invoke. Yet, the girl remained resolute. disregarding her mother's entreaties, as if she intended to etch their faces into her memory. One horse after another trotted past, and the girl continued her defiant stare, resolutely noting each one. In the midst of the woman's attempts to dissuade her daughter, an eerie silence enveloped them. The crowd had retreated, casting wary glances in their direction. Recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, both the woman and the girl turned to see a looming shadow. Upon looking up, they beheld a refined young nobleman, seemingly no more than 15, gracefully dismounting his steed, none other than Zhu Ping'an. To the girl, this figure clad in a splendid navy blue warrior's attire bore an uncanny resemblance to the good-natured neighbor, Erniu. However, the kind-hearted Erniu was far removed from the malicious intent of this young lord. As Zhu Ping'an approached, the woman trembled in fear. Fearing he had overheard her daughter's insults or noticed her daughter's fierce glare, believing he had come to seek retribution. "Young master, I apologize. It is the fault of this humble woman for her ignorance," she stammered, trembling as she prepared to bow in respect. The girl, meanwhile, clutched her mother's arm, glaring fiercely at Zhu Ping'an. Why must they be the ones to apologize when it was the noble youths who were at fault? They had already retreated to the side of the road, and yet the riders had galloped forth, colliding with them. Was there no sense of justice left? Thus, the girl directed her resentful gaze at Zhu Ping'an, biting her lip like an enraged little lion, as if ready to leap at him and take a chunk out of his flesh. In that fleeting moment, as the woman trembled and prepared to bow, Zhu Ping'an quickly stepped forward to assist her, using his sleeve to avoid direct contact. "It is we who should apologize. My sincerest apologies, madam," Zhu Ping'an said with genuine remorse, bowing slightly to the crowd surrounding them. "Excuse me? Is he actually apologizing?" The onlookers were taken aback, struggling to believe their eyes. Was this malicious young lord plotting something more insidious? It was only a few days ago that I overheard Sister Shaoling, a maid from a wealthy household, mention that some affluent families possess rather peculiar inclinations, with some taking pleasure in bullying young girls. Could it be that this villain harbors such repugnant intentions? As this thought crossed her mind, the young girl cast an even more hateful glare at Zhu Ping'an. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Hurry up," came the voice of Zhou Fatty from ahead. "All right, I'm coming," Zhu Ping'an replied, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve approximately 2 taels of silver, which he placed into the hands of the young girl, whose expression was rather peculiar. He then mounted his horse. "I apologize on behalf of my friends. Young lady, please take your mother to the clinic up ahead for treatment," he instructed from atop his steed, before spurring his horse to catch up with Zhou Fatty and the others. Zhu Ping'an's act of compensating the woman and child was devoid of any ulterior motive. He simply could not bear to witness their suffering and loss. Especially upon seeing the fruits and vegetables that had tumbled from the basket, he was reminded of his childhood days spent in Xia village with his father, Zhu, and Shun, selling wild delicacies in town. Of course, Zhu Ping'an did not indulge in ostentation or extravagance. He merely offered them 2 taels of silver, which, while modest, was a considerable sum for a farming family, sufficient to cover their losses, with likely some remaining as an unexpected windfall. Without further contemplation, he rode away. Did that villain actually pay? And without any demands? This cannot be real. I must be dreaming. The young girl gazed at the silver in her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. This official's offspring not only refrained from pursuing the matter, but actually offered compensation? This silver must weigh more than 2 taels. The woman, equally astonished, looked at the silver in the young girl's hands and discreetly pinched herself, realizing that this was indeed real and not a dream. Those who had initially worried for the woman and her child now envied their fortune. Though the basket was deformed from the collision, it could easily be mended, and the scattered produce could still be collected and sold. Moreover, while the woman had sustained a superficial injury on her forehead, it was clear that a simple application of medicine would suffice for healing within a day. Indeed, the woman and child had encountered a stroke of good luck, having crossed paths with a benefactor who compensated them with 2 taels of silver. Why couldn't he that have been me? Many onlookers sighed in envy. "You are fortunate to have met a nobleman," the spectators remarked as they assisted the woman in gathering her vegetables. "Indeed, dear sister, you must exercise caution in the future. Such benefactors are rare encounters. Next time you venture into the city, be sure to steer clear of any similar situations," they cautioned, reminding her to be vigilant on her future excursions. "Hey, doesn't he that nobleman resemble the top scholar who recently rode through the streets?" Someone suddenly interjected. "Really? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance. I was standing right here the last time I saw the scholar ride by, another mused, stroking their chin in contemplation. Let us put that aside. The top scholar is undoubtedly more handsome than this wealthy young man. The scholar is like a star descended from the heavens, a matron declared with unwavering certainty. I witnessed it myself last time. He was exceptionally handsome. Laughter followed, as others nodded in agreement with the matron's assertion. Gradually, the women, carrying baskets and accompanied by their children, expressed their gratitude to the crowd before departing, restoring the street's lively atmosphere, leaving no trace of the earlier horse-riding incident. To be continued. Chapter 443. A call to the uncommitted. In the Ming Dynasty, the city gate remained as congested as ever, with a continuous flow of pedestrians. However, when a group of galloping aristocratic youths arrived, the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Even the sentinels stationed at the gate hurriedly stepped aside. In a feudal society, the identity of the powerful serves as the ultimate passport. This is an unassailable truth. Zhu Ping'an, mounted on his steed, rode out of the city alongside these noble offspring. As the gate guards bowed and nodded, bidding farewell to the receding hoofbeats. Since arriving in the capital to participate in the imperial examinations, this marked Zhu Ping'an's first departure from the imperial city. Long had he missed the fragrance of the earth and the verdant hills. As he rode, gazing at the lush landscape in the distance, with the gentle breeze carrying the scent of soil, his spirits lifted immensely. Leaving the capital, they galloped along the main road for a while before veering onto a narrow path that led them into a well-preserved grove. Many of the trees here were over a century old, their trunks soaring skyward, branches spreading wide to shield the sky, fragmenting the sunlight into a mosaic on the ground. Upon exiting the grove, they encountered a gentle hillside, beyond which lay a series of undulating mountains and dense forests. Brother-in-law, this is Jiajing Ridge. If you stomp on that stone over there, you will hear a resounding sound, akin to the crowing of a golden rooster. Hence, it is called Jiajing Ridge. Zhou, the rotund companion, remarked as he slowed his horse and turned to Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an nodded, also easing his pace. He was thoroughly pleased with his steed, which was a true horse compared to that troublesome black horse. This one was swift, spirited, and obedient, far surpassing the other in every aspect. As Zhou and Zhu engaged in casual conversation, the group of young nobles ahead gradually halted their horses, gathering in a clearing. One of them was proposing something, eliciting cheers and agreement from the others. Curiosity piqued, Zhou nudged his horse forward, eager to join the gathering, as if missing out would be a great loss. Zhu Ping'an, however, approached the crowd at a leisurely pace, for he had already discerned the proposal through observation and had no interest in joining the fray. From lip-reading, he gathered that the flamboyant noble was suggesting a horse race, proposing to circumvent the hill and take a lesser-known path to a spring gathering place. The order of arrival would determine entry into the hunting grounds, with the swiftest gaining priority, while later arrivals would have to wait their turn. As Zhu Ping'an rode past, the proposal for the horse race put forth by the offspring of an official received unanimous approval. Zhou, the corpulent figure, was eager to participate, his thighs rubbing against the horse's belly in a state of excitement. One can understand this enthusiasm. The competitive spirit inherent in youth is perfectly aligned with the thrill of racing, and the outcomes directly influence the order of hunting, a matter of great significance for these noble scions, as their family's honor is at stake. A bountiful hunt would not only earn them the admiration of their peers, but also garner praise and regard from their elders, which could have considerable implications for future military appointments or local positions. Moreover, it is essential to note that the spring outing for hunting would not be devoid of female presence. Numerous young ladies from noble families, including those of dukes and ministers, as well as esteemed young women drawn by reputation, would grace the occasion. Thus, this spring outing could be likened to an ancient version of a matchmaking event. Therefore, the exuberance of these official airs is entirely understandable. After settling the details of the horse race, everyone dismounted to rest, while their attendants cleared obstacles along the racing path, also serving as judges to prevent any cheating. Once dismounted, Zhou leaned against his horse, chattering away for some time. Zhu Ping'an, deciphering his words through lip-reading, gathered that Zhou was urging the horse to perform well, having spent over 200 taels of silver to procure this fine steed from the northwest. If the horse failed to deliver, it would face a rather grim fate. Conversely, should it secure a commendable position, Zhou promised to reward it with several exquisite mares. During the pause, the participants collectively fed their horses with grass and water, with Zhou even indulging in a massage for his steed. In contrast, Zhu Ping'an took a more relaxed approach, tethering his horse beneath a tree, allowing it to graze on tender grass and budding leaves. After approximately half an hour of rest, everyone had adjusted to their optimal state, and the horses were sufficiently rejuvenated. They then led their steeds to the starting line. The chosen starting point was a gentle slope extending several hundred meters, concluding at a narrow path that led to the gathering place of the various families participating in the spring outing. Despite the large number of participants, the slope was spacious enough for all to line up their horses fairly. The narrow path ahead, however, would test their individual skills. Ha ha ha, Zhou, you hefty figure. Dare you partake in a horse race? Why put yourself through such folly, only to be the last to enter the grounds? A familiar noble scion pointed at Zhou's bulk from the starting slope, erupting in laughter. Following his jest, several others joined in mocking Zhou. Due to the impact of Zhou the portly's corpulent physique, he had participated in numerous horse races, and with the exception of occasional instances, he consistently finished in last place. There were even moments when the steed beneath him was so exhausted that it foamed at the mouth and rolled its eyes in fatigue. Damn it, you little monkey. Prepare to eat the dust of labor, Zhou the portly retorted, lifting his head in defiance, then boasting about the steed he rode, proclaiming that this horse, renowned throughout the Northwest, was unmatched even by the legendary blood-sweating steeds. Let it go? Last time, you claimed that horse was a descendant of the Lu horse. Yet it still finished behind. What now? Unwilling to concede? Very well, shall we place a wager? The loser must provide a month's worth of companionship with a female scholar to the victor. A familiar scion of nobility laughed provocatively. Fine, I accept. Who's afraid? Zhou the portly raised his head, accepting the challenge with unwavering confidence in the prized horse he had purchased. In stark contrast to the eager anticipation of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an remained composed, blending into the throng with an indifferent demeanor, a striking juxtaposition to Zhou the portly, who was flushed and fervent. To be continued. Chapter 444. Young master, are you happy? After about half a tea's worth of time, a three-clawed dragon flag adorned with lace rose upon the ridge ahead, its red fabric fluttering in the wind, strikingly visible. Upon sighting the dragon banner, the nobles shouted in unison, spurring their horses to charge forth. Zhou the portly's steed, indeed a costly acquisition, surged ahead at the start, quickly leaving the scion he had wagered against far behind. Ha ha! Zhou the portly laughed triumphantly, deliberately cracking his whip as he passed the noble, his pride palpable. Don't get too cocky, Zhou. The aggrieved noble ground out through clenched teeth, vigorously whipping his horse, which responded with a series of distressed whinnies. As everyone raced ahead, Zhu Ping'an, unsurprisingly, lagged behind. Compared to these aristocratic youths, who were seasoned riders from childhood, Zhu Ping'an's equestrian skills were lacking. However, trailing had its advantages. Free from the competitive spirit, he could appreciate the splendid scenery. As the spring outing was ultimately about enjoying nature, the hooves of his horse kicked up dust on the gravel path, and not far away, a meandering stream occasionally startled fish into the air, while the neatly arranged grasses undulated in the gentle breeze, and the birds in the forest chirped melodiously like a cheerleading squad. While savoring the picturesque landscape and riding at a leisurely pace, Zhu Ping'an gradually increased his speed. As falling too far behind would not reflect well on him, the horse responded eagerly. With a slight pull on the reins, it quickened its pace, though not lightning fast. It was still quite swift. After running for a while, Zhu Ping'an spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Ah, it was none other than Zhou the portly. Still burdened by his corpulent physique, Zhou Ping'an found himself struggling to match the pace of others, his steed laden with more weight than its competitors. Initially, he managed to keep up, but as time wore on, it became inevitable that he lagged behind. When he noticed that Zhu Ping'an, the last competitor, was rapidly closing the distance, panic set in. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Ping'an lashed his horse with the whip, drawing blood from its flanks. The pain elicited a pained whinny from the noble steed, which then surged forward at an exhilarating speed. Thus, Zhou Ping'an raced ahead, while Zhu Ping'an followed closely, both hastening towards the gathering point. As they traversed a particularly muddy stretch of terrain, the riders ahead kicked up clouds of dust, creating a haze that enveloped the path like a thick fog. Entering this dusty section, Zhou Ping'an's urgency intensified. He realized that if his horse maintained its speed, there was still a chance to overtake that betting monkey, but the dust was clearly impeding the horse's pace. Frantic, he once more brandished his whip, urging the steed to run faster. Hurry, faster. If you do not speed up, I shall lose. Zhou Ping'an's face flushed with anxiety as he spurred the horse, his desperation evident. Young master, you must rein in the horse. At that moment, Zhou Ping'an heard a voice ahead, strident and clear, one that even Zhu Ping'an could hear. It belonged to one of his attendants, who had been dispatched earlier to supervise the race. I am joyful. Your horse is a wasteland. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping'an erupted in fury, his chubby face contorting as he shouted back, Are you mad? Do you ask if I am joyful? I am joyous as a wasteland. I am losing this race, rapidly falling to second last, and you dare ask me such a question? This insolent servant had grown bold, teasing him in the midst of his distress. Are you joyful? Huh, you dare. In a flash, Zhou Ping'an's thoughts spiraled wildly, provoked by the attendant's taunt. After venting his anger, he once again cracked the whip and squeezed the horse's sides, urging it to accelerate further. Alas, young master, you must rein in the horse. The attendant exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. I am joyful. Your horse is a wasteland. Zhou Ping'an's mind echoed the insult, and before he could voice his retort, he felt a sudden loss of balance. The horse emitted a desperate whinny, and with a crash, Zhou Ping'an was flung from the saddle, soaring through the air. What just transpired? In midair, Zhou Ping'an glanced back in astonishment, only to discover that the path they had just traversed had abruptly transformed into a steep slope, rising at an alarming 80-degree angle. On ordinary days, one could easily discern the path ahead. However, due to the dust and smoke generated by the horse race, the road appeared shrouded in a thick fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible. In such obscurity, calamity could strike. A horse might stumble, leading to a disastrous scene where both horse and rider tumbled to the ground. This unfortunate event transpired in the blink of an eye, approximately 1 second later, when the corpulent Zhou found himself crashing heavily to the earth alongside his steed. Fortunately, the horse did not land atop him. Had it done so, Zhou would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries. Alas, Zhou's face met the ground first, and his round visage skidded across the gravel-strewn path for 2 or 3 meters. Even the most exquisite beauty would be rendered unrecognizable upon such a fall, let alone Zhou, who already possessed a rather abstract appearance. Thus, the aftermath of this tumble could only be described as a calamity of epic proportions. It was only in that fleeting moment of impact that Zhou experienced a sudden epiphany. Ah, so what that wretched servant meant by "Are you enjoying yourself?" was to rein in the horse. Angered further, Zhou cursed, You useless servant. Why shout rein in the horse? If you had simply warned me of the ditch ahead, would I have fallen in such a manner? What good are you? What was the purpose of your early arrival here? You shall pay for this. Upon hearing rein in the horse, Zhu Ping'an was initially perplexed. However, upon hearing Zhou's anguished cry, he quickly grasped the situation. Zhou's painful lesson taught Zhu that the upcoming terrain was perilous and required caution. Consequently, he gently tugged on the reins, proceeding carefully, only to soon encounter a steep slope ahead. With great care, he guided his horse down the incline, and there, just a few paces away, he beheld Zhou sprawled face down like a great bird with its wings spread, accompanied by his apologetic entourage. To be continued. Chapter 445. Jiao Jiao yearns for a good man, yet finds none. Contemplating this heartache, seeing Zhu Ping'an descend the slope unscathed, Zhou's dismay was palpable. He had anticipated Zhu would plummet alongside him, but to his chagrin, Zhu remained entirely unharmed. Truly, it was a cause for sorrow. Regardless of the outcome, Zhou had undoubtedly lost this horse race. When Zhu Ping'an and Zhou appeared at the spring gathering, the noble youths who had been waiting for quite some time erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves, particularly upon witnessing Zhou's unfortunate visage. They laughed so heartily that they nearly lost their breath. With your meager frame, be wary lest that cunning vixen drain you dry. Zhou feigned nonchalance, tossing 2 tin-tail silver notes onto the bet-making noble's lap. Then, with his round face tilted skyward, he derisively remarked, 2 tails of flesh? Huh, do not envy me. I must inform you that while I may seem slender, my brothers are far more robust. If your brother resembles a mere mouse, mine is akin to a grand elephant. I assure you, countless lady scholars have wept and begged for my company through the night. The noble, pocketing the money, leaned against his steed, running his hands through his hair in a self-satisfied pose. I beg your pardon, but who are you trying to deceive? The labor paper is a majestic eagle, while yours is merely a small rooster. Zhou, the stout fellow, was utterly incensed. For a man, the disdain towards the second brother constitutes the gravest affront, which Zhou could not tolerate. Ha ha ha, you still don't believe it? What say you? Shall we venture into the grove for a comparison? The noble scion taunted Zhou, then turned to Zhu Ping'an and remarked, I see you both are together. This gentleman must be your friend as well. Come, let us witness this spectacle and broaden your horizons, lest you later deny it. As he spoke, he tugged at his trousers. Noticing this, Zhou felt a tinge of intimidation. Though he had spoken boldly moments ago, he was acutely aware of the realities regarding the second brother's stature. Cough, cough. No thanks, I have a fear of needles. Zhu Ping'an quietly shot a glance at the noble scion, then shook his head with a simple sincerity, uttering those words nonchalantly. Fear of needles? What does that even mean? Oh my ha-ha. Initially, the crowd was puzzled, but within moments comprehension dawned, and uproarious laughter ensued. It seems that from this day forth, the moniker Needle Brother would forever be associated with that noble scion. Zhu Ping'an's intervention was also an attempt to aid Zhou, who had already faced enough misfortune that day. He feared further blows might shatter Zhou's spirit. Zhou, deeply touched by Zhu Ping'an's timely assistance, repeatedly patted his shoulder, calling him brother-in-law. Naturally, the noble scion was displeased by such mockery. However, upon observing Zhu Ping'an's refined attire, he recognized that Zhu hailed from an esteemed lineage. Additionally, hearing Zhou refer to Zhu as brother-in-law, the scion surmised Zhu's identity, realizing that Zhou had a brother-in-law who was a top scholar. What is the point of verbal sparring? Why not compare our prowess in hunting? The noble scion provoked, eyeing Zhu Ping'an and Zhou with disdain. A challenge it is, Needle Brother. Zhou eagerly accepted. For hunting was indeed a competition. Zhou, I warn you, do not call me that name. The noble scion trembled at the mention of Needle Brother. Very well, Needle Brother. Zhou complied readily. Just wait and see. The noble scion glared fiercely at Zhou and Zhu Ping'an before galloping away with a few familiar companions. The gathering was situated at the outskirts of the assembly area. Proceeding further for over 100 meters would lead to the actual site, a vast expanse of grassy land where carriages and tents formed a rudimentary camp. Within the camp, numerous lively young women adorned in vibrant attire engaged in various pastimes, whether it be flying kites, chasing butterflies, or chatting and playing games in small groups. Of course, apart from the ladies, there were many young men, scions of the noble families, the literati, and other illustrious clans, each employing diverse strategies to capture the attention of their desired companions. Upon arriving at the camp, the members of the Linhuai Marquisate noticed the injuries on Zhou's face and promptly instructed someone to escort him into a tent for treatment. In the camp, there was no sight of Li Shu. Perhaps she was out enjoying the springtime with her maid, Baozi. In the camp, the second and third young ladies of the Ho family were adorned in splendid attire, surrounded predominantly by females. Zhu Ping'an, the sole male among them, felt somewhat out of place. Thus, he entrusted his steed to a member of the Ho family and wandered off to explore the vicinity. Not long after setting forth, Zhu Ping'an stumbled upon a lively gathering. Curiosity piqued as he approached the crowd. There, he beheld Li Shu and the maid Baozi being obstructed by 4 or 5 young scholars clad in blue robes. The maid, holding an exquisite flower basket brimming with blossoms, appeared to have encountered these youths while foraging for flowers alongside Li Shu. The young scholars, taken aback by Li Shu's beauty, were captivated, embodying the notion that a refined lady deserves a gentleman's attention. Although the scholars had blocked Li Shu's path, they maintained a demeanor of politeness and decorum. Observing Li Shu's composed manner, Zhu Ping'an refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to stand aside as a silent spectator. Should the scholars exhibit any unruly behavior, he would be poised to protect both Li Shu and the maid. Additionally, he noticed several eager young men around, brimming with the desire to perform acts of chivalry should any impropriety occur. It seemed they were anticipating an opportunity to swoop in and rescue the fair maidens. A handsome scholar, stepping forward, elegantly waved his folding fan and, with eyes half closed in rapture, recited a poem, subtly revealing the inscription of the renowned literary figure Li Panlong on the fan's surface. Li Shu, however, remained unfazed by the scholar's impassioned recital. Does the fair maiden have a suitor? The dashing scholar inquired after concluding his poetic performance, nonchalantly leaning against a nearby tree trunk in a pose he deemed impressive. His question, in modern parlance, translated to, Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Chapter 446. A surge of emotion. Does the fair maiden have a suitor? Upon hearing this question, Zhu Ping'an observed the surrounding males craning their necks, their attention fixated on the enchanting beauty at the center of the scene. They eagerly anticipated her response, hoping to ascertain whether she was unattached, which might open a window for their advances. As the crowd held its breath in anticipation, the beauty finally spoke, her voice instantly captivating the handsome scholar and the onlookers alike. "No, I do not," she replied, gently shaking her head, her lips forming a delicate pout, and her striking eyes shimmering with vitality. Her voice was as melodious as a lark's song. "No, she says she has no boyfriend." The handsome scholar, upon hearing her words, beamed with a radiant smile. "Ha ha ha, yet another breathtaking beauty to be won over by my charm and talent." The handsome youth's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. It is an immutable truth that has endured through the ages. If you inquire whether a girl has a boyfriend and she responds in the negative, congratulations. Your chances have significantly increased. This indicates that she harbors some affection for you, or at the very least, does not find you repugnant. If she were entirely disinterested, she would have swiftly declared her relationship status to thwart any advances. Hence, at this moment, the handsome youth was filled with elation. The sound of her words resonated deeply within him, causing several onlooking males to involuntarily swallow hard. They were only now comprehending the meaning of a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley, a revelation that previously seemed incomprehensible. Just those 3 words had the power to render him weak at the knees. The surrounding males shared in this ecstatic sentiment, reveling in the serendipity that such a beautiful girl remained unattached. This was a fortuitous opportunity. If not seized now, when would they ever? Consequently, the males, emboldened by this divine chance, felt a stirring urgency to act. Then why not find one? The handsome youth asked with a captivating smile, his voice rich and magnetic as he turned to Li Shu once more. He eagerly awaited her next words, ready to extol his virtues. A beauty of such exquisite allure was akin to a succulent morsel dangling just within reach. He refused to let it slip away. After speaking, the handsome youth surveyed the eager males around him, revealing a confident smile that suggested victory was assured. "My gentleman does not permit it," Li Shu replied, blinking her large eyes innocently, an adorably endearing sight. Beside her, the little maid, Baozi, stifled a giggle behind her hand. "My gentleman does not permit it." Li Shu's words seemed to shatter the atmosphere, causing a heart-wrenching silence. The handsome youth staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest as if struck by a hammer, completely blindsided by the revelation. The surrounding males were equally devastated, each one appearing as though they had suffered a grievous blow. One moment they were in paradise, and the next, they had plummeted into hell. The disparity was unbearable. However, observing the playful glint in the stunning maiden's eyes, he contemplated whether she might be teasing him. Surely, that must be the case. Look how sweetly her little maid chuckled. To his surprise, the maid, though slightly less enchanting than her mistress, was still quite the beauty in her own right. If he were to marry this exquisite maiden, surely he could indulge in the company of her maid as well. Oh, the delightful thought of having 2 beauties at his disposal. The handsome youth began to comfort himself with these fantasies, but such daydreams dissipated in an instant. "My gentleman, you have arrived. Do you think the flowers I picked are beautiful?" In full view of the crowd, Li Shu gracefully adjusted her skirt and approached Zhu Ping'an, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief as she regarded him with a playful smile, her lips pouting in a charmingly coy manner, her voice laced with a delightful air of flirtation. At last, she extended her delicate hand and grasped Zhu Ping'an's, leading him before the maidservant by the steamed bun stall. With an inviting gesture, she pointed to a few small flowers in the floral basket, glancing at Zhu Ping'an and inquiring. Oh, it appeared that this young lady had observed his approach all along, gazing into Li Shu's cunning eyes, feigning the demeanor of a timid bird, and adopting a tone of playful coaxing. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but twitch his lips. She called him my lord, and they were holding hands. There could be no pretense about it. Witnessing this scene, both the handsome scholar and the onlookers were utterly heartbroken. Moreover, the reason no one doubted their connection was that the garments worn by Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu were practically matching outfits. Although the concept of couple attire did not exist in ancient times, it was evident that their outfits were crafted by the same tailor, both in a deep sapphire hue, adorned with identical paired embellishments. Zhu Ping'an donned a sapphire arrow-sleeved riding outfit, while Li Shu wore a matching front closing, trailing skirt, also in sapphire, with black cloud patterns embroidered along the edges that mirrored those on Zhu Ping'an's attire. Additionally, the ribbons on Li Shu's dress and the belt around Zhu Ping'an's waist were both embroidered with plum blossoms. The most striking detail was the jade pendants they wore. Both were gold-inlaid jade accessories shaped like crescent moons. The sole difference lay in the central designs. Zhu Ping'an's featured a golden dragon motif, while Li Shu's pendant showcased a golden phoenix. The symbolism of a harmonious union between dragon and phoenix was unmistakable. Thus, despite the absence of a couple's outfit concept in antiquity, the obvious nature of their attire led many to draw conclusions, leaving little room for denial. However, the issue remained. Zhu Ping'an's appearance was rather unremarkable. While his attire exuded opulence, in comparison to the other scholars, particularly the strikingly handsome ones, Zhu Ping'an's looks were decidedly average. Had he been as handsome as the others, the crowd might have found a way to reconcile their feelings, but as it stood, Zhu Ping'an's appearance paled in comparison to many present. The sight of a beautiful flower blooming amidst cow dung was a bitter pill for the onlookers, evoking a sense of injustice for the flower's exquisite beauty. Amidst this, the handsome scholar could no longer contain himself and approached Zhu Ping'an, blocking his path with an expression of discontent. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Why not ask her?" Zhu Ping'an replied with a subtle smile, glancing teasingly at the fox-like Li Shu. "He is my husband," Li Shu said, resembling a bashful little rabbit as she tucked herself behind Zhu Ping'an, timidly clutching the hem of his garment, embodying the essence of a bashful young lady. If this girl didn't pursue an acting career, it would indeed be a waste of talent. Zhu Ping'an held a profound admiration for Li Shu's performance. To be continued. Chapter 447. Facts speak louder than words. Help me rid myself of these rascals, and when we board the ship, my cook will prepare a feast for you. As Li Shu hid behind Zhu Ping'an, she spoke to him in a voice as delicate as a mosquito's. Zhu Ping'an, bound by both sentiment and reason, readily acquiesced, for he was already entangled in the situation and had no choice but to comply. "I suggest you take your leave. You are unworthy," the handsome scholar proclaimed, approaching Zhu Ping'an with an expression of feigned pity. "Why?" Zhu Ping'an inquired. "Why?" The handsome scholar scoffed, retorting with a derisive smile. "What merit do you possess to be deemed worthy of such a beauty? Your looks are lacking." Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd erupted in raucous laughter, reveling in the chaos, for they had nothing to lose in the fray. "Capable and accomplished," Zhu Ping'an remarked lightly, his words puzzling the onlookers, before he naturally took Li Shu's hand and walked away. He had no desire to linger with these individuals. Words were futile, and actions spoke volumes. Capable and accomplished? What does that mean? The crowd murmured, utterly bewildered by Zhu Ping'an's cryptic phrase. However, they clearly observed Zhu Ping'an holding Li Shu's hand. Li Shu, blushing, playfully scolded, "You rascal," and lowered her head as she followed him. At that moment, excessive words were unnecessary. Their actions were sufficient to convey everything. They were hand in hand, and the title of official had been witnessed by all, rendering the crowd reluctant to intervene. After all, they were either noble scions or sons of literati, individuals of some standing, and such brazen behavior was beneath them. As they watched Zhu Ping'an depart, the handsome scholar and his companions were filled with discontent, yet powerless to act. They had hoped to outshine Zhu Ping'an in the realm of literature, but he gave them no opportunity to compete. After all, they were merely outsiders in the intimate affair of a couple. Zhu Ping'an, leading Li Shu by the hand and accompanied by the little maid Baozi, navigated through the throng towards a more secluded area. Once they had evaded the crowd's gaze, Zhu Ping'an released Li Shu's warm, delicate hand. "You scoundrel, always taking advantage." Li Shu feigned anger, shaking her small hand in pretended disdain after he let go. "It was merely a matter of expedience," Zhu Ping'an replied blandly. "Expedience? You could have composed a poem or employed other means to dissuade him. You simply wished to take advantage of me. You lecher." Li Shu rolled her eyes, chiding him playfully. "Furthermore, what did you mean by capable and accomplished?" Li Shu inquired with curiosity. "To achieve greatness and lead a fulfilling life," Zhu Ping'an smirked. "But can I truly reveal the deeper meaning to you? You seem to be concealing the truth." Li Shu scrutinized Zhu Ping'an for several seconds, unconvinced by his explanation. Meanwhile, Baozi, the little maid, dutifully played her role as a follower, stepping a few paces back while carrying a small flower basket. The trio had not walked far before they were approached by the attendants of the Linhuai Marquis estate. announcing that it was time for the male guests to go hunting. No wonder there are so few people around. They have all gone hunting. The primary activity of the spring outing is indeed hunting, initiated by the noble families, where archery and horseback riding are indispensable. The boys engage in hunting while the girls observe, forming the very essence of the spring excursion. According to the order of arrival, Zhu Ping'an and Zhou Fadi were among the last to enter the hunting area. When Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu arrived, many had already ventured into the hunting grounds to begin their pursuits. The hunting area was a forested expanse, pre-stocked with game such as wild chickens and rabbits, awaiting the eager riders. Everyone, including Zhou Fadi, had entered the area, yet Zhu Ping'an leisurely led his horse, showing no intention to partake in the hunt. Participation was not mandatory. One could join or abstain at will. Zhu Ping'an had little interest in hunting. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his limitations. While he could manage horseback riding, archery was another matter entirely. His ability to draw the bow did not guarantee accuracy, and he would likely miss the target by a considerable distance. It seemed unwise to enter only to miss out on any game. Li Shu and her maid, Baozi, were enchanted by a certain flower-filled spot deep in the valley, having caught a glimpse of it while they were previously picking flowers. Now, seeing that Zhu Ping'an was not inclined to hunt, Li Shu requested him to accompany them as a guardian while they gathered flowers. Earlier, their flower picking had been interrupted by the boys, and with Zhu Ping'an's presence, they hoped to avoid such distractions. The valley was not particularly close, and Li Shu, accustomed to comforts, was unwilling to walk. Reluctantly, Zhu Ping'an took on the role of a carriage driver, guiding the cart prepared by Li Shu to the valley, while also leading Zhou Fadi's horse along the way, allowing the steed to graze on the tender grass of the valley, making the journey worthwhile. Li Shu's cart was laden with an abundance of provisions, dried fruits, jerky, and fine wine, showing that she would never deny herself the pleasures of life. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they arrived at the valley, which was rich in flora and utterly enchanting. Under the warm sunlight, the grass appeared greener, and the flowers bloomed more vibrantly. The wildflowers scattered throughout the valley painted it in a riot of colors, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The valley, shaped like a U, was divided into two sections, one abundant with lush grass and the other adorned with brilliantly blooming flowers. Zhu Ping'an tied his horse at the lush part of the valley to allow it to graze, and then drove the cart to the flower-laden section, facilitating Li Shu and her maid in their floral endeavors. Upon disembarking from the cart, Li Shu and Baozi rushed towards the myriad of flowers, their resistance to the allure of blossoms nearly non-existent, a truth that was confirmed in their focused gathering. Once Li Shu and Baozi had gathered enough flowers from this valley and were ready to explore another area, Zhu Ping'an discovered that the fine steed he had tethered in the lush part of the valley was missing. He inspected the tree to which the horse had been tied, noting the absence of any significant signs of struggle, and concluded that it had likely been led away. There were no signs of friction or other disturbances. The rope he had used, taught to him by his father in his youth, was not one that the horse could untie itself. Only a person could have freed it. The magnificent steed, after all, was borrowed from the rotund Zhou. Should it be lost, it would spell disaster. Upon discovering the horse's disappearance, Zhu Ping'an promptly commenced his search along the valley. To be continued. Chapter 448. Ominous Signs, a Critical Juncture. Zhu Ping'an set out in pursuit of the horse, accompanied by Li Shu and the young maid Baozi, whose primary intent was, of course, to gather flowers. The verdant side of the valley boasted lush water grasses, with a winding path of yellow mud leading into its depths, just wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to traverse. They decided to follow the path in hopes of finding someone who might have mistakenly led the horse away. The untouched woods, bathed in sunlight, presented a panorama of green. The leafy canopy shielded the sky, while the verdant grasses sprawled across the forest floor, and even the tree trunks were adorned with layers of green moss accumulated over time. This emerald valley exuded a poetic tranquility. As they meandered along the yellow mud path into this green expanse, the occasional chirp of birds only heightened the valley's serene atmosphere. Zhu Ping'an searched the path for quite some time without catching sight of the horse. Meanwhile, Li Shu and Baozi filled a basket with wildflowers, placing it in the carriage before retrieving another empty basket, eagerly continuing their floral gathering. Just as he was about to concede defeat, a sudden waft of fragrance caught Zhu Ping'an's attention, reminiscent of roasted meat. Was someone barbecuing? Which family indulged in such pleasures? Perhaps they had seen his horse. He ought to investigate. Contemplating this, Zhu Ping'an followed the scent, which seemed to emanate from behind a slope, obscured by a thicket of shrubs. Had it not been for the alluring aroma, this incline would have been quite elusive. As he drew nearer, the scent intensified, and wisps of smoke from the barbecue became visible. The slope formed a sharp turn, and as Zhu Ping'an and his companions rounded the corner, they unexpectedly emerged before the barbecue scene. To their astonishment, the individuals engaged in the barbecue were not affluent young nobles, but rather 6 ragged men of imposing stature, 2 of whom bore visible wounds, crudely bandaged with strips of cloth. The fierce expressions on their faces suggested they had recently emerged from a skirmish. The sunlight glinted off something in the grass behind them, prompting Zhu Ping'an to squint. Without a doubt, it was the reflection of weapons catching the sun's rays. Could these be desperate brigands? Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of anxiety. As a mere scholar, accompanied by 2 defenseless maidens, their sudden appearance before such formidable figures evoked a distinct sense of walking into the jaws of a tiger. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an had noticed the barbecue, and the unfortunate equine subject of their culinary endeavor was none other than his own lost steed. Though it had been butchered, the distinctive saddle of the Linhuai Marquis' estate and the still-bloodied head of the poor horse revealed an undeniable truth. These brigands had stolen his horse and turned it into a feast. Speaking of which, the luck of the Shamate black horse was nothing short of extraordinary. Had it been mounted today, it would now be the one sizzling over the flames. This thought left Zhu Ping'an gritting his teeth with regret. It must be said, the Shamate black horse truly exemplified the phenomenon of serendipity. Meanwhile, far away at the Linhuai Marquis' estate, the black horse was obliviously nuzzling against the neighboring little red horse, having sneezed inexplicably and shaking its tail in confusion before resuming its affectionate gestures. Presently, Zhu Ping'an was no longer preoccupied with the loss of his horse, but was instead contemplating how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. The 6 burly men before him were clearly of dubious intent, and their concealment suggested ulterior motives. The 3 of them had brazenly appeared before these men, and should they possess malicious intent, the danger of being silenced loomed ominously. If they were greedy, the threat of robbery became apparent. If they were lecherous, then Li Shu, with her alluring beauty, and the slightly less enchanting yet still appealing Baozi, posed a significant risk, especially given her remarkable figure, which rivaled that of leading ladies in certain films. It was a thought too harrowing to entertain. Regardless of how one assessed the situation, it was an ill omen. Although Zhu Ping'an had only just emerged onto the slope for a fleeting moment, he could already sense the alarm bells ringing in his mind. Just as he was pondering a means of escape, he heard Baozi, with her small hands clenched in indignation, confront them with fervor. "Ah, my lord, that is our horse. The saddle is unique to our estate, unmistakable in its origin. You audacious thieves have stolen from the Linhuai Marquis' household. How brazen of you! Humph! I shall see to it that you face the authorities." Is this not the very definition of misfortune striking at the worst possible moment? Upon hearing Baozi's impassioned proclamation, Zhu Ping'an felt darkness clouding his vision. This was hardly the time for accountability. His thoughts turned to the sheer folly of it all. Could she not see the gravity of the situation? Li Shu, upon hearing Baozi's words, also altered her demeanor, cautiously inching closer to Zhu Ping'an, as if proximity to him might afford her some semblance of safety. The 6 burly men, too, shifted in their stances, their expressions betraying their surprise at the sudden appearance of Zhu Ping'an and his companions. Baozi's outburst had further unsettled them. Zhu Ping'an keenly observed 2 of the men, their expressions a mix of confusion and intent, reaching towards the underbrush. It was evident that they were about to take action. At a crucial moment, Zhu Ping'an spoke up. Despite the dire situation, he maintained an air of calm and composure, raising his hand to silence the babbling maidservant. "What are you rambling about, girl? I have encountered many during my tenure at the Hanlin Academy, and these gentlemen do not strike me as villains. Even the mightiest may find themselves in misfortune. Who has not faced adversity at some point?" He continued, "If my steed has found its way into the mouths of these gallant men, then its journey in this world has not been in vain." Zhu Ping'an playfully tapped the maidservant on the forehead, then, with a gracious bow, addressed the 6 burly men opposite him. He exuded generosity, akin to a benevolent figure from a modern rendition of Water Margin, known for his charitable nature and camaraderie. Moreover, Zhu Ping'an spoke with great finesse. On one hand, he asserted his status as an official, emphasizing that should any misfortune befall him, the court would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. On the other hand, he downplayed the loss of his horse, stating, "It is merely a horse. If it is gone, so be it. I shall not concern myself with it," thus revealing his goodwill. "Go fetch a jar of fine wine from the carriage," Zhu Ping'an instructed the maidservant. Li Shu, who relished indulgence, knew the carriage was stocked with various items, including a jar of exquisite wine. "How could we honor my horse without a fine wine to accompany the feast?" Zhu Ping'an said, smiling. Young master," the maidservant protested, displeased. "How can we offer them wine after they have stolen our horse? Do not be so tedious, girl. Do you not know that my master adores befriending heroes? I have heard that consuming horse meat without wine can harm one's health. Hurry and fetch the wine to warm these gallant souls." With a twinkle in her dark, inky eyes, Li Shu shot a reproachful glance at the maidservant and urged her on. To be continued. Chapter 449. Killing the good and usurping merit. How could we honor my horse without a fine wine to accompany the feast? Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu's words were like a ray of sunshine in a frozen expanse, instantly warming the 6 burly men who had endured relentless hardships and the biting cold. For the first time, they felt a flicker of warmth. Of course, these weathered men did not immediately trust Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu. Their gazes turned towards a man who appeared to be their leader, who commanded their respect. This leader was stoutly built, with a scar etched across his face, and a makeshift bandage wrapped around his arm, still stained with blood. He sat there, taut and coiled like a drawn bow, exuding an aura of fierce valor. Despite the scar, there was an air of sincerity and straightforwardness about him. "Are you truly not going to hold us accountable for the theft of your horse?" the leader asked, fixing his gaze intently on Zhu Ping'an, his voice coarse and gravelly, reminiscent of wheels grinding over sand. As this man's gaze fell upon him, Zhu Ping'an felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, as if he were being scrutinized by a bear lurking in the mountains. The man's gaze was as vigilant as that of a black bear, seemingly capable of detecting even the slightest hesitation. Of course, horses were mere livestock, far inferior to human life. Zhu Ping'an nodded earnestly and, looking at the crowd, remarked, "Don't just stare at me. Turn the meat over. I can already smell it burning." Zhu Ping'an's calm demeanor and the sincerity in his eyes gradually soothed the restless hearts of those opposite him. After Zhu Ping'an finished speaking, the leading man scrutinized him for a moment before subtly nodding to the other men, causing them to exhale deeply, especially when the maid Baozi brought forth fine wine. Zhu Ping'an placed the jug before them, and any lingering resentment dissipated entirely. Having stolen their horses, they were not only unpursued but were also offered wine, an act that endeared Zhu Ping'an to the weary men who had suffered throughout their flight, filling them with gratitude. The earlier thoughts of silencing Zhu Ping'an for self-preservation had completely vanished. It is worth noting that consuming horse meat was a grave offense in the Ming dynasty, as horses were vital in dealing with the northern nomadic tribes, and the Ming valued them greatly. Their act of consuming a prize steed could lead to several years of imprisonment if discovered by the owner. With trust and gratitude established, the crisis had been averted, and Zhu Ping'an learned their story. In truth, it was a stroke of fortune that these men were inherently good, which made them susceptible to Zhu Ping'an's appeal. "We hail from the foot of Yunming Mountain, hundreds of miles to the north. Our lives were once idyllic. The streams in the mountains flow perpetually. The waters are clear and sweet, and lush reeds thrive by the banks. During busy farming seasons, we cultivated the land, and in our leisure, we hunted and fished in the mountains. We have honed our strength since childhood, inheriting skills from our ancestors, ensuring our efforts in the mountains were fruitful. The reeds could be woven into mats for sale. While we weren't wealthy, we never faced hunger or cold. Natural disasters had never disrupted our ancestral way of life." As they spoke, the men, savoring the horse meat and fine wine, couldn't help but reminisce fondly about their past. However, last year, the northern Tartars invaded the capital from the northwest, and our mountain village was caught in the turmoil, shattering our way of life. As they recounted this, expressions of hatred crossed their faces. "Was your home destroyed by the Tartars? How tragic," said the maid Baozi, her face reflecting sympathy. Tartars? My brothers and I answered the call of the imperial army and took to the battlefield, slaying a few Tartars ourselves. Alas, it was not the Tartars who destroyed our home, but rather our own people." One of them scoffed, his face illuminated by the fire. A mixture of regret and rage etched upon it. Framing the innocent for personal gain? The phrase echoed in Zhu Ping'an's mind, and from the man's words and expressions, he nearly confirmed his suspicions, prompting a sigh to escape his lips. Li Shu, seated closely beside Zhu Ping'an, wore a look of indignation, being as astute as she was. She likely had her own insights. Only the little maid by the side looked perplexed, wondering why their homeland had been destroyed not by the invaders, but by their own kind. It seemed illogical. How could one's own people bring ruin upon their homeland? When the imperial army conscripted the able-bodied men of their village, they promised a reward of 3 taels of silver for each enemy head taken. Growing up on tales of Yu Fei and the Yang family generals, they could not bear to witness the northern barbarians committing atrocities at their doorstep. Moreover, beheading enemies seemed more profitable than hunting. Thus, the young men of the village went to the battlefield to serve the imperial army, risking their lives to slay several invaders. However, when they returned seeking their promised rewards, they were met not with silver, but with the sting of military punishment. Yet, this was of little concern. They awaited the expulsion of the invaders, having stood guard with the army for several months. When they finally returned home, their hearts were heavy with sorrow. As they recounted their tale, their eyes glistened with unshed tears, their fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding in fury. The story that followed was harrowing, a visceral account that constricted their throats. The valiant youths, who had braved arrows and swords to act as cannon fodder for the imperial army, returned home, expecting the warm embrace of their families. Instead, they were met with the grim reality of charred villages and the lifeless bodies of their loved ones. The survivors relayed the events that had transpired. After the retreat of the invaders, the local military officer Zhao Dang reported his accomplishments to the county magistrate, who inquired about the heads of the enemies. Zhao replied, "The heads are easily obtained." Thus, he ordered his troops to slaughter the villagers, claiming their heads as trophies to report their victories. The soldiers, armed with sharp blades, stormed the village, shouting that they needed the villagers' heads for their accolades and to silence any witnesses. They mercilessly slaughtered over 30 households, sparing even the infants, leaving only an old man outside drawing water as the sole survivor. Zhao Dang reported having decapitated 59 enemies, among them 36 women and children, all of their heads shorn to resemble the style of the invaders. Upon learning the truth, the surviving youths were indignant and sought justice from the county magistrate. But the officials protected one another. The magistrate's verdict declared that the village had been destroyed by bandits, while Zhao Dang was hailed as a hero for driving away the invaders. The village's youth were accused of slandering their superiors, sentenced to 100 lashes, and imprisoned. Of the entire village's young men, only 6 managed to escape, only to be pursued by Zhao Dang's men, leading to a tale yet to be concluded. Chapter 450, The First Report of a Lifetime. After leaving the valley, Zhu Ping'an's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on the path beneath his feet as he strode forward, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Bandits like combs, invaders like brushes. For Zhu Ping'an, what had once been mere historical records now loomed vividly before him, the anguish, oppression, and indignation nearly consuming him. The soldiers, who were meant to protect their homeland and safeguard the people, who thrived on the sweat and blood of the populace, had instead turned their blades upon the defenseless, slaughtering them like swine and dogs. It is quite delightful and carefree to borrow the thoughts of the common folk. How can an empire endure when its soldiers are so inept? The decay of discipline within the imperial army and the deterioration of its combat effectiveness were direct factors leading to the collapse of the Ming Empire. The slogan of the rebel leader Li Zicheng, "Eliminate the soldiers and pacify the people," was a direct response to this. Individuals like Zhao Dang, a disgrace to the military, must not be allowed to remain. Each additional day they linger signifies the potential for villages to fall prey to such threats. Every day they remain increases the suffering inflicted upon the people of the Ming Empire. The presence of such individuals for even a moment longer means the populace may lose decades of life. Just as a 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant's nest, the continued existence of such characters poses a gnawing threat to the empire. This cannot be tolerated. Some matters can be endured, but this is simply intolerable. The young men in the valley gazed at the 5 broken silver coins and several dozen copper coins resting on the stone, their bronze-hued eyes glistening with moisture. The youth had turned his money pouch inside out, leaving behind all his wealth. Despite having no familial ties, and having even stolen the man's prized horse, he had nonetheless left all his money to them. Once they resolved their matters, if they survived, they would entrust their lives, over 100 pounds of it, to their benefactor. They would brave fire and water without hesitation. With unwavering resolve, the young men of the valley decided that upon completing their task, should they still live, they would seek refuge with Zhu Ping'an, ready to serve him. Even if Zhu Ping'an rejected them, they would still pledge their loyalty in secret. After emerging from the valley, Zhu Ping'an escorted Li Shu and the maid Baozi to the camp of the Marquis of Linhuai, then borrowed a horse and galloped away without pausing for a moment. He did not spare a glance at the lively scenes of spring outings. The enchanting noble ladies and the charming maidens failed to capture even a moment of Zhu Ping'an's attention. The exuberant shouts of the young aristocrats, who led their yellow dogs and rode their spirited steeds, did not cause him to falter in his stride. Zhu Ping'an rode forth from the camp, disregarding the pain in his thighs as he relentlessly urged his steed to accelerate, heading directly towards the Hanlin Academy. Upon arrival, he handed his horse over to the gatekeeper and sprinted towards the library. The scholars at the Hanlin Academy watched in astonishment as Zhu Ping'an dashed through, seemingly on fire with urgency. Hadn't the newly appointed Jinsher already been granted leave? Why was Zhu Ping'an back, and in such a frantic state? The scholars were filled with curiosity regarding the unfolding events. Once inside the library, Zhu Ping'an closed the door, set out his writing materials, and began to grind ink while deep in thought. He could no longer bear the situation, wishing to waste no time in drafting a memorial that would reach the heavens, exposing Zhao Dang and revealing the gruesome truths of certain individuals' collusion and heinous acts disguised as merit. Typically, Zhu Ping'an was known for his calculated actions. Yet after hearing the bloody realities, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. After all, youth is often accompanied by fervent passion. The common folk of the Ming dynasty suffer greatly. It is imperative that someone speaks on their behalf. Zhu Ping'an resolves to compose a memorial, a visceral, poignant document that strikes at the heart, a thunderous proclamation that cannot be overlooked within the court. As he searches his mind for similar historical impeachment memorials, he recalls the notable ones from the late Ming period during the reign of Chongzhen, a time when the empire teetered on the brink of collapse, beset by banditry, military strife, and border threats. The imperial troops, notorious for their indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, exemplified the chaos of the era. Zhu Ping'an infuses the harrowing and powerful language of these historical memorials into his own, blending it with modern stylistic approaches to address the contemporary grievance against Zhao Dang for his unjust actions. He writes, "Your Majesty governs the realm with a spirit of purity. The subjects of the empire are the true masters of all. When your benevolence reigns, all are content. Yet, under your illustrious rule, chaos prevails, as exemplified by the actions of the village chief Zhao Dang. I dare to enumerate his transgressions for your consideration. There is no force stronger than the law. Today's military is strong in seeking rewards, but weak in combat. They excel in slaughtering innocents for accolades while failing to protect the populace from tyranny. Zhao Dang, when faced with bandits, lives in perpetual fear, yet boasts of victories when the thieves retreat. He claims, 'What reward is there without a head?' Zhao Dang responds, 'It is easy.' Shortly thereafter, he presents 59 severed heads, among which are 26 women and children, evidence of his massacre of innocent villagers, masquerading as a hero. Darkness descends as the bandits pass. Even the most vulnerable brave the arrows to defend against the enemy. Yet after the danger recedes, the entire village of old and young falls victim to Zhao's own soldiers. Alas, who is this man? The heavens are near, yet he has brought them low. The sun and moon, once radiant, are now clouded. The bandits pass like combs through hair, and the soldiers march like brushes through the fields. I humbly beseech you, let the thunder of justice resound, commanding both civil and military officials, and order the Ministry of Punishments to conduct a rigorous investigation, restoring the law of the land and returning brightness to the lives of the people. I shall perish, yet my spirit will endure." Upon completing the memorial, Zhu Ping'an transcribes it onto an official document, seals it with his stamp, and incinerates the draft. Without delay, he departs the Hanlin Academy, heading straight for the Tongshengsi. The officials of Hanlin Academy, who had just witnessed Zhu Ping'an's hasty entrance, are now intrigued by his fervent exit. What could this young man be up to? Is he merely exercising, or has he suffered a blow to the head? Oh, the youth of today lack any semblance of composure, Yuan Wei muses. Observing Zhu Ping'an's frantic retreat, Zhu Ping'an swiftly arrives at the Tongshengsi, the office designated for receiving memorials in the Ming dynasty. As a mere sixth-rank official, He lacks the authority to directly submit to the Emperor Jiajing and can only communicate through the Tongshengxi. Only officials of 4th rank and above possess the privilege of direct appeal. After registering with the head of the Tongshengxi, Zhu Ping'an's memorial is archived, pending further processing by the appropriate personnel. As he exits the Tongshengxi, the pent-up frustration within him finally dissipates, allowing his emotions to settle. To be continued. Chapter 451. The Seducer. As the sun rises over the eastern horizon, casting its light, all affairs of the world seem delicate as a hair. The common man, witnessing injustice, sharpens the eternal blade within his heart. Zhu Ping'an recited the poem Occasional Verses by the Tang Dynasty poet Lu Cha, gently guiding his steed towards the residence of the Marquis of Linhuai. At this moment, the clock had just struck noon, and the sunlight illuminated every corner of the bustling streets, banishing all shadows and grime to the farthest reaches. The world basked in a warm and radiant glow. The Marquis's estate was unusually tranquil. The young ladies and gentlemen within had ventured out to enjoy the spring day and had yet to return. Upon entering the gate, Zhu Ping'an entrusted his horse to the stableman, who appeared somewhat astonished by Zhu's early arrival. It was still midday, and according to the arrangements, he was not expected until after sunset. Today seemed peculiar, as the 5th young lady had also returned early, and now the 5th young master had arrived as well. The stableman scratched his head in confusion and led the horse to the stables. Inside the stables, a fortunate black horse was joyfully exchanging whispers with a neighboring red horse. "Miss, why hasn't the young master returned yet? He came back before us, and yet he is still not here," the chubby maid Baozi remarked, her round cheeks resting in her hands as she idly watched the entrance, glancing at her young mistress who was engrossed in reading at the desk. "Let him come or not. He is the type to leave without a word, and it may be for the best if he never returns," Li Shu pouted, still brooding over Zhu Ping'an's abrupt departure during their spring outing. Miss, the young master is back." Baozi suddenly elongated her voice excitedly. Upon hearing this, Li Shu set down her book and glanced towards the door, only to find nothing there, not even an ant. It was then she realized she had been tricked by her playful maid. "I must have been seeing things." Baozi giggled, covering her mouth as her eyes squinted into crescent shapes. "Ah, you cheeky little girl. You've grown quite bold, daring to deceive your mistress. Just wait until I teach you a lesson for your impudence." Li Shu's cheeks flushed a deeper hue, accentuating her delicate charm, as she playfully threatened with her small tiger teeth, extending her slender fingers to tickle Baozi. The maid, most fearful of being tickled, was soon rendered helpless, laughter spilling from her as tears formed in her eyes. Forgetting their master-servant relationship, she dashed away, with Li Shu chasing after her. The two girls raced around the room, their peals of laughter echoing through the air, until they cornered Baozi in front of the bed. In the ensuing playful scuffle, Li Shu pinned Baozi down on the bed and began to tickle her mercilessly. With just a few touches, Baozi melted into giggles, pleading for mercy. "Miss, spare me, please. No more. I can't take it anymore." Zhu Ping'an had just entered his courtyard when the sounds of playful antics reached his ears, reminiscent of the last time he had heard such sounds, during a rather inappropriate viewing of a film by a female artist from a distant land with a raucous group of peers. However, what could this scenario possibly entail? With a heart racing in bewilderment, he stepped into the room, only to be caught off guard by the sight that awaited him, sending his pulse quickening several beats. On her petite bed, which had been the site of many a restless night, the graceful Li Shu was playfully seated atop the plump maid, twisting and turning. Her hairpins were in disarray, and her long tresses cascaded like a silken waterfall over her fragrant shoulders, swaying with each movement. The intensity of their frolic had left her skirts in disarray, revealing delicate white silk trousers beneath, while her shoes lay discarded on the floor, a sight both alluring and provocative. Beneath Li Shu, the plump maid was equally enticing. Her hair tousled across the bedding, her garments nearly stripped away by Li Shu's playful antics, exposing patches of soft, unblemished skin. Her neck was adorned with two soft curves that danced with her struggles. Her entire form languidly sprawled on the bed, pouting and pleading with dazed eyes. Her voice a sweet, soft murmur. What was this? Li Shu's antics seemed to suggest a budding intimacy between the two young women, which left Zhu Ping'an momentarily stunned. Was this the Ming dynasty? Had female camaraderie evolved into such playful intimacy? Yet, in the next instant, Zhu Ping'an grasped the reality. It was merely a game of tickling. Li Shu's tiny hands were engaged in this innocent play. However, Even this innocent scene was striking to behold. The plump maid, facing the door, caught sight of Zhu Ping'an upon his entrance, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment as she instinctively covered her round visage with her hands. Miss, please, not anymore. The master has returned," she exclaimed, her voice laced with shyness. "You little minx. You dare deceive me? Let me show you the consequences," Li Shu retorted playfully, dismissing the maid's warning. She had initiated the tickling because the maid had teased her about Zhu Ping'an's arrival. And now the maid's pleas held no credibility in Li Shu's ears. "No, truly, he has returned," the maid insisted, tears welling in her eyes from the relentless tickling. "More lies," Li Shu teased, but as she turned to speak, her words faltered. Unexpectedly, she found herself face to face with Zhu Ping'an, who stood at the threshold with an expression of bewilderment. "Ah!" Li Shu gasped, startled, and lost her balance, tumbling backward off the bed. A shriek escaped her lips as she fell, her heart racing with panic. This was Zhu Ping'an's bed, and she had unwittingly invaded his space. Now caught in such an embarrassing predicament. Oh no, this was a disaster. Not only had she revealed a less than ladylike side to the eyes of Zhu Ping'an, but she had also stumbled clumsily in front of him. Mortified, she wished she could vanish into the ground. As she plummeted to the floor, her mind raced with thoughts of potential pain and humiliation. Yet, to her surprise, instead of meeting the hard ground, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. In the moment when Li Shu fell from the bed, Zhu Ping'an rushed over just in time to catch her, cradling her in his arms, thus averting the tragedy of her landing face first on the ground. Li Shu, bewildered, opened her eyes just in time to see Zhu Ping'an looking down at her, realizing she was in the embrace of a rather unsightly frog. Their gazes locked, and Li Shu's cheeks flushed instantly. "You lecher!" In the next heartbeat, she shot Zhu Ping'an a glare, baring her small canines, her eyes wide and shimmering with indignation. "What are you doing?" Zhu Ping'an, somewhat speechless, found her reaction unreasonable. Had he not caught her, the height of the bed would have rendered her as unattractive as a toad. "Where's your hand?" Li Shu shot him a disapproving look, branding him a scoundrel. "Hand." Zhu Ping'an slightly shifted his hand, feeling a soft, yielding mass, and clearing his throat awkwardly. He apologized for being inattentive in such a pressing situation, promptly relocating his hand from Li Shu's slender waist. "Put me down." Li Shu averted her gaze, elongating her tone. To be continued. Chapter 452. When Li Shu encounters Miss Yen, heavy rains fall upon the desolate Yuyan. White waves surge violently, and fishing boats outside Qinhuangdao are swallowed by the vast ocean. To whom can one turn for guidance? The past stretches over millennia, as Wei Wu wields his whip, journeying east to the cliffs of Jieshi, leaving behind remnants of his legacy. The autumn winds whistle eerily once more. The world has indeed changed. Only by standing at the edge of the boundless sea, witnessing the towering waves crashing against the rocks, and hearing the thunderous roar of the surf, can one truly grasp the grandeur and passion embodied in Emperor Taizu's poem Lang Tao Sha Bei Dai He. The sea is a potent elixir that broadens the heart. Gazing upon its endless expanse inspires a spirit of ambition and universality. As Zhu Ping'an contemplated the ocean, lost in thought, Li Shu and the little maid Baozi stood by the shore, gazing curiously at the sea. "Miss, didn't you say last night that the sea is boundless? How is it that we are now standing by the ocean?" Baozi, standing at the water's edge, appeared more engrossed in the retreating waves at her feet than the vastness of the sea before her, her face contorted in confusion. Li Shu, upon hearing her words, redirected her gaze from the infinite horizon, casting a bemused glance at Baozi, akin to observing a piece of rotting wood. "Foolish girl, when I said the sea is boundless, I meant it is so vast that it cannot be seen in its entirety, not that it lacks edges. The sea being boundless means it has no edges, right?" Baozi mumbled quietly. Li Shu turned to look at Baozi, who promptly shrank back, falling silent like a timid mouse caught in the gaze of a cat, her demeanor adorably meek. Today marks the day of their grand voyage. However, due to the superstitions held by ancient peoples, it was deemed essential to embark at noon, when the sun's energy is at its zenith, warding off all evils. The previous day, Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu had traveled by pleasure boat from the capital along the Jinghang Canal directly to Tianjin. After being received at the Tianjin port by the emissaries of Duke Li Tingzhu, they rested for the night before taking a carriage to the seaside. At this moment, Li Tingzhu, the Marquis of Linhuai, was engaging in a sea worship ceremony with local officials at the seaside dock, a practice steeped in feudal superstition, primarily serving as a form of self-comfort. They organized manpower to construct an altar, invited a Taoist priest from a nearby mountain temple, and adorned several plump white pigs with vibrant red flowers. Similarly, chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep received the same treatment, all placed by the harbor, awaiting the completion of the rituals before being offered to the sea. Since the maritime ban imposed by the Ming dynasty, such sea worship activities had not occurred for an extensive period, thus attracting a considerable number of spectators who regarded it as a form of leisurely entertainment. Among the onlookers were not only common folk, but also several dignitaries and aristocrats. However, finding the ritual tedious and uninteresting, Li Shu chose to accompany Zhu Ping'an to view the sea instead. Sadly, the seaside offered little beauty beyond the vast expanse of water, starkly contrasting with the picturesque beaches frequented in modern times. The stretch of beach beneath Zhu Ping'an's feet was muddy and unkempt, lacking the fine sand characteristic of beautiful coastlines. Though somewhat disheartened, he understood that many exquisite modern beaches were man-made, while the natural ones, particularly in the Bohai Sea region, were often marshy and devoid of sandy shores. Observing that the ceremony at the dock seemed to be nearing its conclusion, Zhu Ping'an led Li Shu and the maid Baozi back to the dock. "Is that you?" The atmosphere at the dock was lively. As Zhu Ping'an, Li Shu, and the maid Baozi maneuvered through the throngs of people toward the dock to await their boat, a voice nearby, filled with astonishment and a hint of anger, caught their attention. Upon hearing the voice, Li Shu instinctively raised her head and spotted a splendidly dressed young lady not far ahead, surrounded by maids and an elder woman, along with a beautiful young matron. Their gazes were fixed upon Zhu Ping'an. "Ah, it seems we are acquainted." A slight smile graced Li Shu's lips as her dark, ink-like eyes sparkled with interest, fixed intently on the approaching figure. Zhu Ping'an, upon recognizing the newcomer, felt a sense of unease. How did Miss Yin end up in Tianjin? After the awkward incidents involving her bathroom escapades and the shoe-throwing incident on Yujie Street, Zhu Ping'an was genuinely apprehensive about encountering her again. The last time, her entourage had been armed with sticks and blades, suggesting she was not someone to be trifled with. At that moment, Miss Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at Zhu Ping'an, her expression a blend of shyness, fury, and a hint of animosity. The matron beside her, however, seemed intrigued, sizing Zhu Ping'an up with keen interest. "Ah, so this is the newly minted top scholar, Zhu Ping'an, often mentioned by my sister. Little Zhu, I presume." She laughed softly, her words implying that Zhu Ping'an's appearance was rather unremarkable, contrasting sharply with the lofty ideals of grace and charm. "She often speaks of me," Zhu Ping'an thought to himself. Bemused, "I can only imagine it must be in a less than flattering light, perhaps filled with complaints and grievances." Miss Yin was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman, who was likely the wife or concubine of Yin Shifan. Since Yin Song had only one son, Yin Shifan, and one daughter, Miss Yin, it seemed more plausible that this lovely lady was indeed connected to Yin Shifan. Who might this charming young lady be? The youthful and enchanting woman seemed to have just noticed Li Shu, and after mentioning Zhu Ping'an, she deliberately inquired about Li Shu. The lady gazed at Li Shu, her smile demure yet captivating, concealing her teeth with a delicate handkerchief, exuding an air of elegance that bespoke her noble lineage. "Pray tell, who are you, madam?" Li Shu asked lightly, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she appraised the woman before her. The term madam caused the air of aristocracy the young woman had so carefully cultivated to falter, her lightly powdered visage betraying a hint of unexpected embarrassment, as her earlier displays of superiority crumbled away. "Cough. Dear sister, please do not refer to me as madam. Call me sister instead. Otherwise, others might think I possess a certain age," the young woman replied, covering her mouth with a delicate gesture, her smile forced. "Calling you sister would only serve to make me seem older, would it not?" Li Shu blinked innocently, her expression one of feigned naivety. "To call you sister would indeed suggest that I am older than I am." Li Shu's words struck with remarkable force, effectively silencing the young woman, whose artificially maintained smile faltered, rendered rigid upon her face. This was merely the surface. Internally, the impact was undoubtedly more profound. To be continued. Chapter 453. A slap in the face. The beautiful young woman had yet to respond to Li Shu's cutting remark, but her entourage of maidservants could no longer contain themselves. One of the girls, freckled yet haughty, stepped forward, raising an eyebrow and regarding Li Shu with disdain. You, young lady, are exceedingly rude. Do you even know who my lady is? Her offering for you to call her sister is a mark of esteem. Yet here you are, speaking out of turn, lacking in gratitude. As this maidservant derided Li Shu, Miss Yan Er was casting daggers at Zhu Ping'an with her gaze. Consumed by the indignation that arose from his lewd behavior of peeking while she bathed and subsequently exposing himself in such an indecent manner, tarnishing her reputation, a deep-seated enmity not easily resolved. Zhu Ping'an dared not meet Miss Yan Er's eyes, for though the circumstances were misconstrued, she had undeniably borne the brunt of the humiliation, viewed through Li Shu's eyes. This scene unfolded as one where a shameless seductress brazenly attempted to entice a repugnant toad in public. However, the toad remained oblivious, not even casting a glance in her direction. How fortunate you remain unscathed. Had you noticed her, I would not have prepared a feast for you aboard. Your mistress's shamelessness in enticing a toad in public, and yet you, a mere maid, dare to ridicule me? Li Shu had never before been subjected to such insolence, least of all from a maidservant. Madam, is this impertinent maid truly yours? Li Shu smiled faintly, her delicate cherry lips curving slightly. Her naturally exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue. Her sparkling eyes gazed at the beautiful young woman, her aura as ethereal as an orchid, and her voice, reminiscent of a lark, was sweet as honey, revealing no trace of anger or discontent. The stunning young woman nodded. Although she did not comprehend the meaning behind Li Shu's inquiry, she recognized that this girl indeed belonged to the Yan family. At that moment, Miss Yan Er, who stood beside the beautiful young woman, shifted her gaze from Zhu Ping'an to Li Shu. Astonishment widened her eyes. She had not anticipated that the girl accompanying the scoundrel would be so strikingly beautiful. Initially, she had believed that her friend, Princess Anyang, was the pinnacle of beauty in the Ming dynasty, yet this girl surpassed her by threefold. Beyond her natural allure, the elegant and noble demeanor of this girl was no less impressive than that of Princess Anyang. This girl must be Li Shu, the fifth miss of the Linghuai Marquisate and the fiancée of the scoundrel. Miss Yan Er had someone investigate Zhu Ping'an and learned that he had a childhood sweetheart, a betrothed fiancée from their neighboring village. A woman from the third Master S family of the Linghuai Marquisate who had been cast out due to a woman and had fallen into obscurity. At that time, she thought it was divine retribution that the scoundrel would suffer for marrying a country girl. Yet, she did not expect that this rural girl would possess such extraordinary beauty and grace. Truly, the scoundrel had reaped an unexpected fortune. My lady, I have been watching you. Li Shu blinked playfully. Huh. The beautiful young woman struggled to follow Li Shu's rhythm, confused by her sudden remark. However, she quickly grasped Li Shu's intent. Strike her. Li Shu commanded coolly, her gaze drifting lightly behind her. The tassels in her hair swayed as her face turned. As soon as Li Shu's words fell, several matronly women who had followed her rolled up their sleeves, disregarding the identities of those before them. They bypassed the beautiful young woman and Miss Yan Er, directly seizing the girl with freckles who had mocked Li Shu, delivering a flurry of slaps across her face. These matronly women, accustomed to hard labor in Shangha village, wielded considerable strength. After several strikes, the haughty freckled girl was left disheveled, her eyes dazed and bewildered, utterly stunned. This little wretch had the audacity to deride our young lady. She must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Throughout her life, our esteemed master had never spoken harshly to our young lady, nor shown her a sour face. Yet this girl dared to mock her. The matronly women paid no heed to Miss Yan Er and her companions, even if they were aware of their status as members of the Yan family. Their loyalty to Li Shu's commands remained unwavering. Not only did Li Shu's prowess leave them no room for hesitation, but her generous rewards also ensured their obedience. During their time in the Linghuai Marquisate, they had received ample bounties from Li Shu. Upon hearing Li Shu mention a slap, the group of mothers surged forward, each eager to participate, some grasping arms, others tugging hair, and a few delivering slaps. Their roles were clearly defined, and their coordination was seamless, indicating a long-standing collaboration and familiarity with such antics. However, their strikes were rather gentle, executed in slow motion, totaling no more than 3 light taps. This was in accordance with Li Shu's prior instructions. The aim was to strike at one's dignity, conveying the message without the need for forceful blows. The goal was merely to diminish the opponent's face, and if they could step on it a bit more, that would be even better. Having spent considerable time with Li Shu, They had begun to decipher her expressions, discerning when to be gentle or more forceful. "Young lady, have you gone too far?" "One must consider the owner when dealing with a dog," the beautiful woman remarked, her gaze fixed on Li Shu, her demeanor slightly troubled and her expression somewhat somber. It was understandable. Anyone in her position would feel the same. To have one's servant publicly slapped was a source of embarrassment for anyone, as the saying goes. One must consider the owner when handling a dog. She had intended to assert her authority over this girl, but unexpectedly. The situation had escalated before she could establish her dominance, only to find that her horse had been slain and turned into soup by this very girl. Thus, the beautiful woman maintained a serious expression, seeking an explanation from Li Shu. Yet, Li Shu, with a blink of her innocent eyes, gazed back at her with the guilelessness of a little white rabbit. "Ah, it seems I have been left speechless," the woman realized, recalling Li Shu's earlier, seemingly nonsensical comment about having seen her. It was, in fact, a clever retort to her own statement regarding the necessity of considering the owner. This young girl, despite her tender age, possessed a remarkable cunning. How had she been raised to be so? Such a girl would prove to be a formidable opponent. Previously, she had heard Lan Lan speak of the newly crowned scholar, Zhu Ping'an. Although she often boasted of her desire for violence, the woman, being a seasoned individual, understood the nuances of women's words, often a facade for deeper feelings. It was hard for her to believe that she harbored no interest in Zhu Ping'an. Initially, she had contemplated discussing matters with Dong Lu to see if she could facilitate Lan Lan's aspirations. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than she had anticipated. To be continued. No updates tonight. I will find time to write tomorrow during work. My apologies to all. There will be no updates tonight. I will take the time to write and update tomorrow during my work hours. There is a detail I have yet to consider properly, and I need to reflect on it further this evening. To be continued. This text is provided by the Qihong Update Group, Xingming Qingwu Feiyang. The spring behind the wall has been silenced by the host, and replies will no longer be accepted. Popular recommendation. Baidu has released the season driver. As per international conventions, viewing is not permitted. The night is deep. Are you certain there is nothing beneath your bed? Upon reflection, it seems there are no images. The international convention remains unchanged. Viewing is still not allowed. Let us see which layer has the highest replies. This season's masked singer competition. From childhood to adulthood, we have feared certain things. This post is dedicated to all the girls. If you could have a boyfriend. It seems one cannot fully grasp the essence of this film without watching it. Do you remember the memories from the era of Overlord Continent? All those nostalgic moments are encapsulated here. Perhaps one could advise the author to refrain from excessive verbosity. Each day, those 2,000 words are hard to endure. Bronze Star players and Baidu mobile game players may authenticate with a Baidu account. The event concludes on January 1st, 2100. This book contains intricate details. T-beans are not the issue. Limited edition bear children are available for free. It seems today I have not managed to reach the 2,000 word mark and am pondering where to add more content. Will I return to the river or not? Currently, returning to the river either requires a brief mention or leads to further complications. On this April Fool's Day, everyone should stay awake and anticipate April 1st. Open the Tieba app. Season drivers, please prepare. This game should be played secretly behind a girlfriend's back. Oh, it's April Fool's Day. Indeed, I am still at work writing this. Where are the details? A chapter should contain a story. Writing at work, if the boss finds out. It is clearly unprofessional. The boss covers for me, while I, Zhu Lang, neglect my duties, a typical display of laziness and indulgence, reminiscent of the bureaucratic reality. Initially, writing discreetly was the plan, yet now it seems I must publicly announce it to the world. In a private enterprise, it is manageable, but as a civil servant, being reported would mean inviting trouble. A girl said, if you can't last 30 minutes, don't come to see me. I must carefully ponder the details of the plagiarism. It is becoming increasingly challenging. Please use the signature block. Save for quick replies. Remember our website, Mission Impossible. No updates tonight. I will find time to catch up tomorrow at work. Chapter 454. I am not that petty. The young lady is quite agreeable to me. Next time I return to the capital, I hope to have time to visit the Yen residence and play with Lien Yang. Miss Yen Er and her companions arrived unexpectedly and departed just as suddenly, as the friction among Li Shu and the others was just beginning to stir. A steward approached the beautiful lady and whispered a few words. The beautiful lady glanced towards the port and then took her leave, pulling Miss Yen Er with her. It seems there are matters not suitable for outsiders to know. Zhu Ping'an caught a distant glimpse. Officials were waiting over there, accompanied by several carriages draped in black veils, their tracks deeply imprinted. As Miss Yen departed, she cast several intense glares at Zhu Ping'an. Li Shu's discerning gaze fell upon her, truly a seductive vixen. And as she departed, she did not forget to flaunt her allure. When Zhu Ping'an withdrew his gaze from the carriage, he suddenly paused. Wait a moment. What did that young matron just say to Li Shu? Lin Yang, she called her. There truly exists a woman named Lin Yang. I recall having perused historical accounts of Yan Shifan in modern times, where it was noted that his most favored concubine was indeed named Lin Yang. This Lin Yang bears a striking resemblance to the descriptions in the historical texts, skin as white as snow, a visage enchanting as a painting. It seems that these tales are not without merit, and this Lin Yang is certainly no ordinary woman. According to the accounts, Lin Yang hailed from the banks of the Qingpu River, present-day Shanghai, and many of Yan Shifan's extravagant indulgences were conceived by her. For instance, items such as the jade cup, the gentle chair, and the jade screen, among others. Her intelligence was vividly manifested in the realm of opulence and hedonism. The gentle chair and jade screen, for instance, were among Yan Shifan's usual pastimes. In essence, he would recline on the gentle chair, surrounded by beautiful concubines. The gentle chair involved two unclad, exquisite concubines seated, their delicate legs extended, while Yan Shifan leaned against them for support. Additionally, for more unclad concubines would lie across the chaise longue, their bodies serving as a seat for him, allowing him to revel in wine and merriment or attend to his affairs. As for the jade screen, it was even more scandalous, requiring at least 10 unclad concubines, each adorned with a small tag bearing a number. Yan Shifan would sit on the gentle chair, encircled by these unclad beauties, who would slowly rotate like a screen. While he imbibed wine, he would draw lots, and the number indicated which concubine would join him on the gentle chair for a rendezvous, while the others would cheer and await their turn. Of course, there was also the jade cup, which Yan Shifan used for entertaining guests. In a state of revelry, he would clap his hands and summon the jade cup. Subsequently, a row of alluring maidens, clad in minimal attire, would approach the banquet, each holding warm wine in their mouths to serve to the guests, and after the wine was delivered, they would extend their tongues to stir slowly in the guests' mouths, a practice known as returning sweetness. There were countless similar tales. Before Zhu Ping'an could fully reflect upon these memories, he heard Li Shu beside him cough emphatically. Ahem. That girl is quite appealing, she remarked nonchalantly, as if nothing were amiss, gazing serenely at Zhu Ping'an. Not bad, I suppose, Zhu Ping'an replied, slightly curling his lips. In truth, Miss Yen and that Lin Yang were both exceedingly beautiful. However, in comparison to the enchanting Li Shu beside him, he could only describe her as not bad. Not bad. She dares to say not bad. Though Li Shu maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, inwardly, she was seething. While the wretched toad did not outright declare her to be beautiful, not bad was equally unacceptable. It implied mere adequacy. That flirtatious vixen could hardly measure up. She was shorter than me, her figure inferior, and her face, not nearly as exquisite. Look at her audacity. It's simply detestable. You certainly have high standards. However, I find her appearance quite pleasing. Her figure is commendable, her legs are long, and her face is a perfect oval. Li Shuruo remarked nonchalantly. As she spoke, she continued. What do you think is acceptable about her? The back of her head, Zhu Ping'an replied without a second thought. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he sensed an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, as if the temperature had plummeted by several degrees. A chilling sensation enveloped his back, akin to being thrust into an ice cavern, and he turned to see Li Shuruo's frosty expression. Are you feeling jealous? Zhu Ping'an asked, somewhat taken aback. What are you talking about? Li Shuruo rolled her eyes at him dramatically, feigning indifference. Jealous? Of what? What connection do we share? Don't harbor delusions of grandeur. The back of her head is simply attractive. I couldn't care less. You shouldn't misinterpret my feelings. Such trivial matters do not bother me in the least. Just as the atmosphere seemed to settle, she suddenly exclaimed, Move away. Your shadow is casting over mine. Li Shuruo pointed at Zhu Ping'an's shadow on the ground, inexplicably irate, demanding that he distance himself. Because the back of her head signifies her departure, Zhu Ping'an remarked calmly. Indeed. Seeing the back of her head confirms that she has left. The back of her head represents her absence, which implies disinterest. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Li Shiruo's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, though she still stubbornly mumbled a few protests. Nevertheless, she no longer insisted that Zhu Ping'an move away. After approximately 10 minutes, the atmosphere returned to its previous state. With over an hour remaining before boarding, Li Shiruo and Zhu Ping'an strolled around the market near the dock, purchasing supplies for their time on the ship. With the vast ocean ahead, they would have no opportunity to buy provisions for several days. Li Shiruo procured an abundance of fruits, vegetables, meats, and spices, claiming she wanted the ship's chef to prepare delectable meals, which would be entrusted to the maidservants and caregivers. Additionally, she instructed someone to fetch essential medicines from the apothecary, neatly packaged for their journey. While wandering through the market, Zhu Ping'an noticed that the general store sold fishing gear. Considering the vastness of the sea, it would be a missed opportunity not to fish. He spent some money on a fishing rod and bait. Li Shiruo's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she decided to buy 2 rods. One for herself and one for her maidservant, Baozi. Due to the quantity of rods purchased, the shopkeeper generously offered a net, suggesting it could be used to catch small fish and shrimp. As noon approached, a messenger from the Marquis of Linhuai arrived at the market to escort Zhu Ping'an and Li Shiruo to the ship. The sacrificial rites at the dock had already been completed, and everything was ready for departure. To be continued. Chapter 455. Leisurely Voyage. I yearn for a home. A place where she resides, where daylight is filled with sweet affection, and the night resonates with passionate encounters, echoing from the balcony, the kitchen, the living room, and even the restroom. The distant coastline has vanished beyond the horizon, and gazing into the expanse reveals an uninterrupted union of sea and sky, akin to a gently undulating blue continent, making it difficult to discern where the ocean ends and the heavens begin. The ship unfurls its white sails, greeting the waves and sending forth a cascade of sparkling droplets, while the harmonious sound of crashing water creates a symphony of delight. The refreshing, briny sea breeze playfully touzles one's hair as Zhu Ping'an lounges comfortably, legs crossed, half-closed eyes fixed on the risque performance unfolding before him. He casually picks up a piece of fruit from the dish beside him and savors its sweetness, tapping his leg in rhythm with the tantalizing beat of the dance. The ancient maidens, with their graceful waists, crimson lips, and pleated skirts, embody a level of allure that transcends time. Their lyrics and movements delivering a striking visual impact that is undeniably captivating. Zhu Ping'an, relishing this leisurely moment, is thoroughly content. However, Li Shu, the dancer, feels quite differently. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she wishes to find a hole to hide in. Dancing this way with Baozi, her childhood maid, seemed innocent, but now, alongside Hua, it feels utterly mortifying, twisting and performing suggestive movements that leave her feeling exposed. Yet, Zhu Ping'an, the mischievous observer, revels in her discomfort, insisting that unless they dance at the pivotal moment of the story, he will not continue. Truly, he is a scoundrel. Moreover, as Li Shu dances, she cannot help but glance around nervously, fearful of being seen. Although she had sent the other maids and matron to the cabin, an undeniable sense of secrecy lingers. Baozi, the maid, feels somewhat reassured, for the young lady is dancing alongside her. What is there to fear, even if certain movements are more pronounced than the young lady's? When Zhu Ping'an's gaze falls upon her, she still feels a pang of embarrassment. As Zhu Ping'an bites into the fruit, the sweet juice bursts forth, and upon witnessing Li Shu's pouting yet bashful demeanor, a smile plays at the corners of his lips. Observing the once proud and haughty girl now displaying such coyness is indeed a delightful sight. Perhaps this provocative dance demands a sense of elegance and pride, making it all the more enchanting when performed by a maiden who exudes an air of untouchable grace. Her naturally beautiful face, tinged with a rosy blush, her delicate lips parting to sing like a nightingale, carries a soft allure of modesty. Singing such provocative songs evokes an array of tantalizing thoughts. Hey, you wretched frog. We've danced twice already. Are you ever going to stop? Li Shu, unable to contain her embarrassment any longer, storms over to Zhu Ping'an after their second round, glaring at him with a fuming expression, revealing her little tiger teeth. We've danced twice already. Why must we do it again? Once is sufficient. Zhu Ping'an replies with a gentle smile, reaching for another piece of fruit. The little maid Baozi, still bouncing with energy, stood frozen, gazing at Zhu Ping'an with a look of utter bewilderment, akin to a dazed goose, feeling quite aggrieved. Li Shu, upon hearing this, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She stamped her petite foot and playfully scolded Zhu Ping'an. "You wicked man. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "But you didn't ask either," Zhu Ping'an replied, feigning innocence. "Seeing you jump so happily, I assumed you enjoyed it." Li Shu's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. "Who enjoys jumping? What nonsense are you spouting? It was you, this wicked man, who forced me to jump." "Indeed, the young master is rather naughty," the little maid Baozi chimed in, puffing up her cheeks in agreement. Yet, when Zhu Ping'an's gaze fell upon her, her head quickly drooped, feeling shy. "Why does the young master like to see the young lady dance such a frivolous dance? When we were young, it was no big deal. But now it makes me blush." She pondered. What do the lyrics about Mimioda and Pa 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 mean? Why must it be Mimioda during the day and Pa 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 at night? And why is it everywhere? "Hey, we've finished dancing. So it's your turn to tell a story. You haven't finished yet. Zhang Xiaofan and the others from the Qingyun sect are about to compete." Li Shu approached Zhu Ping'an, snatching the fruit from his hand, which he hadn't yet put in his mouth, and urged him with a fierce yet playful demeanor. "Indeed. Young master, it's time for the competition. Don't keep us in suspense," Baozi echoed, joining in the encouragement. All right, Zhu Ping'an said as he sat up, nodding in acquiescence. Soon, Li Shu and the little maid Baozi settled themselves on the soft couch opposite Zhu Ping'an, clutching a platter of fruits and seeds, eagerly listening. After breakfast, the disciples of the Qingyun sect gathered at the Yunhai Square. A vast sea of people could be seen, bustling and jostling, a testament to the sect's thriving popularity. During the mealtime, 8 grand platforms had already been erected in the expansive square, constructed from enormous logs as thick as a waist, each standing a considerable distance apart, arranged in the layout of the 8 trigrams. Zhu Ping'an took a sip of tea and began his tale. Indeed, he was recounting the modern classic Zhu Xian by Xiao Ding, a story that had captivated the hearts of many in China. When Zhu Ping'an first encountered Zhu Xian in high school, it was still being serialized in a publication. Each time a new issue was released, he would eagerly rush to the campus bookstore to peruse it. His reading speed was swift. Within mere minutes, he could finish reading, leaving the store satisfied without needing to buy the book. This habit often left the bookstore owner looking pained each time Zhu Ping'an visited. As Zhu Ping'an began narrating Zhu Xian on the boat, Li Shu and the little maid Baozi initially expressed indifference, as they preferred tales like the legend of the Condor heroes. They found it difficult to comprehend the concepts of cultivation and flying on swords mentioned in Zhu Xian. How could Qingyun sect's master Qingye alive for over 750 years? How can a person stand on a sword and fly? How can one summon thunder and lightning with a mere incantation? Can a single sword truly sever a mountain? However, as Zhu Ping'an continued his narrative, with the appearance of Zhang Xiaofan, who ascended the mountain to seek a master, and the subsequent introductions of Tian Linger, Bai Yao, Lu Sueki, and others, Li Shu and the little maid Baozi became utterly enamored with the legend of the immortals. Particularly, when Zhu Ping'an recounted the martial gathering of the 7 sects of Qingyun. The 2 ladies, akin to fish ensnared by bait, found themselves unable to restrain their excitement. Thus, when Zhu Ping'an abruptly suggested a lively performance, Li Shu, gritting her teeth, consented. To be continued. Chapter 456. You are impressive for 3 centuries. The Ming dynasty has stood strong, with its naval forces never having suffered a defeat. Surely, there lies a profound rationale behind this. Standing on the deck, Zhu Ping'an gazed upon the vast ocean, where warships were meticulously arranged according to tactical formations, and he could not help but nod in approval. Despite the fact that the scale and size of the Ming Navy had diminished by more than half since the imposition of maritime restrictions, the warships, measuring 30 to 40 meters in length, still maintained an absolute advantage over the nearby, less advanced navies of the Wokou, Korea, and Southeast Asian nations. Count Li Tingzhu of Linhuai was indeed a formidable figure, whether in terms of his own prowess or that of his subordinates and advisors. His capability to command this fleet with such precision and order, akin to an extension of his own limbs, attested to his rightful qualifications as the naval commander. The fleet was divided into 2 segments, one comprising battle vessels and the other non-combat ships. There were over 20 combat ships of varying sizes, with Li Tingzhu's flagship being the largest. The non-combat vessels numbered 8, and aside from the leisure boat occupied by Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu, the remaining ships were tasked with supply and rescue operations. The flagship was a fortuitously designed vessel, approximately 40 meters long, featuring 2 masts and 3 decks. Surrounded by thick railings resembling a scaled-down fortress, with the bow reinforced by iron plating. While at the dock, Zhu Ping'an counted over 30 cannons aboard the flagship. Regarding other weaponry, he was less informed, but it was likely that gunpowder weapons such as fire tubes and bird tubes predominated, supplemented by cold weapons like crossbows and throwing spears. Besides the flagship, the combat vessels included medium and small warships, such as Haizong boats, 2-masted cannon ships, and Songshan boats. The fleet was commanded through flag signals, gongs, and horns. Shortly after the fleet set sail, Zhu Ping'an observed the flagship, commanded by Li Tingzhu, displaying various colored flags, prompting the fleet to proceed in an orderly fashion according to the flag signals. The battleships arranged themselves in a distant arc, serving as a protective perimeter, while the non-combat vessels trailed behind at a slightly reduced speed, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. This spacing was crucial, as sailing too closely together in open waters could lead to collisions due to the pressure of the currents. From the deck, Zhu Ping'an could only discern a series of indistinct black dots representing the battleships ahead, while the supply ships nearby were more distinguishable. During the day, they relied on compasses, and at night, they employed star navigation. Coupled with navigational charts along the Ming coastline, the fleet's journey proceeded smoothly. The following day, as the fleet approached midday, the wind shifted, prompting the flagship to signal for a temporary halt near the coast for rest. In the open sea, anchoring was impossible, and only when nearing the shore could they safely drop anchor to take a respite. With nautical charts and seasoned sailors at hand, there was no worry about finding a suitable beach to anchor the vessel. It wasn't long before they located a cove ideal for a brief respite. The fleet aligned neatly, each ship dropping anchor to recuperate. This beach, a crescent shape, was sheltered from the fierce winds and waves outside, offering a tranquil sea surface. In the distance, a few large seabirds glided gracefully over the ocean, while the warm sunlight bathed the waters, casting a shimmering golden hue. During their pause, Lord Linhuai dispatched 6 warships to patrol the nearby waters. Zhu Ping'an leaned against the railing, observing the ships sent out by Lord Linhuai, nodding in satisfaction. "Miss, look, there are fish," exclaimed the little maid, Baozi, as she leaned over the railing, her cheeks flushed with excitement at the splashing water below. "Really?" Li Shu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Indeed, miss, they're at least this big." Baozi animatedly gestured with her small hands, brimming with enthusiasm. Li Shu, lifting her skirts, approached the railing, intrigued by the glistening sea beneath. Baozi stood beside her, pointing excitedly to the spot where a large fish had just leapt from the water. As more fish began to jump, the 2 girls erupted in joyous shouts. "Let's go fishing, miss," Baozi suggested, her eyes shining with eagerness as she watched the fish dance in the waves. Such a teachable child, Li Shu thought, nodding in approval. In truth, she too had been yearning to fish since they set out to sea, but the constant movement of the ship had made it impossible. Now that they had anchored, the opportunity was too good to pass up, and Baozi's suggestion resonated perfectly with her desires. Thus, Li Shu instructed someone to retrieve the fishing gear they had purchased before boarding, preparing to set up on the deck. However, neither of them had ever assembled fishing tackle before. Staring at the float, line, hooks, rod, and bait, they were utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. "I'll handle it," Zhu Ping'an said, approaching them. He squatted down and expertly attached the float to the line, affixed 3 hooks to it, and secured the line to the rod, all within 3 minutes. "Young master, you are impressive." Baozi gazed at Zhu Ping'an in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Li Shu, however, was less than impressed, rolling her eyes at Baozi's words. "You seem rather disdainful, then why not do it yourself?" Zhu Ping'an smirked slightly, handing the assembled fishing gear to Baozi and offering the unassembled set to Li Shu. "I don't care about what someone else has done. I'll do it myself." Li Shu shot Zhu Ping'an a glare, her voice irritated. "Miss, use this one," Baozi said, handing over the fishing gear she held. "I don't need anything made by someone else," Li Shu exclaimed, giving Baozi a stern look, prompting the maid to retract slightly, fearful of further provoking her. However, assembling the fishing gear, though seemingly straightforward, proved to be quite a challenge, especially for Li Shu, who had never before laid a finger in any sort of labor. Despite her initial confidence, Li Shu attempted multiple times, yet failed to secure the fishing float onto the line, grappling with the challenge. In exasperation, she sought assistance from Zhu Ping'an. "Hey, you do it for me," she said, approaching him, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her pride remained undiminished. "Hey, who's calling? Where?" Zhu Ping'an feigned ignorance, glancing around with a puzzled expression directed at Li Shu. It seemed he found amusement in teasing the proud little girl, enjoying the sight of her cheeks reddening. "Zhu Ping'an, you must help me," Li Shu insisted, her face growing even more crimson. "I'd love to help, but it seems someone was rather dismissive just moments ago," Zhu Ping'an replied, stretching lazily. Li Shu glared at him, her irritation palpable. Zhu Ping'an shrugged, unmoved by her disdainful glance. Ultimately, after Li Shu complimented him on his prowess with a bashful "you're amazing," Zhu Ping'an smiled satisfactorily and set up the fishing gear for her, also preparing his own equipment. To be continued. Chapter 457. Fishing Hypocrite, Miser. Do you dare to compete with me in fishing? Upon receiving the assembled fishing gear, Li Shu cast a disdainful look at Zhu Ping'an with her large, dark eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction over his previous calculations. Pouting her rosy lips, she declared the commencement of their fishing duel. "I've moved on, yet you still dwell on it. Who's the miser now?" Zhu Ping'an chuckled at the indignant Li Shu. "You, a boy, are quibbling with me, a girl, and then you claim not to be stingy." Li Shu playfully protested, pouting and raising her finger at Zhu Ping'an. What kind of logic is that? You're just grasping at straws," he retorted. "Hey, do you dare to compete in fishing with me?" Li Shu pressed again. "If I, a boy, were to compete with you, a girl, wouldn't that make me appear rather petty?" Zhu Ping'an shrugged slightly, countering her argument. "You're a coward," Li Shu pouted, waving her delicate finger in front of him. "You don't even have the courage to compete in fishing, truly, a coward." She resembled a proud little hen, boldly challenging an eagle to a contest of flight. "I'm just afraid you can't handle the loss," Zhu Ping'an remarked, flexing his wrist, feeling a hint of provocation from this cunning and proud girl. "Who knows who would win or lose?" Li Shu scoffed. The sun shone brightly, and the sea lay calm, the warmth glistening on the shimmering surface like golden flowers embroidered on a green silk cloth. Fish occasionally splashed on the surface, likely due to the currents bringing nutrient-rich salts to this area, resulting in an abundance of plankton, a delectable bait for fish. Thus, the fishing resources in this bay were quite plentiful. As spring arrived, the weather warmed, and the water temperature rose. The fish that had wintered began to forage, marking the peak season for fishing. With the conditions perfectly aligned, it was indeed an opportune moment to fish. After agreeing to a contest to see who could catch the most fish within an hour, Li Shu and her maid, Baozi, eagerly selected their positions on the deck, ready to begin. Certainly, although both are fishing activities, the experiences differ greatly. Li Shu enjoys the luxuries afforded to her as she reclines on a soft couch draped in mink, which several young maidens have carefully positioned behind the deck railing. Beside her, a small table is laden with an array of fruits and tea, and an elegant canopy reminiscent of a sunshade has been erected to shield her porcelain-like skin from the sun's rays. The maid Baozi amusingly hovers nearby, while Zhu Ping'an finds himself relegated to a chair under the sun, patiently fishing. Nevertheless, with it being early April, basking in the sunlight is somewhat of a delight for him. The sight of the waves, the beach, and two young women clad in traditional garb beneath a sunshade is quite captivating. Such scenes are seldom seen in modern times. However, he muses that it might be even more amusing if the two maidens don bikinis. "You have no place here." Noticing Zhu Ping'an's gaze, Li Shu quickly shifts to occupy more than half of the couch, having spotted the area where the fish had been most active. Winning the catch could grant her a wish, after all. Zhu Ping'an nonchalantly shakes his head, then lowers his attention to his fishing gear. He has long harbored the desire to fish by the sea, and today that dream is finally realized. Previously, he had perused fishing forums, enviously admiring the catches of others and occasionally reading various tips shared by experienced anglers, making him somewhat familiar with the art of sea fishing. As for fishing in general, he is quite adept, having fished numerous times in his village, thus accumulating considerable experience. When purchasing his fishing equipment, he had mentioned to the shopkeeper his intention to fish in the sea, resulting in gear that is somewhat heavier and more durable, fishing hooks, lines, rods, and floats designed for such endeavors. He has two types of bait, one homemade by the shopkeeper and the other, worms. Li Shu detests worms, so she and the maid Baozi opt for the shopkeeper's bait, which is more visually appealing, while Zhu Ping'an uses the worms. Adjusting the float to the appropriate height, Zhu Ping'an breaks a worm in half and secures it to the hook before casting his line over the railing, the line gracefully arcing to settle 5 meters away. with the float standing proudly atop the water. The sunlit ocean sparkles, and the red float stands out vividly against the blue expanse. Upon witnessing Zhu Ping'an successfully commence his fishing, Li Shu and Baozi appear flustered. They fumble with their bait and nearly tangle their lines when casting into the sea, but ultimately manage to launch their lines successfully. While fishing experience plays a significant role, it cannot be denied that luck is equally important. Indeed, luck is crucial in fishing. If it were merely a matter of experience, Zhu Ping'an would undoubtedly outshine Li Shu by 100-fold. He is well acquainted with the nuances of fishing, casting with the wind at his back, facing the waves in clear waters, and the omens of rain and wind. Yet, perhaps Li Shu's fortune shines even brighter. Her celestial luck is truly remarkable. As she clumsily casts her line into the sea, the float barely settles before it begins to bob and sway. Zhu Ping'an found it somewhat incredible. The cunning and proud girl, Li Shu, truly possessed an extraordinary fortune. Not far from Zhu Ping'an, Li Shu's movements were unmistakable. He clearly observed as she cast her line, and the bobber began to stir. Mastering the timing for reeling in a catch is paramount to fishing success. The bobber's initial movements often indicate fish testing the waters or brushing against the line, rather than the appropriate moment to lift the rod. Nonetheless, Li Shu was oblivious. Upon seeing the bobber quiver, she joyfully exclaimed and leaped up, declaring, "The fish is on. Haha, Zhu Ping'an, you are bound to lose." With that, she excitedly yanked the rod upward. Zhu Ping'an shook his head slightly. This was not the right moment to reel in, and her technique was rather novice. Such a hasty lift could easily result in the fish slipping off the hook, even if it had indeed bitten. Zhu Ping'an held a dismissive attitude towards her actions, but as his expression of disdain had just begun to form, it froze in place. "What the devil?" he muttered. Through his eyes, Li Shu, despite her apparent inexperience, managed to bend the rod with a vigorous tug, and a splash erupted on the surface of the sea as a lively fish was flung onto the deck, landing not far from Zhu Ping'an's feet. Thrashing and flicking its tail, its silvery scales gleaming in the sunlight. "Wow, I caught a fish. What a big one!" Li Shu exclaimed in delight, jumping with glee while clutching her little maid, Baozi, resembling two adorable hamsters embracing, their laughter striking a melodious chord. The fish itself was not particularly large, weighing about half a pound, yet Li Shu was overjoyed as if she had caught the largest fish in the world. Perhaps happiness is sometimes that simple. To be continued. Chapter 458. Dazzling fish catches Zhu Ping'an, concede defeat. Li Shu tugged at the fishing line, presenting the wriggling little yellow fish before Zhu Ping'an. Her face tilted in an adorable pout as she gazed up at him, her long lashes fluttering slightly, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her cherry-red lips curled in a teasing smile. "There's still time, why the rush?" Zhu Ping'an scoffed, recognizing that this cunning girl had indeed been fortunate. "My, what a sour note." She laughed, covering her mouth, intentionally waving the little fish in front of Zhu Ping'an with her delicate fingers, then gracefully swaying away. Her long skirt billowing in the wind, exuding an enchanting charm as her laughter echoed. Such a temptress. Her beguiling laughter rivaled the siren songs of Greek mythology that lured sailors to their doom. Zhu Ping'an, momentarily captivated by Li Shu's playful laughter, snapped back to reality, casting his gaze from her retreating figure to the bobber floating in the sea. Although Li Shu's fishing luck was remarkable, Zhu Ping'an remained confident in his own abilities. After Li Shu had finished showing off, she instructed the maid to remove the small yellow fish from the hook and place it into the water bucket. After rebaiting the hook, she cast the fishing line into the sea once more, this time achieving a greater distance. "Look, Zhu Ping'an, another fish is on the line." Almost as soon as the line was cast into the ocean, Zhu Ping'an heard Li Shu's joyful, lark-like voice once again. This was utterly astonishing. Zhu Ping'an gazed at Li Shu, who clumsily yanked the rod, bringing a vividly colored little fish onto the deck. The fish was quite small, merely the size of a hand, yet it was remarkably colorful and charmingly oval in shape. Its body was blue, adorned with several black stripes, while its tail was a striking yellow, making it quite a sight to behold. "Oh, how beautiful!" A group of girls gathered around Li Shu's catch, chattering excitedly. Even the little maid Baozi, who had been fishing nearby, set down her rod to join them. The scene mirrored the earlier one, as Li Shu, with her delicate fingers, displayed the small colorful fish before Zhu Ping'an, her pride radiating almost to the heavens. "Shu," as Li Shu flaunted her catch, Zhu Ping'an smiled slightly. placing a finger to his lips to hush her. My fish is about to bite. At that moment, Li Shu noticed the bobber in the sea begin to sway. It sank, then rose again, only to dip once more. Observing Zhu Ping'an's impending catch, Li Shu's expression turned slightly anxious. Hee. It's time to give this novice Li Shu a proper fishing lesson, Zhu Ping'an thought, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He placed both hands firmly on the rod, ready to demonstrate the standard technique for reeling in a fish. Watch closely, he said in a low voice. After Li Shu had successfully caught 2 fish, he finally felt relieved. Then, with a swift but powerful flick of his wrist, Zhu Ping'an executed a motion that lifted the rod's tip approximately 20 centimeters. The flick was intended to ensure the hook penetrated the fish's mouth swiftly. Following this, Zhu Ping'an reeled in the line smoothly, the entire motion fluid and precise. Maintaining tension on the line, an exemplary display of skill. With great success, a slender fish, about the thickness of a finger, was lifted from the water, under the sunlight. It splashed its tail, causing droplets to reflect a spectrum of colors. Zhu Ping'an, observing his catch, felt a slight flush on his face. Goodness! Is this the fish you caught? Li Shu exclaimed, her rosy lips slightly agape in astonishment for a moment before her melodious laughter erupted uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. I thought you were going to catch a whale, but it turns out to be just this little fish. Nearby, the maid Baozi couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. The other girls who had gathered also joined in the laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Amidst the joyous laughter of the girls, Zhu Ping'an felt a slight flush on his cheeks. This must be the sensation of being humbled, he thought with a chuckle. Just moments ago, he had boasted about giving Li Shu a proper fishing tutorial, yet here he was, reeling in a fish no thicker than a finger. The little fish Li Shu had caught earlier was 10 times larger. How amusing! Suddenly, an idea struck him as he gazed at the slender white fish on the hook. Perhaps this small catch would serve as a turning point for the day. Hey, are you out of your mind? How can you smile over such a tiny fish? Li Shu rolled her eyes at him, ignoring the laughter of the others. Zhu Ping'an gently removed the small fish from the hook and reattached it to the larger hook at the end of his line as bait. He then cast the line back into the ocean, allowing it to drift with the current while he patiently let the float bob along. Are you serious, Zhu Ping'an? Why would you toss it back into the sea? Are you trying to erase the evidence? Li Shu scoffed at his actions. We all saw it. You threw it back too late, chuckled Baozi, the maid, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Zhu Ping'an merely smiled faintly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he watched the float dance upon the waves, exuding an air of serene confidence. However, to the onlookers, it appeared merely as a facade of bravado. In the Ming dynasty, fishing was heavily restricted, no sails were allowed in the ocean, and local fishermen had been displaced far from the coast, resulting in an abundance of fish in these waters. Not long after Zhu Ping'an cast his line, the float began to move once more. Before the girls could contain their laughter, he stood up, poised to reel in his catch. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted the rod. The water erupted in a flurry of splashes, sending ripples cascading outward. Suddenly, he felt a powerful tug on the line, bending the rod into a pronounced arc as the fish on the other end fought fiercely against capture, to prevent the fish from slipping free or breaking the line. Zhu Ping'an raised the rod, forming a bow, and began to tire the fish out. The commotion drew the attention of the girls, their laughter momentarily frozen on their lips as they watched the tumult in the water, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Li Shu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she observed the splashes. After what felt like over 10 minutes of skillfully maneuvering the fish, Zhu Ping'an sensed its exhaustion. With a firm tug, he pulled it towards the boat, grabbing a long net to scoop it from the depths. What a massive fish! Is it enchanted? The deck erupted with exclamations of surprise from the girls as Zhu Ping'an succeeded in hoisting the over-meter-long fish onto the deck. Li Shu stood wide-eyed, her mouth agape, utterly speechless, her eyes gleaming with disbelief. As the saying goes, the big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. The choice of bait can significantly affect the catch. Zhu Ping'an recalled discussions from fishing forums where enthusiasts praised the use of small fish or shrimp as bait, often leading to impressive hauls. Inspired by this, he had decided to employ the small fish he had just caught, never anticipating such an extraordinary result that far exceeded his expectations. To be continued. Chapter 459. A memorial stirs up waves as Zhu Ping'an skillfully reeled in a large catch. The rain and wind that had besieged the capital for an entire day began to subside. A gentle mist enveloped the city, casting a dreamlike veil over the trees and flowers, which emerged from the fog like apparitions in a celestial realm. The Ming dynasty appeared to bask in a harmonious atmosphere of song and dance. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an's memorial submitted to the Ministry of Rites unexpectedly stirred a considerable commotion. Initially, his memorial blended inconspicuously among a multitude of laudatory submissions, failing to attract any attention. The officials responsible for the preliminary review of these documents were numbed by the monotony of praise and flattery. The 10 or so memorials they had opened were all of a similar nature, leading them to dismiss Zhu's submission without further scrutiny. The officials arranged the memorials according to the rank of the submitting officers, subsequently forwarding them to their superiors for review before they were presented to the cabinet. In total, 38 memorials were submitted, all meticulously ordered by rank. "Oh, what do we have here? A memorial from a mere 6th-rank official," one of the left-side advisors remarked. Astonished yet predominantly disdainful. "What audacity! A minor official attempting to make a fuss among the distinguished ranks." The smallest official in the previously reviewed memorials had been a 4th-rank dignitary. Thus, the emergence of Zhu Ping'an's 6th-rank submission struck them as rather ludicrous. During festive seasons, it is customary for these lowly officials to present congratulatory memorials. But what business do they have stirring the pot now? They ought to know their place. The right-side advisor scoffed, shaking his head in amusement. It seemed that every year, a few naive souls aspired to ascend through such means, oblivious to the fact that their submissions would ultimately be lost amidst a sea of more substantial requests, often reduced to a mere annotation of read. For the left and right advisors, such memorials from minor officials were a yearly occurrence, typically filled with exaggerated praises and auspicious omens in hopes of garnering the emperor's favor and promotion. Yet, the disparity between their lofty aspirations and harsh realities was stark. These memorials, like drops of water lost in the ocean, would scarcely be acknowledged in the cabinet, often dismissed with a mere glance from the emperor, who rarely paid heed to such trivialities. Year after year, hopeful yet naive youths would submit their pleas, only to find their ambitions as ephemeral as moonlight on water. Zhu Ping'an? That name rings a bell, one advisor mused, recalling the myriad names that had crossed his desk, potentially from someone who had solicited his favor. But what of it? Let him learn his lesson the hard way, he concluded with a chuckle, passing the memorial to a nearby clerk with instructions to forward it to the Ministry of Rites. The Minister of Rites served as the highest administrative officer of the ministry, overseeing matters pertaining to the acceptance of internal and external memorials, as well as the issuance of decrees and approvals. When the memorial was presented, the Minister of Rites was diligently engaged in drafting a commendatory report, a task entrusted to him by Elder Yan, which was to be completed before the day's end. Additionally, during the fasting ceremonies of the Jiajing Emperor, a plethora of eulogistic memorials flooded in, none of which required particular scrutiny. Moreover, due to confidence in the assessments made by the officials below, I felt no need for concern. The commendatory report assigned by Elder Yan held precedence. Thus, upon the arrival of this batch of memorials, the Minister of Rites merely gestured for them to be processed, instructing that they be logged and sent to the cabinet for handling. Consequently, Zhu Ping'an's memorial was mingled amongst these eulogistic submissions, duly recorded and stamped, and subsequently forwarded to the cabinet. The registration of memorials serves to prevent powerful officials from unlawfully withholding them, a system established during the tenure of former Chancellor Xia Yan. Every memorial submitted to the cabinet must be addressed by cabinet officials and cannot be retained without due process. While the Minister of Rites remained unperturbed by the submissions, the cabinet was set abuzz. It is worth noting that the cabinet was not solely comprised of Elder Yan and a few ministers. It also included auxiliary officials. And this batch of memorials first reached these supporting officials. The preceding memorials were all variations of praise, but when it came to Zhu Ping'an's submission, the reviewing official, much like the Minister of Rites subordinates, chuckled disdainfully, thinking it trivial for a mere minor official to seek attention. "Ah, Zhu Ping'an, our current top scholar. Let us see how he sings his own praises," the reviewing official mused as he opened Zhu Ping'an's memorial. However, upon a mere glance, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grave expression. "Minister Dong, what troubles you?" inquired another official, intrigued. Without uttering a word, Minister Dong passed the memorial to the curious official. Upon reviewing it, the latter's expression also shifted dramatically. While it was not unusual to impeach a mere 100-man commander, This particular case implicated a far graver matter, an accusation of murder and usurpation of merit. Furthermore, it pertained to the Gengshu incident, a recent conflict that had left a deep scar on the Ming dynasty and greatly embarrassed the Jiajing Emperor. Moreover, the implications of this military affair were substantial. The Gengshu incident had severely tarnished the Ming's reputation, and it was only after the retreat of the Oirat forces that local generals managed to execute over 100 Oirat soldiers, allowing the Ming to salvage some semblance of honor. This was the prevailing sentiment among the officials. Notably, the commendations for the generals who executed the Oirat soldiers had received personal approval from the esteemed Elder Yin. Additionally, this matter involved the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel, among others. If memory serves, there was a 100-man commander who had been promoted several ranks for his significant contributions. Could it be that this was the very individual under impeachment? Though it appeared to be merely an impeachment of a 100-man commander, the stakes were indeed high. It was a veritable hot potato. At this juncture, Minister Dong and his colleagues were filled with immense frustration towards the officials of the Minister of Rights. What was the purpose of that office if such a memorial could be hastily sent to the cabinet? Surely, it would have been prudent to suppress its submission until the aftermath had been addressed, allowing ample time for consideration, verification, review, proofreading. Any excuse from your office can easily extend the process by 10 days or even half a month. Yet here we are. You managed to deliver the memorial from the day before today. There was no choice. The situation was urgent, and the esteemed Minister Dong and his colleagues dared not delay. With a sense of trepidation, they specially selected Zhu Ping'an's memorial and presented it to the ministers residing in their quarters. While awaiting outside, they faintly heard a sound of a table being struck from within the room, causing their hearts to sink. Alas, it seems another gloomy day is upon us. To be continued. Chapter 460. A comfortable journey? As the capital was thrown into disarray by this memorial, the protagonist, Zhu Ping'an, was contentedly sorting through his catch. The sizable creature he had hooked, measuring over a meter in length, appeared rather formidable, its large head and pale blue body adorned with orderly black spots, with a light white belly, indicated that it was a base, an exceptionally large one at that. The young ladies, including Li Shu, were astonished. They had never encountered such a massive base before. Upon reflection, it was not surprising to catch a base at this time of year, as spring was warming up. With rising temperatures, migratory base ventured into shallow coastal waters to spawn, swimming upstream along rivers, making it quite common to catch them in coastal areas during this season. Nevertheless, the fact that such a large bass was caught with this fishing rod, without the line or rod breaking, could be deemed fortunate. The bass is renowned for its exquisite flavor and succulence, earning its place among the finest of fish. As Zhu Ping'an reeled in the impressive base, he envisioned the delectable dishes that the esteemed chef of the Li family could create from it. With a catch of this size, Zhu Ping'an had secured an undefeated position in this fishing competition. Li Shu's luck continued to shine. After Zhu Ping'an's triumph, she too hooked a formidable creature, startling her with its sudden emergence. It was a hefty lobster, weighing 2 to 3 pounds and nearly the length of her arm. Brandishing its large pincers as it clutched the bait, oblivious to its imminent fate as a seafood delicacy. Subsequently, Zhu Ping'an caught a fish the size of his palm, while Li Shu's fortune remained steadfast as she landed 2 additional fish after her lobster, though they paled in comparison to Zhu Ping'an's grand catch. The young maid Baozi, however, faced misfortune. Her fishing skills were dismal, and despite Li Shu's impressive haul of 5 or 6 fish and a lobster, and Zhu Ping'an's large bass, she had caught nothing. Yet, just as they were about to conclude their outing, fortune finally smiled upon Baozi, as she managed to reel in a pink squid, weighing roughly half a pound. Upon sighting the squid, Zhu Ping'an was transported back to the modern era, where he relished grilled squid from street vendors. The tantalizing aroma of squid sizzling on iron grills, paired with sauces and chili, made for an exquisite feast shared with a few friends, all while they observed others embracing beautiful companions along the bustling streets. I have triumphed over you, Zhu Ping'an, for I have caught the most fish, Li Shu declared, raising her chin in a provocative manner, her large doe-like eyes sparkling as she spoke sweetly. Do take a moment to consider the size of the fish before speaking, Zhu Ping'an remarked, gesturing towards the sizable base swimming in the bathtub below, smiling at the feisty girl who was attempting to stir up trouble. Why must we concern ourselves with size? We never stipulated that, Li Shu retorted, her earlier bravado waning. After a brief huff, She added, "We were comparing the number of fish caught. We never agreed on counting either." Zhu Ping'an spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "It has always been about the quantity." Li Shu rolled her eyes at him, pouting in mock annoyance. "Very well, we shall go by numbers. You have one," Zhu Ping'an replied, a smile gracing his face, his indifference evident. Fishing, after all, is a form of amusement that should not be overshadowed by the weight of victory or defeat. Placing too much emphasis on winning would strip away the joy of the experience. "What do you mean by we shall go by numbers?" "That has always been the case. You only caught 3 fish, while I have caught 6, including that enormous lobster," Li Shu exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in pride as she gestured with her delicate hand, her eyes gleaming with triumph, concluding with a boastful remark about it being her first fishing experience. In stark contrast to Li Shu's exuberance and Zhu Ping'an's calm demeanor, the little maid Baozi hung her head low, gazing at the oddly shaped squid she had caught, on the verge of tears. "I've only caught this ugly fish," she lamented. "Then you must admit your defeat," Li Shu said, her gaze fixed intently on Zhu Ping'an, her eyes shimmering like spring water, her beauty captivating. "Indeed, I concede," Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly. "Speak your request." "I haven't yet decided on my request. I will let you know once I do," Li Shu said, her eyes twinkling with mischief and satisfaction. "Suit yourself," Zhu Ping'an shrugged, suddenly turning his attention to the bashful Baozi. "What are you doing?" Zhu Ping'an's unexpected inquiry startled Baozi, causing her to fumble, her voice trembling slightly. Why did I suddenly think of that famous short joke?" she stammered, questioning her own sudden bout of awkwardness. Zhu Ping'an shook his head slightly, amused yet bemused. His silent laughter appeared mischievous to the others, making Baozi quiver even more, while Li Shu clenched her small hands tightly. "By quantity, I have indeed bested where," she stated confidently. "I am entitled to make a request, correct?" Zhu Ping'an smiled, affirming her statement. What do you intend to do?" Baozi's face flushed a bright red at Zhu Ping'an's words, further flustering her. At this moment, the air around Li Shu seemed to grow colder. Zhu Ping'an glanced at the dumpling-faced maid and remarked, his gaze shifting slowly from her face downwards. "Oh, where are you looking?" The maid appeared flustered, her cheeks reddening like ink stains, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. A flutter of anxiety dancing within her heart. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Why is the young master in such a hurry? I am merely the maid accompanying the young miss. Once you marry her, there will be no need for me to say anything." Zhu Ping'an's finger rested upon the pink squid at the maid's feet, pouting slightly before continuing. "The squid." The maid's mouth fell open in surprise. "Yes, what else did you expect?" Zhu Ping'an nodded and turned to Li Shu, smiling as he said, "Could you kindly ask your chef to prepare grilled squid?" "Absolutely not. Let us boil it for soup instead." Li Shu shot a glare at Zhu Ping'an, slightly annoyed. "Soup? Oh, speaking of which, I have a question to pose to you." Zhu Ping'an suddenly shifted the conversation, looking at Li Shu. "Go ahead," Li Shu replied casually. "Hee. So you agree to grill it?" Zhu Ping'an chuckled. "Then I shall trouble your chef." "Childish," Li Shu said, momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes at Zhu Ping'an with a playful huff. "Waves, beaches, seafood, grateful for the generous gifts of the sea and the culinary skills of the Li family chef." Zhu Ping'an rubbed his round belly, reclining on the deck, contentedly belching. The Li family chef truly excelled. He had merely suggested grilled squid and was pleasantly surprised to find it prepared to perfection. The steamed base was delightful, and the lobster exquisite. Compared to the arduous journey to the capital for the imperial examination, this trip was blissfully leisurely. To be continued. Chapter 461. A question of wedding dates. Shortly after midday, the fleet set sail once more. This coastal region was rife with hidden reefs, and the ships navigated a winding path to avoid them. "Our journey is towards the stars and the sea." As Zhu Ping'an watched the ships cutting through the waves into the deep blue ocean, this phrase inexplicably flashed through his mind. During the day, he recounted tales of Zhu Xian, savoring the diverse culinary delights prepared by the Li family chef, while occasionally engaging in playful banter with the cunning Li Shu. The days drifted by in a leisurely manner. That afternoon, the idyllic blue sky and sea were disrupted by a few ominous clouds, slowly obscuring the sun. The clouds danced in and out, seemingly playing a game of hide and seek with the sun, gradually becoming addicted to the game. The sky shifted from deep blue to a lighter gray, and the sun dimmed further. The wind began to rise. Zhu Ping'an leaned at the bow of the ship, holding a plate, and munching on the fried squid prepared by the Li family chef, as the gentle sea breeze caressed him. His gaze fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky, his thoughts wandered back to Xia village. The father, who is both reticent and magnanimous, and the mother, who is spirited yet attentive, along with the elder brother, all make Li Shu yearn for home. While Zhu Ping'an stands at the bow of the boat, savoring the sea breeze, Li Shu is inside the opulent cabin, clumsily embroidering a pair of mandarin duck pillowcases. Her delicate fingers grasp the embroidery needle with earnest concentration. Yet not every effort yields commensurate rewards. Before her lies a charming design of mandarin ducks, but her handiwork has resulted in two rather rotund ducks instead. Miss, the sky has darkened. It's time to rest, Baozi, her little maid, observes with palpable concern as she watches her mistress embroider in the dimly lit cabin. Indeed, it has grown dark. No wonder I could hardly see, Li Shu acknowledges, her lips forming a small pout as she gazes out the window in sudden realization. Yes, miss. Baozi nods vigorously. Then go light the lamp. Quickly, Li Shu urges. But miss, you should take a break. You haven't rested properly for days, Baozi protests. Her eyes reddening. You've been up so early, working in the kitchen and stitching during your rest time. Even the strongest among us would struggle to endure this, Mississippi. Enough of your chatter. Go light the lamp. Li Shu playfully scolds, brandishing her embroidery needle. If you keep talking, I might just embroider a little turtle on your face. Feeling wronged, Baozi covers her face with her hands, recalling the days when Li Shu had actually drawn on her. After receiving a sharp glance from Li Shu, she reluctantly trudges off to light the lamp. Baozi returns with an octagonal wooden lamp inlaid with jade, lifts the lampshade, ignites the wick, and places the lamp on the table before Li Shu. The room is instantly illuminated, and Li Shu nods in satisfaction before resuming her embroidery. Miss, we have so many embroiderers in our household. Why not let them do the work? It would be a waste otherwise, Baozi pouts. What do you know? This pillowcase is meant for my wedding. It must be embroidered by my own hands, Li Shu retorts, rolling her eyes. I certainly do not wish for the scent of another woman to linger as I sleep. The work of an embroiderer simply will not suffice. Let us take a break. Miss, you haven't rested in quite some time, Baozi persists, her concern for Li Shu evident. Father and Zhu Ping'an's family have set the date. You know how tight the schedule is. They are pressing for us to return home, Li Shu replies, her cheeks flushed with a hint of reproach, yet her dark, lustrous eyes sparkle with the dreams of a young girl. Indeed, the master has sent a letter, Baozi adds, her cheeks also reddening, as she recalls that Li Shu has only arranged for her to accompany as a maid. Miss, the letter from the groom's family has not yet been shown to him. Baozi reminds her gently. Oh, I must have misplaced that letter. I couldn't find it when I arrived. Anyway, he will know when we get home. So there is no need to mention it now. Li Shu was immersed in the ocean of embroidery, gently shaking her head as the needle in her hand guided the vibrant threads to intertwine upon the pillowcase, the plump duck depicted becoming increasingly vivid. The maid, Baozi, nodded in approval, resting her fragrant cheeks in her hands as she observed her mistress at work. When the master sent a letter, the young master had not yet taken his leave. The correspondence from his family was delivered alongside the household's usual errands. The letter discussed the impending union between the young master and the young lady, revealing that Madame Zhu Chun had consulted numerous fortune-tellers, all proclaiming that the two were a match made in heaven. They asserted that the young lady possessed a prosperous aura that would ensure the young master's rise to prominence and wealth. It was suggested that marrying sooner would be beneficial for him. Among them was a renowned Taoist who examined the birth dates of the young lady and the young master, declaring that she bore the likeness of a phoenix, while he was akin to a koi fish destined to transform into a dragon upon meeting her, symbolizing a fortunate bond cultivated over 8 lifetimes. This Taoist, the most esteemed in the Anqing region, offered his services only once a month. Had it not been for a chance stop at Zhu Ping'an's home for a drink, Madame Zhu would not have had the opportunity to consult him. This Taoist insisted that they should marry before May, citing that the warming weather of April would see river fish swimming upstream, marking the auspicious time for koi to leap over the dragon gate. He warned that May was a month of misfortune, with venomous creatures such as snakes, scorpions, centipedes, geckos, and toads becoming rampant, and malevolent spirits stirring, releasing toxins and spreading disease, conditions unfavorable for koi to ascend. Moreover, he mentioned that May was when the fetal deity, responsible for the safe birth of infants, would traverse the human realm, residing on the beds of every household, and that marrying in May would disturb this deity, jeopardizing the blessing of healthy and intelligent children. The Taoist calculated an auspicious date of April 28th, avoiding any clashes with the birth dates of the young lady and the young master, determining it to be the most suitable day of the year. Other diviners echoed the sentiment that May was an inauspicious month for marriage. Consequently, Madame Zhu urged them to hasten their betrothal, solidifying the date for April 28th. It was said that the young master's family had made all the necessary preparations, the new home was ready, and even the relatives had been notified. The master arranged for their return by boat, ensuring they would arrive home with ample time to spare. To be continued. Chapter 462, The Sky Changes. Pirates approached the clouds above, transformed in myriad shapes, some twisting into S forms, others into B forms, as dark clouds amassed, gradually diminishing visibility over the sea. Hidden from the fleet, several small ships with tattered white sails lurked in the distance, each vessel accommodating around 30 to 50 individuals. Apart from the deck, these ships boasted 2 cabins and 2 rows of oars along the gunwales, allowing for human-powered acceleration when necessary. These vessels stealthily trailed behind Zhu Ping'an's fleet, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike their unsuspecting prey amidst the turbulent waves of the ocean. Due to the exceptionally low visibility on this day, coupled with the diminutive size of the vessels, they remained well concealed, leaving no trace behind. The small boats shadowing the fleet were, in truth, armed traders of the sea, more accurately, pirates. These individuals masqueraded as armed merchants because they sold their plunder to the inhabitants of the island nation, cloaking their nefarious activities under the guise of trade, when, in essence, they were nothing more than notorious marauders. Aboard the ships, the pirates appeared rather disheveled, their ranks a motley assortment. Some donned traditional Han attire, while others were clad in tattered garments reminiscent of the island-esque fashion, their hair shorn in peculiar styles, chattering away in a cacophony of sounds. Some walked barefoot, while others wore wooden clogs. Among the pirates, a few individuals, sporting shorn heads, wore nothing but tattered, yellowed loincloths. This band of ruffians, lacking any sense of decorum, drew disdainful glances from a bare-chested pirate, who regarded those in loincloths with palpable contempt. Dear sir, you misunderstand. This loincloth represents the finest fabric of our entire nation, renowned for its sweat-absorbing qualities. We have never suffered from hemorrhoids, thanks to it, boasted a proud islander clad only in his ragged cloth, speaking in halting Mandarin. By heavens, I am D, not your father, retorted the bare-chested pirate, clearly irked, as he delivered a sharp slap to the islander's face. If you had a son like you, my ancestors would rise from their graves in shame. Ah, dear sir, exclaimed the islander, straightening his posture and reveling in the attention with a triumphant shout after receiving the blow. The other islanders laughed heartily at this spectacle, showing no signs of discontent. Among these pirates, those from the Ming dynasty held a dominant position, as during this era, the leading figures of piracy across the seas were predominantly Ming individuals. The status among the island pirates varied significantly. Those clad in samurai attire, with swords at their waists, enjoyed a higher standing, akin to that of the Ming pirates, forming the backbone of their ranks, some even surpassing many Ming pirates in status. Conversely, the majority of those in loincloths, lacking swords, were farmers unable to thrive in their homeland, possessing minimal combat prowess. In this industry, where strength is the ultimate currency, their standing was undoubtedly at the lowest tier. The more esteemed island pirates accepted the mistreatment of their kin as a matter of course, champions of a meritocratic ethos. In their eyes, the might of one's fist dictated the righteousness of one's words and actions. Among the higher-ranking pirates were several wandering samurai from the island, identifiable by their distinctive hairstyles, attire, and swords. The Tsubaki hairstyle, shaved at the front with a high bun at the back, is exclusive to the island-esque warriors. This peculiar coiffure was regarded by the Ming pirates as comically grotesque, eliciting their scorn for the islanders. Indeed, they considered them to be uncivilized savages. It is said that the reason island samurai adopt such an unseemly hairstyle is intrinsically linked to their warrior identity. The samurai, devoted to their lord, would don their black caps and helmets as they prepared for battle. However, in the heat of combat, sweat would cause their hair to fall, obstructing their vision and leading to fatal injuries. The discomfort of wearing a cap and helmet made them itch, prompting some clever samurai to shave the hair from their foreheads. Resolving some of these issues, This practice quickly gained popularity, ultimately becoming a distinctive hairstyle among the samurai. These pirate samurai, dressed in tattered clothing, maintained their long swords with meticulous care, ensuring they gleamed brightly. Among the pirate ships, one vessel stood larger and its crew more formidable, predominantly composed of Ming pirates, with fewer from the island nation. This ship served as the flagship of the pirate leader. At this moment, a haunting wail echoed from the flagship, accompanied by the coarse insults of Ming pirates, intermingled with heavy breathing. The other pirates aboard the flagship laughed heartily as they gazed toward the source of the commotion, exhibiting a brazen demeanor as they exchanged lewd remarks. "Why does that foreign girl scream so pitifully?" one asked. "You know nothing. These foreign girls are cunning. The more they scream, the more valor our leader gains, and we shall reward her with food and drink." "Indeed, but she is already quite plump. Feeding her more would make her resemble a pig." Another laughed. "Be grateful. With Wang Ji, that scoundrel, having swallowed our leader Chun, our lives have become exceedingly difficult. Having such a foreign girl to vent our frustrations is a blessing. Just cover her head with cloth, and it's all the same." As the Ming pirates engaged in their crude banter, an island rogue approached, chuckling. "Lu, Zhao, we are brothers on the same ship. If you wish to spend the night with my kanai, I can offer you a discount, 10 copper coins. Or, if we seize a fat sheep this time, I could let you choose first." This island rogue shamelessly promoted his kanai, taking pride in his brazen demeanor. The Ming pirates regarded him with disdain, thinking how these uncivilized men had no shame whatsoever. Nevertheless, under this contempt, many pirates agreed it might be amusing to listen to the foreign girl scream. Far behind the fleet, the pirates maintained a jovial atmosphere. To be continued. Chapter 463. The ruthless pirates on the deck of the flagship. A bare-armed pirate leaned against the ship's railing, idly carving the wood with his dagger, counting in a rhythmic pattern. Was he unwell? Or was he merely playing at counting? As the pirates counted to 29, a voice filled with sorrow and the sound of a woman crying echoed from the flagship's cabin. "Ah, she is Sino-Okian." Upon hearing this cry, the other pirates instantly straightened up on the deck, resembling obedient schoolchildren responding to the school bell, dutifully standing guard. They were acutely aware that the captain had counted 5 fewer than usual, suggesting that he might be in a foul mood. And one pirate quietly cautioned his companions to be vigilant. The others nodded in understanding, further committing themselves to their duties. This was a customary practice among them. Whenever their captain was engaged in a task, one pirate was designated to count. Typically, if the captain managed to count to 30, it indicated a favorable disposition. But should he falter below that number, caution was warranted. Before long, the cabin door creaked open, revealing a pirate with a scruffy beard and one eye missing, staggering out. His face marked with traces of lipstick, his attire hastily donned, and an overwhelming stench of alcohol and cheap perfume enveloping him. The atmosphere on the flagship turned palpably tense as he emerged. "Greetings, Captain," the other pirates chorused. However, the one-eyed pirate merely glanced at them without a word, swaying towards the deck, loosening his belt as he approached, seemingly intending to relieve himself overboard. Perhaps it was the effects of too much drink or the exhaustion from the previous night, but as he stumbled forward, he inadvertently tripped over a rope, nearly falling flat on his face. Yet, just before hitting the deck, he braced himself with his right hand, leaping gracefully to land firmly on the deck, showcasing his prowess and skill. "Who is responsible for this rope?" he demanded, surveying the crew. A timid pirate from behind him, a member of the Ming dynasty, shakily raised his hand. In the next instant, a flash of steel gleamed under the dim light of the deck, akin to a lightning strike. Blood erupted forth. As the unfortunate pirate's words were forever silenced, cleaved in two by the one-eyed captain's blade, his face frozen in a mask of terror. After the strike, the captain showed no hesitation, closing his eyes to relish the warm blood splattering onto his face. He extended his tongue to taste the blood trickling to the corner of his mouth, smacking his lips in delight, and then, stepping onto the head of the unfortunate pirate, he whistled nonchalantly as he unfastened his belt to relieve himself. Witnessing this scene, the remaining pirates exhaled in relief. As long as the captain has vented his anger, we are safe, they thought, their minds oblivious to the fate of the dismembered pirate. On the vast expanse of the ocean, the act of killing and being killed is all too common. Everyone is a fugitive in their own right, desensitized to the bloodshed that surrounds them. Rosen. The fleet ahead belongs to the Ming naval forces. Our meager vessels are hardly enough to fill the gaps between their ships. From the flagship's other cabin emerged a man from the island nation, clad in a black-patterned haori and sporting traditional wooden clogs. In his 30s, he bore a katana at his waist and strode purposefully towards the one-eyed pirate, inquiring as he approached. This islander seemed to hold considerable status among the pirates. For as he stepped forth, others, including the Ming pirates, bowed their heads in respect. "Ah, Sanji, you are awake. Worry not about this. We are not going to raid the navy." The one-eyed pirate adjusted his trousers and ambled over. "What do you mean by that, Rosen?" Sanji queried. "I have received reliable intelligence. The Emperor has relaxed the maritime ban. The Ming Navy has set sail from Tianjin, heading towards Yingtian Prefecture. They are not alone. I have confidential information that a substantial treasure accompanies them, taking an entire day and night to be loaded onto their ships." The one-eyed pirate's remaining eye glimmered with avarice. That is akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth, or striking a stone with an egg. Sanji shook his head skeptically. "Ha! It is precisely this audacity that has allowed me, Rosen III, to navigate the seas." The one-eyed pirate laughed heartily. "Your courage is commendable. But warfare is a serious matter that requires careful consideration." Sanji expressed his admiration for the pirate's bravery while remaining doubtful about the undertaking. "We have also confirmed that the naval fleet ahead has split into two segments, one comprising the navy and the other consisting of accompanying vessels. The naval ships, being swift and pointed at the bow, have moved ahead, while the accompanying ships, being flatter-bottomed, are slower. Ordinarily, the distance they maintain is sufficient for the navy to safeguard the accompanying vessels, but today is different." The one-eyed pirate spoke with a sinister smile. "Today, fortune smiles upon us. The sky is overcast and the clouds thick, rendering visibility poor even a few miles ahead. The winds have risen and the waves are crashing. Ordinary sounds cannot travel far. We shall strike the accompanying vessels swiftly from behind, and the navy will be none the wiser. Even if they do sense us, we shall have long escaped. In this vast sea, how could they ever find us? We need only wait patiently until nightfall, when all will be quiet. And in the depths of the night, while they sleep amidst the storm, that is when we shall seize our fortune." The one-eyed pirate's face radiated confidence. His greedy gaze fixed upon the distant waters as if envisioning endless riches awaiting his arrival. "For this raid, I shall allow you to choose 3 women first," the one-eyed pirate declared, extending 3 fingers. As the one-eyed pirate spoke, Sanji's eyes began to gleam with anticipation, especially at the mention of women, his gaze nearly sparkling with desire. "Listen closely, all of you. When night falls, you must row with all your might. Anyone who does not exert themselves fully shall face my blade. Do you all understand?" The one-eyed pirate turned and shouted at the pirates on deck. "We understand." They replied in unison. The pirates on deck responded in unison. Countless treasures of gold and silver awaited them on the ship ahead, along with beautiful maidens. Their legs spread in eager anticipation. All they needed to do was row, row, row. Then, they would slaughter everyone aboard and plunder all the riches, stuffing their pockets with jewels and reveling in the freedom to indulge in the warmth of those fair ladies. The one-eyed captain pointed towards the vast ocean, stirring the pirates' fervor. "Oh, slay and seize." The pirates, ignited by passion, resembled a herd of beasts under the influence of potent elixirs, howling with fervor and their eyes gleaming with fervent desire. To be continued. Chapter 464. Turbulent Waves. Life on the line. "It's still early, Sanji. Let's have a drink." Observing the pirates roused to fervor, the one-eyed captain nodded in satisfaction and invited the man from the island, clad in a black-patterned haori, to the cabin for a drink. For pirates, life is simple. Kill, rob, enjoy women, and then drink. "Please, go ahead, Rosen," Sanji said with a slight bow, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. "I shall fetch some appetizers and join you shortly." With that, Sanji, elegantly clad in his black-patterned haori, stepped onto the deck. His gaze swept over a half-warm corpse on the deck, and his right hand settled on the hilt of his katana. In the next instant, as if perceiving an apparition, he moved with the speed of lightning. With a flash, Sanji extended his left hand forward and grasped a still-beating heart. The other pirates aboard the flagship were yet to witness his draw. Sanji had already executed the maneuver with such precision and swiftness that it was beyond the capacity of the human eye to capture in this era devoid of cameras. "Goodness! It dazzled my eyes. I didn't even see the draw," exclaimed a Ming pirate, shaking his head in astonishment. "Incredible! One strike, one kill, remarked another pirate from the island, his mouth agape in awe. Such skill in swordplay. It would be utterly impossible to defend against a surprise attack like that. Another Ming pirate expressed, filled with trepidation at Sanji's mastery of Iajutsu. Sanji, oblivious to their astonishment, elegantly shook his right hand, casting off the blood from the blade, as if shaking off water from an umbrella. The katana appeared immaculate, devoid of any trace of blood. Then, without a glance, he swiftly sheathed it with the precision of lightning. My apologies for the wait, Rosen. I was momentarily captivated by this exquisite delicacy, Sanji remarked, holding the warm heart in hand, savoring its aroma, and exhaling contentedly as he sauntered toward the one-eyed captain, slightly bowing. I almost forgot how much I enjoyed this. Next time, I shall procure something fresh for you. The one-eyed captain did not even blink at this display, inviting Sanji into his cabin for a drink. The one-eyed captain soon barked an order, sending a Japanese woman from the cabin flying as he kicked her out. As the stout woman stumbled out, the ship trembled as if it were experiencing a seismic event, shaking violently several times. Her ample figure thudded heavily against the deck, eliciting a sympathetic wince for the wood beneath her feet. After being unceremoniously thrust out, she lost her balance and almost fell, narrowly saving herself by grasping the trousers of a nearby pirate. With a ripping sound, the pirate's trousers tore. Yet the woman could not escape the fate of tumbling to the deck. Ha ha ha. Chio, how shameless can you be? Pulling on a man's trousers the moment you step out? Are you in search of a banana? The other pirates on deck erupted into laughter at the sight. What are you laughing at? I am not the least bit embarrassed. I have tasted far more of that than you have of your fried dough sticks. The hefty woman retorted dismissively, twisting her waist and strutting away, her ample figure swaying provocatively. The pirates on the flagship roared with laughter at her words. All was ready, merely waiting for nightfall to indulge in a grand feast upon the waves, the pirates eagerly anticipating the arrival of darkness. At that moment, the wind surged ferociously, stirring the sea into waves towering over a meter high, each layer of water rolling relentlessly. The clouds in the sky thickened ominously, darkening the heavens, casting a sinister pall over the expanse. The howling wind and crashing waves sounded as foreboding as an impending apocalypse. The fierce winds whipped the sea like countless lashes, striking the ship and causing it to sway precariously. Unable to remain on deck any longer, Zhu Ping'an retreated to the cabin, peering out as sailors braved the tempest to ascend the mast and lower the sails. The mast, towering high, bore the brunt of the wind's fury, causing those above to sway violently. One sailor, while lowering the sail, nearly succumbed to the gale, prompting a frightened gasp from Baozi, the young maid beside Zhu Ping'an. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the rigging and avert disaster, safely descending from the mast. Due to the presence of women aboard, the crew was strictly instructed to remain in the cabin. They had only ventured out now because of the severe weather necessitating the sails be lowered. Once the sails were secured, they returned below under the watchful eye of a guard from the Imperial Guard. After dinner, Zhu Ping'an lingered in Li Shu's cabin, discussing Zhu Xian for a while before settling down with tea as the ship rocked violently, the winds and waves outside intensifying. Miss, when will we reach home? The tempests at sea are truly frightening. Baozi's face paled as she listened to the furious winds roaring outside and felt the ship's tumultuous motion. Soon. Just a few more days, Li Shu replied, her worry not as overt as Baozi's but still present. Do not fret. This level of turbulence poses little threat to a vessel of this size, Zhu Ping'an reassured them, setting down his teacup, unconcerned by the storm outside. For such winds were trivial to a ship of such magnitude. But what if it gets worse? Baozi inquired further. In an instant, a deafening clap of thunder resonated through the air, as a brilliant flash of lightning sliced across the ominous, darkened sky. The thunder rolled in like an approaching war chariot, shaking the heavens. The wind seemed invigorated by the thunderous roar, intensifying in its ferocity. Raindrops, resembling large soybeans, were swept up by the tempest, striking the cabin with forceful precision, creating a cacophony of sound. The ship rocked violently, causing the teapot on the table to teeter precariously, nearly toppling to the floor. But Zhu Ping'an managed to catch it just in time. You jinx. Li Shu shot a glare at the little maid Baozi. Miss, I didn't mean to. Baozi replied, her neck shrinking in apprehension, her face pale with anxiety as she clung to a pillar in the cabin, trembling and glancing at Zhu Ping'an, asking whether the ship would capsize. It won't, Zhu Ping'an said, a faint smile playing on his lips. What kind of wind is this? It's impossible for a sailing ship to capsize. Ah, you jinx, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Shu scolded Baozi for her earlier words about the ship capsizing. Meanwhile, in another part of the ocean, several pirate ships, their lights extinguished, were laboriously paddling through the storm towards the fleet, like phantoms of the sea, bringing with them the scent of death. Row harder, keep going. In just over half an hour, we'll feast. The one-eyed pirate stood on the deck, braving the storm. His eyes fixed on the faint glimmers of light ahead, grinning widely. Roar! The pirates echoed the one-eyed pirate's words, their voices low as they fervently paddled. To be continued. Chapter 465. Sudden change. The black night enveloped the world, with clouds as heavy as iron pressing down upon the sea. The storm battered the ship with torrential rain, as waves surged and crashed, causing the vessel to sway perilously. Is it really impossible for the ship to capsize? Baozi clung to the pillar, feeling the ship's tumultuous movements, her heart filled with unease, her cheeks drained of color. Of course not, Zhu Ping'an assured her, nodding with calm confidence. Our ship is over 10 zhang long. This little storm cannot capsize it. But how fierce must the storm be to capsize a ship? Baozi, somewhat reassured by Zhu Ping'an's composure, couldn't help but ask with curiosity. A tsunami. Zhu Ping'an began, but was interrupted by Baozi's puzzled voice. Tsunami? How can the sea laugh when it has no mouth? Baozi asked, her expression adorably bewildered. No, not the sea laughing, but a tsunami, a violent upheaval of the sea caused by earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or extreme weather, resulting in catastrophic waves. Zhu Ping'an chuckled to himself, shaking his head at the complexity of his explanation, realizing it was futile to discuss concepts like seismic waves and energy transformations with her. With a gaze filled with admiration, Li Shu looked into Zhu Ping'an's eyes as he explained, her own eyes shimmering with intrigue. The petite maid, with her mouth agape, was visibly startled by the mention of towering waves, measuring 30 or 40 feet. Surely, that cannot be the case, she nervously inquired, recalling Zhu Ping'an's earlier mention of such formidable tides, which filled her heart with dread. Oh, you mischievous chatterbox, what nonsense are you spouting? If you summon a tsunami, I shall have you sold to Madame Hua, Li Shu chided, playfully flicking the maid's forehead with her delicate fingers. The maid, after receiving the playful admonishment, shrank back, covering her forehead and sticking out her tongue in embarrassment, realizing that her careless words might have indeed provoked the swelling of the waves. Well, it is getting late. You should all retire for the evening. I shall return to my studies before resting, Zhu Ping'an stated, shaking his head slightly as he bid farewell to Li Shu and the maid. Indeed, the hour was late. Much time had elapsed since dinner, and it was reasonable for Li Shu and the maid to seek rest. Moreover, Zhu Ping'an wished to peruse the books he had brought aboard, which he had scarcely touched. Zhu Ping'an's cabin was adjacent to theirs. A mere left turn upon exiting his door would lead him there. You still wish to read? You've already achieved the rank of Jinshi and entered officialdom. Is that not enough to bring glory to your family? Li Shu remarked, pouting slightly, discontented with Zhu Ping'an's early departure. My reading is not solely for examinations, Zhu Ping'an shrugged with a smile. However, when he spoke of bringing honor to his ancestors, he suddenly faltered, his expression freezing momentarily before his eyes widened in astonishment. Once again, he had perceived the flow of fortune, a phenomenon that usually did not elicit such a response. He had long been aware that the aura of fortune would manifest when he contemplated the phrase. Yet it was the change in the fortunes surrounding Li Shu and the maid that truly startled him. At that moment, a vibrant purple aura still enveloped Li Shu. Yet a thread of crimson fortune began to descend ominously. Additionally, a vast, ominous black aura surged from the depths, pouring into Li Shu's fortune with alarming speed. The transformation was even more pronounced for the petite maid, whose white fortune pillar was shrouded in a layer of dark, foreboding energy, with a thin strand of crimson fortune gradually intensifying at the edges. However, the increase of the black aura was far more rapid than that of the crimson. Witnessing such a drastic change, how could Zhu Ping'an remain unshaken? According to the knowledge he had gleaned about fortune, the crimson aura signified impending calamity, while the black aura represented death. Calamity? Being adrift in the vast ocean, with the navy of the Marquis of Linhuai ahead. It was clear that such misfortune would not stem from them. Besides Li Shu and her maid, the only others aboard were himself and the guards of the Linhuai navy below deck, who would not dare to provoke their superior. As for himself, he was certainly not a threat. Thus, if this calamity referred to human misfortune, it could only arise from external forces. Pirates. The thought of marauding pirates immediately sprang to Zhu Ping'an's mind. Previously, under the auspices of the naval fleet commanded by the Marquis of Linhuai, Zhu Ping'an had never entertained the notion of encountering sea bandits. Even though the maritime restrictions had diminished the size and number of warships, Zhu Ping'an remained steadfast in his belief that the fleet under the Marquis could easily overpower any sea marauders, even in large-scale encounters with the Japanese pirates. After all, the current fleet of the Ming dynasty possessed ships and artillery sufficient to dominate the island nations. However, the ominous aura of bloodshed now compelled Zhu Ping'an to contemplate the term sea bandits. While it seemed improbable at other times, today, it appeared considerably plausible. The Marquis's fleet was far ahead, and on this stormy night, should any sea bandit strike, it was uncertain whether the fleet would detect them, let alone arrive in time for rescue. Yet, why did the ominous red aura associated with bloodshed appear so faint? This suggested that while the threat of bloodshed existed, it was more alarming than perilous. Conversely, why did the foreboding black aura of death surge forth so overwhelmingly? If the threat of bloodshed was merely alarming, then why was there such a torrent of ominous black energy? This was indeed a contradiction, unless a sudden realization dawned upon Zhu Ping'an, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. The composed and serene demeanor he once possessed now fractured, revealing an expression of distress. Natural disasters and human calamities, if not incited by the latter, then only the former could be the cause. Ah, Zhu Ping'an, what is that expression? Li Shu, having noticed Zhu Ping'an halt and turned to look at her, felt a flicker of joy. However, she was taken aback when the once unassuming figure suddenly transformed, resembling someone who had encountered an unsightly specter. What is with that look? Am I truly that frightening? I'm not some monstrous beast. Li Shu's cheeks flushed with indignation as she pouted, revealing her small fangs, her wide, glistening eyes fixed intensely on Zhu Ping'an, demanding a satisfactory explanation lest she let the matter rest unresolved. To be continued. Chapter 466. Response: I sense something amiss. Zhu Ping'an remarked as he strode purposefully toward Li Shu, his expression grave. What are you doing? Li Shu instinctively took a step back, crossing her arms defensively across her chest, her eyes glistening with caution as she regarded Zhu Ping'an, her voice trembling slightly. Without answering, Zhu Ping'an continued forward, passing Li Shu, whose wary gaze resembled that of a vigilant kitten, and approached the cabin's porthole. This window faced away from the fleet. Any impending threat of swords and bloodshed would assuredly come from that direction, as the escorting fleet would prevent any incursions from the front. Reaching the window, Zhu Ping'an opened it, and by the light of the ship, he beheld the raging winds and tumultuous waves, the distant sea shrouded in an inky darkness. Moreover, an unseen crimson mist was swiftly advancing from the pitch-black expanse of the ocean. Zhu Ping'an's eyes widened in alarm, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Ah, Zhu Ping'an, the rain is blowing in, Li Shu exclaimed, noticing the window had been opened, her lips pouting in annoyance. An impending crisis looms. Stay in the cabin and do not emerge. I shall return shortly, declared Zhu Ping'an, his tone gravely serious. As he turned towards the door, a pair of delicate hands grasped at his garment, halting him. Zhu Ping'an, what is the matter? Li Shu inquired, her slender fingers clutching his attire. It was the first time she had witnessed such gravity in his demeanor. Vessels are approaching from the outside. I fear their intentions are malign, Zhu Ping'an replied, hesitating momentarily before revealing the unsettling truth to Li Shu. He then gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Fear not. I shall descend to make arrangements and ensure they heighten their vigilance. I will return shortly. Although Zhu Ping'an had not yet laid eyes on the ships, the ominous aura of impending calamity drew nearer across the water. To claim he had witnessed such a portentous sight would undoubtedly invite disbelief. Hence he opted to merely mention the presence of vessels. Are you speaking nonsense? I see no ships approaching, Li Shu retorted, skepticism clouding her gaze as she scrutinized Zhu Ping'an. My vision is keener than the average person's. It is a natural gift, he asserted. There are 5 or 6 ships hastening towards us at this very moment. Given the timing, I suspect their intentions are far from benign. Zhu Ping'an again placed a reassuring hand on Li Shu's shoulder, his expression somber. I must go down briefly. I shall return swiftly. What ships? Baozi, the maid, questioned. Bewilderment etched across her face. Are you suggesting pirates? Li Shu's eyes widened in alarm as she looked up at Zhu Ping'an, a flicker of panic in her gaze. Pirates? Baozi trembled at the thought, her voice quivering with distress. Master, please do not leave. If I discover you have deceived me, you shall face the consequences. Releasing her grip on Zhu Ping'an's clothing, Li Shu handed him a paper umbrella, her hesitation palpable as she urged, Please, return quickly. Zhu Ping'an accepted the umbrella with a nod and turned to exit, his demeanor heavy with concern. The tumultuous waves surged, the winds howled, and the dark sea appeared to harbor cataclysmic energy. If one were to prepare adequately, the threat of pirates would be manageable. What truly incited fear were the forces of nature. Shaking off his anxious thoughts, Zhu Ping'an unfurled the umbrella and proceeded down the stairs, determined to do his utmost while entrusting the rest to fate. Lord Zhu, what brings you down here? Upon his descent, Zhu Ping'an was met by the respectful salutes of over 30 individuals in the cabin, including sailors, guards, and naval officers. Though merely a sixth-rank official, he commanded significant respect among them. Suspicious vessels are approaching. Heighten your vigilance and prepare for defense. Should anything seem amiss, signal the naval forces immediately. Moreover, given the rough seas today, be prepared for emergencies. Dispatch someone to alert the nearby ships to ready themselves, Zhu Ping'an commanded with gravity, folding the umbrella as he gave instructions to the sailors and guards present. What? Suspicious vessels? Prepare for defense? Must we still send a distress signal to the naval forces? The wind and waves seem rather formidable, but what preparations should we make? We have encountered far worse tempests at sea. Such minor turbulence pales in comparison. The crowd below exchanged glances, questioning whether Lord Zhu had indulged too much and was merely jesting at their expense. Had Zhu Ping'an not been a sixth-rank official, they would have surely submerged him to sober him up, dismissing his drunken ramblings. After all, they were under the protection of the naval forces, and even the boldest of pirates would not dare to ruffle the feathers of their guardians. If he were not inebriated, then Lord Zhu must possess an exaggerated sense of self-preservation, allowing such trivial turbulence to intimidate him. What is it? Zhu Ping'an's gaze fell upon the assembly, as he exerted authority for the first time in his life. Though youthful, he exuded an undeniable gravitas. His previously amiable demeanor had transformed into one of commanding presence, leaving a profound impact. Rest assured, we shall make the necessary preparations. The crowd bowed their heads in deference. Though they internally scoffed, they complied with Zhu Ping'an's commands. Soon, 2 officers emerged to instruct the crew to ready themselves, donning armor and wielding swords, preparing crossbows and loading gunpowder into the firearms. Sailors hastened to their lookout positions, while others set up 2 small falconet cannons on deck, ensuring each was stocked with 5 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, 2 sailors ascended to the ship's bridge, lighting warning lanterns and sounding horns to signal the nearby supply vessels. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Zhu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction and imparted a few final instructions. As he raised his umbrella in readiness to ascend, he turned and inquired, Do we have any suitable means of self-defense? A small hand crossbow with 6 quarrels strapped to his arm and a sharp dagger were presented to him by 2 officers. Had it not been for the strict regulations governing firearms, they would have eagerly offered him a gun as well. I entrust our safety to you all, Zhu Ping'an said, bowing deeply to the assembly, his words sincere. Suddenly, a profound sense of camaraderie surged within the group, feeling honored that Lord Zhu had entrusted their safety to them. Regardless of whether he was inebriated or overly cautious, they resolved to give their utmost effort. To be continued. Chapter 467. Enemy attack. In the midst of howling winds and torrential rain, waves surged violently as several narrow-bottomed vessels, adorned with tattered white sails, approached like fearless warriors, bravely navigating the tumultuous sea. The targeted maritime area lay within close proximity, and the outline of the intended ship gradually came into view. The one-eyed pirate gazed at the magnificent ship within reach, revealing his yellowed teeth. Faster, faster, ever faster, he urged, envisioning treasure, women, and the hope of a resurgence. The other pirates also fixated on the target ahead, their eyes glinting with greed, excitement causing their thighs to press together in anticipation. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the target ship remained oblivious. 800 meters, no reaction. 500 meters, still no response. A bloody yet exhilarated grin spread across the faces of the pirates, reveling in the ignorance of the Ming Navy, who were completely unaware of the impending carnage unfolding right under their noses. The The thought thrilled them. Soon, their glorious name would echo across every corner of the ocean, drawing countless admirers. They envisioned a revival of the splendor of Chief Chun's era. Ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Ji once more. They would crown their resurgence with blood, gold, jewels, and women. At 400 meters, the target ship remained unresponsive. The pirates' blood surged with fervor, and without the one-eyed pirates' encouragement, they were already prepared to seize the vessel. Although the Navy had numerous ships, most of their crew were inexperienced sailors, and their main forces were miles ahead. These supply ships, though sizable, lacked combat capability. I had received confidential information indicating that each ship housed merely 20 to 30 sailors, who were poorly trained. Our band of over 300 fierce warriors could easily consume them whole. Moreover, they were completely unprepared. Remember my words, gold, silver, and jewels lie ahead. And luscious women are waiting to be claimed. Whoever seizes them first, they are theirs, roared the pirate. The morale of the pirates surged, their hands paddling with fervor, their eyes ablaze with greed. Amidst the raging storm, the pirate ship sliced through the waves like a dagger, charging forward with ferocity. On the ship where Zhu Ping'an and his crew were stationed, although the sailors and guards had diligently followed his orders to stand vigilant, they harbored skepticism towards his commands. Which pirate would dare to challenge our navy? They scoffed. What audacity! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the dark night, revealing several ghostly ships glinting ominously under the flash, their weapons reflecting a menacing light as they approached. Enemy attack. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the sailors, who shouted without hesitation. The French artillery barely had time to fire 2 shots before the pirate vessels charged forward with their rams. Damn it, these scoundrels are prepared, the one-eyed pirate cursed, realizing the sudden shift from a surprise attack to a head-on confrontation. The fierce collision of bloodshed intensified, with screams of agony, the crack of gunfire, and cries of despair intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Aside from the ship where Zhu Ping'an and his companions were located becoming the primary target, other vessels at sea also fell under attack. Pirates, maneuvering their small boats, harassed other ships, preventing them from coming to aid. Some ships had even seen pirates throwing iron chains and climbing aboard. A scene of bloodshed and chaos echoed across the sea. Hearing the shouts and cries from below, Li Shu and her maid Baozi huddled together like 2 frightened groundhogs. They had never encountered such a scene before, facing blood and death for the first time. They could not help but shrink behind the cabinet, trembling. Baozi, clutching Li Shu, burst into tears, calling out Miss, utterly terrified. In her hand, Li Shu held the hand crossbow that Zhu Ping'an had given her. Although still shaking, she was far better off than Baozi beside her. In her eyes, the seemingly frail youth standing at the cabin door, wielding a short knife, appeared remarkably formidable at that moment. He was like a lone hero, standing resolute against an overwhelming tide. This was indeed Zhu Ping'an at present. In times of peril, a man who can step forward becomes a hero in the hearts of young women. Li Shu's gaze upon Zhu Ping'an grew ever more fervent. Fool! Why don't you hide? You cannot defeat them. Li Shu could not help but shout at Zhu Ping'an, hearing the agonizing screams below. If I hide, what will you do? Zhu Ping'an retorted, then reassured Li Shu and Baozi, saying, do not worry, you will be fine. Unless they step over my corpse, I can still trip them up. As he spoke, he seemed to envision that scene, and a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Zhu Ping'an's decision to stand forth was quite straightforward. He harbored no notions of heroism or gallantry, but as a man, there was no time to falter. Although Li Shu could be quite cunning, willful, sharp-tongued, and even a bit venomous, she had, consciously or unconsciously, received considerable support from the Li family throughout her upbringing, whether it was borrowing books or sharing meals. Additionally, she could occasionally be quite pleasing to the eye. When fatigued from reading, a glance at her could be quite refreshing. Despite her many cunning and sharp moments, Zhu Ping'an did not hesitate to step forward. A man, in such times, must not hide away. Moreover, in a world where no nest remains intact, hiding would be futile. It was better to fight back. Amidst the cries of chaos, Zhu Ping'an leaned against the door, short knife in hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. What are you saying? Li Shu chided. This insufferable toad could still manage a smile at such a moment. Though she feigned annoyance, this scene brought her immense comfort. Observing Zhu Ping'an, composed, and even joking at the door, she could not help but narrow her eyes. It seemed that as long as this insufferable toad was present, She felt an inexplicable sense of security. Oh, by the way, hold on to the life rings I gave you earlier. If the waves become tumultuous, make sure to grip tightly. Zhu Ping'an turned to Li Shu and reminded her once more. The buoy, an ancient life-saving device invented during the Song dynasty, was crafted from soft wood and reeds, forming a circular object reminiscent of modern life rings, known as floating rings by the Song people. Recently, Zhu Ping'an discovered this item aboard a ship and, upon inquiring with a sailor, learned of its purpose as a life-saving float. He prudently took 3 of them on board as a precaution against potential calamities. Although uncertain of their efficacy, he deemed it better to have them than to be without. To be continued. Chapter 468. Counterattack. The tempest howled ferociously, weapons clashed, and anguished cries echoed as the deck of the ship became a gruesome tableau of blood and the violent struggle for life, the world seemingly shattered by these cacophonous sounds. Thanks to Zhu Ping'an's forewarnings, the fleet had taken some measures for defense, resulting in considerable losses for the pirates during their assault. Nevertheless, the stark disparity in numbers and the pirates' reckless ferocity allowed many to board the ship. Particularly, the vessel occupied by Zhu Ping'an appeared to be the primary target of the pirates, who launched their assault with 2 pirate ships and several smaller boats against this notably lavish merchant vessel. Despite the sailors' valiant efforts to fend off the attackers and their superior weaponry, the innate disadvantage in manpower and the pirates' desperate onslaught left the ship teetering on the brink of collapse. With blades flashing and gunfire erupting, the confrontation intensified as the pirates surged aboard, engaging in close-quarters combat where their reckless bravery was fully manifested. The one-eyed pirate and the black-clad swordsman wielding a large katana moved through the chaos as if in an unchallenged realm. A chain with a grappling claw was hurled from one of the pirate ships onto the merchant vessel, and an unadorned pirate climbed aboard with the agility of a monkey, landing directly before Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an had sensed something amiss when the chain was flung, but he was taken aback by the pirate's swift descent. Before he could react, the pirate had already landed in front of him. The moment the pirate touched down, Zhu Ping'an gritted his teeth and swung his blade, seizing the opportunity to strike. However, the pirate, seasoned in the art of survival amidst blades, quickly evaded Zhu Ping'an's unexpected attack. This agility was honed through countless encounters with bloodshed and death. Perceiving the glint of the short blade, he adeptly bent and sidestepped, avoiding the fatal strike. No sooner had he evaded than the pirate retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Zhu Ping'an's abdomen. The impact felt as if he were suddenly struck in the belly by a heavy object, leaving him breathless. Zhu Ping'an was sent sprawling to the ground, sliding back several meters. This disparity in strength was evident. It became clear to him that his previous focus on scholarly pursuits had overshadowed the importance of physical training. He resolved to strengthen his physique, for otherwise, a scholar encountering a soldier would surely find himself at the mercy of the latter, just as he had now. Having failed to overpower his opponent, Zhu Ping'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forced a smile, and murmured softly to himself. As Zhu Ping'an was unexpectedly knocked down, he slid directly in front of the cabinet where Li Shu and the maid Baozi were hiding. A distinctive, high-pitched scream erupted from behind the cabinet, followed by a series of trembling sounds akin to the rustling of chaff. From the sound, it was evident that it was Baozi's voice. "Zhu Ping'an, are you all right?" Li Shu cautiously peeked out from behind the cabinet, her concern evident as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. The burly pirate, half-naked at the entrance, heard the girl scream and caught sight of Li Shu's exquisite face peering out, causing his legs to weaken with desire. In a thick accent typical of his kind, he revealed himself as a Japanese pirate. Here was a seemingly frail youth whom he had just injured with a single kick, and now he stood before 2 delicate beauties. "Ah, my fortune has arrived," he thought, recalling his leader's words. "Whoever captures them first lays claim." Fueled by a surge of excitement, the pirate brandished his knife, intent on dispatching Zhu Ping'an before indulging himself with the girls. These pirates, unhesitant in their murderous pursuits, swung their blades toward Zhu Ping'an's neck as one would slaughter livestock. Li Shu, eyes brimming with tears, quickly grabbed a hand crossbow and aimed it at the pirate, but her shot veered wildly off course, missing him entirely. As despair washed over her, she fumbled to knock another arrow, but it stubbornly resisted her efforts. The pirate, witnessing her plight, laughed heartily as he advanced toward Zhu Ping'an, who lay against the cabinet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, feeling utterly incapacitated, as if the pirate's kick had nearly claimed his life. The pirate looked down on Zhu Ping'an with utter disdain. Truly, a man from the Ming dynasty must be worthless if he could not withstand a single blow. Yet, how could such a weakling possess the company of two such enchanting women? It was an affront to the very fabric of existence. He was unworthy of their beauty and of life itself. With a sneer, the pirate raised his knife, ready to behead Zhu Ping'an. Li Shu and the maid Baozi, terrified, shut their eyes and screamed in unison, "No. Please, no." This only fueled the pirate's fervor further. Envisioning the glory of claiming the life of this feeble boy and reveling in the company of the two maidens. Just as Zhu Ping'an seemed destined for demise, he lifted his head, locking eyes with the pirate, and in fluent Japanese, he calmly declared, "I am an insider. Please take me to your leader. I know the location of the treasure." With that, he slowly reached into his bosom, producing a white silk cloth resembling a treasure map. The following narrative recounts an episode involving Zhu Ping'an during his school days when he participated in a theater rehearsal for a drama, in which the girl he secretly admired also took part. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he failed to acquire her phone number after the performance. Li Shu and the maid Baozi were momentarily taken aback, as they were unfamiliar with the Japanese language, believing Zhu Ping'an to be rendered speechless. Otherwise, why would he utter a multitude of incomprehensible words? In truth, it was not only the two girls who were astonished. The pirate from the island was equally bewildered. In the vast expanse of the sea, the sudden emergence of a rural accent was enough to leave anyone dumbfounded. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, the island pirate halted his actions, still harboring doubts and hesitations, yet his hands remained still. Furthermore, Zhu Ping'an's mention of the treasure map struck a chord within him. Wasn't the perilous endeavor of piracy all about wealth? The treasure map of this ship was precisely what he had longed for. The island pirate gazed at the treasure map Zhu Ping'an produced with keen interest, his look imbued with hidden intentions. He had no intention of letting Zhu Ping'an escape. He aimed to claim the treasure map for himself. Even if Zhu Ping'an were an informant, what of it? In the chaos of battle, who could discern the identity of the assailant? To the island pirate, Zhu Ping'an, appearing weak and defenseless, was akin to a fish on a chopping block, waiting for the moment he would surrender the treasure map, only to be met with a swift end. Zhu Ping'an retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, feigning the act of offering it to the island pirate. At that moment, consumed by greed, the pirate was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ping'an transformed from his previously feeble demeanor, unfurling the handkerchief and abruptly hurling it towards the advancing pirate. A cloud of white powder enveloped the pirate, causing him to instinctively shield his eyes from the searing discomfort. In a flash of brilliance, Zhu Ping'an revealed a hint of mockery. Leaping forth and plunging the dagger he wielded deep into the pirate's chest, piercing through to his back. Blood splattered across Zhu Ping'an's face as the island pirate emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his visage a portrait of disbelief, before he collapsed to the ground. The narrative hanging in suspense. Chapter 469. Into the water. As the pirate's blood splattered onto Zhu Ping'an's face, a wave of indescribable nausea surged within him, compelling him to vomit uncontrollably. When the pirate had attacked, Zhu Ping'an had maintained his composure, meticulously calculating his moves. After being kicked by the pirate, he had feigned a near-death state, leading the pirate to lower his guard. He then cleverly utilized the treasure to divert the pirate's attention before unleashing a pre-prepared pouch of lime powder into the pirate's eyes, ultimately executing a counterattack. Yet at this moment, his mind was a blank slate, and his hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. This marks the first instance of taking a life for me, despite the fact that my adversary was a pirate of notorious infamy. Although I understood that it was a matter of kill or be killed. The moment a blossom of crimson unfurled before my eyes, and a life ebbed away from my grasp, a tempest of thoughts surged within my mind. Alas, my temperament is still lacking. With a self-deprecating smile, I tugged at the corners of my mouth and gently shook my head, realizing that in addition to needing physical fortitude, my spirit also requires cultivation. "Are you all right, Zhu Ping'an?" Li Shu, though not fainting like the little maid Baozi, still bore a lingering trepidation. Her gaze filled with concern as she inquired. "I am fine," Zhu Ping'an replied, turning back with a smile, though his pallor suggested otherwise. "Young master, look at the blood on you," the maid Baozi exclaimed, glancing from Zhu Ping'an to the lifeless pirate on the ground. "You have killed." Her wide eyes rolled back, and she promptly fainted. "Huh, this girl has such a timid disposition," Zhu Ping'an remarked with a wry smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. And yet, you trembled as well. Li Shu chided gently. You villain, how can you jest at a time like this? Oh, my hands are merely numb. Zhu Ping'an shrugged slightly. Nonsense, Li Shu pouted. How could your hands be numb? Have you never heard the phrase killing like cutting grass? Zhu Ping'an wiped the blood from his face and managed a weak smile. That is a flimsy excuse, Li Shu replied, her lips curling in a dismissive manner. Listening to Zhu Ping'an's jest, her racing heart gradually settled. Applause. The depth of Huaxia culture is truly profound. Killing like cutting grass can indeed be interpreted in such a manner. My apologies for intruding upon your flirtation. Came a round of applause from the entrance of the cabin, followed by a clumsy attempt at Mandarin. Soon, Sanji, clad in a black haori, appeared, blood dripping from the blade at his waist. Behind him trailed 7 or 8 fearsome pirates, their blades and garments stained with thick, crimson blood. What a delightful young lady. So exquisitely beautiful. If only I could have her, it would be a pleasure beyond compare. Am I blind? Such a beauty, even if I had to pay a price. I must have a taste of her. No one else dare claim her. Let me have my chance, even if it costs me my life. The pirates gazed at Li Shu in the cabin, their mouths watering, unabashedly revealing their covetous intentions. In their lives of thievery, they had never encountered such a delicate beauty. Witnessing Li Shu, they were struck with awe, and various thoughts of possession and violation burgeoned within them. Had it not been for Sanji's presence, they would have rushed forward to enact their sordid desires. Those with such thoughts must surely have hearts as fervent as their desires. Sanji, dressed in black, drew his blade, licking the blood from its edge before fixing his gaze upon Zhu Ping'an, as if beholding the most delectable delicacy. Since the second-in-command has taken an interest, the man belongs to you, while the woman shall be ours. The other pirates could no longer contain themselves, their excitement evident in their grinning faces. As you wish. The pirate Sanji revealed a gleaming set of white teeth. The young maid Baozi, who had just awakened, witnessed this scene and nearly fainted, trembling in fear as she clung to Li Shu's. Zhu Ping'an, what shall we do? Li Shu was equally terrified. It was evident that these pirates harbored malicious intentions towards them. In the feudal era of the Ming dynasty, a woman's honor was deemed more precious than life itself. And this moment felt like the end of the world for both Li Shu's and the maid Baozi. Just moments ago, Zhu Ping'an had barely managed to fend off one pirate. Now, confronted by so many, he could only manage a bitter smile. After years of diligent study, enduring hardships, and finally achieving success, had his life to end at sea? No. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. From the aura surrounding Li Shu's and the maid Baozi, he discerned that the ominous bloodshed was merely a fleeting shadow, not fatal. The true peril lay elsewhere. Thus, this impending calamity was destined to be more of a scare than a threat. There will be no harm, Zhu Ping'an reassured, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Shu's and the maid Baozi. Li Shu's and the maid were taken aback, perceiving Zhu Ping'an's words as mere comfort. To them, it seemed inevitable that they would meet their end amidst such a multitude of pirates. Damn it, second in command. This fellow is insufferable. I cannot hold back any longer. I shall sever his head and brew a drink with his heart to see how he continues to boast. One pirate, unable to tolerate Zhu Ping'an's demeanor, approached with a drawn blade. Others followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. Thank you for your efforts, gentlemen, Sanji waved dismissively, leaning against the cabin door with keen interest in the impending chaos. In a moment of peril, just as the pirates were about to strike down the pretentious Zhu Ping'an, a thunderous roar of crashing waves erupted from outside, followed by the sight of a towering wall of water approaching, nearly 10 meters high. Desperate cries echoed from outside, filled with despair and madness. In the blink of an eye, this massive wall of dark waves descended upon them with a sound that shook the heavens. In the face of such overwhelming force, the ship was rendered a mere toy, violently split in two by the onslaught. The pirates, including Sanji clad in a black feathered cloak, had no time to react before being swept into the depths of the sea, their fates uncertain. Against the violence of nature, individual bravery proved futile. Zhu Ping'an, Li Shu's, and the maid Baozi were similarly engulfed by the waves. The only distinction was that the three of them clung to life-saving flotation devices, which became their lifeline. As the colossal waves receded, the ship lay in ruins, fragmented and adrift upon the tumultuous sea. The crushing depths, the suffocating pressure, and the chaotic waves threatened to overwhelm them. Without the flotation devices and a fierce will to survive, Zhu Ping'an would have had no chance of emerging from the depths. Help! Help! Upon resurfacing, Zhu Ping'an was immediately greeted by the familiar cries of distress from the maid Baozi and Li Shu. Both clung desperately to their flotation rings, managing to stay above the turbulent waves, albeit precariously. Their lack of swimming proficiency and the ferocity of the ocean swells meant that a single wave could easily drag them back under, and they had already choked on water several times. Chapter 470. There is always a way out. The pitch-black sea was frigid, and Zhu Ping'an felt his body trembling as he swam towards the direction of Li Shu and Baozi's cries. All around him was a scene of despair. Many had been claimed by the sudden monstrous waves, forever lost to the depths below. Li Shu's lips had turned pale, and as the icy water relentlessly crashed over her, she found herself unable to hold on any longer. Her strength waned, and her body temperature began to plummet. When the waves engulfed her once more, she had lost the will to struggle. Let it be, she thought. I wonder how the foul toad is faring. When Chu Yuan sank into the river, people tossed rice dumplings to prevent the fish from gnawing at his body. Alas, no one will toss rice dumplings for me. I hope no fish will tear at my flesh. I would rather not die and become a hideous ghost. Even in death, I wish to meet that foul toad in my dreams. Should I be torn apart by fish and transformed into a ghastly specter, I fear I would frighten him. Have the wedding chambers in Hehe village been prepared? What a pity I cannot become the bride of that foul toad. Just as Li Shu resigned herself to the thought of sinking forever into the abyss, a powerful hand grasped her arm and yanked her upwards from the water. Gasping for the long-lost air, Li Shu inhaled deeply, only to be seized by a coughing fit. Hold on to me. I will pull you up. A familiar voice, one that brought tears to her eyes, echoed in her ears. The owner of that hand, the very foul toad she had been yearning for. Why did you take so long to come? Li Shu clutched Zhu Ping'an's arm tightly, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to suppress her sobs. Everything is all right now, Zhu Ping'an replied, somewhat at a loss in the face of her tears. He clumsily offered her comfort and then swam a few meters forward, pulling the nearly unconscious Baozi up from the depths. Young miss, I thought I would never see you again, Baozi wailed, her round face streaked with tears and snot, the earlier harrowing experience having terrified her. Though Li Shu and Baozi were rescued, the danger was far from over. Alone, Zhu Ping'an would have managed without issue. But with both women alongside him, treading water while relying on flotation devices was proving to be a taxing endeavor. As time passed, and his strength waned, Zhu Ping'an found himself laboring harder with each passing moment, gritting his teeth to persevere. With fatigue setting in, there seemed to be only one fate awaiting them. Zhu Ping'an, do not worry about us. Let go. As Li Shu observed Zhu Ping'an struggling increasingly, she could not help but bite her lip and make a difficult decision. Do not speak. Conserve your strength, Zhu Ping'an said calmly, tightening his grip, wave after wave, as he exerted himself to drag the two of them from the tumultuous sea. His strength waned, and his hands began to numb, seemingly reaching their limit. However, fortune often favors the brave, just as he felt his energy depleting. A flash of lightning illuminated a floating cabinet not far away, likely the very one where Li Shu and the maid Baozi had taken refuge during the storm. The wooden cabinet, sizable enough to resemble a small boat, floated in the water, offering a respite from their exertions. There is hope. Zhu Ping'an sighed inwardly upon spotting the cabinet, invigorated by a renewed sense of strength. Hold on to my clothes tightly, and listen to me. To the left ahead, there is a cabinet. If we swim to it, we shall be saved. After expelling a mouthful of seawater and catching his breath, he spoke to Li Shu and Baozi with unwavering confidence, rekindling their hope for survival. Listen closely. Each of you should grasp my clothing with one hand while using the other to paddle backward. I will direct our course. Zhu Ping'an calmly instructed as he guided Li Shu and Baozi to join in the paddling effort, steering towards the cabinet with his hands and feet through the murky waters. The cabinet was not far. Within 5 minutes, Zhu Ping'an reached its edge, grasping the cabinet firmly to assess its size and buoyancy, calculating that it could indeed support the weight of Li Shu and Baozi. Climb aboard. You too, try to get on, Zhu Ping'an urged them. What about you? Li Shu inquired. You go first, he replied, insisting that they board first, acknowledging that the cabinet could barely support 2, let alone 3. Moreover, he could conserve energy by remaining in the water, utilizing the cabinet's buoyancy. Under Zhu Ping'an's insistence, Li Shu and Baozi began to ascend the cabinet. Baozi, accustomed to physical labor, managed to climb up with some effort. In contrast, Li Shu, a pampered young lady unaccustomed to such exertion, found the task exceedingly challenging. As Baozi reached down to assist Li Shu, the latter struggled to ascend at a snail's pace. Unable to watch her toil any longer, Zhu Ping'an extended a helping hand without a second thought, placing his palm on her rear and pushing her upward, propelling her onto the cabinet with a firm yet gentle nudge. The act, unintentional on his part, took Li Shu by surprise. Akin to a bride's veil being lifted on her wedding night. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her ears burned bright. Fortunately, it was nighttime, cloaking her embarrassment in shadows. Had it been daylight, Baozi would undoubtedly have been astonished, questioning her mistress's sudden blush. Zhu Ping'an certainly did not intend it. Li Shuhong thought, blushing. Hold on tight. After pushing Li Shu onto the cabinet, Zhu Ping'an casually patted the spot he had just pushed, reminding her to grip the cabinet firmly. The sound of flesh against flesh, influenced by the water, produced a distinct slapping noise. Li Shu let out a sound reminiscent of a kitten's mewl. Embarrassed, her face felt as if it were aflame, and she shot Zhu Ping'an an indignant glare, silently chastising him for being so loud. What is it? Zhu Ping'an, noticing her gaze, asked with a look of bewilderment. You hurt me, Li Shu. Too shy to express herself directly, resorted to this subtle method to hint that his hand placement was amiss. Oh, I apologize. Zhu Ping'an quickly expressed his regret, and then, with sincere contrition, gently massaged the area. He did not dwell on the situation, reasoning that since he had caused her discomfort, he should soothe her. How spoiled she must be, he thought. Her delicate skin was surprisingly soft, and he had not even struck her with force. Yet, as he felt the flesh beneath his fingers, he suddenly realized something was amiss, and his hand came to a halt as he withdrew it silently. The night was dark, the waves high, and an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Chapter 471. A new crisis. The pitch-black sea wailed amidst the roaring waves, and the tempest magnified the terror. The awkward atmosphere between Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. Zhu Ping'an had not acted with intention, and given the gravity of their situation, it was not the time to dwell on trivialities. Hold on to the cabinet. Once the water forces arrive, we shall be saved. Zhu Ping'an deftly shifted the topic. Li Shu lay her cheek against the wooden cabinet, avoiding Zhu Ping'an's gaze, her cherry lips emitting soft, kitten-like sounds. Even now, her ears remained flushed, her heart racing. From this distance, can the water forces see us? Will they arrive in time? Baozi, the little maid, still oblivious to the recent events, lifted her round face to scan the surrounding darkness at Zhu Ping'an's reassuring words, her worry palpable. They can see us. Signals were sent when the pirates approached. They should arrive shortly. Zhu Ping'an assured her with unwavering confidence. Hearing his certainty alleviated some of Baozi's anxiety. She trusted Zhu Ping'an implicitly, believing in his words. Submerged in the sea, Zhu Ping'an clung tightly to the wooden cabinet, utilizing its buoyancy to relieve his overexerted body. His muscles ached, and had it not been for the cabinet, he would have likely sunk to the ocean floor by now. The relentless waves crashed around them, and each time a wave approached, Zhu Ping'an encouraged Li Shu and Baozi to hold on tightly to the cabinet. The fates of the others aboard were beyond his control. With a heavy heart, he could only hope that fortune would favor them. In the face of the monstrous waves, the possibility of divine intervention seemed exceedingly slim. Zhu Ping'an, along with Li Shu and the little maid Baozi, were fortunate to encounter the wooden cabinet at a moment when hope appeared utterly lost. Otherwise, they would have become mere bait for the sea. With the cabinet's buoyancy supporting them, the trio felt immense relief, grateful for their serendipitous fortune and their miraculous escape from certain death. However, their relief was premature, as nature's wrath had not yet subsided. A distant roar of waves surged forth. Towering waves, like wild stallions unleashed, thundered and howled, filling the air with a terrifying resonance. Regardless of what transpires, hold tightly to the cabinet. I will handle the rest, Zhu Ping'an instructed, his voice firm as he addressed Li Shu and the little maid Baozi, the tumult of the waves echoing ominously around them. In a bid for added security, Zhu Ping'an hastily unfastened his belt, disregarding any concerns of propriety, and bound Li Shu and Baozi to himself. Regrettably, his belt was insufficiently long. Just as Zhu Ping'an lamented this inadequacy, a delicate hand extended towards him, offering a pink ribbon. Use mine, Li Shu said, presenting the satin ribbon to Zhu Ping'an. And mine as well, Baozi chimed in, handing over her own ribbon. Without hesitation, Zhu Ping'an expertly tied their ribbons together with his belt, securing the three of them at the waist. This arrangement ensured that if either Li Shu or Baozi failed to grasp the cabinet amidst the tumult, they would not be lost to the raging waters, preserving their unity. As Zhu Ping'an completed the binding, the towering waves surged forward, though they were much smaller than the monstrous wave that had previously shattered the ship. Nevertheless, they remained formidable. "Be careful, hold on tightly to the cabinet," Zhu Ping'an managed to warn, just as the waves crashed down upon them. It felt as if a wild boar had collided with him, the impact resonating through his bones. The most critical moment was yet to come. As the waves plunged him into the depths of the sea, rushing torrents of water invaded his mouth and nostrils. An acrid sensation surged to his brain, leaving him gasping for breath. Darkness, despair, and suffocation engulfed him. "I cannot give up. I shall not surrender. My life cannot end here." A fierce will to survive ignited within Zhu Ping'an, granting him extraordinary strength. With one hand gripping the cabinet firmly and the other pushing against the water, he kicked vigorously with his feet. With the aid of an upward current, he resurfaced, gulping for air. The cabinet also rose to the surface, but Li Shu and Baozi, who had clung to it, were nowhere to be seen. They had been unable to maintain their grip amidst the violent waves. However, Zhu Ping'an had foreseen this possibility and had bound them together with his belt in anticipation of such a scenario. Upon surfacing, he tugged at the belt with all his might, feeling a reassuring weight that calmed his anxious heart. Soon, he pulled one person up, Li Shu, who surfaced and expelled a mouthful of seawater, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Before long, Baozi was also retrieved, her reaction even more intense than Li Shu's. After coughing, she burst into tears. They had narrowly escaped death once more. However, before Zhu Ping'an and his companions could celebrate their narrow escape, an unforeseen event unfolded. Clinging to the wooden cabinet for survival was not just the trio. An additional figure had emerged. This was a pirate, unmistakable in his attire, reminiscent of the garb of islanders, exuding a fierce demeanor. The fear etched on his face had yet to dissipate, but the joy of surviving a calamity was already beginning to surface. The terror was palpable. The first colossal wave that shattered the ship had dragged all his comrades beneath the waves, feeding the fish. This pirate, having grown up by the sea, was an exceptional swimmer and, by a stroke of fortune, managed to survive. The second monstrous wave had nearly extinguished his will to live, yet as fate would have it, just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, a wooden cabinet surfaced beneath him. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? With the last vestiges of his strength, he grasped the cabinet and was buoyed to safety. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those with resolve. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cabinet also contained two stunning beauties, one of whom was so exquisite that tears nearly filled his eyes. After years of piracy, he had never encountered such breathtaking charm. Such a beauty was worth capturing, deserving of daily adoration. Indeed, he believed that surviving such peril must lead to future blessings. And his heart swelled with unbounded joy. Oh, yet there was an insipid scholar nearby, but that was of little concern. He would soon sink to the depths, serving as fodder for the fish. Such a feeble scholar was a blot on existence. With his strength, he could easily crush 10 such weaklings. The pirate's gaze shifted menacingly towards Zhu Ping'an and his companions, his eyes brimming with malice. Li Shu and the maid Baozi were momentarily stunned by the presence of this fierce and malevolent pirate, especially Baozi, who trembled and screamed upon sighting him. To be continued. Chapter 472. Farewell. No need for farewells. Life is replete with unexpected occurrences. When Zhu Ping'an beheld this sudden pirate, he realized they had entered yet another life or death moment. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the last remnants of strength from his weary and weakened body. After being submerged for so long, all their weapons, lime powder, daggers, and the like, were lost. Only the brave triumph in dire confrontations. The deadly struggle commenced abruptly. The pirate emerged from the water, casting a malevolent glance at Zhu Ping'an and his companions. Adrenaline surged within him, compelling him to seize the woman and eliminate the man. Driven by the ruthless logic of a pirate as he lunged towards Zhu Ping'an. Almost instantaneously, upon surfacing, he charged at Zhu Ping'an. The speed was blinding. Neither Baozi nor Li Shu had time to react before the pirate, with a bloodthirsty glare, lunged toward Zhu Ping'an. Despite the pirate's sudden and ferocious assault, Zhu Ping'an realized at the very moment of their appearance that this was a life-or-death situation. As the pirates lunged towards him, he instinctively raised his hand to block the pirates' attempt to strangle him. It was only then that Li Shu and the maid Baozi reacted, their screams echoing in terror. The brutality of the pirates was akin to Zhu Ping'an's skillful brush strokes. For each technique he possessed, the pirates had their own methods of killing. Although the pirate was momentarily taken aback by the resistance of this seemingly frail scholar, he remained undeterred, confident in his 100 ways to dispatch him. After his attempt to strangle was thwarted, he swiftly kneed Zhu Ping'an in the abdomen with force. The blow was unexpected for Zhu Ping'an, who was not adept in physical combat. It felt as if a bull had trampled him. His insides jostled violently. He nearly spewed a mouthful of blood in response. At that moment, the urgency for Zhu Ping'an to strengthen his body surged within him. Without a robust physique, any notion of safety and danger was mere folly. Awareness was one thing, but strength was another. The disparity in this life-and-death struggle was glaring, no matter how astute or quick-witted Zhu Ping'an was. In the face of overwhelming power, his intellect was rendered futile, akin to a dragon-slaying technique, without the means to execute it. With the knee strike successful, the pirate's expression grew more bloodthirsty. Seizing the opportunity as Zhu Ping'an instinctively bent over from the pain, the pirate delivered a punch to his head, leaving Zhu Ping'an dizzy, as if his skull had been struck by a hammer. Following this, the pirate maneuvered behind Zhu Ping'an, wrapping his arm tightly around his neck, intent on strangling him to death. Though the pirate was also fatigued from the recent tumultuous waves, his physical prowess still far surpassed that of Zhu Ping'an. Seeing Zhu Ping'an's mouth bleed from the choking, the maid Baozi was overwhelmed with desperation, her tears flowing as she disregarded her fear and lunged at the pirate, scratching and biting, exerting all her strength in a futile attempt to pry his arm away. However, to the pirate, her efforts were akin to a mere tickle, igniting his savagery further as he tightened his grip on Zhu Ping'an. As Zhu Ping'an felt his strength waning, the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and he sensed his vision blurring, his eyes bulging from the pressure. Surely, he must have looked ghastly in that moment. He forced a self-deprecating smile. Yet no sound escaped his lips. Soon, just a few more breaths, and this frail scholar would be dead. The pirate grinned, tightening his grip even further. Just as the pirate believed he held the world in his grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Li Shu, who had been crying and ineffectively clawing at the pirate alongside Baozi, took advantage of the pirate's momentary lapse in focus. She swiftly pulled a hairpin from her hair and plunged it forcefully into the pirate's neck. In ancient times, hairpins, apart from their aesthetic appeal, served a vital purpose of self-defense. However, as time has progressed, society has increasingly prioritized ornamentation over their protective function. The sharp pin unexpectedly pierced the neck of a pirate. A heart-wrenching wail escaped the pirate's lips as he turned, his vicious gaze fixated upon Li Shu, who trembled whilst clutching the pin, blood flowing from his neck, exuding a menacing aura. Yet, penetrating a human neck is no simple feat. Li Shu had thrust the pin into the hard nape of the pirate's neck, where bone structures like the spine reside, making it difficult to penetrate. Despite exerting all her strength, the pin only embedded itself a mere inch deep. Nonetheless, that was sufficient to inflict considerable pain, causing the pirate to release his grip on Zhu Ping'an. With a twisted expression of fury, the pirate shifted his gaze towards Li Shu, a predatory glint in his eyes as murderous intent brewed within him, poised to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Ping'an swiftly disengaged, turning sharply to snatch the pin from Li Shu's grasp. In a flash, he plunged the sharp pin into the vulnerable area on the right side of the pirate's neck with all his might. It pierced through as effortlessly as a pin entering a watermelon, penetrating deeply into the pirate's neck, blood splattering onto Zhu Ping'an's hands. Having studied biology in the modern era, Zhu Ping'an possessed a thorough understanding of human anatomy and was thus better equipped than Li Shu to identify the pirate's most vulnerable point, delivering a decisive strike. The location he targeted contained the trachea, esophagus, and arterial vessels. Zhu Ping'an aimed for the carotid artery. An assault to this area would deprive the brain of blood supply, leading to a loss of command and the inability to resist or act. With precision, the pin struck true, blood gushing forth in an instant. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. From Li Shu's initial attack with the pin, the pirate instinctively turning to confront her, to Zhu Ping'an seizing the pin and plunging it into the pirate's neck, all unfolding in under a second. In one moment, the pirate believed he possessed the world. In the next, he was irrevocably bound for the depths of the afterlife. As the carotid artery was pierced, blood flow to the brain ceased, rendering the pirate's movements and consciousness hazy. He instinctively clutched his wound, blood seeping through his fingers, his voice rendered mute. Zhu Ping'an offered no reprieve. After piercing the pirate's neck, he forcefully kicked him off the counter and into the sea. The pirate fell backward into the water, feebly extending a hand as if to grasp at a lifeline, the blood staining the surrounding sea crimson. A wave surged forth, dragging the pirate into the abyss. With his neck pierced and artery severed, even divine intervention could not save him. As he bled into the ocean, it was only a matter of time before the scent of blood attracted sharks and other predators of the deep, ready to consume him whole. With a sigh, Zhu Ping'an watched as the pirates were swept away by the raging waves. Grasping the edge of the cabinet, he took a deep breath and turned to Li Shu, offering a genuine smile and heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for her, it was likely that he would have met his demise beneath the sea. To be continued. Chapter 473. An island ahead. The tempest raged on, the night as dark as ink. The bodies of the pirates had already been engulfed by the depths of the ocean. Zhu Ping'an found himself submerged, most of his body in the frigid waters, his hands clinging to the cabinet's edge. Utilizing the buoyancy of the wood, he remained afloat. Though the storm drenched him thoroughly, rendering him a bedraggled sight, with bloodstains on his face that the rain had failed to wash away. Despite his disheveled appearance, his spirit shone brightly, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This tumultuous dance with death, teetering on the brink of oblivion, was an experience he would never forget. It was likely the same for Li Shu and the little maid, Baozi, who had lived sheltered lives and could never have imagined facing such a bloody tempest. The storm continued unabated, the fierce winds and tumultuous waves relentless. Although the waves were not as massive as before, the turmoil persisted, and the cabinet drifted further from its original location, carried away by the tumultuous sea. In the distance, Zhu Ping'an spotted the faint lights of the naval fleet returning. That must be the site where the attack had occurred. Here, look here. We are here. Help. We are here. Please, come quickly. Li Shu and the little maid, Baozi, excitedly spotted the light from the naval vessel. They leaned over the cabinet, waving their arms and calling out for help with all their might, their bodies twisting in their fervor. Their cries were loud, their gestures conspicuous. Yet, amidst the pitch-black night and the roaring waves, their voices were drowned out by the thunderous cacophony of the storm, barely traveling any distance, let alone reaching the distant lights of the fleet. The din of the gale and the surging waves was magnitudes louder than their desperate pleas. Are you blind? Are you deaf? When we return, you'll pay for this. Ah, we are here. Can't you see us, so many of us? We're angry. Initially filled with hope, Li Shu and Baozi soon fell into despair, followed by frustration. Zhu Ping'an had also shouted a few times, but upon realizing the futility of it, he focused on paddling with his hands and feet, striving to steer the cabinet towards the naval vessel. However, after much effort, a single wave crashed upon him, sending him back to square one. It was all in vain. If it had been daylight, he could have stood atop the cabinet, waving the brightly colored garments of Li Shu or Baozi to signal for help, which would have had a far greater chance of success. But on this dark, stormy night, such hopes were mere illusions. The surface of the sea remained tumultuous, with Zhu Ping'an and his companions drifting ever farther away, until the distant lights from the naval vessel faded from sight. The wind howled, and the waves surged, ceaselessly crashing, as the wooden cabinet in which they floated seemed abandoned by the world, carried along by the current, leaving no trace behind. Dear friend, have you ever experienced despair? The little maid, Baozi, sobbed, utterly crushed by a sense of hopelessness. As she gazed at the vanishing lights of the naval vessel, her face contorted in sorrow. She bit her lip and, with a quivering pout, began to weep uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing freely, her grief palpable. Though Li Shu felt disappointment, she refrained from expressing her emotions as Baozi did. Do not weep. When dawn breaks, the Navy will surely dispatch rescue boats, Zhu Ping'an reassured them, though he harbored no certainty that they would be found. Nevertheless, he offered them comfort, for sometimes a glimmer of hope can inspire remarkable perseverance. Is that truly so? Baozi sniffled, her round face turning towards Zhu Ping'an with a glimmer of curiosity. Of course, Li Shu is the niece of the Marquis of Linhuai. I am a sixth-rank official of the Ming dynasty, and you are the esteemed maidservant. Would they dare not come to our aid? Zhu Ping'an replied with conviction. Oh, you are right, Baozi murmured, her hope rekindled, gradually calming her cries. Li Shu exchanged a glance with Zhu Ping'an, understanding his thoughts without words. The uncertainty of whether rescue boats would be dispatched at dawn, and if they would be able to locate them, loomed heavily in their minds. Yet she chose not to dampen Baozi's renewed spirit with such doubts. In the distance, amidst the darkness, a flicker of light approached, revealing a figure, a woman clothed in sea green. With delicate brows and captivating eyes, her skin luminescent as if it could rival the purity of snow, radiating an enchanting beauty even in the obscurity. Zhang Xiaofan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Speechless as he recognized the young woman as the green-clad maiden he had encountered in the Shanghai Garden of Heong City during his descent from the mountains. To uplift the two girls, Zhu Ping'an, submerged in seawater, recounted the tale of Zhu Xian, keeping a watchful eye on the waves. How white must her skin be to surpass snow? Baozi inquired. White, perhaps akin to your lady's complexion, Zhu Ping'an remarked casually, casting a glance at Li Shu in the darkness. When have you ever seen my skin, you scoundrel? Such nonsense. Li Shu pouted playfully, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indeed. My lady's skin is as white as snow. Baozi chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. You little rascal, do not join in the folly, lest I tear your mouth apart. Li Shu teased, playfully pinching Baozi's cheek. As laughter echoed across the waves, the atmosphere brightened, infused with a newfound vigor. As time passed, the tempest upon the sea gradually subsided, yet the waves continued to surge, leaving the three adrift without a clear destination. How cold it was! Li Shu, huddled on the wooden cabinet, tightened her clothing, unable to suppress her shivering. It was well past midnight, the coldest hour of the night. Especially after the storm had swept over the ocean. Li Shu, a pampered young lady accustomed to a life of comfort, found it difficult to endure such frigid weather. You all wear my coat. I have no need of it while I'm soaking in the seawater. Zhu Ping'an removed his outer garment, wringing out the water before offering it to Li Shu. This gesture was twofold. First, it was a way to repay Li Shu for her earlier act of saving him. Second, as he mentioned, being submerged in seawater rendered additional clothing useless. It was far more sensible to provide warmth to Li Shu and her maid, Baozi, than to waste it. Moreover, the temperature of the seawater was slightly warmer than the air, making the loss of one garment inconsequential. Zhu Ping'an wore a white undershirt beneath, ensuring that he remained modest. No, you wear so little already, Li Shu protested, shaking her head. After Zhu Ping'an insisted several times, Li Shu finally accepted the clothing he offered, and together with her maid, they wrapped themselves in his coat to stave off the chill. The waves persisted, while Zhu Ping'an's storytelling intertwined with their rhythmic crashing. Gradually, the horizon began to brighten, and not far ahead, an island emerged. Presumably a small isle nestled within the coastal expanse. The sight brought joy to their faces. At last, they had glimpsed land, though merely a small island. It was a welcome reprieve from the relentless sea. To be continued. Tonight, there will be no updates. Due to personal reasons, I have been delayed. But I shall rise early tomorrow to pen the continuation. For now, let us all retire early this evening. Chapter 474. Fool, let us go. With the island ahead, Zhu Ping'an paddled towards it using his feet as oars. Fortunately, the waves were in their favor, propelling them closer to the island with the wind at their backs. As they drew nearer, they discovered that the island was quite substantial, spanning at least several dozen kilometers. It appeared enchanting, lush, and verdant, encircled by a crescent-shaped bay that added to its allure. Yet, life is ever fickle. Just as they were within a few hundred meters of the island, the weather took a turn for the worse. A fierce gale arose, unleashing towering waves that surged like warriors charging into battle, roaring with a deafening fury that threatened to shatter all obstacles in their path. The three on the cabinet were tossed about, their heads spinning, as if they were autumn leaves caught in a tempest. The spray from the colossal waves struck them like daggers. The waves came relentlessly, one after another, akin to a comic strip where a fragile vessel of friendship capsized with ease. After enduring several monstrous waves, the cabinet finally succumbed, fracturing into pieces. Zhu Ping'an, however, was fortunate enough to swim the distance to the island, while Li Shu and Baozi, the maid, found themselves in dire straits. Luckily, Baozi managed to grasp a wooden plank, but Li Shu was swept away by the waves, vanishing into the depths with a swift motion. The young lady, holding a wooden board, was overwhelmed with tears upon witnessing the scene. Observing this, Zhu Ping'an acted without hesitation, seizing the moment before the next wave surged. He calculated Li Shu's position in the water along with the inertia of the waves, then plunged into the sea, diving towards the calculated location. The water was pitch black, ice cold, and Li Shu, swept away by the currents, could not control her body, helplessly succumbing to the waves. She had no idea how much seawater she had ingested. Feeling utterly desperate and struggling fiercely, "I cannot perish here. I must return home to be a bride. I refuse to feed the fish," Li Shu thought. Unwilling to accept her fate, she extended her hands, striving to grasp the wooden board or even a mere straw, but found nothing to hold on to except the relentless water. Now closer to the island, the sea was not very deep, perhaps only 3 or 4 meters, yet the swirling currents dragged Li Shu down to the seabed, crashing her against the muddy floor. As she held her breath to the limit, she choked on several mouthfuls of muddy seawater, the murky sediment causing her to roll her eyes in distress, as if her insides were gripped tightly by a devil's claw, inflicting unbearable pain. Desperately, she flailed her arms and legs in an attempt to return to the surface, but lacking swimming skills, she was further disoriented by the chaotic currents, being swept away. Amidst the foul seabed, Li Shu felt herself entangled in a mass of tangled seaweed, panic setting in as she struggled, only to find that her efforts only drew her deeper into the grasp of the vegetation. The slender seaweed ensnared her hands, feet, and body, rendering her immobile. "Stay calm," Li Shu urged herself, yet panic surged within her, as if life was slipping away. Her mind went blank. This was it. She closed her eyes, feeling lost. Zhu Ping'an would surely be unable to save her this time. If there is a next life, I shall betroth myself to a wretched toad instead. At least I would not be dying with my eyes wide open, she mused. Resigning to her fate, she extended her arms amidst the seaweed, her long hair unfurling like bulrushes, creating a hauntingly beautiful image. Zhu Ping'an held his breath and plunged into the water, angling himself towards the seabed. With limbs moving rhythmically like a frog, he sensed the patterns of the underwater currents, recalibrating his earlier calculations as he swam towards the predetermined location. Disregarding the murky depths and bubbles, he widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings as best as he could in search of Li Shu. The murkiness and bubbles obstructed his vision, yet he managed to discern some shapes. There was an abundance of seaweed on the seabed, swaying like ribbons amidst the currents. According to his calculations, he should be near. Zhu Ping'an strained his eyes, searching the area, but found nothing. Had he miscalculated? Gasping for breath, on the brink of suffocation, Zhu Ping'an swam restlessly, his head darting from side to side as he searched desperately. In a bid to enhance his underwater mobility, he seized a stone from the ocean floor, thereby broadening the scope of his search. Seaweed, seaweed, and more seaweed. At last, he spotted Li Shu ensnared in the grasp of the aquatic flora. Swiftly, he propelled himself towards her, the sound of his strokes slicing through the water. At that moment, Li Shu, engulfed in despair, was on the verge of surrender. Yet, as Zhu Ping'an arrived behind her, placing the stone down, he laid his hands on her, lifting her upwards. In that instant, as his hands made contact with her, Li Shu instinctively recognized him. There was no doubt in her mind. Zhu Ping'an had come to her aid. It seemed that he always appeared in her times of peril, whether in water or fire. With her eyes now open, she beheld Zhu Ping'an, who was holding his breath like a frog, stretching out his hands to help free her from the clutches of the seaweed. Seeing him rekindled her will to survive, and she too reached out to assist in her liberation, but her limbs were tightly bound, rendering her immobile. The seaweed was wrapped around her with an unyielding grip, and Zhu Ping'an struggled to untangle her. As time slipped away, his anxiety mounted, and his hands began to bleed from the effort. For the first time, she witnessed Zhu Ping'an's desperation, all for her sake. "Fool, just go. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Li Shu fervently shook her head, signaling him to abandon her and flee. With one last glimpse of Zhu Ping'an, she felt at peace. She did not wish for him to share her fate at the bottom of the sea. Disregarding her protests, Zhu Ping'an resolved to use his teeth since his hands could not free her. He pulled her hand to his mouth, biting down forcefully on the seaweed that ensnared her. Ignoring the jagged edges of the aquatic plant, he bit through it with determination, though his own mouth was cut in the process. Time was of the essence, and he pressed on, replicating the same method to sever the seaweed binding her body. As he bit through the last strands, blood from his mouth mingled with the seawater, and Li Shu's tears flowed unabated. With the seaweed finally severed, Zhu Ping'an grasped her with one hand, propelling himself off the ocean floor with powerful kicks, while his other hand propelled them upwards. Once they broke the surface, both gasped for the long-forgotten air. Upon witnessing Zhu Ping'an emerge with Li Shu, the sobs of Baozi, the maid, ceased, her voice trembling as she called out for her mistress. The waves continued unabated as Zhu Ping'an, burdened with the non-swimmer Li Shu, strained to swim towards the crescent-shaped island, now less than 100 meters away. In a moment of ingenuity, he grasped a piece of wood and placed it beneath Li Shu, allowing her to cling to it and float while he shielded her as they made their way to shore. Ahead lay a cluster of rocks jutting above the water's surface, where the waves crashed violently, sending sprays of water soaring 2 meters high. As they approached within 50 meters, another wave surged forth, sweeping both Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an towards the shore. "Miss, be cautious." The piercing scream of the young maid echoed. It turned out that Li Shu, clutching a wooden board, was forcefully thrust against the rocks by the waves. Judging by the towering splashes of water, reaching over 2 meters high, it was evident that if Li Shu were to be tossed upwards, her fate would be dire. As the jagged rocks loomed closer in her vision, fear gripped Li Shu, and she screamed in terror. It's over, she thought, instinctively shutting her eyes. Just as Li Shu was on the verge of colliding with the rocks, Zhu Ping'an seized her with both hands, pulling her in front of him, effectively switching their positions. The next moment, Zhu Ping'an was violently slammed against the rocks by the waves, with Li Shu crashing against him. "Damn!" was all Zhu Ping'an could manage to utter before darkness enveloped him, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. To be continued. Chapter 475. A deep and terrifying reflection. The ancient sea was an exquisite shade of blue, with a crescent-shaped bay cradling a pool of water that glimmered like emeralds, its undulating waves casting sprays that resembled delicate snowflakes. The golden sands and lush islands painted a picturesque scene. Yet, amidst this beauty arose the sound of weeping, marring the idyllic landscape. Upon closer inspection, 3 drenched figures resembled drowned rats on the beach. "Zhu Ping'an, wake up!" Li Shu, soaked to the skin, gazed at Zhu Ping'an, who lay unconscious on her lap. His eyes firmly shut. Despite her desperate calls, he remained unresponsive, prompting her to burst into tears. The young maid, in a similar state of despair, wiped her tears incessantly, akin to a forsaken puppy, sobbing uncontrollably. In truth, their presence on this beach was a stroke of luck. Zhu Ping'an had heroically shielded Li Shu from the rocks at the critical moment, but in doing so, he had been knocked unconscious. Thanks to his bravery, Li Shu had only sustained minor abrasions, leaving her relatively unharmed. After the collision with the rocks, another wave surged forward, sweeping both Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an towards the shore. On the opposite end, the young maid had already been washed ashore by the previous wave, saving her considerable effort. Once on the beach, Li Shu hurriedly, alongside the young maid, dragged the unconscious Zhu Ping'an away from the relentless waves. Zhu Ping'an had suffered greatly from the impact of the waves, compounded by previous injuries sustained during a confrontation with pirates aboard a ship, as well as wounds incurred while battling them near a wooden cabinet. Furthermore, he had exhausted himself in the effort to save Li Shu, making his current state all the more precarious. Despite her frantic attempts to rouse Zhu Ping'an, he remained unresponsive, and her heart sank further with each failed effort, leading her to weep in despair. As Li Shu beheld the scars adorning Zhu Ping'an's body, her tears flowed incessantly. Each mark bore a tale of sacrifice. The scar at the corner of his mouth was a remnant of his desperate bid to sever kelp and save himself, while the wound on his neck was a testament to his struggle against pirates, and so forth. "Zhu Ping'an, awaken," she implored, gazing at his battered form, lying motionless upon her lap. Her tears surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming her. The tumultuous waves crashed nearby, and the sea breeze brushed against her face, while her sorrowful cries echoed as if she had lost the entire world. Her complexion turned ashen, as though her heart had ceased to beat, leaving only the sound of her grief. Each heart-wrenching sob seemed to be drawn from her very soul, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks, drop by drop, landing upon Zhu Ping'an's face and parched lips. The briny essence of her tears moistened his lips, as if by some enchantment, causing a barely perceptible twitch of his fingers. In his state of unconsciousness, Zhu Ping'an's pale lips moved, murmuring a barely audible sound. However, the heartbroken Li Shu was too enveloped in her despair to hear it, while the nearby maid, Baozi, caught the utterance. Through her own sorrowful weeping, Baozi pointed at Zhu Ping'an and exclaimed, "Miss, the young master has spoken." Upon hearing this, Li Shu abruptly halted her weeping, though the urgency of the moment rendered her unable to fully compose herself. She lowered her head, stifling sobs as she gazed at Zhu Ping'an. Once more, Zhu Ping'an's murmurs filled the air. "Quick, water, hurry and fetch water." At this, Li Shu's eyes sparkled, as if her withered spirit had begun to bloom anew. She ceased her tears and urgently urged Baozi to procure water. Yes, Baozi nodded, her short legs propelling her swiftly towards the island in search of water. The young master is not dead. This is wonderful. Her energy surged as she ran. If I bring water, the young master will awaken. With each thought, her vigor increased, and she wiped the tears from her face. Bounding up the slope and into the island's embrace. The island was lush and verdant, adorned with fields of blooming flowers, leading deeper into thickets, rolling hills, and dense woodlands. Upon entering, Baozi surveyed the vibrant flora, her expression one of confusion. Where's the water? Where's anyone? She wondered aloud, her anxiety causing fresh tears to spill. What should I do? The young master needs water. How can he awaken without it? What to do? Crying, she dashed further in. Yet all she encountered were bushes and trees, with no sign of water. Perhaps it lay within the mountains. But the young master was in urgent need. There was no time to spare. Why am I so useless? She lamented, standing among the shrubs, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the rolling waves of the ocean. Of course, how could I have forgotten? The sea is filled with water. With this realization, Baozi sprinted towards the shoreline, her short legs racing as if propelled by the wind. With a swift rush, she made her way to the seaside, where water awaited her, yet no vessel was available to collect it. Fortune smiled upon her, as the maid, Baozi, spotted a large seashell by the shore. She hastened to retrieve it, diligently rinsing it with seawater until it gleamed, then filled it to the brim with the precious liquid and scurried towards Li Shu with utmost care. "Miss, the water has arrived," Baozi exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Quickly," Li Shu urged, her heart aching at the sight of Zhu Ping'an's parched lips, her pleas echoing in desperation. At last, Baozi arrived, breathless, clutching the seashell. Li Shu swiftly accepted the shell from her hands, gently lifting Zhu Ping'an's head and bringing the shell to his lips. "Where did you fetch this water?" Li Shu inquired, gazing curiously at the hue of the liquid within the shell. "From the seaside, of course. The sea is filled with water," Baozi replied, pointing towards the shore. "What?" Upon hearing Baozi's words, Li Shu's countenance shifted dramatically, as if she had stumbled upon a dreadful revelation. In a frantic motion, she discarded the water from the shell, as though it contained poison. "Miss." Baozi stood frozen, aghast at the sight of her mistress pouring out the water meant for Zhu Ping'an. "You've spilled the water meant for the young master." A wave of dread washed over her. The young master desperately needed water. How could the mistress discard it? Was she intent on harming him? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Baozi trembled uncontrollably. To be continued. Chapter 476. The grating sound of water. Zhu Ping'an mumbled incoherently once more, his lips dry and cracked, resembling the parched earth after a long drought. Baozi, consumed by anxiety, looked up at her mistress. "The young master requires water, Mississippi." She could not fathom why her mistress would cast aside the seawater she had worked so hard to procure. Zhu Ping'an had saved them countless times. How could she waste the water when he needed it most? "Foolish girl, you nearly brought disaster upon us." Li Shu glared at Baozi fiercely, as though she could devour her with her gaze. "You are more hindrance than help. Seawater is not something one can drink indiscriminately." She recalled her brother and father cautioning her about the dangers of seawater. It harbored many harmful substances that could prove fatal to humans. Drinking it would only exacerbate thirst. For one bowl of seawater would prompt the body to expel 2 bowls of water. Many had perished from dehydration after consuming seawater. Though Li Shu did not fully grasp the scientific reasoning behind the dehydration caused by seawater's salinity, she was acutely aware that it was toxic and could not be ingested. Had it not been for the peculiar color of the water brought by the little maid Baozi, which prompted hesitation before allowing Zhu Ping'an to drink it, disaster would surely have ensued. Thus, Li Shu, filled with trepidation, cast a piercing gaze at the little maid, as if she were a predator ready to devour her prey. However, from Baozi's perspective, she felt deeply wronged. Pondering why her mistress would accuse her of nearly causing harm, when it was indeed Li Shu who had spilled the water meant for the young master. Seawater is undrinkable, toxic, and lethal. Li Shu's eyes narrowed in a menacing glare as she regarded Baozi's pitiful demeanor, her frustration boiling over at the lack of diligence. Upon hearing Li Shu's words, Baozi's face turned pale, her heart filled with dread, and she collapsed onto the ground in despair. "I am so sorry, miss. I apologize. Young master, I realize my mistake." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented the near tragedy that her actions had almost wrought upon Zhu Ping'an, overwhelming her with regret. "What are you apologizing for? Go fetch more water. If you make another mistake, beware of my wrath." Li Shu's heart ached at the sight of Zhu Ping'an's parched lips, her anger towards Baozi intensifying. "In such dire circumstances, how can you sit there weeping? Hurry and go find water. Can't you see how cracked Zhu Ji's lips have become?" "I am so sorry, miss. I couldn't find any water. I searched the vicinity, but there was none." Baozi's sobs grew louder, her guilt forcing her to avert her gaze from Li Shu. It was precisely due to her failure to locate fresh water that she had resorted to the sea. "What did you say?" Li Shu felt as though she had plunged into frigid waters, her body trembling as her mind buzzed with despair. "I couldn't find any water. There is none nearby. It is all my fault." Baozi stammered through her tears. "No water? None at all?" Li Shu's face drained of color, transforming into a ghostly pallor, as if the world itself had come to an end. She bit her lip, her body stiffening as if pinned to the sandy shore by a sharp blade. "Miss, what shall we do?" Baozi frantically looked to Li Shu, then to Zhu Ping'an, who was exhibiting clear signs of dehydration, resembling a restless insect on a hot skillet. Engulfed in fear and uncertainty. "What shall we do?" Li Shu murmured, glancing at the delirious Zhu Ping'an, then at the verdant island devoid of visible streams, until her gaze fell upon a shell in her hand, her eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. "Seawater is undrinkable, but blood can surely be consumed." She recalled a tale from Zhu Ping'an about a character named Jiajing from the legend of the Condor heroes, who had ingested the blood of a python and, rather than suffering harm, had gained remarkable strength. Thus, it was evident that blood could be ingested, potentially beneficial to the body. While she could not capture a python to draw its blood, she realized she possessed her own. If the blood of a python was consumable, then surely human blood was too. With this thought igniting her determination, Li Shu's eyes sparkled with hope. Zhu Gu would be saved. Then, a chilling scream erupted from Baozi, akin to a hen discovering a slaughterhouse, her voice trembling with fear. Li Shu disregarded the screams of the little maid, Baozi, saying, "Brother Zhu, you must drink water soon." She picked up a shell, measured it against her wrist, selecting a vein that appeared to have a decent flow, then biting her cherry lips. She dragged the shell across her wrist. Lacking a dagger or a sharp blade, even her hairpin had been lost to the sea, thus she resorted to the shell. The blunt edges of the shell made a grating sound as she methodically filed away at her delicate wrist, the noise echoing softly in the early morning light. There she sat on the beach, poised and regal, embodying a serene elegance, diligently using the shell to carve into her porcelain skin, akin to the delicate art of embroidery. Having lived a life of luxury, Li Shu had never before experienced such agony. As she filed away, her brows occasionally knitted in discomfort, yet her movements grew increasingly adept. As the vibrant crimson blood began to flow steadily from her pale wrist, a subtle smile curled upon her lips, revealing a glimmer of joy beneath her petite nose. Witnessing this, Baozi's face drained of color, her mouth agape, instinctively covering it with her hands as her eyes widened in horror. The sight left her trembling. Particularly the grating sound of the shell against the wrist sent shivers down her spine. "Miss, what are you doing? Why are you cutting your wrist with a shell? Doesn't it hurt? Is this a suicide attempt? Please, no?" Reacting in a panic, Baozi rushed to stop Li Shu, believing she was on the brink of demise. "Get away." Li Shu furrowed her brow, irritated by the foolish girl's interruption. Time was of the essence. So she ignored Baozi and brought her bleeding wrist closer to Zhu Ping'an's lips. The crimson blood gradually trickled onto his pale, cracked mouth. To be continued. Chapter 477. There is no need for such bloodshed. Have you ever heard the sound of raindrops falling from the window ledge, one by one? The crimson blood blossomed beneath her wrist, dripping slowly, evoking that very sensation. Cutting one's wrist is indeed agonizing, especially for someone like Li Shu who had always been pampered. Yet upon witnessing her blood moistening Zhu Ping'an's lips and seeing them instinctively part, the pain in her wrist seemed to diminish. After a moment, She slightly furrowed her brows and asked Baozi, "Do you think it's flowing too slowly?" Huh. Baozi was taken aback by the question. Without waiting for a response, Li Shu pressed the bloodied shell back onto her wound, eliciting another chilling grating sound as the gaping wound became more pronounced, blood flowing more freely, cascading down her wrist and into Zhu Ping'an's mouth. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an resembled a parched adventurer in the desert, desperately in need of water. Every part of him craving hydration. As the crimson blood trickled into Zhu Ping'an's lips, it seemed as though every cell within him was awakened. His lips parting to greedily consume the sanguine liquid, akin to parched earth rejoicing at the arrival of nourishing rain. "Miss, let me offer my own. I am plump and have ample blood," the little maid Baozi remarked, tears streaming as she gazed upon Li Shu's gaping wound. "Be quiet and fetch something to eat," Li Shu retorted without a moment's hesitation. In truth, Li Shu harbored a selfish desire by offering her blood to Zhu Ping'an. She wished for a shared essence to flow within him, thus ensuring that no one could ever sever their bond. In a sense, it would grant her an eternal connection with him. Aside from his own blood, only mine shall flow through Zhu Ping'an's veins, no one else's. Hence, she dismissed the little maid's pleas. She could not bear the thought of another's blood mingling with his. The very notion of their unbreakable union made Li Shu's lips curl into a subtle smile, her wrist no longer pained, as if what flowed from it was honey rather than blood. Watching Zhu Ping'an sip her essence brought sweetness to her heart. Upon hearing Li Shu's words, the little maid, stifled by Li Shu's glare, could only wipe her tears obediently and, whimpering, ventured deeper into the island in search of sustenance. As she walked, tears streamed down her cheeks. "The miss is truly kind. She knows I fear pain and sacrificed her wrist to save the young master." The thought of Li Shu's agony filled her with sorrow, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Miss, you are so wonderful. I shall serve you as a maid for life." With tear-stained cheeks, the little maid resolved to find the most delectable offerings on the island to repay her benefactor's kindness. However, reality proved harsher than her lofty ideals. Upon entering the island, traversing the grassy expanse, she encountered only wildflowers and weeds. Squatting down yielded no treasures save for an abundance of tiny insects and a solitary frog, which she dared not capture. Even if she had closed her eyes and caught one, it was unthinkable to consume such creatures. Continuing her fruitless search while wiping away her tears, the little maid pressed on, passing through the grassy area into a thicket where the sounds of birds echoed. Despite the ominous shadows that cloaked the woods, hope rekindled within her heart, and she bravely ventured into the depths of the forest. After traversing for a while, disappointment reigned as she found no food. Instead, a fearsome howl from an unseen beast sent her tumbling to the ground in fright. Meanwhile, on the beach, Li Shu continued to nourish Zhu Ping'an with her blood. His pallid visage gradually regained color, while Li Shu's countenance waned with each drop she shed, and she felt a chilling cold enveloping her body. However, Li Shu remained indifferent. She observed as the blood from her wrist flowed and inexplicably began to congeal. Frowning slightly, she placed the shell once more upon her wrist, prying open the coagulated wound, allowing the crimson liquid to flow smoothly into Zhu Ping'an's mouth, staining his lips with a deep red hue as it trickled down his throat. The blood not only painted Zhu Ping'an's lips, but also seeped from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he remained unconscious. "Zhu Ping'an, please awaken." Li Shu gazed at the unresponsive Zhu Ping'an, helpless tears cascading down her cheeks, dripping onto his face and lips. The mingling of her tears with the vivid blood flowed into Zhu Ping'an's mouth, as if a miraculous reaction was occurring, akin to a divine elixir. A miracle unfolded. "Oh, it's raining." Gradually, Zhu Ping'an's tightly shut eyes fluttered open, and he weakly moved his lips, producing a faint sound. "Zhu Ping'an, you are awake." Upon hearing his voice, Li Shu's tear-streaked face blossomed into the most exquisite smile in the world, her tears still flowing, yet her tone brimming with joy. Blood. Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes to a crimson world, straining to blink until the scene before him came into focus. Li Shu held the bloodied shell, her wrist still bleeding, the wound grotesquely protruding. At that moment, Li Shu was bringing her bleeding wrist to her lips, allowing the escaping blood to trickle into her mouth. It became evident that Li Shu had cut her wrist to feed herself her own blood. In his dazed state, Zhu Ping'an had mistakenly believed that the liquid flowing down his throat was an elixir. Such a ghastly wound. How could this girl be so reckless? "You foolish girl." Zhu Ping'an tilted his head, avoiding her wrist, weakly imploring her to bandage it quickly. Don't waste it, Li Shu playfully chided, stubbornly placing her wrist once more at Zhu Ping'an's lips. Waste. You silly girl. Zhu Ping'an weakly shook his head, mustering the strength to rise. Snatching the shell from Li Shu's grasp, he laboriously pressed his lips together, attempting to tear a strip of cloth to bandage the wound on her wrist. Observing Zhu Ping'an's anxious demeanor, Li Shu couldn't help but smile. Zhu Ping'an, still recovering, lacked the strength to tear his clothing, nearly collapsing once more. Take it slow, Li Shu admonished gently, pulling Zhu Ping'an onto her lap. I can manage this myself, as she lowered her head to retrieve a satin ribbon to bind the wound. Zhu Ping'an weakly tugged at the corners of his mouth, relieved that she had only severed a vein and not an artery. Otherwise, it would have been dire. What trouble could arise? Li Shu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is a vein, and what is an artery? If an artery is cut, the blood will spray uncontrollably, like a fountain, splattering everywhere, he explained. The human body contains approximately 2 liters of blood. Losing 1 liter can lead to fainting. But if an artery is severed, you won't even have time to lose consciousness. It would be catastrophic. Those unaware might think it is merely spilled red ink. But it is truly a grim sight. Zhu Ping'an stretched out his hand, exaggerating his description. Do not frighten me, Li Shu exclaimed, her fair face paling. Although she did not fully comprehend Zhu Ping'an's references to arteries and such, she grasped the general meaning. You are quite fortunate. It was merely a vein that was severed. Zhu Ping'an paused before continuing. Thank you, Li Shu. I did not expect your concern for me. Do not overthink it. You saved my life. I am not heartless. How could I disregard you? Li Shu, her cheeks slightly flushed, retorted with a hint of stubbornness. You fainted, and your lips were cracked from dehydration. There is no water here. Zhu Ping'an, acknowledging her concern, remarked. However, it need not be so gruesome. Urine suffices as well, comprising 96 to 97 water. In traditional Chinese medicine, urine is also considered a medicinal substance. How shameless. I would never drink that. Li Shu's face turned a bright crimson, and she playfully scolded him before huffing in disdain. To be continued. Chapter 478. 3 Edicts. Fate uncertain. When Zhu Ping'an awoke, the naval rescue ships had concluded their search and were returning home. Most of the pirates who had attacked that day either perished in the sea or were captured by the navy, including the one-eyed pirate and the man clad in a black feathered coat. It could be said that this pirate crew was utterly annihilated, with no one escaping. The majority of pirates succumbed to the ocean's depths. Despite their exceptional swimming skills, they were insufficient against the towering waves. Particularly, the small vessels of the pirates could not withstand the storm and were overturned by the crashing waves. Essentially, only the pirates who had aggressively attacked the Navy's supply ships survived, as these warships were larger and more resilient against the tempest. Apart from the ship carrying Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an, 2 other supply vessels were either shattered or capsized in the deep sea, while the remaining ships sustained significant damage but remained afloat. This indicated that Zhu Ping'an and his companions were relatively unfortunate, as their vessel was one of the 3 that had been overturned by the waves during the assault. The pirates primarily targeted 2 ships, one of which was theirs, and they were particularly focused on it, resulting in severe damage to the pirates during the capsizing. Other maids and servants near Li Shu were luckier. Although they were captured and tied to the mast by the pirates shortly after the attack, they survived the towering waves due to their position by the mast and were ultimately rescued when the Navy arrived. The returning Navy swiftly eliminated the remaining pirates who resisted aboard the supply ship, with only those who surrendered spared. The rest were either captured or executed as a display of military achievement. All surviving pirates in the ocean were captured by the Navy, including the one-eyed pirate and the man in black, who were apprehended in the water. After the battlefield was cleared and assessed, a total of 98 pirate heads were claimed, including those retrieved from the sea, with 63 pirates taken captive, while the others vanished beneath the waves. Among the severed heads, there were 28 authentic Japanese pirates and 70 false ones. Of the captured pirates, 13 were genuine and 50 were impostors. According to the captives, a total of 368 pirates had launched the assault, meaning that over 200 had perished in the depths. From the results of this engagement, it could be deemed a resounding victory, marking a significant achievement in recent coastal anti-piracy efforts. It is certain that the achievements of this campaign will be presented to the capital, resulting in generous rewards. However, the Marquis of Linhuai cannot find joy in such triumphs. For his beloved niece, Li Shu, along with her betrothed, the sixth-rank official Zhu Ping'an, have perished in the sea. Li Shu is the cherished jewel of the third master, whose indulgence towards her is well known throughout the Linhuai Marquisate, not to mention the third master's mysterious position. The wealth that sustains the current facade of the Linhuai residence largely derives from his contributions to the court. Contemplating the situation after the third master receives this news, the Marquis finds it exceedingly troublesome and is filled with dread. Moreover, the loss of Zhu Ping'an poses another dilemma. He is the youngest successful candidate in the Ming dynasty's history and was granted early admission into the Hanlin Academy. The sovereign has even summoned him for an audience, bestowing upon him a promotion on the spot, a notable recognition before the emperor. To have both of them lost at sea presents a grave challenge for the Marquis. As he absently caressed the table, a sense of headache washed over him. On the table before the Marquis lay a tray, upon which rested a golden hairpin. This pin was discovered by the rescue fleet around the neck of a floating corpse belonging to a pirate, due to the character Li inscribed on it. The naval forces promptly delivered it to the Marquis. Recognizing the hairpin, he recalled that the Li was a common mark used by his third master's shop, indicating that this exquisite piece could only belong to his niece, Li Shu. It was this very hairpin that led the Marquis to conclude the tragic fate of Li Shu at sea. He could almost envision the scene of the pirate attack, where Li Shu valiantly fought back, using the pin to pierce the pirate's throat, ultimately meeting her demise in the depths of the ocean. In addition to the hairpin, there was also a belt on the table, the very one worn by Zhu Ping'an, which had also been found on the pirate. It was from this belt that the Marquis deduced Zhu Ping'an had similarly met an unfortunate end in the sea. After a moment of contemplation, the Marquis rose and walked to the porthole, casting both the hairpin and the belt into the ocean. Should the third master inquire, he would say that Shu Air went missing amidst the storm, along with the esteemed Zhu Ping'an, and that the naval search yielded no results. After closing the porthole, the Marquis instructed his long-serving steward. He resolved to declare both Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an as lost at sea, a term that implies the finality of their fates, contrasting with the ambiguity of being merely missing, which allows for the possibility of survival. Thus, with a glimmer of hope, he could provide a more palatable explanation to the third master, alleviating some of the burden from his shoulders. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle the matter appropriately, the steward affirmed with a nod, drawing upon his experience. Indeed, I trust you with this, replied the Marquis, nodding with satisfaction. At this moment, news of the naval campaign against pirates had yet to reach the capital, yet unrest brewed within the city. Just days prior, the ripple effects of Zhu Ping'an's memorial exposing corruption had not yet subsided when two more memorials arose, creating even greater waves of disturbance. The first letter was sent by the Inspector Jiajing from Yunnan and Guizhou, 1,000 miles away. This memorial directly targeted the current chief minister Yen Song. Not to flatter him, but to impeach him. I, the humble servant, observed that this year's New Year's Day witnessed an extraordinary solar eclipse, alongside catastrophic floods in Shandong and Huai, and repeated earthquakes across the land. These ominous signs cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. I humbly interpret them as divine indications regarding the current affairs, particularly concerning Chief Minister Yen Song, who, having gained favor, abuses his power and acts with unchecked desire. In every matter, be it trivial or significant, he acts autonomously, using the judicial authority to express his likes and dislikes, taking life and death into his own hands, all while manipulating bribery to shift accountability. The unscrupulous gain favor, and the concepts of integrity and shame have been utterly obliterated. I implore your Majesty to heed the celestial signs and the subtle intentions of the founding ancestors, ensuring that authority remains unshaken and order is not disrupted. It is imperative to dismiss Yen Song promptly in response to these heavenly transformations. Zhao Jin, linking natural disasters to the corrupt practices of the power-hungry Yen Song, elucidated how such misdeeds have led to a deteriorating governance, creating an atmosphere of chaos and despair, impoverishing the populace and weakening the nation. Thus, he urged for Yen Song's immediate removal. The unexpected arrow from 1,000 miles away caught Yen Song off guard, causing a ripple within the court. However, under the counsel of Yen Shifan, he opted for a strategy of retreat. Thus, the elderly Yen Song feigned excessive fatigue, shedding tears as he entered the palace to plead for forgiveness from Emperor Jiajing. Kneeling before the emperor, he wept profusely before requesting to resign from his position as chief minister, seeking permission to retire and enjoy his twilight years. The emperor gazed at Yin Song for 3 minutes in silence, then gently offered words of consolation before issuing a decree that, under the pretext of treachery against the sovereign, commanded the imperial guards to arrest Zhao Jin, subjecting him to torture and demotion to a commoner. The second letter was from Zhu Ping'an, an official from the Ministry of War. His memorial mirrored that of Zhu Ping'an, who had accused individuals of usurping military glory. However, Zhu Ping'an's target was Yin Xiaozhong, the grandson of Yin Song and son of Yin Shifan, still an infant and yet to be weaned. Zhu Ping'an's memorial pointed out that Yin Xiaozhong, lacking any military experience, falsely claimed merits in Guangxi, being appointed to a prestigious position within the imperial guards. He directly implicated Yin Song, accusing him of using his political influence to secure positions for his descendants. Zhu Ping'an's fate was no better than Zhao Jin's. He too was swiftly imprisoned and demoted to a commoner. Thus, all who attempted to impeach Yin Song or his kin met with failure. Now, many in the capital were observing Zhu Ping'an's memorial, awaiting the outcome of his actions. The distinction in Zhu Ping'an's memorial was clear, unlike the previous two, which targeted Yin Song or his relatives directly. Zhu Ping'an's accusations, while related to those elevated by Yin Song, did not name him explicitly. Hence, the anticipation lingered, leaving the matter unresolved. Chapter 479, Survival on the Island, Part 1. Looking around, the vast ocean stretched endlessly, waves rolled in layers, and no sails were in sight. Zhu Ping'an, with his weakened body, gazed out at the boundless sea, only able to mutter a complaint regarding the Ming dynasty's strict enforcement of maritime prohibitions. Since the founding emperor issued the decree to curb coastal warlords and pirate disturbances, the maritime restrictions have intensified. As of now, the maritime prohibition of the Ming dynasty has transcended mere restrictions on sailing. Even coastal inhabitants have been relocated inland, not to mention those residing on the islands. It is likely that the rescue vessels of the Navy have overlooked this island or perhaps never considered venturing here, especially given the fierce winds and monstrous waves of last night, which left the three of us unaware of how far we had drifted from the original site of the incident. The maritime ban has also deterred fishing boats from this area, as venturing into the sea and getting caught is a grave offense in Sandy Head, making it unwise for any fisherman to risk his life. Moreover, it seems that pirates do not favor this island, possibly due to the lack of suitable harbors and the abundance of treacherous reefs in the nearby waters, which render it ill-suited for docking. There are far more appealing coastal bases for pirates elsewhere, making this island an unnecessary choice. This vast island is indeed a desolate sanctuary, and it can be confidently asserted that only Li Shu, Hua Er, and I remain here. Observing Li Shu, whose pallid complexion and cherry-red lips betrayed her blood loss, a peculiar sentiment arose within Zhu Ping'an. While tending to Li Shu's wounds, the gruesome sight of her lacerated wrist sent shivers down his spine. It was unfathomable how such a delicate young lady could resort to using a shell to inflict a wound upon herself in order to nourish her own blood. It would be disingenuous to claim that Zhu Ping'an felt no emotions at that moment. Fortunately, he had awakened in time. Li Shu had not lost a substantial amount of blood, or else they would have been utterly forsaken on this remote island. Thankfully, she had only severed a vein. Otherwise, halting the bleeding would have posed a significant challenge. After cleansing and dressing her wound, the only concern now was to prevent infection. Thank you. Had it not been for you, my fate might have been dire, Zhu Ping'an sincerely expressed as he gazed into Li Shu's eyes. I am not heartless, Li Shu retorted, turning her face away with a slight pout, her pride evident. Just as Li Shu turned her head, the little maid Baozi came running from within the island, weeping. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an awake, her tears transformed into smiles. But the realization that she had found no food on the island soon plunged her back into guilt-ridden sobs. Miss Sir, I'm useless. I couldn't find anything to eat, she lamented. I haven't eaten since last night, and you, sir, are weak and in need of nourishment, while the miss has just lost so much blood. Yet, I have found nothing. Tears streamed down her round face, a testament to her remorse. In addition to this, Baozi harbored other concerns. She had failed to find water and now struggled to locate food. If the island lacked both sustenance and hydration, would they not be doomed to perish from thirst and hunger? After narrowly escaping the treacherous sea, was it their fate to suffer a prolonged demise on this island? The very thought deepened her distress, causing her to cry even more fervently. For a moment, The atmosphere was steeped in despair. Amidst Baozi's weeping, Li Shu slightly pouted her lips, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. She could hardly believe that this lush island harbored no provisions. On this remote island, where human presence is scarce, it is nearly impossible for them to find sustenance. As hunger began to gnaw at her, Li Shu's expression grew increasingly uneasy. Hee. One relies on the mountains when in the mountains, and on the waters when near water. How could such a vast island lack food? Zhu Ping'an managed a feeble smile. Is there food? The little maid, Baozi, paused her sobbing upon hearing this, her large, reddened eyes fixed on Zhu Ping'an. After a moment, she sniffled and said, I searched everywhere, but found nothing to eat. How could there be nothing? I can see food right now, Zhu Ping'an teased, glancing at the little maid. Where is it? Baozi asked, her eyes darting around. However, all she could see were the sloping land, the sea, and the flora, nothing more. With a hint of skepticism, Baozi turned her gaze back to Zhu Ping'an. There is nothing, my lord. Oh, but there is, Zhu Ping'an replied playfully, his gaze unwavering on her. There is? Baozi looked around once more, still seeing no food. Then, noticing that Zhu Ping'an's eyes were fixed on her, she suddenly seemed to grasp something frightening, shivering visibly. Her face turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly, her speech becoming jumbled with anxiety. Please, don't. The painting isn't edible, my lord. I haven't bathed in days. She pouted, then burst into tears again. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle, though the laughter tugged at his internal injuries, prompting a cough. Why are you teasing her? Li Shu rolled her eyes at Zhu Ping'an. I'm not teasing. I truly see food, Zhu Ping'an replied, spreading his hands with confidence. Not to mention the countless episodes of Bear Grylls survival shows he had watched in modern times. He had also explored numerous local delicacies after the airing of A Bite of China. Upon arriving in the Ming Dynasty, he had accompanied his father and elder brother to Woniu Mountain in Xia village, gaining ample experience in foraging for ingredients in the wild. To put it simply, while Zhu Ping'an may not reach the level of Bear Grylls, who stands atop the food chain, he could certainly thrive in the wilderness. Where's the food? Li Shu followed Zhu Ping'an's gaze, surveying the grassy slopes and wildflowers. The only thing edible seemed to be the little maid, Baozi, and she shot Zhu Ping'an an accusatory glance. My lord, I'm not tasty. Baozi, frightened, hid behind Li Shu, casting a distressed look at Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an managed to smile, dragging his weary body to the spot where Baozi had just stood. He bent down and plucked a vibrant red flower from a cluster in the grass. Removing its stamen, he blew on it gently before placing it in his mouth and beginning to chew. Are you eating flowers? Li Shu and Baozi both stared in astonishment. This was a rhododendron, known as azalea, and aside from the yellow and white varieties, the others can be eaten raw, their taste being sweet and sour. In the southwestern regions of our Ming Dynasty, among the indigenous tribes of Yunnan and Guizhou, this type of rhododendron is a common vegetable. Long-term consumption can render the skin delicate and the complexion rosy, possessing remarkable beauty-enhancing effects, Zhu Ping'an explained while chewing. Beauty enhancement? Li Shu and the maid Baozi initially regarded this with skepticism, dismissing the notion of consuming flowers. However, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's assertion that prolonged drinking could refine the skin and enhance beauty, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Regardless of the era, the allure of beauty is undeniably profound for women. Before consumption, it is imperative to remove the flower as stamen and exhale gently over it, as this practice eliminates any toxins left by insects that may have traversed the petals. Zhu Ping'an demonstrated, plucking another flower. In the 480th chapter, Survival on the Island, Part 2. After Zhu Ping'an's demonstration, Li Shu and the maid Baozi also picked a red rhododendron, followed the same procedure by removing the stamen, and after a moment's hesitation, placed the flower in their mouths. The rhododendron bore no fragrance, yet upon tasting, a subtle sweetness and sourness enveloped their palates. It is indeed edible. After finishing a flower, Baozi's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly reached for another rhododendron to replicate the experience. Li Shu, however, refrained from eating more. Gazing at the vibrant clusters of blooming rhododendrons on the slope, she squinted slightly and sincerely remarked, "These flowers are truly beautiful." So, this is the rhododendron. Zhuangzi dreamt of butterflies, while the emperor's heart entrusted the rhododendron. Li Shu could not recall whose journal she had read, only that it mentioned the proverb stating that when one witnesses the mountains adorned with blooming rhododendrons, it signifies the arrival of the god of love. With the mountains now covered in rhododendrons, Had the god of love indeed arrived? As this thought crossed her mind, Li Shu silently turned her gaze to Zhu Ping'an, only to find him, like a clumsy pig rummaging through a vegetable garden, awkwardly gathering flowers. Zhu Ping'an had collected over 30 flowers, stowing them in his clothing. Clumsy. Li Shu inwardly rolled her eyes in disapproval. After securing the flowers, Zhu Ping'an led Li Shu and the maid Baozi further into the island, the gathered rhododendrons serving as a reserve of sustenance. With provisions in hand, one can remain unperturbed. After all, these rhododendrons are edible, albeit meager sustenance. Young master, where are we going? Baozi inquired, her round face lifting as she followed Zhu Ping'an's lead. To find food and shelter, Zhu Ping'an replied calmly. The foremost concerns upon arriving at such a desolate island are these two necessities, food and lodging, both equally vital. I searched earlier and found nothing to eat, Baozi added. Zhu Ping'an shook the bundle of rhododendrons in his clothing, smiling silently, the implication clear. Baozi's face flushed. She had just claimed there was no food. Yet the young master had discovered the edible rhododendrons, revealing that it was not a lack of food, but rather a deficiency in her ability to recognize it, leaving her blushing with embarrassment. Nature is indeed generous. This lush island undoubtedly harbors an abundance of culinary treasures. Having spent so long indoors, it is only natural that you remain unaware. In my youth, I often accompanied my elder brothers to the mountains, thus becoming somewhat familiar with the forests. Zhu Ping'an offered a comforting word. After ascending the slope, he paused briefly to survey the surroundings before selecting a direction, leading Li Shu and the little maid Baozi further along. Zhu Ping'an's wilderness survival skills far surpassed those of Li Shu and Baozi. Having previously watched Bear Grylls survival shows and accumulated knowledge, he had also gained considerable experience following his father and elder brother into the mountains since arriving in the Ming dynasty. His practical skills had improved greatly, instilling him with a measure of confidence in the face of this isolated island. As Zhu Ping'an stood on the slope and glanced around, he observed that one section of the island's forest was denser and taller than the rest. Generally, river valleys are characterized by developed streams and lush vegetation in mountainous areas. Thus, Zhu Ping'an surmised that the dense, towering forest might harbor a stream. To survive on this island, fresh water was indispensable. Although surrounded by seawater, which is abundant, it is, after all, salt water, with a concentration far exceeding that of human blood. Excessive consumption would lead to dehydration and death. Moreover, seawater contains numerous minerals, many of which are harmful to the human body. Zhu Ping'an, with empty hands and lacking equipment, was also unable to distill seawater into fresh water, making the discovery of fresh water on this island of utmost importance. As he traversed the island, Zhu Ping'an felt somewhat akin to Robinson Crusoe. However, unlike Crusoe, he was fortunate to have the company of two young ladies, leading him to smile faintly, reflecting that happiness often stems from comparison. What are you smiling about? Li Shu rolled her eyes at Zhu Ping'an's expression. If fortune smiles upon us, we shall find water. He encouraged the two without revealing his prior thoughts. Water? I have walked quite a distance without finding any. Baozi shook her head skeptically, questioning how Zhu Ping'an could be so certain after merely glancing around. Beyond them lay only grassland and woods, with no sign of water. Did you see any water, my lord? Li Shu echoed Baozi's doubts. She too had observed the surroundings, and, like Baozi, found nothing but flowers and trees. Zhu Ping'an had merely taken a glance and confidently declared they would find water. Ahead, a curving stretch of forest appeared more lush and towering than the surrounding woodland, suggesting that areas abundant in water tend to support more robust trees. This curved line might indeed indicate a stream. Zhu Ping'an pointed toward the forest ahead, explaining with assurance and confidence. Following his gaze, Li Shu noticed the distinction. Indeed, an S-shaped curve in the forest stood out prominently, its trees towering above those in other areas. Although Li Shu lacked geographical knowledge, her common sense prevailed, and upon reflecting on Zhu Ping'an's words, she began to believe him, her eyes sparkling with hope. If there is water, that would be wonderful. I am quite thirsty myself. The young maid Baozi remained contemplative, pondering why the source of the stream would be a winding curve. However, since both the young master and the young lady affirmed it, she decided to accept it as truth, her eyes gleaming with newfound hope. Zhu Ping'an guided Li Shu and the young maid Baozi towards the curvilinear forest, though he himself harbored doubts about the existence of a stream within that serpentine woodland. The elevation of the forest might suggest otherwise, Perhaps it was merely an S-shaped hillside. Yet, Zhu Ping'an chose not to voice his reservations to Li Shu and Baozi, as they had finally ignited a flicker of hope. And he did not wish to extinguish it with cold reality. The island was quite expansive. Although the forest appeared close, the journey was arduous. After walking a short distance, Li Shu began to tire. Having regained some strength after consuming the azalea flowers, Zhu Ping'an snapped 2 branches to fashion simple walking sticks, offering one to Li Shu and another to Baozi, thus enabling them to conserve energy as they traversed the woodland. Additionally, he fashioned a makeshift weapon from a sturdy stick for self-defense against any potential wild beasts lurking in the forest. Before reaching the forest, Zhu Ping'an discovered a cluster of grass resembling wolf's teeth, standing over 60 centimeters tall, its white fur covering the surface and leaves serrated. A pleasant surprise washed over him upon recognizing this plant. In his youth, when he had injured his arm on sharp stones, his father had gathered this very grass to apply to the wound, and it had staunched the bleeding remarkably quickly. With Li Shu's wrist still oozing blood from a significant gash, the presence of this wolf's tooth grass alleviated his worry considerably. This wolf's tooth grass is excellent for stopping bleeding. In a couple of days, your hand will heal, Zhu Ping'an assured her. Ignoring the sharp edges of the grass that cut his hand, he harvested a section of its stem, chewing it and applying the paste to Li Shu's wound, carefully bandaging it afterward. How disgusting. Your saliva is all over it, Li Shu remarked with a pout, yet a subtle smile blossomed on her face. To be continued. Chapter 481, Survival on the Island, Part 3, Wolf's Toothgrass. Excellent for hemostasis. Li Shu was indifferent to the medicinal qualities of the grass. Her thoughts lingered solely on the moment Zhu Ping'an had held her hand while bandaging her injury. Reminiscent of the lines from the Book of Songs about life and death pledges, the sentiment of holding hands and growing old together involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Thus, as she expressed her distaste for the disgusting grass, a smile quietly graced her features. After applying the remedy, Zhu Ping'an led Li Shu and Baozi further along. Beyond the sloping terrain lay the forest. From an outsider's perspective, this woodland appeared dense and shadowy, a remnant of the island's long isolation from human intrusion, exuding a primal essence devoid of visible paths. Zhu Ping'an reassured himself of their direction and wielded his stick to clear the way, parting the cattails, branches, and thorns to forge a simple path for Li Shu and Baozi to follow. The forest is lush with verdant foliage, vines entwining around the tree trunks, and a tangle of withered and fresh grass flourishing beneath the roots. The rain that fell last night has rendered the woodland somewhat muddy. Li Shu and her maid, Baozi, soon found themselves unable to proceed, the dampness and mire making their journey laborious. As a pampered young lady, Li Shu had never endured such hardship. Having recently made a small incision on her wrist to provide blood to Zhu Ping'an, she felt particularly weak. After traversing a short distance, she found herself utterly spent and could not continue further. Zhu Ping'an had been attentively observing Li Shu and Baozi. Upon noticing their exhaustion, he sought a stone, cleared away the debris, and invited them to rest momentarily before resuming their journey. "I am quite famished," Baozi exclaimed, rubbing her belly. The meager portion of azalea blossoms Zhu Ping'an had gathered had long been consumed, each of them having only received a handful, which was hardly sufficient. Especially after such exertion, their hunger intensified. In truth, both Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an felt the pangs of hunger, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. Suddenly, Baozi cried out, "Look, mushrooms! Such large mushrooms!" Just after expressing her hunger, she spotted several sizable mushrooms beside the stone where they sat, and her excitement surged. Mushrooms were edible. These mushrooms were quite impressive, resembling umbrellas, their white caps measuring nearly 2 palms in size, approximately 20 to 30 centimeters across, adorned with brown protrusions that made them appear quite beautiful. Baozi leapt up in excitement and crouched down to gather the mushrooms. "Wait, that mushroom is toxic and should not be consumed," Zhu Ping'an interjected, halting the eager Baozi. He recognized this particular mushroom, scientifically known as the Amanita muscaria, which is most commonly found on islands. This mushroom is highly poisonous, containing 4 distinct toxins: hepatotoxins, neurotoxins, gastrointestinal toxins, and hemolysins, rendering it inedible. Consumption could lead to dire consequences, including multi-organ failure and a significantly high mortality rate if medical intervention is delayed, especially on this desolate island. "Toxic?" Baozi, startled, exclaimed as she dropped the mushroom she had just picked. Zhu Ping'an deemed it essential to educate these two girls about mushrooms, as they might remain on this small island for an indefinite period. The forest is home to a multitude of mushroom species, numbering nearly 300. Yet only about 20 of those are safe for consumption. The remainder are poisonous. Generally, brightly colored mushrooms tend to be toxic. Such mushrooms often exhibit vivid hues, with prominent protrusions at the center of their caps and variegated spots, suggesting that the more visually appealing a mushroom is, the more likely it is to be hazardous. For instance, this mushroom, Zhu Ping'an remarked, retrieving the one Baozi had discarded to illustrate further. Its cap featured numerous protrusions and distinct variegated spots. Another method to distinguish poisonous mushrooms is to tear off a piece and observe whether a viscous liquid oozes out. Certain toxic mushrooms will exude such a liquid, often accompanied by an acrid odor. Zhu Ping'an then imparted knowledge to the two, introducing the simplest method, checking for tiny insects on the mushrooms. Mushrooms with small larvae are nearly always non-toxic, while those devoid of insects tend to be poisonous. Noticing the lingering confusion on their faces, Zhu Ping'an pondered for a moment and said, "Never mind. Later, when we discover edible mushrooms, I shall point them out to you. From now on, you should only gather those I indicate and avoid the others." Baozi, the little maid, and Li Shu nodded vigorously in agreement. After approximately 10 minutes, as Li Shu and Baozi regained some composure, Zhu Ping'an led them onward. Along the path, he encountered 2 varieties of edible mushrooms, which he carefully harvested and showcased to Li Shu and Baozi. He meticulously described the shapes and colors of the mushrooms, allowing them to practice picking a few themselves. Once he was satisfied that they could accurately identify these 2 types, he felt assured in their future foraging endeavors. After about half an hour of walking, Zhu Ping'an distinctly sensed that the trees had grown sturdier. Amidst the lush greenery, he faintly heard the soothing sound of flowing water. Continuing forward for several dozen meters, he arrived at a river valley. As I stroll along the stream, I forget the distance of the road on both sides. Hundreds of steps are lined with fragrant grass and vibrant blooms. Zhu Ping'an was reminded of Tao Yuanming's peach blossom spring, feeling it fittingly described this valley. The verdant trees gracefully meandered along the banks of the river, forming a natural green barrier. Vines adorned with blue, red, and pink blossoms added splashes of color to this emerald screen. At the heart of this green expanse lay a crystal-clear stream, flowing gently and shallowly, dotted with fallen petals. A few small fish darted playfully after the petals, lending an enchanting aura to the valley. It resembled a slowly unfurling landscape painting, breathtakingly reminiscent of the peach blossom spring. "Indeed, there is water, and look, fish!" exclaimed Baozi, her face alight with disbelief and excitement. She remained perplexed as to how Zhu Ping'an could discern the presence of water from merely a glance at the slope. Now, witnessing the stream and its fish, she held Zhu Ping'an in deep admiration, exclaiming how remarkable he was. There was water, there were fish, such bliss. It is truly beautiful, akin to the peach blossom spring. Li Shu mused, standing at the riverbank, squinting at the stream adorned with scattered flowers. Hearing her contemplations, Zhu Ping'an turned his gaze toward her, surprised to find that she too had thought of the peach blossom spring. What a delightful coincidence. To be continued. I regret to inform you that there will be no updates tonight. I must take a brief leave, as I shall return late and lack sufficient time to write. I have not rested well recently, going to bed around midnight and rising at approximately 6:30 in the morning to prepare for work. I am somewhat fatigued. Given the time constraints tonight, I shall rest early, and I encourage everyone to do the same. Wishing you all a joyous May Day, and I am grateful for your continued support. Chapter 482, Survival on the Island, Part 4. As they descended into the tranquil and serene valley, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, the tumultuous experiences of the vast ocean seemed a distant memory, allowing a rare calm to envelop their spirits. Zhu Ping'an and his companions carefully navigated the steep slope of the valley, which, having been shaped by years of relentless rain and devoid of human interference, was overgrown with dense grass. The remnants of yesterday's rain rendered the grass slippery and muddy. Leading the way, Zhu Ping'an steadied himself against the trees as he made his descent, clearing a simple path through the obstructive thickets. Having traversed mountain trails since childhood, he found the steep incline manageable, quickly reaching the valley floor. However, Li Shu and the maid Baozi encountered challenges, particularly Li Shu. The damp and slick grass proved arduous for her, and as she followed Zhu Ping'an down the slope, She lost her footing and fell backward with a startled cry. "Be careful." Zhu Ping'an reacted swiftly, extending his arm to catch Li Shu just in time, his proximity allowing for a successful grasp. Yet, catching her did not come without consequence. His already fragile state, weakened from their harrowing journey at sea and the exertion of clearing the path, could not fully support both of their weights. The momentum of Li Shu's fall caused them both to tumble downwards. Fortunately, the creek lay just a step away, and they landed upon the moist pebbles of the riverbed. Li Shu landed squarely against Zhu Ping'an, her youthful form pressing against him without reservation. In that moment, as she instinctively tightened her embrace, their bodies were nearly inseparable, sharing warmth and a palpable connection. The scene resembled a tender embrace, as Li Shu inadvertently fell into Zhu Ping'an's arms. However, contrary to the cliched narratives where such falls culminate in passionate kisses, their encounter did not follow such a script. No lips met in a romantic collision. Instead, they simply found themselves in an unexpected tumble, devoid of any melodramatic romance. As they lay upon the riverbed, with Li Shu atop Zhu Ping'an, she became acutely aware of their intimate position. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her heart raced wildly, as if a stag were bounding in her chest, threatening to leap from her confines. How astonishingly reminiscent this scene is of poses found in risque art collections, utterly mortifying. Li Shu, gazing at Zhu Ping'an, who lay beneath her, felt her cheeks flush crimson, an overwhelming shock rendering her mind utterly blank. She remained frozen in that position for a fleeting 2 seconds until her eyes met Zhu Ping'an's, at which point realization dawned upon her. A startled gasp escaped her lips, echoing through the tranquil river valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. Zhu Ping'an, bemused, looked at the girl perched atop him, who was shrieking in alarm. He had merely acted out of kindness, yet her exclamation made it seem as though he had caused her great harm, as if she were the one grievously injured. In truth, he was the one suffering, feeling a sharp pain in his back from the unforgiving pebbles beneath him. "Aren't you supposed to get up now?" he thought, bemused at her reluctance to move, as if she had grown accustomed to her position. Moreover, it occurred to him that Li Shu's physical development had taken an unexpected turn. Although her front was somewhat unassuming, she possessed quite a notable figure. Completely at the mercy of his body's reactions, Zhu Ping'an found himself acutely aware of her form, leading him to a silent conclusion. After her initial scream, Li Shu belatedly remembered to rise, hastily releasing her grip around Zhu Ping'an's waist and attempting to push herself up against the stones of the riverbed, her face as red as if it might bleed. However, just as she began to distance herself from Zhu Ping'an, a cautious voice called out from behind, belonging to the chubby maid. This was swiftly followed by the maid's own shriek. It turned out the maid had also slipped at the very spot where Li Shu had fallen, tumbling down the slope and fortuitously colliding with Li Shu as she fell. With a wrist already injured, Li Shu lacked the strength to withstand the impact, and as the maid collided with her, she lost her balance and found herself once more atop Zhu Ping'an. This time, it was not merely a casual fall. Their gazes locked, and their lips met in an unexpected kiss. As Li Shu's soft lips pressed against his, a surge of warmth flooded Zhu Ping'an's mind, electrifying his body as if awakened from a slumbering beast within. Realizing the nature of the encounter, Li Shu's eyes widened in shock, and once again, the serene valley was filled with her piercing scream, even more fervent than before. Moments later, embarrassed and indignant, Li Shu chastised the maid. "You must be more careful." "I'm so sorry, miss," the maid replied, head bowed, unable to meet Li Shu's gaze, her chubby hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, resembling a chastised puppy. As Li Shu reprimanded the little maid Baozi, Zhu Ping'an had yet to recover from the shock of the kiss he had just received from her. In his past life, Zhu Ping'an remained a quintessential single man until his graduation and job search, lacking even the experience of holding a girl's hand, let alone kissing. Thus, he found himself utterly dazed. He could not fathom how others experienced kissing. It was neither soft nor sweet, but rather electrifying, a sensation he would likely never forget. The little maid Baozi had not witnessed the kiss. She merely thought she had bumped into her mistress, causing her to lean onto the young master. After finishing her admonition of Baozi, Li Shu cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an and, seeing him standing there like a statue, felt a surge of embarrassment and annoyance. She shot him a glare, as if the earlier incident were entirely his fault. The narrative continues. Chapter 483, Survival on the Island, Part 5. Since the arrival of spring, worry has clouded each day, and the flowers, once vibrant, now seem to blush in shame. Swallows flit past, chiding me for not lifting the curtain. Observing Zhu Ping'an, who averted his gaze after receiving her reproachful look and muttered something about the slippery ground, Li Shu couldn't help but pout, internally scolding him as a simpleton. After all, it was rather unfair that she had allowed him to steal a kiss and received no acknowledgement in return. Indeed, the valley floor was slicker than the slopes. Though the stream was shallow, its stones were coated in moss, rendering them treacherously slippery. Be careful, Zhu Ping'an advised as he stepped over the stones. Turning to warn Li Shu, who followed closely behind. Be careful, you say? Li Shu silently retorted in her mind. The shallow stream meandered through the valley, with the water's edge closely hugging the rocky bottom. It was impossible to gather enough water to drink. One had to advance a few steps to a larger stone, barely 10 centimeters above the stream, where one could scoop the clear water with their hands. In the unpolluted ancient times, the water was crystal clear and without hesitation. Zhu Ping'an stepped onto the stone, bent down, and cupped his hands to drink deeply from the stream. The water was sweet, refreshing his lips and palate, far superior to certain modern bottled waters. Li Shu, being more meticulous than Zhu Ping'an, first washed her delicate hands, then cleaned her handkerchief, carefully patting her porcelain-like face. After his indulgent drink, Zhu Ping'an caught sight of Li Shu and paused momentarily. This moment reflected their disparities. Both had survived calamity and were now quenching their thirst by the stream. He appeared ragged and uncouth, drinking like a beast, while she exuded grace and elegance, pure and untouched, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. The ancient emphasis on social standing and compatibility was not without merit. Individuals hailing from disparate social standings exhibit a chasm-like disparity in their lifestyles. Without the profound essence of love, how can life be as sweet as honey? Unlike the modern era, ancient times did not permit the luxury of free love, thus failing to nurture the kind of love that is deeply etched in one's heart. Zhu Ping'an, do I have flowers on my face? A voice as delicate as a lark's song jolted Zhu Ping'an from his reverie. Zhu Ping'an stumbled over his words. What? You lecher. Li Shu shot him a fierce glare, pouting her lips in playful reproach, her expression one of unabashed disdain. Hee. It seems our young master has been captivated by the young lady's beauty, chimed in Baozi, the maid, covering her mouth as she giggled, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. How dare you speak such nonsense, you mischievous girl? Just wait until I deal with you, Li Shu admonished playfully, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. She then extended her delicate hand to tickle Baozi, inciting a flurry of laughter that echoed through the tranquil river valley. Observing the playful antics of Li Shu and Baozi, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the girls' frolics were quite entertaining. After replenishing their hydration, the trio felt considerably revitalized. Their current situation was far more promising than before. At least they were no longer deprived of fresh water, and the stream teemed with fish. As spring transitioned into early summer, the dense woods likely harbored an abundance of wild fruits and vegetables. With a stroke of luck, they might even encounter wild hares. Upon careful searching, sustenance seemed within reach. At the very least, they were assured of food and drink, which meant survival was feasible. Naturally, shelter was also essential, though the duration of their stay remained uncertain, as did the arrival of any passing boats. Perhaps we should choose a dwelling close to the sea, Zhu Ping'an mused, so we can promptly observe the ocean's expanse. If a ship approaches, we must alert them to our presence, lest we miss our chance for rescue. Of course, we must also remain wary of pirates. Zhu Ping'an glanced at the hazy sunlight filtering through the sky. The sun was nearing its zenith, indicating it was around midday. Let us first address our lunch before pondering shelter, he concluded. Before Zhu Ping'an could voice his thoughts, Baozi had already rolled up her sleeves and was poised over a rock, ready to catch the fish that swam playfully in the stream. Clearly, she was quite hungry. The stream predominantly housed small fish, slender and roughly the width of a thumb, darting swiftly with their dark backs glistening. The water was shallow, barely 7 to 8 centimeters deep, allowing one to easily touch the bottom. Baozi, thrilled, leaned over the rock, eagerly grasping at the little fish, as if envisioning a pot of delectable fish soup. Seeing Baozi's enthusiasm, Li Shu soon joined in the fray, and their spirited endeavor filled the air with excitement. Here's one. It's quite large. Oh no, it got away. Such a big one. Look, there's a colorful one. It would surely make a delicious soup. The air was alive with exuberant exclamations, though the disparity between dreams and reality remained stark. Though small in number, the fish swam with remarkable speed. As soon as one attempted to reach down, the little creatures would dart away, already half a meter distant. The two individuals struggled for quite some time without capturing a single fish. Zhu Ping'an recognized these fish from his familiarity with the streams near the village. They were abundant in the creek waters of the mountains as well. Characteristically elongated, the villagers referred to them as wheat ears. And regardless of whether they were fried or stewed, they were quite delectable. Observing the two girls chattering away for so long without success, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle, then proceeded to demonstrate the technique to them. Catching fish required skill. One must place one hand before the fish's head and the other behind its body, making the task considerably easier. As he spoke, Zhu Ping'an successfully caught a small fish, roughly the size of his palm, to illustrate his point. "Impressive, young master," exclaimed the maid Baozi. Upon seeing the fish in Zhu Ping'an's hand, her excitement palpable. He placed the captured fish in a natural pool behind him, using stones to block the opening, thus creating a makeshift basin. Miss is quite adept as well. Just as Zhu Ping'an released the fish, Baozi let out another excited squeal, and soon after, they saw Li Shu approaching with a flicking fish in her hands, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Mine's bigger than yours," she said, comparing the two fish after setting hers down in the pool, a hint of arrogance in her voice. After approximately 10 minutes, the trio had caught over 10 small fish, each about the length of a hand. Zhu Ping'an had captured the most, followed closely by Li Shu, while Baozi managed to catch just one, which was enough to thrill her. However, a dilemma arose upon their successful catch. They lacked a fire source. Surely, they could not consume raw fish. Chapter 484, Survival on the Island, Part 6. Indeed, fire posed a significant challenge. None of the three had a penchant for raw fish, making the need for fire imperative. The absence of a pot was another obstacle. Yet Baozi discovered a naturally concave stone by the stream, an irregular quadrilateral with a depression the size of a bowl, weighing approximately 8 or 9 pounds. After Li Shu and Baozi washed it in the creek, it could temporarily serve as a stone pot. With fish and a pot secured, the only missing element was fire. Unfortunately, the fire starters they carried had long since been lost to the sea. "What shall we do without fire, young master?" Baozi gazed at Zhu Ping'an with wide eyes, as if he might conjure flames at will. "We could attempt to create fire by friction," Zhu Ping'an suggested tentatively under the earnest gazes of Baozi and Li Shu. The Han Fizi states, "The people consume fruits and shellfish, which harm the stomach. Many suffer ailments." A sage devised a method of drilling to create fire, transforming the unpleasant, which pleased the people, allowing the king to govern the realm. And he was called the fire drill man. Drilling for fire, as Zhu Ping'an referred to it, was indeed a method he had only read about and never practiced. He was aware of its considerable difficulty, often deemed as an level challenge, with many having tried only to end up with blistered hands and no flame to show for their efforts, particularly after the heavy rain last night. Foraging for hay and dry twigs has become quite challenging, thereby complicating the task of fire starting through friction. I accompanied Hua Er in search of dry grass. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an mention fire by friction, Li Shu's eyes sparkled with recognition. She was familiar with the concept, although it had momentarily slipped her mind. Baozi, the little maid, appeared utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of fire by friction whatsoever. However, since the young master asserted that it was achievable, she decided to follow Li Shu in the quest for dry grass nearby. While Li Shu and Baozi scoured for hay, Zhu Ping'an sought suitable wood for the fire-starting endeavor, and the trio collaborated effectively. Unfortunately, the rain had fallen at an inopportune moment, and after an extensive search, they found no dry grass or wood in the vicinity. Most had been thoroughly soaked by last night's deluge. Even those not completely drenched were damp and utterly inadequate for the task at hand. After a prolonged search, Li Shu and Baozi eventually discovered a scant handful of slightly damp dry grass, nestled beneath a cluster of rocks, where the wind had blown the grass and fallen leaves into a small pile. Had it not been for the rocks shielding it somewhat from the rain, even this damp collection would have been elusive. Though challenging, the gathered grass and leaves were unsuitable for igniting the fire. They could only serve as fuel once the flames had taken hold, albeit still somewhat moist. After searching a while longer with no further success, it appeared they would have to attempt to spark a fire with the slightly damp grass they had managed to collect. As Zhu Ping'an and the others made their way toward the stream with the grass, Zhu Ping'an spotted a dead tree, tall and imposing, with a hollow at a height exceeding that of a person. "Wait a moment," Zhu Ping'an said, circling the dead tree. Upon noticing a significant amount of bird droppings on the trunk and at the roots, a smile spread across his face. The regularity of the droppings indicated that the hollow was a bird's nest rather than a refuge for bats or rodents. Setting the grass aside, he turned to Li Shu and Baozi, requesting they hold on for a moment. He then gathered his long garment and tucked it into his belt before grasping the tree and beginning to ascend. "Zhu Ping'an, be careful," Li Shu exclaimed, her concern evident as she had never heard of the scholarly gentleman being adept at climbing trees. She hoped he would not fall. Baozi gazed up anxiously at Zhu Ping'an as he climbed, echoing Li Shu's sentiments of caution. In truth, they need not worry. Having accompanied his kin into the mountains during his youth, Zhu Ping'an had long since honed his tree climbing skills. He scaled the tree with remarkable speed, and in no time, he reached the hollow. For safety's sake, Zhu Ping'an perched on a nearby branch, extending a stick into the hollow to probe its contents for any lurking snakes or rodents. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed the absence of any unwelcome creatures and confidently reached into the hollow, retrieving a few small, round objects. "Bird eggs. They are indeed bird eggs," Baozi exclaimed joyfully, thrilled at the prospect of having eggs to eat. Li Shu, however, paid no mind to Baozi's excitement. Her gaze fixed on Zhu Ping'an in the tree, fearful that some foul creature might accidentally plummet from above. "Forgive me, but necessity compels such actions." Zhu Ping'an silently expressed an apology to the birds that had yet to return to their nest, carefully cradling the eggs within his embrace. Upon inspection, he discovered a total of 6 eggs nestled in the nest. He removed 4, leaving 2 for the birds. This practice had been ingrained in him since childhood, a lesson imparted by his father, who believed in the virtue of moderation and sustainability, though he would never articulate such lofty principles, being a simple farmer at heart. In addition to the eggs, Zhu Ping'an took half of the dry grass that lined the nest. The grass, untouched by moisture, was ideal for kindling, so he left half for the birds, while retaining the other half for himself. "Here, these eggs will help you regain your strength," he remarked to Li Shu after descending from the tree and retrieving the eggs. Had it not been for Li Shu feeding him blood by the sea, he might have met a dire fate. Li Shu turned away with an air of disdain, though a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips, revealing that this audacious frog had braved danger to climb the tree for her benefit. After coming down, Zhu Ping'an gathered the dry grass once more and led the 2 companions toward the creek. Along the way, he stumbled upon a banyan tree with sprawling roots, beneath which lay a piece of wood, perfect for creating a fire drill. He took it along to the creek. There, he fashioned a rudimentary stove from stones and filled a stone pot with clear water. Baozi, the little maid, found a thin stone shard by the creek, which Zhu Ping'an carefully sharpened to serve as a makeshift knife. As neither Li Shu nor Baozi dared to tackle the task of gutting fish, Zhu Ping'an assumed the responsibility. After he had prepared the small fish, he handed them over to Baozi for cleaning, placing the cleaned fish into the stone pot alongside the washed bird eggs. With everything ready, all that remained was to procure fire. Under the watchful gazes of Li Shu and Baozi, Zhu Ping'an positioned the wood he had found atop a stone, carving a small hole into it. He surrounded the hole with the dry grass and wood shavings, then sought out a slender, pointed stick to serve as a drill. The process of friction firemaking commenced in earnest. The ancient technique of fire by friction originated in China, utilizing the principle of heat generated by friction. When creating a hole in the wood, flammable materials like dry grass are placed nearby. The friction produces considerable heat, and as it accumulates, light smoke begins to rise. At this moment, gently blowing on the smoke introduces oxygen, igniting the dry materials into flames. Zhu Ping'an understood these principles, yet when it came to practical application, he soon realized that the endeavor was exceedingly challenging. He vigorously rubbed the stick between his hands, but Baozi's eyes grew weary from watching, and no flame emerged. Only the pain in his hands was evident. However, there was a semblance of success, as the wood felt warm to the touch. Observing the ease with which the fire was being kindled through friction, the maidservant Baozi eagerly joined in, yet her efforts were in vain. She fared even worse than Zhu Ping'an, her gasps and the frequency of her movements far too inadequate to ignite a flame. Li Shu also gave it a try, but to no avail. "Young master, what should we do?" Baozi lifted her head, biting her lip, looking up at Zhu Ping'an with a pitiful expression. Zhu Ping'an pondered for a moment, realizing that the failure of the three of them to produce fire stemmed from the insufficient frequency of their movements, which resulted in an inadequate heat generation that failed to reach the kindling point of the dry grass and wood. Identifying the crux of the issue, Zhu Ping'an contemplated how to enhance the speed of their frictions and then conceived the idea of employing a bowstring. By crafting a simple bow and twisting the bowstring around the stick, a swift pull of the bow would induce rapid rotation of the stick. A solution had emerged. A slight smile curled at the corners of Zhu Ping'an's lips. Observing this subtle smile, Li Shu's brows lifted with an enchanting air, her sparkling eyes glistening with unshed tears, conveying that no challenge could deter him. Baozi, however, harbored doubts, not about Zhu Ping'an, but regarding the reliability of this rudimentary fire-starting method. Drilling for fire? It seemed rather implausible. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two young women, Zhu Ping'an ventured to the stream to retrieve a branch and tore a strip of fine cloth from his garment to fashion a rudimentary bowstring. He also collected a small stone with a groove from the stream to aid in the endeavor. Wrapping the bowstring around the stick, he pressed the stick down with the grooved stone, positioning it in a small hole in the wood, and began to pull the bowstring. The bowstring propelled the stick to rotate at a speed exponentially faster than that achieved through manual friction. The sound of friction filled the air incessantly. The repetitive motion was monotonous, yet drilling for fire demanded patience amidst such tedium. Often, success requires enduring solitude and monotony. Baozi, resting her chin on her hand while watching Zhu Ping'an, began to nod off. As he continued the process, Zhu Ping'an soon noticed a wisp of smoke slowly rising from the drilled hole, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. Smoke. Li Shu's eyes narrowed with excitement. Oh, it's really smoking, murmured Baozi, groggily catching her mistress's words, and upon raising her head, she beheld the wood beneath Zhu Ping'an's hands beginning to emit smoke. With a sudden jolt, she leaped up in delight. With the smoke appearing, Zhu Ping'an seized the moment, continuing to draw the bowstring. At this juncture, Li Shu approached, crouching down, puffing her cheeks to gently blow air towards the emerging smoke. At first, Zhu Ping'an hesitated, wishing to prevent Li Shu from extinguishing the spark he had painstakingly created. Aware that blowing on a fire is a delicate skill. Too forceful, and it could snuff out the flame. Too gentle, and it would be ineffective. It requires a precise balance. A skill he had mastered only after considerable practice with his mother, Chun. However, before Zhu Ping'an could voice his concerns, Li Shu had already begun to blow. Moreover, Li Shu's skill in blowing the flames surpassed Zhu Ping'an's expectations. Were it not for her status as a young lady from a prestigious family, Zhu Ping'an might have mistaken her for a seasoned chef with several years of culinary experience. Her technique was impeccable, likely beyond what Zhu Ping'an himself could achieve. This girl was truly remarkable. Even her first attempt at kindling a fire revealed an extraordinary talent. As Zhu Ping'an diligently worked on his firemaking, he silently marveled at her innate abilities. With Li Shu's assistance, Zhu Ping'an's efforts in creating fire became significantly more successful. The rising blue smoke swirled around them, reminiscent of celestial beings preparing to emerge. Soon, a handful of flames flickered to life. With careful precision, Zhu Ping'an withdrew the wooden stick, and as Li Shu gently blew, the flames ignited. He swiftly transferred the flames to the stone hearth, adding dry grass to stoke the fire, which gradually grew stronger. He then included slightly damp grass and subsequently gathered some firewood. The flames thrived beneath the hearth, roaring with vitality. Driven by curiosity, or perhaps a playful spirit, Li Shu snapped a branch to fashion a pair of long chopsticks, washed them in the clear stream, and began to prepare fish soup. It appeared quite impressive. Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly, permitting her to indulge in her whims. After all, even if the soup turned out unpalatable, it was still fish soup. And he had been hungry for so long that he wouldn't be picky. He decided to let her enjoy her little game of pretend cooking. If the soup proved truly distasteful, he could always fill his belly with less of it. Resolute, Zhu Ping'an ventured nearby the stream to search for other edible delights, such as wild berries. In such a rich environment, he anticipated finding plenty of sustenance. He was not disappointed. After a short while, he discovered a cluster of bright red wild strawberries nestled among the bushes, slightly smaller than modern strawberries, roughly the size of quail eggs. He had previously foraged these wild strawberries with his father and brothers in the mountains, and they were exceptionally delicious. Ah yes, these were the famed raspberries celebrated by the illustrious Lu Sun, though the locals of Hehe village referred to them as Mengzi, a shortened form of Shumeng, meaning fruit that grows on trees. Zhu Ping'an carefully picked the ripe strawberries, leaving the unripe ones on the plant, gathering around 30 in total. After washing them in the stream, he tucked them into his clothing and returned to the original spot by the creek. Upon his return, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting from Li Shu's freshly prepared fish soup. It smelled delightful. Perhaps his hunger had heightened his senses, for he chuckled at the thought that this young lady, who rarely engaged with the kitchen, could produce something so fragrant on her first attempt at making fish soup. To be continued. Chapter 486. The Great Talent. Can you discern what I have written? Zhu Ping'an and his companions selected a relatively flat large stone as their table, fashioned chopsticks from willow branches, and collected large shells to serve as bowls. Washing them in the stream before they began to relish their first meal after being stranded on the island. In truth, Zhu Ping'an held little expectation for the fish soup prepared by Li Shu, thinking that as long as it was cooked, it would suffice. After all, being a young lady who has never touched a drop of water signifies that one cannot hold expectations too high. As for the delightful aroma that had just wafted by, Zhu Ping'an attributed it to his own hunger. However, when the little maidservant, Baozi, presented him with a shell filled with fish soup, Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. The fragrant essence of the soup had intensified, and this was no mere figment of his imagination. Furthermore, the visual appeal of the fish soup was truly tantalizing. With its milky white hue, rich yet not greasy essence, and steaming warmth, all beautifully cradled within the shell. Upon receiving the fish soup, Li Shu discreetly shifted her gaze towards Zhu Ping'an, akin to a student awaiting the teacher's evaluation after submitting an exam. After gently blowing on the hot liquid, Zhu Ping'an deemed it suitable for tasting, approaching it with a cautious mindset to ascertain just how daunting this seemingly palatable dish might turn out to be. To his utmost surprise, that single sip of the delectable fish soup nearly captivated his palate, devoid of any seasoning. It showcased the intrinsic freshness of the broth to its fullest extent, rich in flavor, yet not overwhelming. It was simply exquisite. Zhu Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment. The taste was profoundly unexpected. Not only was it not unpleasant, but it was remarkably delightful. Moreover, the soup's thickness, its freshness, and even its color were all perfectly aligned with his preferences. It seemed that the flavor evoked a sense of familiarity. He pondered. Had he perhaps tasted this fish soup before? It was not merely the flavor, but rather the overall sensation, the essence of it that lingered in his memory. After savoring a sip, he closed his eyes, relishing the moment, overwhelmed by a sense of déjà vu that danced tantalizingly just beyond his grasp. Much like words on the tip of his tongue that refused to be spoken. How does it taste? Li Shu inquired nervously, noting Zhu Ping'an's prolonged silence. After all, preparing fish soup on an island without any seasoning or culinary tools was a stark contrast to her usual cooking, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Delicious. Zhu Ping'an replied sincerely, offering his commendation. At these words, Li Shu's countenance brightened, as if she had received the greatest reward in the world. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with delight, and her cheeks blushing with a hint of color, exuding an air of joy. Unadorned yet radiating beauty that surpassed even the fairest of maidens, she bore an allure that could rival the most renowned figures of history. Of course, remarked the maidservant Baozi, her mouth still occupied with fish, her words muffled. Mind your tongue. Li Shu shot a reproachful glance at Baozi. Zhu Ping'an, slightly bewildered, could not fathom the reason behind Li Shu's heightened reaction. Do not speak while eating the fish, lest a bone get stuck in your throat, she admonished Baozi, her tone gentle, yet her gaze stern as she turned her back to Zhu Ping'an. Prompted by her glare, Baozi obediently resumed sipping the fish soup. Initially, there was concern that the little maid, Baozi, might inadvertently get pricked by a fishbone. This was but a fleeting moment. Zhu Ping'an did not take it to heart. Perhaps due to his ravenous hunger, for he consumed copious amounts of fish soup. Observing Zhu Ping'an downing shell after shell, Li Shu's bright eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. The trio indulged heartily during this midday meal. After lunch, the quest for suitable lodging was set into motion. Lacking sleeping bags, tents, or any form of shelter, the three must hasten to find a place to rest before nightfall, ensuring it was adequately prepared. Although they lacked a ready-made tent, they could construct one using branches and vines. However, the site selection required careful consideration. Positioning near the stream was utterly unwise. Should the mountain stream swell due to rain or a sudden flood, the dangers of being near the water were evident. Yet, water is the essence of life. so they could not stray too far from it. A slightly elevated location with an expansive view was ideal, adhering to principles of proximity to water, protection from the wind, avoidance of hazards, and safeguarding against wild animals. As Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu searched the vicinity for a suitable campsite, they stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Not far from their current location, they discovered a cave nestled in a nearby hill, likely a resting place for fishermen before the sea was forbidden. From the cave's entrance, one could gaze out upon the vast ocean, the movements of the sea clearly visible from this vantage point. The cave was rudimentary. Aside from a few discarded stones and a pile of firewood, it was barren. Yet, signs of past human habitation were evident, with small holes carved into the cave walls, presumably for storing items. With the discovery of this cave, the need for a tent was alleviated, a relief since none of them were particularly skilled in tent assembly. Providing shelter from wind and rain, with a broad view, this cave was indeed a divine gift to the trio. Zhu Ping'an constructed a rudimentary hearth from stones, retrieving the protected embers from the stream and reigniting the fire with dry grass, adding several pieces of wood from the cave to create a fire pit, thereby preserving the flame for future use, sparing them the arduous task of igniting fire by friction each time. While Zhu Ping'an busied himself with the hearth, Li Shu and the little maid, Baozi, gathered an abundance of dry grass nearby, drying it in the warmth of the hearth before laying it inside the cave to form makeshift beds. On the left side of the cave, they arranged a larger bed for themselves, while a smaller one was prepared for Zhu Ping'an. They even crafted a curtain from branches and vines to shield their side of the cave, creating a charming little sanctuary for the two maids. Beholding the completed grass bedding, the two girls felt a profound sense of accomplishment, as if this makeshift bed were the most comfortable in the world, and they eagerly lay down upon it. No peeking, Li Shu admonished Zhu Ping'an as she settled in. Who would bother? I've watched countless films, Zhu Ping'an retorted with a smirk before stepping out of the cave, positioning a stone at the entrance and taking a seat upon it. With time to spare, he thought it best to practice his calligraphy under the sunlight. Zhu Ping'an sat on the stone, breaking a twig to serve as a brush, and began to practice writing on the ground. After enduring numerous trials, they finally found a semblance of peace. Relaxed, the little maid Baozi quickly succumbed to slumber. Once Baozi had drifted into sleep, Li Shu gently rose and exited the cave, where she beheld Zhu Ping'an practicing calligraphy at the entrance. Intrigued, she watched him with interest. Zhu Ping'an noticed Li Shu and nodded slightly, continuing his writing. After a while, appearing somewhat weary and bored, Li Shu broke off 2 branches and began to playfully disrupt Zhu Ping'an's concentration, using her small hands to scribble aimlessly. Zhu Ping'an glanced over and was momentarily at a loss for words. In his eyes, Li Shu had drawn numerous circles on the ground, some large, some small, some single, some double, some half circles, and some crescent shapes, an array of chaotic circles, densely packed and devoid of any discernible pattern. Great scholar, can you discern what I have written? Li Shu asked mischievously, tossing the branch aside and gazing at Zhu Ping'an with her sparkling black eyes, revealing her tiny tiger teeth in a playful challenge. To be continued. Chapter 487. The Significance of the Circles. P.S. Here is today's update. And by the way, I humbly request support for the Jiajing 515 Fan Festival. Each person has 8 votes, and voting also rewards Jiajing coins. I sincerely ask for your appreciation. Great scholar, can you discern what I have written? Li Shu's question left Zhu Ping'an somewhat speechless. Given the absurdity of her scribbles, how could he possibly interpret them? The only thought that crossed his mind was to draw a circle to curse her, yet such a reference would be lost on a girl from the Ming dynasty. Are you still half asleep? Zhu Ping'an remarked after examining Li Shu's chaotic circles for a couple of seconds, glancing up to see her somewhat dazed expression. You are the one who hasn't awakened, Li Shu retorted angrily, rolling her eyes dramatically. How could you not understand? Truly, you are such a blockhead. It's just a bunch of circles, Zhu Ping'an mused, stroking his chin. What do you mean, just a bunch of circles? Li Shu huffed. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she revealed her small tiger teeth in exasperation. It's clearly your own foolishness for not comprehending. You call yourself a scholar. I think blockhead suits you better. What do you think it is then? Zhu Ping'an asked with a faint smile, accustomed to Li Shu's capricious temperament. Humph. Li Shu pouted, her cheeks slightly reddening, and decisively turned away from Zhu Ping'an, declaring, I shan't tell you. Such a typical young lady's temper, Zhu Ping'an remarked with a slight smirk, then turned his gaze toward the distant sea. He had lost all the books he had brought with him to the ocean, but fortunately, His memory was remarkably sharp, allowing him to retain their contents in his mind. Thus, the loss was not too grievous. He simply wondered how much longer he would have to remain on this island. After practicing calligraphy for a while longer, Zhu Ping'an paused. It was now around 3 in the afternoon, and he needed to gather some firewood and food before sunset. He planned to venture out alone, leaving Li Shu to watch over the sleeping Baozi, but Li Shu, finding the cave dull, insisted on accompanying him. Zhu Ping'an pondered for a moment and then agreed, adding some dry twigs to the fire, thus ensuring that even if wild beasts roamed the mountain, they would be deterred from entering the cave. Leading Li Shu out of the cave, Zhu Ping'an first collected some slightly damp firewood nearby. A great fire does not require completely dry wood, and a bit of moisture is inconsequential. He bound the firewood together with vines, carrying a large bundle, while Li Shu held a smaller one as they returned to the cave. The little maid Baozi was still fast asleep. Before stepping out, Zhu Ping'an added more dry twigs to the flames. Were it not for the life-threatening circumstances of being stranded on a deserted island, this island would actually be quite pleasant. Abundant in resources, adorned with beautiful scenery, and the air was refreshingly intoxicating. Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu gathered numerous wild fruits at the mountain's base, including wild plums, strawberries, and apples, and they also discovered several fist-sized melons, marked by pecking from birds, assuring their edibility. In a small pool connected to a stream at the mountain's base, Zhu Ping'an caught a few palm-sized crucian carp, threading them through the gills with twigs and bringing them back. Just before they reached the cave, the sound of Baozi's uncontrollable wailing echoed from within, as if she had been abandoned by the entire world, her sobs so profound it seemed she could scarcely breathe. What could have happened? Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu quickened their pace into the cave, where they found Baozi, her hair a chaotic mess, tears and snot streaming down her face. "Wah, miss, young master? Wah, I thought you didn't want me anymore, wah?" Seeing Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an, Baozi's face lit up with joy, and despite her tears, she rushed to embrace Li Shu. Li Shu, disgusted by the snot and tears on Baozi's face, elegantly flicked her delicate finger against Baozi's forehead, stopping her in her tracks. Rubbing her slightly aching forehead, Baozi seemed to feel rewarded and squinted her eyes, breaking into a smile. "Who would want you gone?" Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly, placing the items he carried inside the cave. As evening approached, the wind began to howl outside, and the trio was immensely grateful for having found this cave. Otherwise, the winds tonight would have been unbearable. The modest cave sheltered them from the chilly gusts, and the three gathered around the fire pit, each clutching a thick willow branch with a fish skewered upon it. Cleaned wild fruits lay upon the loquat leaves beside them. Among them, Li Shu's culinary skills were unparalleled. The crucian carp, under her deft hands, was always grilled to perfection, crispy skin and tender flesh. Ingeniously, she squeezed the juice from the wild fruits to glaze the fish, enhancing both its appearance and flavor. Observing the delectable fish in Li Shu's hands, Zhu Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own charred offering, which seemed nearly inedible. "I wonder if it's cooked," he mused. Li Shu presented the fragrant, perfectly grilled fish to him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling as she glanced sideways at Zhu Ping'an, feigning uncertainty about whether the fish was done. "Just to my liking," he replied, pleased. Zhu Ping'an did not hesitate for a moment before accepting the grilled fish, exclaiming with delight and taking a bite after blowing on it. The fish skin was fragrant and crispy, while the flesh was tender and succulent, rich in flavor yet devoid of any fishy taste, leaving a lingering aftertaste. After savoring it for a while, Zhu Ping'an reluctantly returned the grilled fish to Li Shu. "It's all covered in your saliva," Li Shu remarked with a disdainful glance, shaking her head in disgust. "You can finish it all, as long as it's cooked." "I'll know just how long to grill the next one," Zhu Ping'an replied, happily reclaiming the fish and indulging in it. Next, Li Shu expertly grilled the largest fish, ensuring that every part was cooked to perfection, with an ample amount of juice, surpassing the previous fish in both flavor and aroma. However, one small area was inadvertently charred, about the size of a fingernail, prompting Li Shu to express her distaste and offer this fish to Zhu Ping'an as well. It was only after grilling the third fish to her satisfaction that Li Shu felt content. As night descended, the wind outside howled more fiercely, and the three of them, well-fed and content, found the cave to be a most agreeable shelter. After dinner, Zhu Ping'an entertained them with stories, while Li Shu and the maid Baozi quickly washed up and retired to their makeshift bedding woven from grass. Unfamiliar with the island, Zhu Ping'an did not sleep immediately. Instead, He kept watch by the fire, quietly studying. Outside the cave, apart from the wind, there were occasional sounds from unknown creatures, though they did not seem threatening. Zhu Ping'an felt somewhat reassured. As midnight approached, he added more wood to the fire and adjusted the airflow, preparing to rest on the grassy bedding. Zhu Ping'an, I need to change. Will you accompany me? Li Shu whispered, her face flushed as she approached him shyly. She had wanted to relieve herself but was afraid to do so alone, especially since Baozi, the maid, was fast asleep and unresponsive to her calls. The darkness outside was overwhelming, the wind howling like a wraith, and the sounds of unknown animals were undeniably frightening. It was too daunting for a girl to venture alone outside the cave. Unable to rouse Baozi, Li Shu had no choice but to summon Zhu Ping'an. Is that all right? She urged, her cheeks reddening further as she clasped her legs together, clearly in discomfort. Of course, Zhu Ping'an replied, glancing at Li Shu and nodding. Soon, they stepped outside the cave, which was not far, just a few meters from the entrance, as Li Shu dared not venture any further. You can just stand there. Turn around and close your eyes, Li Shu instructed, feeling bashful. Understanding, Zhu Ping'an complied. And cover your ears, she added once he had turned away. Why? Zhu Ping'an asked, bewildered by this additional request. After all, he had already turned around. You'll hear me, Li Shu said, her face nearly crimson. All right, Zhu Ping'an acquiesced, turning back around, closing his eyes and extending his hands to cover his ears. In a moment of disarray, Li Shu turned her head after a minute, only to discover Zhu Ping'an still facing away from her, hands clasped over his ears. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, deeming him quite the simpleton. After gently adjusting her attire, she picked up a slender twig and inscribed nearly invisible characters around the circle she had drawn earlier. In the circle, my longing has nowhere to go, let it be represented by this ring. Words dwell outside the circle, while my heart resides within. A single circle is me. A double circle is you. You hold me in your heart, as I hold you in mine. The moon waxes and wanes. Completeness signifies reunion, and a half circle denotes parting. I shall add circles in abundance, and you must discern my intentions. There are countless sentiments of yearning, and I shall encircle them all. As the 15th of May approaches, I hope to continue the momentum towards the 515 red envelope leaderboard, with an impending shower of rewards for readers on that day, as well as promotions for my work. Every contribution is love, and I shall certainly strive for excellence. To be continued. Chapter 488. The return of the plump duck. It was around 2 in the morning when the restless roars of wild beasts echoed outside. Before long, the winds intensified, stirring up dust and debris. Suddenly, a lightning bolt like a harpoon pierced the night sky, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the entire cavern. In the blink of an eye, rain began to fall, resembling the size of mung beans, with a few droplets striking the island, the trees, and the cave, quickly escalating to a torrential downpour, threads of rain cascading down as if stitching the heavens and earth together. What is happening? What is happening? Li Shu and the maid Baozi were jolted from their slumber by the thunder, fearing the mountain might collapse. Like frightened rabbits, they clutched their garments and scrambled from their makeshift beds, their bare feet echoing in the cavern as they shrieked incessantly. Truth be told, Zhu Ping'an was not startled by the thunder outside. Rather, it was the piercing cries of the two maids that caught him off guard, nearly rupturing his eardrums. It's merely thunder, nothing to fret about, he reassured them calmly, rising from his bed and rubbing his eyes. As he spoke, another series of lightning and thunder reverberated, causing the cavern to tremble once more. Thunder? How frightening! Baozi exclaimed, her little face paling as she peered outside and immediately recoiled. Thunder. Li Shu's delicate features were equally stricken with fear, her voice trembling. I dread thunder the most. Is it really that terrifying? Zhu Ping'an pondered, bemused by their trepidation. He turned to offer them comfort, but as he did, he felt his breath quicken, a warmth spreading through his nose. Within the cave, the fire in the hearth still flickered, though dimly, casting a warm glow that prevented total darkness. Naturally, when fear grips a person, the instinct is to gravitate towards brighter spaces. Li Shu and Baozi, barefooted, huddled closer to the hearth, trembling in fright. Having just awakened from slumber, I noticed a curtain draped beside me. The two individuals present were not clad in much. The maid, nicknamed Baozi, donned a white garment reminiscent of a modern-day nightgown, akin to a modest dress that left little exposed yet clung to her form rather closely. Baozi possessed a figure that was quite voluptuous, rivaling that of certain actresses known for their artistic contributions from distant lands, with curves that ignited a rush of adrenaline in the observer. While Baozi's allure was indeed captivating, it was not she who evoked such a strong reaction from Zhu Ping'an, but rather the proud Li Shu seated nearby. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback by Li Shu's unexpectedly provocative attire. Typically, she exuded an air of aloof elegance, embodying the persona of a refined young lady. Yet in this moment, she appeared strikingly alluring. This stark contrast heightened the tension in the air, leaving one parched. While Baozi remained modestly dressed, Li Shu's attire was far more daring, as she wore nothing beneath her garment. This marked Zhu Ping'an's inaugural glimpse of an ancient woman's midriff, adorned with a striking crimson piece that was eye-catching, featuring ties at the neck and additional straps cinching at the back, culminating in a triangular shape that accentuated her delicate waist. The flawless, fair skin beneath the garment resembled the soft petals of a rose, inviting and tender. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Ping'an felt as if he were ablaze, overwhelmed by warmth and thirst. Curiously, the two plump ducks depicted on Li Shu's provocative garment struck a chord of familiarity. They seemed reminiscent of something he had encountered before. Instinctively, he reached for the purse at his waist, realizing it bore the same motif. As the realization struck him, a thunderous clap resonated from outside, startling the two maidens, who instinctively recoiled. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the grotesque shadows of trees, intensifying the eerie atmosphere, prompting shrieks from Li Shu and Baozi. They mused that the thunder was a punishment for wrongdoers, and since they were the sole inhabitants of the island, it could only be a consequence for miscreant spirits. Filling them with dread, the girl's exclamations pulled Zhu Ping'an's thoughts away from the ducks. Thunder, he reasoned, was merely a natural phenomenon devoid of any supernatural implications. It resulted from the collision of clouds of differing properties, leading to electric discharges and the subsequent roar of thunder. Observing the two maidens, who appeared as timid as quails, trembling in fear, Zhu Ping'an chuckled softly and used his modern knowledge to reassure them. Nonsense. The lightning is simply the work of the thunder god and his consort, he declared. However, Baozi dismissed his explanation, firmly believing in the tales of the thunder deities. The thunder outside momentarily distracted the girls from their attire, and sensing Zhu Ping'an's calm demeanor, they gravitated closer to him, feeling a sense of security in his presence. Zhu Ping'an, already parched, felt his thirst intensify with Li Shu's proximity. It seemed she had not been mindful of her attire, just like Baozi. As she approached and settled herself beside him on the grass mat. Outside, the storm continued its relentless display. Three individuals sat on the grass mat for quite some time, while Zhu Ping'an amused them with tales to divert their attention. However, their focus was often interrupted by Li Shu's movements as she bent down. Perhaps it was the fear of the thunder rumbling outside that kept Li Shu and the maid, Baozi, particularly Li Shu, from noticing Zhu Ping'an's actions. As time passed, fatigue began to envelop them, yet the tempest outside showed no signs of abating. Li Shu and the maid hesitated to sleep on their grass mat. Resting beside Zhu Ping'an was certainly out of the question, as propriety dictated a separation between the genders. After some contemplation, a solution came to mind. They would push the two mats together but hang a curtain woven from vines in between, thus ensuring both privacy and a sense of security. With the curtain as a divider, the three of them lay down, the crackling of the nearby campfire providing a comforting backdrop. No peeking, no crossing the curtain. Li Shu admonished Zhu Ping'an from her side of the curtain. Understood, Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. And no improper thoughts, Li Shu added after a moment's reflection. All right, Zhu Ping'an replied, somewhat exasperated. Having a male presence nearby offered her a measure of comfort, and although the thunder continued to roar outside, Li Shu and the maid gradually drifted back into slumber, their breathing steadying. On the other side of the curtain, Zhu Ping'an inhaled the sweet fragrance of the young lady. Yet sleep eluded her. The vivid imagery of a plump duck with a red diamond pattern and a flawless, graceful figure danced in her mind, making the long night feel interminable as she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Hearing the restless movements of the person behind the curtain, Li Shu couldn't help but smile, oblivious to the thunder outside. What was there to fear? The narrative continues with chapter 489. Hey, your eyeballs have fallen into the pot. What one witnesses in a film is starkly different from reality. It is not merely a distinction between ordinary and 3D films. Even VR fails to capture this authenticity. especially considering that Li Shu's beauty far surpasses that of the leading lady in any film, coupled with her noble, aloof demeanor. Her accidental exposure adds an allure that eclipses any cinematic plot. Throughout the night, Zhu Ping'an's thoughts were consumed by the image of the plump duck and its graceful form. Neither she nor Li Shu could find sleep, though Li Shu maintained a calm breathing pattern, mirroring that of the sleeping Baozi. Li Shu was not afraid of the thunder. She had never feared lightning. The thought of a certain silly frog rendered her amused, recalling how it had furtively observed her many times, mistakenly believing she was unaware. Aside from the sounds of restless movement from behind the curtain, Li Shu was occupied with calculating the date. Tomorrow would be April 28th. If all went smoothly at sea, she would have already journeyed upstream along the Yangtze River to her home. Traveling by water, without the need for rest, would be several times faster than by land. And she would undoubtedly have arrived by now. April 28th was indeed an auspicious date for marriage. However, at present, I find myself stranded on this desolate island alongside Zhu Ping'an, while the wedding at home lacks both a bride and groom. I wonder how my family is faring. Do they suppose that Zhu Ping'an and I have sunk to the ocean depths, becoming sustenance for the fish? I long for the moment when all three of us might return home in the blink of an eye. On the day of our marriage, I could don a phoenix crown and a splendid wedding gown, crafted from pearls my father specially procured from the South Seas. Outside, the tempest rages. With flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, at times, Baozi, the little maid, involuntarily shudders at the booming sounds, while Li Shu remains unperturbed, deep in thought, her eyelids unblinking. It is only deep into the night that Zhu Ping'an gradually succumbs to slumber, and the night passes in silence. The weather on the island is capricious. Last night, it was a cacophony of thunder and torrential rain, yet by morning, the eastern sky reveals a hazy dawn. The trees outside, washed by the previous night's deluge, glisten with vibrant emerald hues, rendering the island pristine. In romantic tales, one might anticipate delightful occurrences upon waking. Perhaps Zhu Ping'an would open his eyes to find Li Shu wrapped around him like an octopus, or gazing intently at him, or playfully teasing him with a strand of her hair. However, reality is devoid of such enchanting cliches. This morning, as Zhu Ping'an awakens, he discovers he is alone in the cave. Both Li Shu and Baozi have already risen. It seems that his restless night has led him to rise later than usual. The sun has ascended, and he sits up from his makeshift bed, dons his shoes, and slips on his coat. Upon standing, he notices the cave has transformed. It is adorned with an array of blossoms, blue, red, and yellow flowers thoughtfully gathered into bouquets, embellishing the cave's walls, predominantly with vibrant red wildflowers, creating a festive atmosphere. At first glance, it resembles a bridal chamber. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he is not imagining things, he steps outside the cave, where the red wildflowers at the entrance are even more striking, framing the cave's mouth like a floral archway. To his surprise, he spots Li Shu, an impish girl with her rear end raised, crafting an arrangement of flowers, her head crowned with a garland she has woven herself, ingeniously fashioned to resemble a phoenix crown. Clutching a large bundle of red wildflowers, she is busy arranging them on a trellis made of vines at the cave's entrance. What a beauty-loving girl she is. Zhu Ping'an muses, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he reaches a silent conclusion. She has risen early to adorn the cave with wildflowers. Good morning. Zhu Ping'an greets her. Ah, you scared me. Why are you so quiet? Li Shu, startled by his greeting, nearly jumps like a frightened kitten, then turns to glare at him playfully, her lips pouting in mock reproach. You were too engrossed to hear me, Zhu Ping'an replies with a smirk. Li Shu pouts further. You have so many excuses. What day is it today? Why gather so many flowers? Zhu Ping'an did not dwell on the matter at hand. Rather, he took an interest in the wildflowers held by Li Shu and casually inquired, what day is it? Li Shu seemed somewhat anxious, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. However, she quickly composed herself, rolling her eyes and retorting, I don't care about any day. This wretched cave is nothing but dirt and broken stones. How could anyone possibly live here? It needs to look a bit more presentable to make it bearable. Indeed, for a young lady like Li Shu, accustomed to the comforts of her family's chambers, it was hardly surprising that she found such a cave uninhabitable. Zhu Ping'an did not ponder this further. With no water available in the cave, one had to venture down to the stream below for washing. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Shu, Zhu Ping'an made his way to the brook. He resorted to the most primitive means of cleansing himself, scooping water from the stream with his hands to wash his face. and using a twig to clean his mouth, followed by rinsing with the cool water. While Zhu Ping'an attended to his personal hygiene, the maid Baozi was gathering wild fruits by the stream, and Li Shu set about preparing breakfast, boiling fish soup. Once Zhu Ping'an had finished washing up, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Following the scent, he was taken aback to see Li Shu efficiently tending to the fire and skillfully cooking the fish soup. It was evident that such culinary prowess could not be achieved by a novice. It took years of practice to master. Zhu Ping'an marveled at how Li Shu managed to create a creamy, white broth from only stream water and fish, devoid of any salt or spices. Yet the soup radiated a fragrance that tantalized his taste buds, rendering it a culinary masterpiece. Boiling fish in pure water stripped away the overpowering seasonings, allowing the essence of the fish soup to shine through. The enticing aroma was irresistible and evoked a sense of familiarity in Zhu Ping'an, as if he had savored it countless times before. Countless times? Wait a moment. Had he truly tasted it before? Suddenly, realization struck him, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Hey, I nearly dropped my eyes into the pot. Li Shu shot Zhu Ping'an an exasperated glance, pouting playfully. To be continued. I apologize, dear readers, for the lack of updates tonight. Due to obligations at work, I had court proceedings today and returned quite late. There will be no updates for now. Please rest early. Chapter 490. A Bridal Procession of Red. It was more than merely losing his eyes into the pot. Zhu Ping'an felt as if he were about to tumble into the cauldron himself. The realization that struck him was both alarming and exhilarating. The proud, cunning, and willful Li Shu was indeed the very chef from the Li family who had prepared delectable dishes for him over the years. When had she begun cooking for him? He then recalled the faint memories of their past interactions during his visits to the Li family in Shanghe village to borrow books. He remembered how Li Shu had sent him a plate of snacks, a rather unappetizing-looking braised meat that tasted like something from the realm of dark culinary arts, utterly unpalatable. I still recall the moment when I inquired of Li Shu whether the Li family had changed their chef. With a sense of responsibility towards the Li family, I took it upon myself to criticize the new cook they had employed, ultimately concluding that he was utterly inept in the culinary arts, devoid of talent. For the sake of their safety, I suggested they consider hiring another chef. Now, I comprehend why Li Shu, upon hearing my remarks, exhibited inexplicable anger, throwing dishes and wearing a displeased expression. In retrospect, it was indeed a minor offense that she did not resort to more drastic measures against me. It was likely the first occasion when that girl prepared a meal for me. Gradually, more fragments of recollection surfaced within my mind. I remembered a time when I was studying at the Li residence, and Li Shu mentioned she needed to change her clothes, insisting that her maidservants remain behind. Upon her return, I noticed a peculiar dark spot on the tip of her delicate nose, which I initially presumed to be a result of her makeup mishap. Now, it dawns on me that it must have been soot from her culinary endeavors. This realization elucidated why, when I praised the Li family as chef, Li Shu displayed such proud and haughty behavior. I also recalled my habit of rising early to read, often before dawn when the rooster had yet to crow, and how the chef's meticulously prepared breakfast would already be laid out. Even when I arrived at work ahead of schedule, I would invariably enjoy the breakfast crafted by the Li family's chef. How early must that girl have risen? Even if I had been somewhat oblivious, it would have been clear that a haughty noble lady lowering herself to prepare a meal for me carried significant implications. Yet, the notion that Li Shu, once a muddy-footed, impoverished child, now transformed into a proud young lady, was deeply unsettling. The realization struck me like a sudden stampede of wild horses, racing through my thoughts with reckless abandon. While I was ensnared in this peculiar state of mind, the village of Shanghe had transformed into a vibrant sea of activity. The incessant sound of firecrackers filled the air, accompanied by the resonant notes of the suona, while a troupe of performers set up 2 stages to entertain the throngs of villagers. The streets were teeming with people, with rooftops and trees scarcely able to accommodate the crowds. At the western end of Shanghe village, the Zhu family's grand residence was adorned with red lanterns and couplets, while dozens of tables were laid out for a flowing banquet on the road outside. They were preparing to slaughter pigs and sheep, boil chickens, stew ducks, and clean fish and vegetables, with neighbors collaborating to create a lively scene. Villagers from 7 or 8 neighboring communities had gathered, filling Shanghe village to the brim. What occasion warranted such festivity in Shanghe village today? This question could be answered by anyone amidst the bustling crowds. for today marked the momentous wedding day of Zhu Ping'an, the foremost scholar of the Ming dynasty and the daughter of the affluent Li family from Shanghe village. No one would dare miss such a grand celebration. Everyone knows that Zhu Ping'an is the foremost scholar of the Ming dynasty, and they are well aware of the immense wealth possessed by the Li family in Shanghe village. Moreover, tales of the striking beauty, exceptional domestic skills, and filial piety of Miss Li are widely spoken of. Far away on a distant island, Li Shu was preoccupied with thoughts of a wedding devoid of bride and groom. Yet to her astonishment, the ceremony commenced punctually in Shanghe village. At the break of dawn, Shanghe village was already abuzz with activity. Residents from 7 or 8 neighboring villages had arrived early, occupying prime viewing spots, savoring peanuts, melon seeds, and candies generously distributed by the Zhu family, eagerly immersing themselves in the festivities. Those who failed to secure a good vantage point displayed remarkable ingenuity, climbing trees or scaling walls, transforming into agile figures reminiscent of Spider-Man, nearly reaching the heavens. Exuberant children, clutching their newly acquired red envelopes and sweets, dashed through the crowd like untamed colts, while their mothers chased after them, calling out in a mix of concern and exasperation to slow down and not fall. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement as the procession of the bridegroom returned. It was as if cold water had splashed into a hot pan, igniting a flurry of activity as people craned their necks to catch a glimpse. A collective gasp resonated, for what lay before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. Traditionally, a daughter's dowry would be provided by her family, typically consisting of the bride's personal belongings. However, it is customary to offer a modest dowry, as a married woman is often regarded as water that has been spilled. The dowries are usually quantified in units of 64, known as a full set, while 32 constitutes a half set. This method of calculation is reserved for affluent families, as smaller households seldom reach such numbers. In the case of the 7 or 8 villages surrounding Xia, a dowry would typically comprise no more than 7 or 8 sets, at most a dozen. Yet, the spectacle before them nearly caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief. They could scarcely trust their own vision. The dowry from the Li family was nothing short of breathtaking. A procession of 10 miles adorned in red, indeed a 10-mile bridal procession, featured 128 sets of dowry, carried by individuals clad in matching crimson garments, stretching from Shanghe village all the way to Xia village, with reports suggesting that the end of the line reached a village beyond Shanghe. What astonished onlookers even more was that the bearers of the dowry had deliberately left the wedding boxes ajar, showcasing the bride's belongings to the crowd. Look, they seemed to proclaim, our dowry is genuine, without a hint of deceit. It boasts both quantity and quality. At the forefront, the first bridal box lay open, revealing not gold, silver, or precious gems, but rather substantial clay bricks, each thick and large, intricately carved with maps. Upon counting, the crowd discovered 20 such bricks. This single display left them utterly astounded. This earthen brick is no ordinary brick. It symbolizes the land itself. It is a customary dowry from the Ming dynasty, with each brick corresponding to a deed of land. Each brick represents 10 acres, and considering the Li family's dowry, each brick likely signifies vast tracts of fertile land. With 20 bricks, that equates to 200 acres, which, according to the Ming measurement system, where 50 acres equals 1, totals an astonishing 10,000 acres of arable land. Conventionally, prominent families are limited to 1,000 acres. For a household to possess such an expanse of land is already remarkable. Yet, the Li family presents a dowry of 10,000 acres. Not to mention, there are still over 100 loads of additional gifts. The Li family, in essence, is not merely marrying off a daughter, but rather bestowing a royal dowry. Even a princess would not receive such a gift. The bearers of the Li family's dowry, overhearing the comments from onlookers, were filled with disdain. 10 acres per brick? Surely it is 100 acres. To be continued. Chapter 491. A wedding without bride or groom. 10,000 acres of fertile land, adorned with a bridal procession stretching for miles. Such opulent gifts dazzled the crowd and ignited envy in some hearts. Uncle Zhu Shoren stood at the entrance of Zhu Ping'an's newly constructed residence, watching as the lavish dowry was carried inside. He could not help but swallow hard. This bounty could sustain him for an extended period. Beside him, Aunt's eyes gleamed with an almost rabid intensity. The large chest of gold and silver jewelry that had just passed her was blindingly exquisite, filled with an abundance of hairpins, bracelets, and earrings, far beyond her wildest dreams. Several times, she nearly succumbed to the urge to leap forward. The procession continued with various gifts: land, properties, shops, furniture, daily necessities, gold and silver ornaments, antiques, paintings, books, and medicinal herbs. Each contribution flowed ceaselessly into Zhu Ping'an's new home, and Aunt's eyes grew increasingly red, particularly when she saw 2 rows of maids and servants accompanying the dowry. Her eyes turned almost feverish. She instinctively pinched Uncle Zhu Shoren's hand, as if signaling something. Her face flushed and eyes ablaze with intensity. Uncle Zhu Shoren gasped at the pinch and shot a glare at Aunt, lowering his voice to convey a serious warning. "What's the rush? They're all deceased. The items at the second branch cannot possibly vanish." "You said you wanted to avoid stirring Aunt's emotions," he added hastily, covering her mouth with his hand. "What do you know, you mere woman? Can one hastily consume hot tofu? With so many people around, you well know the reputation of the second branch. If this escalates and our family's honor is tarnished, what then? Once the commotion subsides and the guests depart, we can handle matters privately." Aunt, muffled by Uncle's hand, could only nod and shake her head. Though her eyes remained red, her demeanor had softened somewhat. As Aunt's emotions began to settle, Uncle Zhu Shoren exchanged a meaningful glance before slowly releasing his grip. "Is it feasible?" Aunt inquired, casting a furtive look at Uncle Zhu Shoren. "What do you think?" Uncle replied with a knowing smile, then waved his hand, dismissing his long sleeves behind him, embodying an air of confidence akin to that of a seasoned strategist. Upon witnessing this, Aunt felt her heart race with excitement. "Are you suggesting that my parents have given their consent?" she asked incredulously. "Confucius once said, 'Do not speak of it.'" Uncle Zhu Shoren's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Aunt, feeling playful, felt as if she had transformed back to her youthful days. Her heart fluttered like a young deer, and she playfully pinched Uncle's arm, scolding him affectionately. Uncle Zhu Shoren cast a glance at the overly emotional Aunt, and nearly recoiled at the sight of his once youthful bride, now resorting to flirtation. "Do you truly believe that my dear Aunt has not noticed the expression of her husband?" She nudged his arm, seeking affirmation. "Surely the news from the authorities cannot be false. Moreover, you witnessed the distress of the second family just days ago. It was like encountering pirates in a stormy sea. They searched all day, yet found nothing but a belt amidst the vast ocean. The sea is rife with peril, and should one fall in, survival is a mere fantasy. Not even divine intervention could alter such fate. Everyone is aware of this truth, yet the second family remains in denial." Uncle Zhu Shoren spoke with unwavering conviction, convinced that Zhu Ping'an had perished without a doubt, attributing the second family's refusal to confront reality to their own inability to accept the inevitable. "Alas, that child, Ping'an. I have watched him grow," Aunt sighed, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "It is all fate. Had the second family not resorted to some malevolent means to transfer my son's destiny to Ping'an, none of this would have occurred." Aunt had spent a considerable fortune 2 years prior to consult a sage, who had traversed both her ancestral home and Zhu Ping'an's abode, revealing a truth that deepened her resentment towards the Qin family. The sage disclosed that the mistress of Zhu Ping'an's household had employed nefarious methods to usurp the literary fate of her son, Zhu Pingjun, transferring it to Zhu Ping'an. From that moment onward, Aunt's animosity towards the Qin family intensified. At that time, Aunt had inquired how to rectify this transference of fate, but the sage had remained silent, expressing his reluctance to anger the literary deity. After much pleading and the promise of silver, the sage finally divulged a method to rectify the situation. It seems that the sage was indeed wise, yet Aunt had not anticipated that Zhu Ping'an would bear the brunt of the second family's actions. Had it not been for her underhanded tactics, Ping'an would not be in such a predicament. While Uncle and Aunt engaged in conversation, the bridal dowry was being carried into the newly constructed mansion opposite Zhu Ping'an's home. With the dowry now within the residence, the next steps involved the matchmaker, the groom, and the bridal sedan chair. Soon, amidst the resounding crackle of firecrackers, the groom and the wedding procession came into view, eliciting curious gasps from the onlookers. A voice of confusion emerged among the onlookers. However, the majority of the crowd expressed sorrowful sighs and heartfelt wishes. The villagers of Hehe and Shangha, along with those residing in nearby areas, were aware of the truth. Only those who were more distant or merely happened upon the spectacle remained oblivious. Among the spectators, the uninformed gazed in astonishment as the groom and the bridal sedan approached, their eyes widening even more than when they first beheld the resplendent wedding procession. To their utter shock, the groom was revealed to be a resplendent rooster adorned with red feathers and a grand red flower. The mischievous child of Aunt Zhu Ping'an was tasked with cradling this flamboyant rooster. How could a rooster be the groom? Wasn't the groom supposed to be a distinguished scholar of the Ming dynasty? How had he transformed into a mere fowl? The bride also left the onlookers aghast. Emerging from the bridal sedan was a little girl, holding a small hen bedecked in a red veil. The bride was a hen, a rooster, and a hen? What a peculiar sight. The beauty of the occasion was overshadowed by the absurdity of a rooster and hen celebrating marriage. Had it not been for the explanations from those nearby, the crowd would have found it impossible to believe their own eyes. The truth was thus, just 2 days prior, officials had dispatched a message to Hehe village bearing grim news. The esteemed Zhu Ping'an, returning home by boat to wed, had met with misfortune on the high seas. Encountering pirates, Zhu fought valiantly against them, but tragically, a monstrous wave overturned the ship, and both he and his fiancée, Miss Li, vanished beneath the waves. Dozens of ships scoured the waters for an entire day, ultimately retrieving only a solitary belt. Everyone understood the implications of this grim token. Yet, Zhu Ping'an's mother, Madame Chun, refused to accept this fate. Anyone who dared utter the words death or missing would feel her wrath. My son is merely lost. He will return. He will certainly return, she murmured, gazing at the rooster and hen performing the ceremonial bow to heaven and earth. Beside her, Zhu father, Zhu Shui, grasped her hand tightly. The wedding proceeded as planned, driven by a singular purpose, to invite good fortune. To be continued. Chapter 492, regretfully seeking the title of Marquis. The custom of inviting good fortune is steeped in ancient superstition. When a household faces illness or peril, it seeks to dispel misfortune through joyous celebrations, hoping to attract benevolent spirits and ward off evil. The wealthy Li family fervently supported this endeavor, for Li Shu was the apple of Master Li's eye. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not relent. In fact, had Madame Chen not suggested the idea of inviting good fortune, Master Li would have undoubtedly done so himself. However, at this moment, the wealthy Li was not present at the wedding, nor was Zhu Ping'an's elder brother. Instead, they found themselves upon the vast ocean, awaiting the arrival of the messenger bearing the ill tidings from the Marquis of Linhuai. Long before the news reached them, the wealthy Li had already discerned the grim reality, his status and position affording him more reliable channels of information, a privilege the Marquis lacked. Upon receiving the news, the wealthy Li lost his composure, and witnesses claimed he audaciously inquired about his brother, the Marquis of Linhuai, across the distance. Beyond seeking retribution from the Marquis, he was determined to orchestrate a rescue, vowing to turn the ocean upside down to find those lost. As for the Marquis's assertion that a day's search yielded no trace, the impetuous third son of the Li family, in a fit of rage, nearly beat the messenger to death, exclaiming that they had searched for a mere day. And how dare the messenger have the audacity to speak such words? Had he not spared the messenger's life, it would have been solely due to the third son's benevolence towards his sister. If 1 day of searching yielded nothing, surely 2 days would suffice. If 2 days failed, then 3. If 3 days proved fruitless, then a year. If 100 ships were insufficient, then 200. If 200 were not enough, then 300. If 300 were inadequate, then 1,000. If the search radius of 10 miles turned up nothing, could they not extend it to 100 miles? If 100 miles was fruitless, then 200? Enough with the excuses. He had long held disdain for the relatives in the capital, who, despite their abject poverty and utter incapacity, carried themselves with an air of superiority. A thief lurked in the sea, and there was no time to lose in apprehending the culprit. The wealthy Li issued a secret order, taking decisive action to summon the coastal guards to venture into the ocean. Fortunately, the maritime ban had recently been lifted, allowing fishing vessels to set sail. In addition to the naval forces, the Li family also invested heavily in mobilizing hundreds of fishing boats for the search and rescue operation. Each vessel bore 3 portraits, those of Li Shu, Zhu Ping'an, and the maid Baozi. Zhu Pingchuan accompanied the Li family into the sea, upon learning of their rescue efforts. He joined without hesitation. Several able-bodied youths from Hehe village joined Zhu Pingchuan as well. Zhu Pingjun, the elder son, also decided to join, not only to lend his strength in the search for Zhu Ping'an, but also to escape the torment of his one-eyed wife, who, leveraging her father's status as a scholar, had made his life unbearable since their marriage. Upon hearing that Zhu Ping'an intended to venture out to sea with the Li family, Zhu Ping'an seized the opportunity to escape his metaphorical cage, slipping away discreetly, for his aunt and others would not permit him to go. The absence of the bride and groom rendered the wedding far less cumbersome. The roosters and hens, having been offered in a ceremonial salute, were placed in a cage and taken to the bridal chamber, streamlining the lengthy rituals. The banquet was laid out, welcoming those who came to share in the merriment. In the backyard of the Zhu family mansion, Mother Chen sat on the bed, her face clouded with worry and illness. "Do not fret, second sister-in-law. Jier is blessed by the stars and will surely be protected by fate," the fourth sister-in-law offered, reflexively gazing at the wedding gifts in the room, her round belly providing a stark contrast to her comforting words. "Indeed, second sister-in-law, Jier is under divine protection. Remember when he was on the brink of peril in his youth? Yet here he stands, thriving. This time will be no different. Jier is an intelligent and capable individual. If so many others are safe at sea, then Jier must surely be unharmed as well." San Aunt joined in comforting Chen Shi, finally picking up the medicinal soup that had been set aside, blowing gently on it before handing it to Chen Shi. "Quickly, drink this while it's warm. After the medicine, have a bit of porridge. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Ping'an Lang is the most filial. If he returns to find you in this state, it would break his heart." Chen Shi shook her head. "I cannot eat, mother." "Listen to your aunt and take your medicine," urged Juan, Zhu Ping'an's wife. "De Chuan and the others have set sail with the Li family to search for your second brother and sister-in-law. With hundreds of boats, they will surely find them. Please take the medicine, mother. The family is counting on you. Only when you recover can we have the strength to carry on." Since marrying into the Zhu family, Juan felt she had entered a life of luxury. In her parental home, she often went hungry and dressed poorly, but now she not only had enough to eat, but also enjoyed good food and fine clothing. When she returned to her family, she felt proud, adorned in gold and silver. Her mother-in-law, Chen Shi, was strong-willed, but kind within the family. Her father-in-law was honest and straightforward, and her husband, De Chuan, was good-natured, ambitious, and capable, treating her well. This life was something Juan had never dared to dream of, so she cherished it deeply, working diligently and nurturing a sense of filial piety. Viewing Zhu Fu and Chen Shi as her own parents, she recognized that this life was largely thanks to her brother-in-law Zhu Ping'an. Therefore, when De Chuan decided to set sail with the Li family for a rescue mission, she did not deter him, but instead urged him to be cautious. Chen Shi had always been the matriarch of the household. Upon learning of her younger brother's misfortune at sea, she seemed to lose her spirit, neglecting food and drink. Her face washed with tears. Juan watched with a heavy heart and had urged her many times, yet to no avail. Now, seeing San Aunt and Sea Aunt come to offer comfort, she joined in the encouragement, hoping from the depths of her heart for Chen Shi's recovery. "No, I only want my Jier." Chen Shi shook her head, tears streaming down her face once more. The second sister-in-law and others resumed their attempts to console her. "I have food and drink here, but what about Jier? What could he possibly find to eat or drink out there on the sea? Jier has the most insatiable appetite. Yet here he is without a single morsel. Just the thought of Jier going hungry fills me with unbearable pain whenever I see food or drink." The tears in Chen Shi's eyes were relentless, flowing more freely with every word. "I regret it so much. If only I hadn't let Jier go to the capital to take the imperial examinations. What do I care for titles or accolades? It would have been enough for him to be safe at home, farming and tending to the cart. I desire nothing of status or wealth. I only want my Jier." The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became, lamenting her decision to allow Zhu Ping'an to venture to the capital for the examinations. If time could be reversed, she would never have permitted it. Chen Shi had made countless vows to the heavens, offering all her honors, riches, even her life, in exchange for Zhu Ping'an's safe return. Mother, Juan, De Chuan's wife, could no longer hold back her own tears. To be continued. Chapter 493. Sincere uncle. Devoted to family, the sun sets at the horizon, yet the longing for home remains unfulfilled. Zhu Ping'an sat atop the island's peak, gazing as the sun gradually sank into the boundless ocean, an overwhelming sense of melancholy swelling within him. The vast sea bore no vessel, only the relentless waves, rendering his journey home an uncertain endeavor. While all else seemed tolerable, he harbored a deep-seated fear that his mother, Chun, would worry upon hearing the news. However, the departure of the sun was merely a fleeting separation. It would return at dawn. Do not fret, mother, your son shall return, he reassured himself. In the waning glow of twilight, the bustling village of Xiahe returned to tranquility, with no bride or groom present. The villagers were spared the raucous festivities typically associated with weddings, leading to an early conclusion of the celebration. Guests who had gathered for the Zhu family's joyous occasion gradually made their way back to their homes. Once the crowd dissipated, a group of 5 emerged on the main street of Xiahe, heading towards Zhu Ping'an's residence. This group comprised Old Master Zhu, Old Madam Zhu, Uncle Zhu Shoren, Aunt, and Zhu Pingjuan's wife. Just as the villagers had begun to disperse, Uncle Zhu Shoren led Old Master Zhu and the others toward the home. What brings them here? A villager, who had just returned after assisting in tidying Zhu Ping'an's yard, curiously inquired upon spotting the 5. Oh, we are here to lend a hand to the second family's household, Uncle Zhu Shoren replied, his scholarly attire of jade-colored silk enhancing his refined demeanor. With an air of superiority characteristic of an educated man, he tilted his head slightly, speaking with a tone imbued with brotherly kindness. The villager responded with an indifferent "oh," casting a glance at Old Master Zhu and the others before continuing on his way. After walking a short distance, he rolled his eyes, dismissing Uncle Zhu Shoren's words. If they were genuinely there to assist, why had they rushed home as soon as the banquet concluded? They arrived leisurely only after the rest had finished their tasks. Furthermore, the villager felt Uncle Zhu Shoren was putting on airs. He was not even a scholar, yet carried himself as though he were above others. Whenever Ping'an returned to the village, he greeted everyone warmly, never displaying an ounce of arrogance. In contrast, the Shuyi family, who had prospered, remained humble. They even repaired the village bridge, showcasing their generosity. Once, the Zhu family had relied heavily on the Shuyi family for their livelihood. Yet Old Master Zhu had seemingly cast aside their contributions, leaving the second family with nothing. Now, witnessing the Shuyi family's 2 grand residences and thriving cattle business, one could only wonder if Old Master Zhu regretted his decisions. Ping'an is a good child, the villager mused. With his scholarly pursuits and reduced rents, he has brought fortune to our village. This year, the labor imposed on Xiahe village has been halved compared to last. Alas, he sighed. May heaven watch over him and keep him safe. Oldest, I believe we should take this matter slowly. Old Master Zhu suddenly halted, turning to address Uncle Zhu Shoren. Father, we had all agreed at home. Auntie, seeing the situation, spoke with evident anxiety. How should one address father? Uncle Zhu Shoren scolded Annie briefly, then turned to obstruct Old Master Zhu and Old Madam Zhu, giving Auntie a glance that urged her to remain calm. Father, I wish to take my time as well. But I cannot. In just a few days, my son will participate in the imperial examination. If we miss the timing, it will be too late. This time, my son has a solid chance. Even Lord Lu has promised him support. Once my son becomes a scholar, it will be too late to act. Before becoming a scholar, the land under my son's name will not attract the government's attention. He will not need to pay taxes with his scholar title. However, once he becomes a scholar and suddenly increases his land holdings, the authorities will surely investigate, and if discovered, the penalties will be severe. After scolding Auntie, Uncle Zhu Shoren turned to Old Master Zhu to explain. But didn't Jier receive land contributions after becoming a jinshi? Why didn't the government investigate? Old Master Zhu hesitated. My father, Jier is a jinshi. The government certainly does not scrutinize them, as they are part of the officialdom, akin to family. Who would dare to investigate? But my son is merely a scholar. Once he becomes a jinshi, those concerns will dissipate. Uncle Zhu Shoren spoke with a bitter expression. Alas, it is my son's inadequacy. If only he had become a jinshi sooner. Even if the land of the second branch did not need to be renamed, my son could protect them from taxes. As he spoke, Uncle Zhu Shoren sighed heavily, filled with guilt. Eldest brother is right. The second branch possesses so much land. When Jier was here, they paid no taxes. But now that he is gone, each family likely has to pay hundreds of taels in taxes. Old Madam Zhu nodded, lamenting, hundreds of taels, what a waste. Why should we pay that for nothing? Old Master Zhu also felt a pang at the thought of losing so much money. And that is not all, father. You are unaware of the recent happenings in the court. Last time, my son accompanied a few seniors to meet Lord Lu in Anqing, and he heard troubling news. I refrained from telling you, fearing it would distress you. Uncle Zhu Shoren shook his head, as if some words were difficult to utter. What news? Old Master Zhu's heart raced with concern. Alas, Jier has been foolish. Before Uncle Zhu Shoren could finish, he sighed deeply. What happened to Jier? Old Master Zhu pressed. Jier has indeed acted foolishly. Oh, father, I must tell you the truth. Jier has gotten into trouble. Uncle Zhu Shoren shook his head, his expression grave. What trouble can Jier get into? Old Master Zhu's face paled. Father, it was before Jier's mishap. Alas, while his knowledge is commendable, he is still too young and inexperienced, easily swayed in his actions. Uncle Zhu Shoren sighed once more. What exactly happened? Old Master Zhu grew anxious. The news has already spread. Prior to his incident, Jier submitted a memorial, denouncing a general for killing innocents to claim merit. Uncle Zhu Shoren's expression was somber. Jier was right to do so. Such people deserve to be reported. Old Master Zhu was perplexed. Father, you do not comprehend. Jier has been deceived. The general is valiantly fighting on the front lines, unflinchingly facing blades and bloodshed, repelling the enemy with his own life and sacrifice. The severed heads he presents bear the unmistakable marks of true warriors. How could this be construed as murder in disguise? The general is engaged in combat, while Jier, misled by slanderous words, has lodged a complaint against him. What kind of situation is this? Uncle Zhu Shoren shook his head as he spoke. Old Master Zhu gaped, unable to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing the news, the general felt wronged, shedding his armor to reveal a body adorned with scars. Kneeling at the gates of the Ministry of Justice to plead his case. Uncle Zhu Shoren sighed deeply. Old Master Zhu's mouth widened even further. But that is not all. Father, are you aware of the general's connections? Uncle Zhu Shoren inquired, gazing at Old Master Zhu. The elderly man, pallid, shook his head in ignorance. This general is a protege of the current Grand Minister, the very person we refer to as the Prime Minister in common parlance, the esteemed Yin Song. Uncle Zhu Shoren gestured reverently towards the north as he spoke. Old Master Zhu was taken aback. This year, 2 bold individuals who dared to criticize Minister Yin have already been stripped of their positions and imprisoned, and last year, several were executed. Jier's actions could be seen as an indirect accusation against Minister Yin. Uncle Zhu Shoren continued. Execution. Old Master Zhu was thoroughly alarmed. Indeed, Uncle Zhu Shoren affirmed vigorously. Proceeding, do you not see how foolish Jier has been? Just the day before Jier's incident, the court specifically issued a decree for him to present his case at the Ministry of Justice. The ministry, after all, is under the purview of Grand Minister Yin. Jier going to the ministry could hardly yield favorable results, Uncle Zhu Shoren observed, glancing at Old Master Zhu's expression, and added, Jier may be lost. Yet the family remains. Countless officials have been stripped of everything during investigations. Even if we are not implicated, without Jier, who will safeguard the second branch of the Zhu family, every official seeks to curry favor with Minister Yin, and they have myriad means at their disposal. If they wish to target the second branch, it would be no different from a full-blown raid. Old Master Zhu appeared to waver, nearly losing his footing. However, should the land be transferred to my son's name, the situation would be quite different. The second branch of the Zhu family has already separated from ours, and that is duly registered at the county office. They cannot implicate us in any way. The land is thus preserved. My son does not covet the second branch's land. It merely bears his name while still belonging to them. Each year, we could save over 100 taels in taxes. What could be achieved with 100 taels? Each year, we can provide you and mother with better clothing and nourishment, perhaps even purchase some fine tobacco. For my son, 10 taels would suffice for ink and paper, leaving the remainder for the second branch. He will take not a single character from it. Should calamity strike, the second branch will still have a fallback. Uncle Zhu Shoren swore earnestly, his sincerity evident. Moved by Uncle Zhu Shoren's words, Old Master Zhu firmly tapped his pipe against his waist and uttered a single word, go. To be continued. Chapter 494. I come for the future of your family. In the Qing Hall, the brick houses, with their lacquered red doors, and the stone-paved ground, conveyed an air of grandeur. The lofty ridge of the roof arched upward at both ends, reminiscent of a soaring phoenix, exuding an aura of grandeur. Above the vermilion gate hung a plaque, inscribed with characters akin to a congratulatory notice for academic excellence, bestowing a sense of majesty upon the entrance. The residence of the second son is indeed impressive. Mr. Zhu approached the home of Zhu Ping'an, gazing up at it for quite some time, lost in contemplation, perhaps reflecting on the past. This sentiment echoed that of his elder brother, Zhu Shoren, who had also expressed similar thoughts in the past. Yet today, Zhu Shoren remained silent. For once the matter at hand was resolved, he would no longer have to look up at the door. With a creak, Zhu Ping'an adjusted his attire and pushed open the vermilion door. "Oh, grandfather, grandmother, you are here?" exclaimed Wanner, Zhu Ping'an's wife, who was in the courtyard preparing medicine for Chun. Upon hearing the door, she looked up in astonishment, recognizing Mr. Zhu and his elder brother, Zhu Ping'an, entering. Wanner was somewhat taken aback, as the elder men had just departed the celebratory feast, so their return was unexpected. "What? Are we not allowed to come?" questioned the elder aunt with a hint of reproach. "No, of course not," Wanner replied with a smile, though inwardly she harbored disdain for her elder relatives. Whenever they visited, they inevitably caused trouble, often seeking loans with an air of entitlement, and they had never repaid any borrowed amounts. "Sister-in-law, we have come to help you tidy up," declared Zhu Ping'an's wife, rolling up her sleeves with an air of readiness to work. "Oh, thank you so much. It is in times of need that we rely on family," Wanner responded with a smile, adding a stick of wood to the pot, but internally she rolled her eyes, recalling how swiftly they had departed after the banquet, clearly to avoid assisting with the cleanup. "How unfortunate. It seems we've missed out on a substantial prize," Zhu Ping'an's wife lamented, dragging out her tone with mock regret. "Such a wasted trip," Wanner nodded, smiling. "Everything is already tidied up. Well, since you are here, let us have a few words with the second son," Zhu Ping'an said, nodding as he strolled towards the main room, moving as comfortably as if it were his own home. Seeing this, Wanner felt a jolt of anxiety. She hurriedly added more firewood beneath the medicine pot, saying, "I will fetch you some tea," and quickly made her way forward. The sudden jolt in Wanner's heart arose from Uncle Zhu Ping'an's intention to seek out Zhu Fu. Uncle Zhu Ping'an had previously borrowed money from the Zhu Ping'an family, or perhaps stirred up some trouble. Whenever Chen Shi was present, he would invariably encounter obstacles with her, returning in defeat. His successes were often achieved by circumventing Chen Shi and directly appealing to Zhu Fu, frequently invoking notions of brotherly duty, familial responsibility, or referencing the late Zhu patriarch. Thus, upon hearing Uncle Zhu Ping'an's plan to approach Zhu Fu, Wanner felt a moment of trepidation. "Father, grandfather, and uncle are here to see you," Wanner called out, hastily taking a few steps forward. After addressing Zhu Fu, she raised her voice again for Chen Shi. "Mother, aunt, and my younger sisters have arrived." Although Chen Shi was in poor health, if she were to learn that Uncle Zhu Ping'an had once again borrowed money from Zhu Fu, her condition would likely worsen. Coughing lightly, Uncle Zhu Ping'an, with a hint of embarrassment, declined assistance from the second branch. "There's no need to trouble the second family," he insisted. Wanner reassured him, "We are all family. It is timely, as mother has been unwell lately, and aunt and the younger sisters could provide her with some comfort." After offering a few words of consolation to her uncle, Wanner called out once more for Zhu Fu and Chen Shi before excusing herself to fetch some tea for the latter in her resting chamber. Moments later, in the main hall, Wanner served each person a cup of hot tea. Soon, Zhu Fu and Chen Shi arrived. "Wanner, please go to the storeroom and fetch some fabric for your father and mother. Summer is approaching, and they should have new garments," Chen Shi instructed after surveying the gathering. "Certainly, mother," Wanner replied, assisting Chen Shi into a chair. "There is no need for that. We still have 2 bolts of fabric left from your last gift." "Which is sufficient," Zhu Laoyizi remarked, his weathered face breaking into a smile, shaking his head in refusal. Mid-sentence, he was abruptly pinched by Zhu Laotai, causing him to cry out in surprise. Chen Shi cast a glance, but remained silent. Observing this, Zhu Fu, seated beside Chen Shi, felt a slight flush of embarrassment. "Father, is there something specific you wish to discuss today?" Zhu Fu inquired after Zhu Laoyizi finished rubbing his arm. "Eldest, you should speak," Zhu Laoyizi replied, gesturing for Uncle Zhu Ping'an to take the floor. "I have come today regarding matters concerning the future of your second branch." Uncle Zhu Ping'an paused, lifting his teacup for a sip, eyeing Zhu Fu and Chen Shi. His manner was reminiscent of an ancient envoy's dramatic opening, akin to the lines of a seasoned negotiator. "Is the general unaware of his imminent peril? I am here to rescue him. My family has future." Zhu Fu was momentarily taken aback by Uncle Zhu Ping'an's cryptic approach. "The exams are approaching. Brother, you should focus on your studies rather than concern yourself with us. If your preparations are hindered, we would bear the consequences," Chen Shi remarked, casting a sardonic glance at Uncle Zhu Ping'an, her emotions barely concealed. Chen harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her uncle, Zhu Ping'an. Merely casting a glance in his direction left her feeling repulsed. often reminding her of the time he had borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, using Zhu's father's name, which nearly resulted in Zhu's father suffering a broken leg from debt collectors. Were it not for her consideration of Zhu's father, Chen would certainly have berated her uncle at every opportunity. From that incident until now, not a single apology had been offered, and he acted as though nothing had transpired. He displayed a complete disregard for brotherly bonds, shamelessly borrowing money and items from Shi under the guise of familial ties. Such a person possessed an audacity so thick-skinned that he mistook the forbearance of others for his own shamelessness. To be continued. Chapter 495. Leave all right. Second son's family. Let your elder brother finish his words. Regardless of the circumstance, old lady Zhu always defended her eldest son, sensing the underlying sarcasm in Chen's words. She furrowed her brow and spoke up. Old lady Zhu's words made Chen raise her eyebrows. Normally, she would have rebutted in indignation, but at that moment, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhu Ping'an, rendering her indifferent to everything else. Thus, she merely frowned, reluctant to engage further. Old lady Zhu's favoritism was not a recent development, and Chen had never held any expectations of her. Zhu's father, observing the scene, offered Chen a reassuring glance. Ever since the incident with Jie, Chen had not eaten for days and was physically weakened. Just moments ago, she had asked Wanner to make garments from 2 pieces of fabric for the elder and the old lady. The evident favoritism displayed by the old lady now deeply concerned Zhu's father, fearing that Chen's anger would exacerbate her frail condition. Seeing Chen turn her head away without uttering another word, old lady Zhu's expression relaxed, and she nodded in satisfaction. She had always felt that her obedient second son, Zhu Shi, had changed for the worse since marrying Chen, attributing this transformation to her influence. Now, witnessing Chen's silence, old lady Zhu felt triumph in the ongoing clash between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Elder brother, what you mentioned earlier about our family's future, what does it imply? After comforting Chen, Zhu's father turned to his uncle, Zhu Shoren, in inquiry. Jie has encountered difficulties, and while we are all saddened, life must continue. Zhu Shoren stated as he lifted his teacup and took a sip before speaking slowly. Zhu's father frowned, yet before he could respond, Chen could no longer contain her emotions. Feeling a strong aversion to her uncle's words. What difficulties has Jie encountered? Chen's expression darkened, her brows knitting together as her eyes widened in a fierce glare at her uncle, as though she were ready to devour him. Sister-in-law, the dead cannot return. Zhu Shoren shook his head, perceiving that Chen was becoming increasingly irrational. The dead cannot return. The very mention of death was a word Chen could not bear to hear, akin to a venomous blade piercing her heart. It was not merely a wound inflicted upon herself, but one that struck her beloved Jie, leaving her drenched in sorrow. Dead? Who dares claim my Jie is dead? My Jie is merely missing. She will return, without a doubt. Why curse my Jie in such a manner? Is this how one behaves as an elder? Not only offering no assistance, but also uttering curses? Chen's teeth clenched audibly, her eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Reminiscent of a lioness returning from a hunt, having witnessed hyenas slay her cubs. Her gaze was bloodshot, and the wrath within her surged like an erupting volcano, roaring with unstoppable force. Younger siblings, we must look ahead. If only the departed knew. They would not believe Uncle Zhu Shoren perceived Chen's emotional tempest as a sign of his persuasive success. With newfound vigor, he continued, a fatal blow. If only the departed knew. Elder brother, Zhu's father could no longer endure the absurdity, let alone Chen. Just moments ago, they spoke of death. And now they uttered the words of the departed knowing. You speak of my dear child's death incessantly. Who claims my child is dead? How desperately do you wish for their demise? What purpose does this celebration serve? Why did our kin venture to the sea? While everyone strives for my child's safe return, you stand here cursing them. Time and again you curse my child. What mother could endure such torment? Begone! Chen roared, her fury erupting like a volcano. Rising, she seized a cup of hot tea from the table and splashed it across Uncle Zhu Shoren's face. Trembling as she pointed toward the door, her glare demanding he leave. Uncle Zhu was taken aback, caught off guard mid-sentence when the scalding tea struck him, leaving him grimacing and flushed, a blister forming on his forehead. In truth, not only Uncle, but the entire Zhu family was stunned. Previously, when visiting Zhu Ping'an's home, though Chen was displeased, she had never reacted in such a manner. The command to leave was laden with scorn. Chen had only ever resorted to cold mockery before, and this scene bewildered everyone. I had entrusted my heart to the bright moon, only to find it illuminating the ditch, lamented Uncle Zhu Shoren, shaking the tea stains from his garments and casting a long sigh, embodying a scholar caught in a conflict with a soldier, burdened by humiliation. "What are you doing?" exclaimed Elder Zhu's wife, feeling her dignity trampled upon, as she rose to confront Chun. "Younger sister, we came to assist you with good intentions. What is this behavior? To repay kindness with malice." Uncle's wife glared at Chun, indignation evident in her eyes. "What are you doing, second aunt?" Zhu Ping'an's wife covered her mouth with a handkerchief, feigning shock. Though old Master Zhu remained silent, he shot a disapproving glance at Zhu's father, holding him accountable for Chen's outburst. "Elder brother, father, mother. My child is merely missing." Zhu's father gently placed a hand on Chen's back, trying to soothe her, then turned to the gathered family, speaking with gravity. "My child is not dead." Chen gritted her teeth, reiterating fiercely, "My child will surely return. You must leave. You are not welcome here." "What?" Uncle Zhu Shoren was momentarily stunned, then a mocking smile crept onto his lips. "Missing?" It seemed merely a ruse to deceive themselves. In the vast ocean, one first encounters pirates, followed by towering waves reaching 3 to 4 zhang in height. The ship is overturned in the sea, and the distinction between being lost and dead becomes negligible. In this boundless expanse of water, where no support can be found and without sustenance, falling into the sea equates to a death sentence. Currently, both Father Zhu and the Chen family are reluctant to confront the truth, unwilling to accept the grim reality that Zhu Ping'an is no longer alive, and they can only deceive themselves with such euphemisms, such self-deception. To Uncle Zhu Shoren, this is a quintessential example of self-delusion. Although he was splashed with hot tea by the Chen family and rudely told to leave, Uncle Zhu Shoren had no intention of departing. Compared to the humiliation endured by Han Xian in the past, what does this truly signify? If the Chen family cannot bear to hear the word death, then it shall not be spoken. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The humiliation faced today will surely be repaid in kind in the future. For now, patience is key. The matter of land is of utmost importance. Once the land is transferred to his name, he will settle accounts with that shrew from the second branch. Without land, and without Zhu heir, it will be intriguing to see what arrogance that woman possesses then. To be continued. Chapter 496. Disbelieving Zhu heir, do you trust outsiders? Let your elder brother finish his words. As the situation began to spiral out of control, the venerable Zhu elder stepped forward. His thoughts were still for the entire Zhu family. At least, that is what he believed. Zhu Ping'an was his proud grandson, and he wished fervently for his safety. However, since the unfortunate events had already transpired, prioritizing the welfare of the family became paramount. Aside from Zhu Ping'an, the only one capable of bringing glory to the Zhu family was the eldest. Moreover, having heard the elder's earlier remarks, the Zhu elder found himself in agreement with his proposals. After all, he was well-educated, experienced, and composed in the face of adversity, possessing a sharp mind. This is the Ming dynasty, the pinnacle of a feudal era where patriarchal authority and traditional rights hold sway. The Zhu elder, as the head of the family, despite the separation of Zhu Ping'an's household, could not erase the identity of a Zhu. When the Zhu elder spoke, although Mother Chun was seething with indignation towards Uncle Zhu Shoren, she could only temper her feelings out of respect for the elder, suppressing her anger. Observing the Zhu elder regain control of the situation, Uncle Zhu Shoren gracefully lifted his teacup, elegantly sipped, and then set it down, adopting a demeanor that conveyed his concern for the future of the Zhu family. Clearing his throat, he earnestly began, "Second brother, sister-in-law, I understand your sentiments. Zhu heir is the pride of our Zhu family, and I, too, fervently hope that no harm befalls him. However, the heavens often bring unforeseen calamities, and fortune can change in an instant. When adversity strikes, we must consider the future, and I believe Zhu heir, being astute, would think similarly. Unforeseen calamities from the heavens, fortunes changing in an instant." Upon hearing this, Chen's glare at Uncle Zhu Shoren seemed ready to ignite the air with fury. "Are you aware of the annual taxes levied on the land in your household?" Uncle Zhu Shoren disregarded Chen's fiery gaze, maintaining his composure as he turned to Father Zhu and inquired. "Our household is exempt from taxes," Father Zhu replied with a slight shake of his head. "Indeed. While you are currently exempt from taxes, what of the future?" Uncle Zhu Shoren rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing thoughtfully before he spoke. "Your exemption stems from Zhi Er's academic accolades. Yet should he no longer be with us, the burden of taxes and corvée labor will inevitably fall upon you. No longer. This remark struck a nerve with Chen Shi. Her teeth ground audibly, and she cast a cold glare at Uncle Zhu Shoren, icily retorting, "There is no need for my elder brother to fret. I possess a 6th-rank honorin decree." Uncle Zhu shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. "According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, sister-in-law, your 6th-rank honorin decree only affords you ceremonial privileges, such as not kneeling before officials. It holds no real authority and certainly does not exempt you from taxes and corvée labor." "And what of it?" Chen Shi replied, her tone laced with impatience. "Excluding the vast expanse of land brought as dowry by the Li family, even your family's own inherited lands would incur taxes amounting to at least 100 taels of silver annually, a significant sum indeed," Uncle Zhu Shoren exaggeratedly remarked. Though he was unaware of the precise extent of Zhu Ping'an's landholdings, he had a general understanding, knowing that after Zhu Ping'an passed the examination for scholar, the family had acquired land, and following his success as a jiren, they had expanded their holdings significantly. After Zhu Ping'an achieved the highest honor of Zhuanyuan, the family's land acquisitions had multiplied further. Just considering these lands alone, the taxes would indeed reach 100 taels. The more land one possesses, the greater the tax burden. This principle was irrefutable. Zhu Fu glanced at Uncle Zhu Shoren but remained silent. "This is merely your inherited land. If we factor in the 10,000 mu of land that the Li family has brought as dowry, the tax burden would multiply several times over," Uncle Zhu Shoren exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Dowry land? That belongs to the second daughter-in-law, Li Shu. It is her private property, her personal wealth. What wisdom do you possess, elder brother?" Chen Shi asked, casting a scornful look at Uncle Zhu Shoren. "One might not call it wisdom, but it is certainly a potential strategy. The initial exemption from taxes was due to Ji's scholarly achievements. Now, if we were to find another individual of merit and transfer the land into his name, we could maintain the tax exemption," Uncle Zhu Shoren proposed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Where shall we find such a person?" Chen Shi feigned ignorance, her tone dripping with disdain. After all, with so much land at stake, trusting an outsider would be unwise. It would be better to find an acquaintance. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water, and there is no one more trustworthy than family. Why not transfer the land into my name? This way, I would be exempt from taxes and corvée labor, and your property would remain yours, merely under my name. I would not touch a single coin, yet save over 100 taels each year. What could be more advantageous?" Upon hearing this, the sarcasm in Chen Shi's eyes intensified. The true intent had been revealed. She was, after all, coveting the family's land. It is truly disheartening to witness such disregard. Despite being of mature age, one fails to diligently apply oneself to their studies, instead indulging in dubious schemes. Never do they consider the merits of personal effort. For decades, their sustenance has been squandered. When Ji'er was a mere child, he had already attained the status of a student, and when he ascended to the rank of a scholar, his elder uncle remained but a student. Now, having even achieved the title of the top scholar, his uncle still lingers in the realm of the unaccomplished. If one continues to evade hard work, I am certain that even with decades more, they shall never attain the status of a scholar. The transfer of land to you. Exempting from taxes, perhaps it would be prudent to include today's dowry lands as well. Let me ponder. Indeed, there are also shops in town. Yes. Let us transfer the numerous shops that came with the dowry to you as well, Chen remarked casually. What? Transferring the dowry? And the shops too? The unexpected fortune left Uncle Zhu Shoren in disbelief. He had anticipated Chen to be a formidable opponent, yet surprisingly, after just one mention, she readily acquiesced. Truly, a case of long hair and short insight. His excitement caused his breath to quicken, and the veins on his forehead became pronounced. Beside him, Aunt and Zhu Ping'an's handsome wife wore smiles of delight. Sister-in-law, you jest, do you not? Uncle Zhu Shoren inquired, still in disbelief. You were the one to jest first. Chen scoffed lightly, filled with disdain. Your elder uncle, if memory serves, is still not a scholar, correct? Yet you pay taxes all the same. Perhaps we should wait until your uncle has achieved the rank of scholar before discussing this further, Chen retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Uncle Zhu Shoren. From a woman's perspective, it is certain that I shall secure the title of scholar this time. Master Lu and others have promised me. Additionally, I have been introduced to the steward of the academic authority, and I possess their name card. According to tradition, Those who hold name cards are assured success. Uncle Zhu Ping'an proclaimed, brimming with confidence as if attaining the title of scholar were as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Once again, it is the same old story, assurances of success and connections made. Such claims have been uttered by your uncle since his first attempt at the scholar title, repeated no less than 10 times. Each time, he spoke with utmost conviction, only to face failure once more. Only the elder and matron believed him. Seeking connections and taking shortcuts are mere underhanded tactics, never contemplating hard work. Chen disdainfully rolled her eyes. Let us wait until your elder brother has secured his title of scholar before proceeding, Zhu Fu said, casting a solemn glance at his elder brother. You are unaware of the troubles Jiajing has encountered in the capital, I presume? Uncle Zhu Ping'an, relentless in his pursuit, proposed yet another strategy. His expression grave as he recounted the incident involving Zhu Ping'an's memorial, which implicated the wrongful execution of innocent men and offended Yen Song, embellishing the dangers involved. Jiajing's actions are undoubtedly justified. I trust in him. Chen remained unmoved. Why? Jiajing was deceived. The general, Uncle Zhu Ping'an, reiterated the same persuasive tactics he had employed on Zhu Ping'an. I do not trust Jiajing. Should I trust outsiders instead? Chen retorted sharply, in stark contrast to Zhu Ping'an's initial reaction. We, alongside Jiajing, are bound by familial ties, sharing both joys and adversities. As Jiajing's parents, though lacking in capabilities, we fear not the troubles that may arise. Should anyone seek to cause us distress, we shall advocate for Jiajing's justice, replied Father Zhu solemnly. Uncle Zhu Ping'an, the taxes are no trifling matter, the elder Zhu reminded. Father, firstly, my elder brother has yet to attain the status of a scholar. Secondly, the produce from our fields far exceeds the taxes. As long as we have sustenance, you and mother shall not go hungry, Chen calmly elucidated. To be continued. Chapter 497. The blossoming spring, reluctant to depart from tomorrow onward. Let me become a person of happiness, tending to horses, chopping wood, and traversing the globe. From tomorrow onward, let me cherish grains and vegetables. I possess a house facing the sea, where spring flourishes. What was once Heizi's dream has now transformed into Zhu Ping'an's reality. Aside from the absence of tending horses and world travel, the remainder encapsulates Zhu Ping'an's current existence. He resides in a cave overlooking the sea, adorned with flowers and plants, a winding pebble path leading outside, culminating in a magnificent seaside abode. Now basking in the warmth of spring. Each day, vegetables, wild fruits, fish, and shrimp are diligently gathered. In addition to immediate consumption, Zhu Ping'an, alongside Li Shu and the maid Huaer, has strung the surplus fish and shrimp with vines, hanging them outside the cave to dry, preserving them as provisions. Chopping wood is also indispensable. Having spent 3 days on the island, Zhu Ping'an and his companions have nearly acclimated to island life. Amidst their efforts to adapt, Zhu Ping'an has not relinquished hope for rescue. He believes that vessels are certainly scouring the waters for the three of them. Even if the Lord of Linhuai has given up, he trusts that both Li Shu's family and his own will persist. For the Li family possesses ample financial resources for a search. Recently, the Jiajing Emperor has also suspended maritime prohibitions, presenting a timely opportunity. If a ship were to come for rescue, how might they draw attention to this island? How could they ensure that others are aware of their presence here? This is a task that must be accomplished. The vastness of the ocean conceals innumerable islands, many of considerable size, making the prospect of being found akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even with hundreds of ships and personnel scattered across the waters. Thus, attracting the attention of rescuers to this island is paramount. Merely arranging SOS on the beach is utterly futile. Without GPS, Beidou, or helicopters, vessels outside would remain oblivious. To address this dilemma, Zhu Ping'an recalled the ancient beacon towers, essential for communicating alarms and military messages. On this island, nothing could convey a message more effectively than a beacon. Outside the cave, he constructed a beacon tower over a meter high using stones. He gathered ample firewood, some collected by Li Shu and the maid Baozi, while others were hewn by Zhu Ping'an with a rudimentary stone axe. During the day, he piled damp wood and moisture-laden vines into the beacon tower, generating thick, dark smoke. At night, he used drier wood to create a brilliant flame. Believing that there are boats nearby, one can discern the flickering lights of this island's fires with careful observation, regardless of whether it is night or day. Additionally, Zhu Ping'an jestingly appointed Li Shu as the commander of the beacon tower and designated the small maid Baozi as the deputy commander. The small maid Baozi was elated, bouncing with excitement, while Li Shu merely rolled her eyes in disdain. Beyond actively preparing for rescue, Zhu Ping'an diligently engaged in self-rescue efforts, which primarily involved constructing a raft. This task proved somewhat challenging, as the stone axe Zhu Ping'an fashioned was quite rudimentary, making the felling of trees arduous. After inspecting the driftwood he gathered on the island, Zhu Ping'an deemed it too fragile. If placed upon the ocean, it would pose significant danger. Though his progress in lumbering was considerably slow, safety was paramount, and he decided to proceed at a leisurely pace. In Li Shu's eyes, the existence on this island still held numerous delights. While preparing fish soup, Zhu Ping'an often assisted, stoking the fire or sharing a jest. For instance, he once humorously remarked that his eyes had nearly fallen into the pot. He gazed blankly at the simmering broth for quite some time before lifting his head to deliver another joke. A moment Li Shu vividly recalls. They are conversing in the pot. Haven't you heard? He pointed at the bubbling fish soup. How could they possibly talk? She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Listen, the fish in the pot say that they keep their eyes wide open to remain close to you. Zhu Ping'an replied, looking intently at her. What nonsense are you spouting? She thought, her heart racing. The fish said, yes, and the water speaks too. The water tells the fish that it tirelessly flows all day to cradle you gently. Upon hearing this from Zhu Ping'an, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she felt flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. She imagined tossing that silly frog into the pot as well, exclaiming internally, what a ridiculous jest, truly a blight on the scenery. However, upon reflection, she found it quite amusing. In the few days spent on the island, many such delightful occurrences unfolded, including adventures with the silly frog in pursuit of birds on the western side of the island, collecting bird eggs, catching lobsters, and gathering crabs. The island's birds were rather foolish, as the frog explained, due to the fishing ban. It had been many years since any hunters had set foot on this land, perhaps a century or more. Consequently, the birds had never encountered humans and were utterly unafraid, making them easy to catch. Countless seabirds flocked above, dark feathers contrasting with white heads, obscuring the sky, and thankfully, their unattractive appearance spared them from becoming a meal. Although seabirds may not possess conventional beauty, their flavor is undeniably exquisite. It is often the foul toad that entices the birds by standing beside war, both holding grass seeds, before swiftly capturing them. Success rates hover around 30 to 50%. O little birds, do not be alarmed, for you are a delicacy to be savored. Depart early this year, and return promptly next. The toad, hesitant to take action itself, always leaves the task to the foul toad. Whenever Zhu Ping'an captures a bird, he recites this phrase. Abundant seabirds and eggs have been discovered by the foul toad along the sun-drenched beach, where mounds of sand yield several eggs upon excavation. Often dozens can be gathered from a single nest. When the tide recedes, Zhu Ping'an takes word to the shore to collect crabs. The crabs here are notably large, and occasionally, one might even stumble upon a lobster. Once, Zhu Ping'an found a lobster as sizable as a duck. At times, he muses about the bliss of living on such an island with two companions for a lifetime. Occasionally, gazing at the beacon lighting up the day and the fire illuminating the night, Li Shu often contemplates extinguishing it. As spring blossoms, she finds it hard to part from the unfinished tale. Chapter 498. A beautiful serpent during the continuous reign of Qing Ming. I gaze upon the spring traces leading to the magpie's nest. The affectionate moon has promised to meet me once more, as we rendezvous beneath the apricot blossoms at night. Tonight, the moonlight is exquisite. The delicate silver orb resembles a passionate maiden, caressing the lonely island and casting soft beams into the forest, hills, and streams, illuminating every inch of land. The creek, glistening under the moonlight, flows gently, quivering like a bashful girl, enhancing its allure. Ding-dong, splash, splash. The tranquil sounds harmonize under the gentle moonlight. Zhu Ping'an sits behind a stone by the creek, a vine in his mouth, listening to the bubbling water, feeling increasingly warm. In truth, the nights on the island are far from tranquil. The unknown cries of beasts and birds occasionally disrupt the stillness. Yet, curiously, the clear sound of water from behind the stone resonates distinctly in Zhu Ping'an's ears. It is odd, lacking rationale, yet it remains a reality. Why is Zhu Ping'an awake at such an hour at the creek? Is he inspired by poetry, or merely restless? Not at all, unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. He would not frivolously wander here for a breath of fresh air. He is not so artistic. Hello? A melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, unexpectedly emerges from behind the stone, revealing Li Shu's naturally beautiful visage. What are you doing? Zhu Ping'an replies lazily, still not turning around. I am checking to see if you are peeking. Li Shu quips, raising her voice with a mock seriousness, puffing her cheeks as she gazes at the back of Zhu Ping'an's head. Very well, you are not peeking. Bored. Zhu Ping'an spits out the vine from his mouth, shaking his head, and continues, since you do not trust me, I shall return to the cave, relieving you of your worries. Li Shu's delicate face flushed with color as she firmly rejected Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. Did you not hear the growls of the beasts surrounding us? If you leave, what will become of me and Huar? We could be devoured by wild animals. A fearsome roar echoed through the night, amplifying her trepidation. Listen, how terrifying it is. Li Shu shuddered, glancing towards the source of the beast's roar, her voice trembling with fear. But you still have Huar with you. Zhu Ping'an stood his ground, arms outstretched. At night, the beasts come out. That foolish girl, when faced with danger, would likely faint in fright. As a frail woman, I lack strength. A beast would undoubtedly devour both of us. Li Shu vehemently shook her head. Why not come to wash during the day, then? Zhu Ping'an suggested, shaking his head in response. Daytime? Li Shu scoffed. No way. It's too bright. If you were to hide somewhere and spy on us, it would be most humiliating. She glared at the back of Zhu Ping'an's head in disdain, shaking her head repeatedly. Then we shall not wash at all, Zhu Ping'an said, somewhat exasperated. How could that be acceptable? Li Shu's expression reflected her disdain, as if the mere thought of not bathing was the most cruel punishment imaginable. Since arriving on the island, she had not washed, which felt like torment. Today, she could no longer endure it and had dragged along the equally restless maid, Baozi, to bathe in the evening. However, the occasional roars from the surroundings left both Li Shu and Baozi anxious, fearing that a ferocious tiger might emerge and consume them. Thus, they had summoned the island's only male, Zhu Ping'an, for protection during their bath. All right, fine, it's all this obsession with cleanliness that brings trouble. Miss, hurry down. The water feels delightful. Baozi's voice called from the stream, filled with satisfaction. Coming, Li Shu replied, then turned to Zhu Ping'an, her small tiger teeth peeking out as she raised her voice. You must not peek. Then, a series of light footsteps approached and receded, clearly audible to Zhu Ping'an. Following that were the sounds of water splashing, the delightful sound of two girls bathing, contrasting with the solitary splashes of one girl before. Thus, when Li Shu unexpectedly spoke from behind the rocks, Zhu Ping'an was not at all surprised. If one girl was splashing, it was evident that another had yet to enter the water. A peculiar sensation washed over Zhu Ping'an as he listened to the sounds of Li Shu bathing, his imagination conjuring vivid images of her playing in the water. Though it may seem abstract, his mind was filled with imagined scenes. Her smooth, fragrant shoulders, her exquisite figure, and her slender waist devoid of any excess flesh. Perhaps this was indeed indulging in fanciful thoughts. Leaning against a rock, Zhu Ping'an sat on the grass, observing the wildflowers entangled at his feet, counting their petals. Tonight, the moonlight is remarkably bright, he mused, the silvery light illuminating even the smallest petals of the wildflowers, making them distinctly visible. As Zhu Ping'an counted the petals, the two maidens who had bathed behind the stones began to frolic and play in the water. Their tinkling laughter, playful banter, and occasional shrieks of mock indignation mingled with the sounds of splashing, weaving a melody that tugged at Zhu Ping'an's heartstrings, igniting a fervor within him, stirring his blood and warming his body. Do not gaze, do not listen, do not speak, do not act, he admonished himself. Yet, the allure of the night was irresistible. Even Confucius acknowledged the primal nature of desire. In a fleeting moment, Zhu Ping'an concocted several justifications to turn away. As he listened to the merriment and the gentle babble of the stream, his throat parched, he found himself embroiled in an intense internal conflict. To look or not to look became a battleground of its own, and just as one side seemed to gain the upper hand, reinforcements surged forth, leading to a rout of the opposing faction, culminating in a veritable massacre of the onlookers. Just as Zhu Ping'an's inner struggle reached its conclusion, a piercing scream shattered the air. A girl's voice cried out, "Ah, a snake!" It was Li Shu's alarm that echoed suddenly from the stream. Following closely was the panicked scream of Baozi, the little maid, accompanied by a flurry of splashes. A snake. Zhu Ping'an, mid-turn, swiftly redirected his gaze toward the commotion, and without a second thought, dashed to the edge of the stream. There, Li Shu and Baozi, startled and pale, emerged from the water, rushing towards him. A snake? Indeed. There was one, a beautiful serpent. Zhu Ping'an's eyes fell upon Li Shu, who led the charge, and in that instant, he felt a rush of blood to his eyes, as if they were straining to escape their sockets, drawn irresistibly to her presence. Previously, the term natural beauty had eluded Zhu Ping'an's comprehension, but now he grasped its essence, realizing that Li Shu was indeed the epitome of such beauty. To be continued. Chapter 499. A bloodshed provoked by a snake. The two maidens, caught in their playful bathing, were startled by the snake and fled to the shore in a state of utter panic. The abruptness of the incident rendered them oblivious to their state of undress, and they emerged from the water without a shred of modesty. Particularly Li Shu, who was the first to reach the bank, was fully exposed to Zhu Ping'an's gaze. It was Zhu Ping'an's first genuine encounter with a woman's form, and witnessing Li Shu, a quintessential beauty, emerge from her bath was akin to a novice entering a game, only to confront the ultimate boss, entirely defenseless. The brilliance of her skin, the breathtaking allure of her curves. This scene held 1,000,000 times the allure of any film from far-off lands. In that moment, Zhu Ping'an's eyes, bloodshot and transfixed, remained fixated upon her, even as droplets splashed into his eyes, rendering him unable to blink. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Ping'an forgot everything, even the act of breathing, as only Li Shu, her delicate form glistening with droplets, raced and leaped through his mind. "Ah, snake!" Li Shu screamed, retreating behind Zhu Ping'an, trembling as she clutched his clothing for safety. Soon, the equally terrified maid, Baozi, emerged from the stream, her state of undress mirroring Li Shu's, and followed suit. Seeking refuge behind Zhu Ping'an, one stood to his left, the other to his right, both quaking in fear. In their fright, they clung to Zhu Ping'an's garments, their bodies pressing against his back. The sensation of their trembling forms against him heightened his awareness, as if all his sensory nerves had converged there. He distinctly felt the soft, pliable warmth of their bodies, a tactile and olfactory experience that transcended mere dreams or fantasies. It was an intimate encounter grounded in reality. The fragrance emanating from Li Shu was intoxicating, more delightful than any delicacy he had ever savored, a scent he knew he would never forget. As his breath quickened and warmth enveloped him, something within Zhu Ping'an seemed to awaken, akin to a serpent slithering beneath his long robe, causing it to rise momentarily. "There's a snake. There's a snake in the water," Li Shu exclaimed, her grip tightening on Zhu Ping'an's arm. He realized that, absent her shaking and raised voice, he might have succumbed to the overpowering rush of hormones, certain he would act on impulses he could barely comprehend. Now, shaken from his stupor by Li Shu's urgency, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing crimson. To avoid further humiliation, he quickly shifted his gaze and attention to the stream. "Where?" He could not help but inquire, his voice low and husky as he looked at Li Shu. "Right there," she replied, extending her delicate finger to indicate the water. Zhu Ping'an's eyes drifted over Li Shu before settling on the spot she had pointed out. Under the moonlight, he discerned a sinuous object floating in the stream, moving gently with the current, resembling a snake at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, doubt crept in. This snake appeared to have two heads. Such a phenomenon was impossible, for snakes possess but a single head. If there were two snakes, that would be one thing. But how could a single serpent sport two heads? Thus, he concluded that it could not possibly be a snake. With this realization, Zhu Ping'an scrutinized the object further in the moonlight and discerned that it was, in fact, a black branch, likely broken off from a tree upstream, now adrift in the water. Its curvature and coloration could easily mislead one into believing it to be a snake, particularly when glimpsed while bathing, making it all the more plausible for one to mistake it in such a context. Li Shu mistook a branch for a snake, which seemed perfectly normal to Zhu Ping'an. The adage "a snake's shadow from a bough" aptly illustrates this. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even the rope of a well. Such tales and examples abound, especially when concerning two young ladies bathing. Do not be afraid. It is merely a branch. Zhu Ping'an reassured Li Shu and the maid Baozi, yet his gaze was involuntarily drawn back to Li Shu. "A branch?" Li Shu raised her voice. skepticism evident in her tone. Surely, the young master is jesting. Baozi, too, shared her doubt. Just moments ago, while assisting her mistress with a back scrub, she had nearly fainted at the mention of a snake, perceiving it as an imminent threat silently approaching them. Therefore, she too was unconvinced by Zhu Ping'an's words, believing he was merely attempting to comfort them. It is indeed a branch, Zhu Ping'an asserted firmly, nodding resolutely. After speaking, he retrieved a longer branch from the stream and extended it into the water, extracting the snake-like object. Under the moonlight, for distinct irregular circular wet marks were visible on his back, too large and too small. See, it is a branch. He displayed it to the two women. Li Shu nodded, her small hand patting her chest in relief. As she did so, Zhu Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment, following her movements intently. Ah, it truly is a branch, exclaimed Baozi. Her mouth agape. Once reassured it was merely a branch, their prior fear dissipated. However, Baozi soon realized that Zhu Ping'an's gaze seemed fixed on her mistress. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. She glanced between her mistress and herself, letting out a shriek that was magnitudes louder than her previous reaction to the snake. She crouched down abruptly, resembling an ostrich. Mistress, mistress, our clothes, we are not wearing clothes. Baozi cried, squatting on the ground, her hands shielding her chest. Her face flushed crimson, mortified to the point where she wished to disappear into the earth. Clothes? Li Shu, initially bewildered, grasped the situation only after observing Baozi's frantic gestures. A shriek pierced the moonlit night. Rogue, shameless, disgusting, obscene. The following moments found Zhu Ping'an enduring the scornful glares and disdainful reprimands of Li Shu. As Baozi echoed her mistress's outrage, a thought nagged at her. It seemed the young master had been watching her mistress all along, neglecting her entirely. Stealing a glance at her mistress's chest, and then at her own, she grew perplexed. Hers appeared considerably larger than her mistress's. Why had he not looked at her? Did he perhaps prefer the smaller figure? Yet, Mama Lu and the others had always claimed that men favored larger forms, even more so as they grew. Had she known the young master preferred the petite, she would have refrained from consuming so much papaya. To be continued. Chapter 500, The First Taste. Regardless of circumstances, one must not look. Excuses abound, and it is repugnant. Yet he prided himself on being a scholar, unaware of the principle of do not gaze upon that which is improper. In the sacred texts, a great-tailed wolf emerged. Upon returning to the cave, Li Shu, with a puffed-up expression, coldly mocked someone, her large, glistening eyes rolling in disdain. The night was deepening, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the cave gradually fell into tranquility, save for the rhythmic sound of breathing. Awakening in the dead of night, Zhu Ping'an found himself unable to sleep on the grass mat, his mind consumed by the image of Li Shu's unclothed form. Fantasies of various alluring poses began to swirl in his imagination, further disturbing his rest. He was at a loss as to why such impure thoughts about Li Shu plagued him. She was a cunning, capricious, materialistic young lady with a temperament akin to that of a spoiled child, often treating others harshly. In her childhood, she had callously discarded a basket of locally sourced delicacies, which her family could scarcely afford, into a ditch like cast-off shoes. This was certainly not his preference. The origin of his unclean thoughts could perhaps be traced to her breathtaking beauty. After all, even Confucius could not escape the allure of physical desire, let alone himself. Zhu Ping'an reassured himself. Yet, vivid memories repeatedly resurfaced. Tell me a story, and I'll give you something to eat. In the days of his impoverished childhood, a cunning little girl had held a box of braised meat, insisting he narrate tales. This scene inexplicably flashed before his eyes. Father and the brothers don't love reading either. The last time I read, it had worms. The toad wants to borrow a book, so let him read it. It's a good chance to catch some worms. When he had sought to borrow books from the Li family, only to be turned away, he recalled how this clever little girl had stood at the door, addressing the wealthy Li patriarch with those very words. The Li family's collection of books had continued to grow, with an increasing array of texts for the imperial examinations, from scholar to provincial champion to the palace examination. The environment of the Li family's study had also improved significantly. Then, he vividly recalled the sumptuous meals prepared by the Li family's chef. Each one a feast for the senses, the crowing rooster heralding breakfast. Even late-night study sessions rewarded him with midnight snacks. For Li Shu was indeed the chef of the Li household. Yet, it was the image of Li Shu's unclothed form emerging from the water that became increasingly enticing. completely occupying Zhu Ping'an's mind, her skin like congealed fat, her curves captivating. With eyes closed, he saw Li Shu. Upon opening them, she was still there. Zhu Ping'an felt as if his mind had become ensnared in a web of enticing imagery, rebooting like a computer. With visions of Li Shu's alluring figure flooding his thoughts, his body responding with growing intensity. "What is wrong with you, Zhu Ping'an?" At that moment, a melodious voice, like that of a lark, rang in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Li Shu, who had appeared by his side, squatting in front of him, her delicate hand resting on his forehead. "Why are you so hot?" Li Shu exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. "How can it be so hot? One cannot always speak the unvarnished truth, nor can one disclose to Li Shu the impure fantasies that have danced through their mind." Before sleep, Li Shu had looked upon her body with an unparalleled disdain for him. If she were to discover the nature of his unclean imaginings, one can only surmise the extent of her reaction. "Cough, cough, it seems I might be unwell." Caught in the act of harboring impure thoughts, Zhu Ping'an felt a flush of embarrassment. "Unwell?" Li Shu pouted her lips, her large eyes sparkling as she mischievously gazed at Zhu Ping'an, her tone rising melodically, a playful smile gracing her lips. For reasons unknown, Zhu Ping'an found Li Shu in that moment to be rather peculiar, as if possessed by a mischievous spirit, exuding an enchanting allure. With a playful smile, Li Shu's gaze shifted from Zhu Ping'an's face to his body, and her eyes fell upon the bulge beneath his garment. Once again caught in a compromising position, Zhu Ping'an noticed her gaze lingering and felt his cheeks burn, shifting his posture in an attempt to conceal his awkwardness. "Unwell? Physically inadequate? Huh. I suspect you are merely lacking in vitality," Li Shu teased as she leaned closer, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she cast a sly glance at a certain part of Zhu Ping'an. Her pink tongue flicked across her lips, and she burst into a fit of giggles. "Lacking in vitality." Zhu Ping'an could hardly believe such a tantalizing phrase had escaped the lips of someone as refined and elegant as Li Shu. The implications of her words were far more exhilarating than any role play could ever be, creating a striking contrast that amplified their effect 1,000-fold. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Ping'an felt as though he had been unexpectedly doused with a bucket of potent elixir. Overwhelmed by the surge of hormones, he seized the giggling Li Shu and embraced her. In the stillness of the night, amidst the whispers of spring, he found himself lost in the moment. After the clouds and rain had passed, Zhu Ping'an, having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, remained entranced by the exquisite experience. Gazing at the perspiring Li Shu beside him, unable to restrain himself, he pressed his lips against her soft, rosy ones. "Is this what kissing feels like? Why does it feel somewhat akin to tasting rough earth? My mouth is filled with the flavor of soil." Suddenly, a burst of laughter from a nearby maidservant broke through his musings. "Look, young master, why are you nibbling the dirt on the ground this early in the morning? Are you starving?" Confused, Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes, only to realize he had unknowingly sprawled on the ground outside the grass mat, merrily gnawing at the earth. Where had the alluring and sweat-drenched Li Shu gone? It was the stillness of the night. The morning light was already seeping into the cave. Good heavens! Everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Oh, how shocking. He had just been indulging in a spring dream, with Li Shu as the enchanting protagonist. Did the young master wet his pants? How mortifying. Upon discovering Zhu Ping'an gnawing on the earth, the maid Baozi was taken aback, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. She gasped in surprise, then shyly covered her face with her hands and turned away. At that moment, listening to the maid's astonished exclamation, Zhu Ping'an wished he could find a mouse hole to burrow into, feeling utterly mortified. Li Shu entered. Casting a glance at a certain part of Zhu Ping'an, her cheeks instantly aflame, and hastily turned away, playfully scolding him in a soft, pink-tinged voice. Zhu Ping'an, observing the damp patch on his trousers and feeling the sticky fabric, was consumed by despair. Not only had he experienced a spring dream, but he had also suffered a nocturnal emission. What a disgrace. His entire life of brilliance, tarnished by a single dream. Zhu Ping'an was at a loss for how he emerged from the cave under Li Shu's disdainful gaze. Fortunately, the intricate fashion of the Ming dynasty meant that the long robes could somewhat conceal his predicament. He bravely faced Li Shu's scorn as he left the cave to wash his trousers by the stream. He scrubbed them thoroughly in the cool water, wrung them out, and returned to the cave. Outside the beacon tower, he propped them up with a stick, allowing them to dry more quickly in the warm air. "Your fish," Li Shu huffed, casting an unpleasant glance at Zhu Ping'an before forcefully placing several grilled fish on the beacon tower. "Thank you," Zhu Ping'an replied, feeling a bit embarrassed in her presence. The memory of last night's dream flooded back, prompting him to divert his gaze towards the distant sea. The moment he laid eyes on the ocean, a surge of excitement coursed through him, and his eyes widened in wonder. To be continued. Chapter 501. The arrival of the ship at sea. Zhu Ping'an's gaze sparkled with fervor, akin to that of a famished wolf spotting its prey. "What are you doing?" Li Shu was startled by the intensity of his stare, fearing he might act impulsively, and instinctively took a step back. "Look ahead," Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, pointing towards the sea with palpable enthusiasm. "What could possibly be so captivating ahead?" "Nothing can compare to my appearance," Li Shu pouted silently, inwardly scoffing. Before she turned to follow Zhu Ping'an's finger, scanning the horizon of the ocean, it appeared rather mundane, a vast expanse of azure, resembling an endless blue prairie. No different from what she typically observed, lacking any distinctiveness. "There's nothing ahead, you deceiver," Li Shu remarked, her lips pursed in annoyance. "Who deceived you? Did you not see those dark spots on the water?" Zhu Ping'an approached Li Shu from behind, gently cupping her face to redirect her gaze towards the mysterious black dots on the sea. "Hey, who told you to touch me?" Li Shu protested, her voice rising in surprise, yet her body showed no resistance as she allowed him to hold her face. "Do you see them?" Zhu Ping'an inquired eagerly. "I see a big-tailed wolf." Li Shu rolled her eyes and pouted, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Can you not see the black spots in the ocean?" Zhu Ping'an adjusted her face once more to correct her line of sight. "Black spots? What black spots?" Li Shu muttered softly to herself, and, following Zhu Ping'an's guidance, directed her gaze towards the horizon. At first, all she could see was the vast expanse of the sea. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned several orderly arranged black dots adrift on the water. The significance of these black dots was apparent to Li Shu without Zhu Ping'an needing to explain. They could only represent ships. Regardless of their origin or purpose, whether they were deliberately coming or merely passing by, each vessel symbolized a glimmer of hope for escape from this isolated island. Yet, upon sighting the ships, an inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped Li Shu. Departure? The thought stirred a profound reluctance within her. Here, she could cherish daily moments with him. Greet him in the morning, bid him good night in the evening, collect crabs and lobsters by the shore, catch fish and birds, and gather eggs. They could converse under the sun, watch him practice calligraphy, listen to him recite texts, enjoy his storytelling, engage in playful banter, prepare delicious meals for him, and adorn their shared cave with beauty. Ah, ships, depart. Delay your arrival by a few days, if you must. She silently prayed as she gazed at the distant black dots. Zhu Ping'an released his hands from cupping Li Shu's face and inquired once more, "Do you see them?" Yes, I see them. Ships are approaching." Li Shu feigned exuberance, though her heart was far from joyful. Zhu Ping'an and the others on the island could see the ships, but those aboard might not necessarily spot Zhu Ping'an and his companions on the island. Given its considerable size, even with keen eyesight, those on the ships might overlook the figures on the island. At that moment, the beacon tower took on great significance. Just as Zhu Ping'an prepared to add some damp wood to the beacon to produce more smoke, Li Shu unexpectedly posed a question. "Zhu Ping'an, what do you have hidden in your pocket? It feels hard and poked me." She felt something pressing against her from behind and was curious about it. "Nothing at all," Zhu Ping'an replied, perplexed, for he was certain he carried nothing in his pocket. "How can that be? It pressed against me." Li Shu elongated her tone, dissatisfied with his response. "Pressed against you? Impossible," Zhu Ping'an protested, feeling quite innocent as he lowered his gaze to assess the situation, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, he had somehow pitched a small tent. "Can you not be so restless? Do you not understand the vastness of the land?" Zhu Ping'an blushed at the sight of the little tent. At that moment, Li Shu turned her head and naturally noticed Zhu Ping'an's unusual bodily reaction. It was indeed surprising that she had not seen the small tent before. Shameless. Li Shu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and irritation as she scolded him playfully. Glaring at Zhu Ping'an, she then lifted her foot and stomped down hard on his foot in a vengeful manner, grinding it in for good measure. "Ouch! That girl has a heavy foot." Zhu Ping'an yelped in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden action. "What's wrong? What is happening, son-in-law?" Zhu Ping'an's anguished cries startled the young maid Baozi, who hurried out of the cave, her steps frantic as she repeatedly inquired about the commotion. "A ship! A vessel approaches from the sea. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an refrained from disclosing that he had just been playfully reprimanded by Li Shu, resulting in a painful footstep. Instead, he bent low, enduring the discomfort, and gestured towards the ocean while explaining to Baozi. A ship? Initially taken aback, Baozi then emitted a sound far more resonant than Zhu Ping'an's, and in a fit of joy, she leaped into Li Shu's embrace, exuberantly bouncing with delight, tears of excitement nearly spilling from her eyes. Seizing the moment while Baozi and Li Shu reveled in their celebration, Zhu Ping'an busied himself gathering damp firewood to stoke the beacon. He filled it to the brim with an abundance of wet leaves and vines, ensuring the great signal tower was packed tightly. Fortune favored them. The winds were calm over the island, allowing thick black smoke to billow skyward. Observing the ominous plume rising as if a monster had awakened, Zhu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction, confident that such a substantial column of smoke would be visible across the vast ocean. Dechuan, you should take a rest in the cabin. We've got this covered. You haven't slept in 2 days. On the deck of the ship, which had drifted over the boundless sea for 2 days and nights, a robust young man with dark skin stood at the bow, gripping the railing as he gazed into the distance. His face bore signs of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. Nearby, several peers from his village offered words of concern. I'm fine, I'm not tired. I often accompany my father to the mountains to observe the horizon. The sturdy young man shook his head, his lips cracked and dry. One of his companions promptly handed him a water pouch made of sheepskin. Gratefully, he took a few hearty gulps before returning it and turning his gaze back to the distance. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if under a spell. He pushed past his companions and, in a few swift strides, climbed the mast with the agility of a monkey, peering intently towards a distant island. Smoke. There's smoke on that island. It must be GD and the others. The young man shouted with exhilaration from the mast. Soon, the deck was abuzz with activity. Voices rising in a cacophony as sails were hoisted and oars splashed vigorously. The ship surged towards the island, heedless of the lurking reefs, as the lead vessel charged forward with reckless abandon. To be continued.